Chapter 1144, The Whereabouts of Meng Qingxie. The girl named Meng Qingxie is not in the headquarters of the Blood Demon Palace. Even if you kill me, I will not be able to hand her over. Feeling Jiang Chen's murderous gaze, Han Li's expression was indifferent. If you stop here, I can tell you the news of the little girl. Otherwise, even if you slaughter the Blood Demon Palace, you never want to know her whereabouts. Jiang Chen's eyes condensed, and his murderous intent swept out towards Han Li in an instant. You want to threaten me too? Han Li let out a muffled hum. He really walked back several feet. He secretly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and slowly said, "It's not a threat, just tell the truth. Now the Blood Demon Palace has suffered a great calamity. Not only is the Lord of the Palace dead, but he is the only one of the three guardians. The situation is much more severe than the battle against the three sects. If he doesn't want to keep the last trace of fire in the Blood Demon Palace, I am afraid that this time the Blood Demon Palace will be completely removed from the northern wilderness continent." "Okay, Jiang Chen, I swear by my soul, I promise that I won't attack you in the Blood Demon Palace." Jiang Chen looked at Han Li indifferently. "I can talk now. 2 days ago, the Third Highness indeed sent a girl named Meng Qingxie to the headquarters of the Blood Demon Palace. This woman is an ancient body in the legend. The palace owner is naturally very interested in her bloodline, and intends to draw her bloodline to improve her strength. Unexpectedly, the Blood Lotus Saint shot at a critical moment and saved the girl." Han Li said slowly, "Saint Blood Lotus, Sister Ruolin." Jiang Chen was startled slightly. Zan even thought of Chu Ruolin, who had swallowed the mysterious pill in the ancient land. Back then, the strong Blood Demon Palace seemed to call Chu Ruolin the Blood Lotus Saint. Could it be that Qingxie was rescued by Sister Ruolin? Jiang Chen took a deep breath and asked directly, "Do you know where they are?" After the Saint of Blood Lotus rescued Meng Qingxie, the Lord was furious and sent the Second Highness to chase and kill the two. At the beginning, we were still able to contact the Second Highness. But not long ago, the Second Highness seemed to have evaporated from the northern wilderness continent, and could no longer be contacted. But what is certain is that His Royal Highness must still be alive, and there is nothing wrong with his soul card left in the headquarters of the Blood Demon Palace. Han Li didn't conceal it, and said everything he knew. People are still alive, but not in the northern wild continent. Jiang Chen frowned. Could it be that the Blood Lotus Saint took Qingxie to leave the northern wilderness continent and went to Zhongzhou? "Elder Tai, leave this place to you, I will take a step first." Since Meng Qingxie was no longer here, Jiang Chen didn't plan to stay here any longer. "Little friend Jiang Chen, don't worry, today I will definitely eradicate the Blood Demon Palace." The Taoists of Zixu vowed to be authentic. Now that the Blood Demon Palace has been severely damaged by Jiang Chen, it is a good opportunity to destroy the Blood Demon Palace. How can they easily miss it? "Jiang Chen, you turned back." Han Li's face changed slightly, and he shouted in anger. Jiang Chen, will do what I say. Since I can't say anything, I will definitely not do it." The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth made a slight arc of ghosts and charms, "But I can't guarantee that the three sects won't do it to you. Whether you can survive in their hands depends on your good fortune." Jiang Chen's voice fell, and his figure disappeared into the sky in a flash. Han Li's expression turned pale in an instant. Now that the Blood Demon Palace powerhouse is dead and injured, how can it withstand the attacks of the three powerhouses? This time, the Blood Demon Palace was completely finished. Chapter 1145, Come to Black Dragon City again. Leaving Bloodmist Mountain, Jiang Chen didn't rush back to Great Sha Country, but came to the only city in Heilonggaling, Heilongchang. Jiang Chen made a 2-year agreement with Long Li, the chairman of the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce. Now that the agreed time is coming soon, since he has come to the Black Dragon Ridge, he plans to visit the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce. Blood Mist Mountain is not far away from Black Dragon City. Jiang Chen came to the gate of Black Dragon City and walked directly into the city gate. "Boy, stop!" But at this moment, 2 guards in armor stopped Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen raised his head. "What's the matter with you two?" One of the guards faintly looked at Jiang Chen and said, "Boy, this is the first time you have come to the Black Dragon City. The first time you enter the Black Dragon City, you need to pay 1,000 lower grade spar to purchase the city entry order." "Purchase an entry order?" Jiang Chen frowned slightly and said, "I have been to Black Dragon City more than a year ago. It seems that I don't need to purchase an entry order. You also know that it was a year ago. Since half a year ago, my kamikaze mercenary group was in charge of the Black Dragon City. You must purchase a city entry order to enter the city. If you don't want to buy a city entry order, then just leave me alone." The other guard looked proud and authentic. The Black Dragon City was built by the Long family of the Northern Wilderness of the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce and has always been in charge of the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce. When is it the turn of Kamikaze to own the regiment? It seems that over a year or so, Black Dragon City seems to have undergone a lot of changes. Hey! What a domineering Kamikaze mercenary group. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. I don't want to buy the entry order today, so what can you do with me? Who is this kid who dares to challenge the Kamikaze mercenary group? The Kamikaze mercenary group is so powerful that even the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce has to retreat. This kid is simply dead. At this moment, many passers-by at the gate of the city couldn't help but shook their heads secretly, and they looked at Jiang Chen with a pity look. Boy, even the people of the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce must follow the rules set by my Kamikaze mercenary group. What kind of thing do you dare to go wild here? The two guards were furious, staring at Jiang Chen with murderous expressions. If you dare to go one step further, kill wuxia. What about the rules of the Kamikaze mercenary group? As long as I am willing, no one's rules can restrain me at this genius. Jiang Chen smiled proudly and strode directly towards the city gate. The two guards shouted angrily, and their spears directly provoked a spear light measuring several feet long and shot them away at Jiang Chen. Two ants with the same concentration of pill, dare to block my way and get out of me. Jiang Chen glanced at the two with disdain, but his faint voice swept out with a terrifying power. A mouthful of blood spurted out of the two guards' mouths, and their stature was like a kite with a broken line, falling several feet away. They looked at Jiang Chen with pale expressions, and said in anger, "Boy, are you really going to be an enemy of my Shenfeng mercenary group? Isn't it just a Kamikaze mercenary group? If you are an enemy, then be an enemy. Why should I, Jiang Chen, be afraid? If you want to settle accounts with me, come to the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce. But, if you are an enemy of me, be prepared to bear the cost of being an enemy of me." Jiang Chen glanced at the two faintly, and walked directly into the Black Dragon City. Chapter 1146. Come for an appointment. Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce, Conference Hall. Long Li, the chairman of the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce, sat at the top of the conference hall. On both sides of him are the elders and high-level leaders of the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce. The core disciples including young leader Long Ling are among them. "Father, you are finally out." Long Ling looked at Long Li, who was in the first place, with an expression of extreme excitement. "At the beginning, I fought with the strong in the Blood Demon Palace. Although I suffered heavy losses, I was also a blessing in disguise. In the past 6 months of retreat, my cultivation base has increased a lot." Long Li smiled faintly, and immediately asked, "How is the situation outside during my retreat? You were seriously injured by an accident half a year ago, and the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce had to act low-key, resulting in the Black Dragon City being taken over by the Kamikaze Mercenary Corps. The Kamikaze Mercenary Corps has become more arrogant after taking control of the Black Dragon City. Now that my father's injury has recovered and his strength has improved to the next level, it is time for us to take back control of the Black Dragon City." Long Ling said angrily. "Yes, during this period of time our Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce has repeatedly tolerated, but the Kamikaze Mercenary Group has made every effort. Now is the time to give some color to the Kamikaze Mercenary Group. This Black Dragon City will always belong to our Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce. It's not a trivial Kamikaze mercenary group." The rest of the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce all echoed one after another, all looking like gearing up. During this period of time, the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce has been suppressed by the Kamikaze mercenary group. There is no doubt that everyone is holding a breath in their hearts. Now that Long Li has successfully exited the customs, how can they continue to endure it? This matter is not in a hurry. Let the Kamikaze mercenary group toss for a while, and they can't do anything about it. Long Li waved his hand and said, "Now the land of the Long family's heritage is about to open. Wait until this matter is over before dealing with the Kamikaze mercenary group." Hearing Long Li's mention of this, Long Ling's eyes could not help but light up. "Father, the land of inheritance is about to be opened right now, and Jiang Chen is still missing. I think I should enter the land of inheritance instead of him." Hearing this, Long Li couldn't help but sigh softly. To be honest, Long Li still prefers Jiang Chen to come to the place of Long family inheritance as scheduled. For the Long family geniuses of the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce, Long Li can be said to know very well. With their abilities, it is very unlikely that they can pass the test of the place of inheritance. Only Jiang Chen, the enchanting genius once famous in the northern wilderness, might have such a glimmer of hope. But when Jiang Chen went to the Zhongzhou mainland, the hope of returning to the northern wilderness was undoubtedly extremely slim. According to my estimation, the inheritance place will be opened within 10 days. If Jiang Chen attends the appointment in the future, you will replace him to the inheritance place. Long Li sighed lightly. After losing this opportunity, he had to wait another 10 years before he had a chance to unlock the secrets of the Long family heritage. Haha, President Long, I, Jiang Chen, are not an unbelieving person. Since I have promised you, how can I fail to speak? At this moment, a faint chuckle suddenly sounded in the discussion hall. The abrupt voice made Long Li startled slightly. He suddenly raised his head and looked towards the door, and saw a slightly familiar figure slowly walking into the hall. Long Li was overjoyed immediately. Jiang Chen, are you back? Jiang Chen faintly smiled and said, Chairman Long, Jiang Chen promised to help you solve the secrets of the Long family. He came to the appointment today. It shouldn't be too late. Chapter 1147, can still kill you with one move. Haha, brother Jiang Chen is indeed a trustworthy person, and it was time to come back. Long Li smiled heartily. His eyes swept over Jiang Chen, and his pupils suddenly shrank. I haven't seen him for more than a year. It's really embarrassing for brother Jiang Chen to grow up to this point. Although he also knew that Jiang Chen was talented close to monsters and had the guidance of the experts in Zhongzhou mainland, his strength would definitely improve very quickly. But Long Li still didn't expect that Jiang Chen's improvement in strength would be so terrifying. With his Shanghai 6th layer's cultivation base, he could not even see Jiang Chen's strength. Now Jiang Chen's breadth can be described as unfathomable. He even has a feeling that Jiang Chen's strength now is not inferior to his father who reached the 9th level of Shanghai. A monster who reached the peak of Shanghai at the age of 20 exists. Even in the history of the northern wilderness continent, it is probably unique. Long Li's heart also showed a touch of excitement that could not be concealed. With Jiang Chen's help, he might really hope to uncover the secrets of the Long family heritage this time. Looking at Jiang Chen appearing in the discussion hall, the other high-level core members of the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce may not feel anything. Only Long Ling clenched his fists, his face extremely unwilling, and his eyes on Jiang Chen almost burst into flames. The number of places in the Long family heritage should belong to him. But his father found Jiang Chen, and this guy defeated him with a single move, taking away the place that originally belonged to him. More than a year, Jiang Chen disappeared from the northern wilderness continent, and there was no news. Seeing that the land of inheritance was about to open, Long Ling thought he could once again replace Jiang Chen into the land of inheritance. But who knows that Jiang Chen just rushed back at this critical moment. No, I must not let Jiang Chen take away my spot so easily. Long Ling gritted his teeth, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. Since losing to Jiang Chen in one move that day, Long Ling has accumulated a lot of work and painstaking efforts over the past year, and his strength has grown rapidly. Now he has already reached the peak of the 9 levels of pill condensation, and even the yuan pill in his body has begun to transform into Shanghai, with the strength of a half-step Shanghai realm. Long Ling believed that even if he fights Jiang Chen again now, he might not give Jiang Chen to someone. Thinking of this, Long Ling did not hesitate. He took a deep breath and directly stood up and said loudly, Father, the land of inheritance is about to open. Now that Jiang Chen is back, we will determine the final candidate today. Long Li glanced at Long Ling lightly, shook his head and said, Don't be sure, you are not brother Jiang Chen's opponent. Now Jiang Chen's strength is unfathomable, at least he has reached the 7th level of Shanghai. Even if he is against Jiang Chen, he will probably not be an opponent in all likelihood. My own son wants to challenge Jiang Chen, it is no different. From looking for death, is it an opponent? You won't know until after the fight. Long Ling snorted coldly, and then looked at Jiang Chen provocatively. Jiang Chen, the place of the Long family heritage has always been based on strength. If you have the ability, you will fight with me again. Fight with you? Forget it, I don't want to bully people. Although your strength has improved a lot this year, I still only need one trick if I want to defeat you. Jiang Chen shook his head and said lightly. He dignified a divine soul realm king. and went to compete with a guy who hadn't even broken through the divine sea. Isn't this bullying? Chapter 1148, The Kamikaze Mercenary Group is here. Jiang Chen, do you think my Long Ling is still the original Long Ling? Stop talking nonsense. If you have a seed, just fight me upright. Whoever wins will be eligible to enter the land of the Long family heritage. Long Ling smiled furiously. He looked at Jiang Chen contemptuously. Why, aren't you afraid? Jiang Chen said lightly. Since you insist on discussing with me, then I will fulfill you. I will not move here, as long as you can push me back, even if I lose. Since entering the Central State Continent, Jiang Chen has seen countless geniuses over the past year, and finally even competed with the top geniuses of the 5 holy cities. The emperor-level genius of the 5 holy cities died in his hands. Even Feng Qingyi's top emperor-level geniuses with the bloodline of the great emperor were crushed by him. Long Ling in front of him, although he was one of the few young geniuses in the northern wild continent. But at best, it was comparable to the king-level genius of the 2-star Force Candlin Alliance. How could Jiang Chen look at such a character? Brother Jiang Chen, it seems that my ineffective son doesn't know your strength. I'm afraid he won't be reconciled. Brother Jiang Chen will teach me a lesson. Long Li snorted coldly. My own son, he really doesn't cry without seeing the coffin. That being the case, he would have a taste of this kid, how big the gap between him and Jiang Chen is. Seeing that Jiang Chen and his father despised themselves so much, Long Ling's heart was so angry. Jiang Chen, I want to see, what do you have in front of me, boy? He let out a low growl in his throat, and immediately rushed out with a punch at Jiang Chen like lightning. I can't help myself. Jiang Chen shook his head, still standing proudly with his hands in place, without any intention to make a move. He has now reached the 6th stage of the Taoist cultivation base, comparable to the powerhouse above Shanghai 7th. With Long Ling's strength below the divine sea realm, even his physical defenses could not be broken at all. How could Jiang Chen be qualified to do it? Long Ling's punch hit Jiang Chen as he wished. It was just the moment his fist hit Jiang Chen, it seemed to hit a hard stone statue. An extremely powerful counter-shock force came back along Long Ling's arm. Long Ling didn't have time to react, so he was shocked by the powerful counter-shock force and flew upside down, and finally fell heavily to the ground several feet away. Long Ling looked at Jiang Chen with a look of horror, but he didn't follow him in his heart, and he passed out directly. This scene also caused many senior executives of the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce to recover for a while. The young master of the dignified Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce, Long Ling in the Divine Sea Realm half-step, even Jiang Chen's defense could not be broken, but was directly injured by Jiang Chen's bodyguard. This young king who is famous in the northern wild continent is really not ordinary horror. The strength of this son is probably more terrifying than I thought. Long Li shook his head and gave a bitter smile. He was about to speak, but a shout like thunder came from outside the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce. People from the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce, get out of here. The sudden voice also made Long Li's expression slightly changed. Lu Shenfeng of the Shenfeng Mercenary Corps, why did he come? Are you from the Kamikaze Mercenary Group? When Jiang Chen heard the words, a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The Kamikaze Mercenary Group actually dared to come to the door. Chapter 1149. I am my greatest support. This Kamikaze Mercenary Group is really getting more and more arrogant. The tiger doesn't show off his might. The Kamikaze Mercenary Corps really treats my Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce as a sick cat. President, since the Kamikaze Mercenary Group has come to the door, it is time for us to let them know who is in charge of this Black Dragon City. A group of high-level members of the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce are filled with outrage. I originally planned to go to Lu Shenfeng to settle the account after the matter of the land of inheritance was over. Since everyone has come to the door, then I will meet him. Long Li asked him to take Long Ling down to heal his wounds, and then directly led the senior officials of the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce and walked outside in large strides. When the group came to the door of the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce, they saw an imposing middle-aged in silver robe, with more than a dozen powerful men standing proudly in the air. More than a dozen strong men are wearing all-colored silver robes, and the icon of the word kamikaze on the chest is particularly conspicuous. Looking at the middle-aged Yinpao headed by Long Li, he couldn't help but let out a faint snort. Lu Shenfeng, you came to my Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce with such a big fanfare, why on earth? This silver-robed middle-aged man is Lu Shenfeng, the leader of the Shenfeng Mercenary Group. and the only Shanghai realm powerhouse in Black Dragon City who can be as famous as the leader of the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce, Long Li. Long Li. The middle-aged Yinpao looked at Long Li, who appeared in his sight, and his pupils couldn't help but shrink slightly. You really are still alive. After Long Li fought a battle with a strong blood demon palace, he completely lost track. Lu Shenfeng took advantage of this opportunity to erode many forces of the Black Dragon Society step by step, thus taking control of the Black Dragon City. The reason why he has not done anything to the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce is that he is afraid of the existence of Long Li. This time Lu Shenfeng's cultivation base made a breakthrough. He was planning to find an excuse to test the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce, but he didn't expect that someone would give pillows right after dose. Someone broke the rules set by the Kamikaze Mercenary Group, not only killed the people of the Kamikaze Mercenary Group, but also told them to go to the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce to find him. Lu Shenfeng naturally took advantage of the situation and brought the strong of the Shenfeng Mercenary Group to kill. Huh, Lu Shenfeng, how can I die if you haven't died? Long Li snorted coldly. I heard that you have been very active in Black Dragon City recently. I really think that Long Li doesn't exist. Long Li, I came to the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce today, not here to talk nonsense with you. Lu Shenfeng said indifferently. Someone disrupted the order of the Black Dragon City and killed my members of the Kamikaze Mercenary Group. Now they escaped into the Black Dragon Merchant Guild. As long as you hand them over, I will leave with the Kamikaze Mercenary Group. Although the appearance of Long Li surprised Lu Shenfeng, he was not afraid of his recent breakthrough in cultivation. After half a year of that battle, Long Li must have had a big accident, otherwise he would not let him control Black Dragon City. Today he took this opportunity to test Long Li. Long Li's expression sank. He was about to speak, but a lazy voice came out from beside him first. You Shenfeng Mercenary Corps are so courageous, you dare to come to the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce to trouble me. I'm here, but do you have the ability to take me away? Lu Shenfeng's eyes condensed. His gaze instantly fell on Jiang Chen, and he said coldly, Boy, you are the one who killed my Shenfeng Mercenary Group. Don't think that there is a Black Dragon Merchant Guild to support you, and I can't help you. You are wrong. In this northern wilderness continent, I, Jiang Chen, don't need to rely on anyone. Jiang Chen stood proudly and said lightly, I am my greatest support. Chapter 1150. Shanghai 6th, I kill faster. A tiny little boy who dares to be so arrogant in front of my Kamikaze Mercenary Group. Boy, no matter what you rely on, my Kamikaze Mercenary Group can't spare you today. Lu Shenfeng smiled coldly, and then waved his big hand. Take this kid for me. Lu Shenfeng, you acted on my guests at the door of my Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce. Is it true that my Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce is a vegetarian? Long Li let out a cold snort, and his whole person instantly became murderous. Lu Shenfeng's gaze narrowed. Long Li, I have to take this kid today. Your Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce is really going to fight my Shenfeng Mercenary Group for him. If you want to fight, then fight. Long Li is not afraid. In the past 6 months, your Shenfeng Mercenary Group has oppressed the Black Dragon Merchant Guild and seized control of the Black Dragon City. I just want you to settle this account. The land of Long family heritage is about to open. Long Li originally planned to go to the Kamikaze Mercenary Group to settle the account after the matter was over, but who knew that the Kamikaze Mercenary Group actually came to the door. And this matter also involves Jiang Chen. Whether their Long family can uncover the secrets of the inheritance land, all hope lies in Jiang Chen. Even if he did not hesitate to fight with the Kamikaze Mercenary Group, he would never let Jiang Chen fall into the hands of the Kamikaze Mercenary Group. Okay, today, I, Lu Shenfeng, will learn about your strength as the president of the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce. Lu Shenfeng's eyes flashed, and Shanghai 6th layer's aura also burst out in an instant. Shanghai 6th layer, it turns out that your cultivation base has broken through. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant in front of me. Long Li smiled coldly, but, do you think you are qualified to be arrogant in front of me if you break through Shanghai 6th layer? Lu Shenfeng broke through, but he hasn't made no progress in the past 6 months, and his cultivation has reached the 6th peak of Shanghai. If it wasn't because the land of the Long family inheritance was about to open, just give him half a month, and Long Li would be sure to break through the 7th layer of Shanghai. Even though Lu Shenfeng had broken through Shanghai 6th layer, what fear did he have? Do you have that qualification? Try it and you will know. Lu Shenfeng's eyes sank, and a fierce storm of silver vitality swept away in an instant. Lu Shenfeng, since you sent it to the door to find death, then I will fulfill you. Long Li's eyes suddenly burst out with a sharp cold light, and the monstrous vitality energy surged all over his body. President Long, since this guy came to me, let me solve it. Just as Long Li was about to start with Lu Shenfeng, Jiang Chen's faint voice rang beside him. Brother Jiang Chen is a distinguished guest of my Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce. How can my Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce stand by? Long Li smiled slightly and said, it's nothing more than a martial artist of Shanghai's 6th layer. Brother Jiang Chen is needed to take action. With your strength, to solve the guy on the other side, I am afraid that at least 100 tricks will be needed. This is a waste of time. Jiang Chen shook his head and glanced at Lu Shenfeng lightly. I kill someone like him faster, but it's a blink of an eye, so I'll do it. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Long Li couldn't help but twitch for a while. Although his instinct told Long Li that Jiang Chen's current strength should no longer be under him, he still didn't expect Jiang Chen to be so perverted. Killing the martial artist of Shanghai's 6th layer, just a blink of an eye. Chapter 1151, Killing you is a matter of slap. A guy who doesn't have all the fur, dare to speak up in front of me. Boy, since you are so anxious to find death, then I will kill you first. Jiang Chen's contemptuous words also made Lu Shenfeng's eyes flashed with a cold light. Who is he? Lu Shenfeng? The leader of the kamikaze mercenary group, the only powerhouse in Black Dragon City who is as famous as the president of the Black Dragon Merchant Guild. Even in the entire northern desolate continent, that is the strong man standing at the top of the pyramid, and there are only a handful of people who can defeat him. The hairy boy in front of him wanted to kill him in a delusion. It was just a dream. You want to kill me? Jiang Chen pouted and said lazily, come on, I'll give you a chance to do it. Otherwise, if you wait for me to do it, you may not even have the chance to make a move. I want to kill you, it will just slap you. Lu Shenfeng's eyes were cold, and his figure appeared above Jiang Chen's head with a twinkle. A giant silver power claw on his palm directly grabbed Jiang Chen's head fiercely. Facing Lu Shenfeng's fierce blow, Jiang Chen's expression did not change at all. I saw him unhurriedly stretch out his palm, and gently shook the giant claw of Yuanli above his head. The giant claw of Yuanli was instantly condensed by a strange spatial force. Condensing Lu Shenfeng's attack lightly, Jiang Chen snapped his fingers, and the giant claw of Yuanli crashed to pieces in midair. Lu Shenfeng's expression changed drastically, and an inexplicable chill came from his heart. He was about to retreat when Jiang Chen raised his hand and slapped him over. Lu Shenfeng seemed to feel that the space around him was confined. Even if he exploded with all his strength, he couldn't get rid of the restraints. He could only watch Jiang Chen's palm expand rapidly in his pupils. The palm wind arrived in a blink of an eye. Under the slap of Jiang Chen, Lu Shenfeng fell from midair like a broken kite, and finally smashed into the ground to create a huge hole. Most of his body was buried in the ground, and only one head was exposed on the ground. There was no breath of life in his whole body, only the eyes were still wide open, revealing the color of boundless panic. Seeing Lu Kamikaze's miserable appearance that he could no longer die, there was a dead silence all around him. Whether it is Long Li and others, or the strong of the kamikaze mercenary group, it has been a long time to recover from the horror. The head of the dignified Shenfeng mercenary group, the powerhouse of Shanghai's 6th layer, was so scared to death by Jiang Chen's slap. This guy is too scary. This son is too horrible. The kamikaze mercenary group is over, let's run for our lives. Those strong kamikaze mercenary groups came back to their senses. Where they dared to continue to bring them here, they all fled like frightened birds. Jiang Chen didn't even glance at the escaping kamikaze mercenary group, and said directly to Long Li, President Long, you can solve the rest by yourself. The strongest of the kamikaze mercenary group, the strongest is no more than Shanghai's 1st and 2nd level of cultivation. This kind of stuff is completely like an ant in Jiang Chen's eyes, and he doesn't even have any interest in making a move. Thank you, brother Jiang Chen. Long Li returned to his senses, thanked Jiang Chen, and then sternly shouted, the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce listens to the order, and I will calm the Shenfeng mercenary group. Chapter 1152, The 6th Invincible Refining Technique. Long Li arranged for someone to take Jiang Chen to the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce to rest, and then directly led the powerhouse of the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce to kill towards the Shenfeng mercenary group. Ever since the kamikaze mercenary group took over in the Black Dragon, the friction between the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce and the kamikaze mercenary group has never stopped. Long Li had already had the mind to eradicate the kamikaze mercenary group, but suffered from no chance. Now that Jiang Chen slapped Lu Shenfeng, the leader of the kamikaze mercenary group, to death, and no one could stop him from the kamikaze mercenary group, how could he let go of the opportunity to destroy the kamikaze mercenary group? While Long Li mobilized the power of the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce, Jiang Chen stayed in the VIP room of the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce. According to Long Li's speculation, the land of the Long family's inheritance will be opened within 10 days, and Jiang Chen is not going to other places, intending to resolve the matter before leaving Black Dragon City. The place of the Long family's inheritance is extraordinary. I am afraid it is not so easy to pass. I will retreat and improve my strength these days. Logically speaking, although the Black Dragon City Dragon family used to be the #1 power in the northern wilderness, the top of the sky is also at the level of a 2-star power. With the strength of his Divine Soul Realm King, it should be a breeze to participate in the trial of a 2-star power heritage. But Jiang Chen always had a feeling that the place of inheritance of the Long family was not as simple as imagined. The last time I was in Lushui Lingu, there were still a lot of glazed sky heart roots that were scraped. It's time to upgrade the invincible body refining technique. Jiang Chen pondered slightly and made a decision in his heart. His martial arts cultivation base has broken through the Divine Soul Realm, but his physical cultivation base still stays at the level of Shanghai 7th layer, and he can't keep up with the martial arts cultivation base. Facing a martial artist in the Divine Sea Realm, his physique cultivation is still seldom rivaled. But facing the Divine Soul Realm King, it is undoubtedly a bit tasteless. Jiang Chen intends to upgrade the invincible body refining technique to the 6th level in one fell swoop. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen no longer hesitated. When he thought, a pile of Luli Tianxin roots piled up in front of Jiang Chen like a hill. Looking at the pile of Luli Tianxin roots in front of him, Jiang Chen picked up one and bit down. As the system prompts continued to sound, Jiang Chen's invincible physical training experience also increased. He had already eaten more than half of the pile of Luli Tianxin roots in front of Jiang Chen. Ding, your invincible Siamese technique has been promoted to the 6th level. Jiang Chen's invincible body refining technique's 5th level of experience finally reached completion and successfully broke through the 6th level. With so many Lulatian heart roots, I finally piled the invincible body refining technique to the 6th level. Jiang Chen opened his eyes, and a rare smile appeared on his face. The 6th level of invincible body refining, which means that the physical body enters the 7th heaven, and the body can shake the soul of the king. However, Jiang Chen's invincible body refining technique was originally stronger than the general physical Dao technique, and coupled with the powerful bloodline power of the true dragon divine body, the power that bursts out is very powerful. Even with physical strength alone, Jiang Chen even had the confidence to smash and kill the king of the ordinary divine soul early stage. Chapter 1153, The Place of the Long Family Heritage. Invincible body refining technique broke through the 6th layer. Jiang Chen continued to consolidate his cultivation, and waited for the opening of the Long family heritage. 7 days passed in a flash. Long Li finally sent someone to inform Jiang Chen that the land of the Long family's heritage has opened. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate, and went straight to the mysterious valley deep in the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce. Long Li and the elders of the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce, as well as 2 young disciples of the Long family who looked very similar, had already appeared in front of the valley. This valley is the place of inheritance of the Long family of Black Dragon City. In the past few days, Jiang Chen has also obtained a lot of information about the ancient land inherited from the Long family. The ancient land inherited by the Long family is actually a secret space opened up by an ancient power. When the ancestors of the Long family discovered this secret space and received no inheritance in the secret space, they established the Black Dragon City here, taking the secret world as the lifeline of the dragon family's inheritance. The Long family, the first family in the northern wild continent that was once powerful, has long been formed by inheriting the secret space of the ancient land. The secret space of the ancient land passed down by the Long family has a long history and rich resources. It has cultivated generations of strong men for the Long family. The ancient land of the Long family heritage is a place where the talented disciples of the Long family try to improve their strength. Hundreds of years ago, the Long family disappeared from Black Dragon City overnight, and the ancient land of inheritance was also completely sealed. Until the last few decades, the seal of the Long family heritage land has finally changed, and there will be a period of loosening every 10 years. In this period of time, together with the elders of the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce, Long Li was able to forcefully break the ban and send 2 or 3 young geniuses into it. These Long family geniuses who entered the ancient land of inheritance quickly brought out a message from the ancient land of inheritance that a mysterious trial ground appeared in the ancient land of inheritance. According to Long Li's guesses, this trial place is probably related to the disappearance of the Long family. This mysterious place of trial is very difficult to enter. Since the ancient seal of inheritance was loosened, the Long family has sent the Long family's young geniuses into the secret space 7 or 8 times. It's a pity that only people under 25 can enter the ancient land. The Long family has not cultivated any enchanting genius in recent years, and no one has broken the entrance of the trial land to enter it. And the birth of Jiang Chen undoubtedly led Long Li see hope. He did not hesitate to invite Jiang Chen over. Now that the ancient seal of inheritance is loose, I won't say more nonsense. I and the elders will open the restriction now. The time when the seal is loosened will generally last for about 3 days, and everything is up to you. Seeing Jiang Chen's arrival, Long Li said directly. When Long Li's voice fell, he put his hands together and played a strange golden rune with the 2 elders of the divine sea realm. Only the sound of sizzling was heard, and the void in front of everyone waved like a water surface wrinkled by the wind, rippling layers of ripples. Then, a dark whirlpool appeared out of thin air. Go in. The Long family heritage ancient land is a secret space that has existed for at least tens of thousands of years. There are many crises in it, so be careful. Long Li exhorted Jiang Chen and the 2 young geniuses of the Long family. The 2 Long family youths responded and immediately jumped directly into the black whirlpool. When Jiang Chen saw this, he didn't hesitate anymore, and disappeared into the dark whirlpool in a flash. Chapter 1154. Conditions for entering the trial land. The feeling of space distortion made Jiang Chen dizzy, and when he opened his eyes, he had already entered a strange world. This world is almost the same as the air-sea secret realm that Jiang Chen once entered. However, the richness of heaven and earth vitality in the secret realm is many times higher than that of the empty sea secret realm. Slightly looking at the surrounding environment, Jiang Chen turned his head to look at the 2 young geniuses of the Long family. I'm going to the place of trial. Are you looking for opportunities in the secret realm, or are you with me? These 2 young geniuses of the Long family are twins, named Long Xing Long Yu. Both have the cultivation base of Shanghai first layer, and are the top geniuses cultivated by the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce in the past 10 years. Go directly to the place of trial, said Long Xing, who was slightly taller. Now that the time for the opening of the ancient land is limited, they don't have much time to seek opportunities in the secret realm. Entering the place of trial and unlocking the secret of the Long family's disappearance in those years is the purpose of their trip. Although Long Li was optimistic about Jiang Chen, they did not want to pin their hopes on Jiang Chen alone. The 2 of them can be regarded as the most outstanding geniuses of the Long family in the past 100 years, and both entered here with the cultivation base of the divine sea realm. Moreover, the 2 are twins, with a strong heart, and can work together to fight the 4-tier powerhouse of Shanghai. Even without Jiang Chen's help, they would have the confidence to enter the trial land and unlock the secret of the disappearance of the Long family. The 3 unfolded their figures, followed the route Long Li gave them all the way, and soon came to a mysterious ancient temple. The ancient temple is made of dark mysterious rocks, surrounded by various dragon-shaped totems, exuding a breath of vicissitudes of life. Is this the place of trial? Looking at the ancient temple in front of him, Jiang Chen couldn't help showing a strange look in his eyes. Yes, this is the place of trial. Since the seal of inheritance of the ancient land was loosened a few years ago, my Long family has sent 3 young geniuses to this ancient temple every 10 years. It's just that the requirements for entering this ancient temple are extremely high. Our Long family has never reached the minimum requirements for entering the ancient temple in these years. Long Yu explained to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen said in surprise, what is the minimum requirement to enter the ancient temple? There is a layer of mysterious enchantment on this ancient temple. As long as you make a full blow to the enchantment, you can get anything from that mysterious enchantment, and you can enter it. As Long Yu said, Long Xing, who turned his head directly to the side, said solemnly, brother, let's try. Long Xing nodded, and immediately exploded at the same time as Long Yu. the monstrous vitality energy instantly turned into a dragon-shaped fist energy, and roared away at the ancient temple in front of him. Long Xingquan Jin was resisted by a golden barrier just 3 feet away from the ancient temple. The two combined their forces to strike, and they were completely annihilated without even causing half ripples in the golden enchantment. How can this be? Long Xing's eyes were dull, and there was an unbelievable whisper in their mouths. Both of them have already broken through Shanhai, and even the strongest of Shanhai's 4th layer will have to avoid the edge for a while. But even so, they have not been able to meet the conditions for entering the trial ground. Although they had heard more than once that it was difficult to enter the trial land, they still didn't expect it to be so difficult. Could it be that only the young geniuses of the late Shanhai period are eligible to enter this place of trial? Long Xing muttered authentically, shouldn't they be so exaggerated about the conditions for entry into this trial land? Chapter 1155, The Shock of the Long Brothers. Hearing this, Long Yu couldn't help being speechless for a while. In the late Shanhai period, this was already an extremely strong man at the top of the pyramid of the northern wild continent. Such an extremely strong person can be counted by almost one hand in the entire northern wild continent. However, the entry conditions of the Long family heritage ancient land were restricted to under 25 years old. The young genius who reached the late Shanhai stage before the age of 25 may not have appeared in the entire northern wild continent for thousands of years. The threshold of this trial place is so high, isn't it a deliberate attempt to prevent people from entering? Brother Jiang Chen, the entry barrier for this trial land is beyond imagination. The next step is to rely on you. I hope you can successfully enter the trial land and unlock the mystery of the disappearance of my dragon family. Long Yu shook his head with a wry smile, and couldn't help looking at Jiang Chen. This guy can easily kill the 6th layer of Shanhai Lu Shenfeng, and his strength may have reached the late Shanhai stage. If Jiang Chen couldn't even enter the trial place, then this trial place is really hopeless. It's beyond imagination. If I guessed right, I am afraid that at least the strength of the Divine Soul Realm King can arouse the resonance of the golden enchantment and obtain the qualification to enter the ancient temple. Jiang Chen stared at the golden enchantment tightly, and there was an inconceivable shock in his eyes. Although the Long family used to be proud of the northern wilderness, at its peak, it was almost the same as the 2-star power in the central state continent. But in such an ancient place of inheritance of 2-star forces, such a place of trial actually appeared. A place of trial with the King of Soul Realm as the threshold. I am afraid that only the 5-star Emperor sect in the legend has the qualifications to create such a trial ground. The ancient land of the Long family inheritance is a secret realm discovered by the ancestors of the Long family by chance. Is this secret realm left behind by a certain Emperor-level force? Jiang Chen muttered to himself, his heart was shocked to the extreme. The secret realm left by the Emperor-level forces. Doesn't this mean that the northern desolate continent once had such terrifying existence as imperial forces? This place of trial must at least be entered by the King of Soul Realm. When the Long family brothers heard Jiang Chen's words, they were shocked and dumbfounded. Divine Soul Realm King, the entire northern wild continent didn't know how many years it hadn't appeared. Not to mention, the ancient land of Long family heritage only allows young disciples under 25 to enter. If the conditions of this trial site are really so abnormal, I'm afraid my Long family will never try to reveal the secrets of the trial site. The Long brothers couldn't help showing a bitter smile when they heard Jiang Chen's words. The King of Soul Realm under 25. The conditions for entry into this trial land were simply abnormal. That's not necessarily true. I will go in for you to see what is magical in this place of trial. Jiang Chen's voice fell, and the will of the Soul Realm King turned into a physical attack, and landed on the golden enchantment overwhelmingly. I saw a burst of bright golden light burst out of the golden enchantment. The closed door of the mysterious ancient temple also slowly opened rumblingly. Seeing this scene before them, the two Long family brothers couldn't help taking a breath. In their eyes looking at Jiang Chen, there was an incredible horror. Brother Jiang Chen, you have already broken through the King of the Divine Sea Realm. You are waiting for me here, I'll go in and see. Jiang Chen ignored the horror of the two of them at all, and swept towards the gate of the ancient palace in a flash. Chapter 1156, Plane Teleportation Array. Enter the ancient temple. Jiang Chen glanced away, and immediately landed on the stone platform in the classical center. This huge circular stone platform with a diameter of several tens of feet. On the surface of the stone platform, various mysterious and primitive runes are depicted. These runes have been fully activated at this moment, exuding all kinds of dazzling light. Vaguely, Jiang Chen seemed to feel a simple and reckless aura exuding, which made people secretly startled. This is the space formation. His knowledge in the formation is not weak, and he can almost see at a glance that the stone platform should be a space teleportation formation. It's just that this space formation is extremely complicated, and many formation runes are simply unheard of. When Jiang Chen entered the Zhongzhou continent, he had seen a lot of space teleportation arrays. But even the ultra-long-distance teleportation formation arranged by Master Xiao, far from being able to compare with the formation in front of him. A huge teleportation array with a diameter of hundreds of meters. Where can such a space teleportation array be teleported to? Jiang Chen couldn't imagine it. The spatial teleportation array arranged by Master Xiao, perhaps even less than 1% of this teleportation array, would have been able to connect the northern wilderness and the central state continent. The teleportation formation in front of me is probably enough for 10 Shenwu continents in the sky. Ding! You watch the plane teleportation array for 10 minutes to trigger a hundredfold comprehension. Ding! You comprehend the essence of some plane's teleportation formation. Just when Jiang Chen was shocked by the space teleportation array in front of him, the system prompt sound suddenly sounded in his mind. The system's prompt sound also made Jiang Chen's eyes suddenly shrink. Plane teleportation array. After Jiang Chen entered Yandi City, he also learned many secrets that are difficult for ordinary people to touch. According to the ancient records of Yandi City, there should be countless planes similar to the Shenwu continent in the universe. Thousands of years ago, the great calamity of the Shenwu continent, the powerhouse of the Emperor realm, disappeared overnight. It is said that some people guessed that they left the Shenwu continent and went to a higher plane. If the legendary teleportation formation in front of you is really a plane, wouldn't it be possible to leave Shenwu continent through the teleportation formation in front of you and enter other planes? Combined with everything that happened in the Long family, he soon wanted to understand a lot of things. According to his guess, this space secret realm that happened in the ancestors of the Long family back then was probably left by other powerful people. When the Long family disappeared from the northern wilderness continent, I am afraid it was through this place that they left the northern wilderness continent. Jiang Chen stared closely at the plane formation, a hesitant expression flashed across his face. Do you want to use the plane teleportation array to go to the plane array at the other end? He didn't know exactly where the formation was teleported to, and he didn't even know whether it could easily return after the teleportation. Now he still has many things to deal with in Shenwu continent, but he doesn't want to leave just that. Forget it. After dealing with the matter of Shenwu continent, let's talk about it later when I have a chance. Jiang Chen shook his head and turned to leave the ancient palace. Only when Jiang Chen turned and left did he realize that the gate of the ancient palace could not be opened. The gate of the ancient temple closed automatically just now, and Jiang Chen didn't care. But now the gate of the ancient temple can't be opened. Even if he displayed the power of the divine soul realm king, he still couldn't shake the gate of the ancient temple. Can't you go out? Jiang Chen was speechless to the extreme. Can only enter but not exit. This ancient temple is too cheating. Chapter 1157, Hualongcheng. Jiang Chen tried his best, but finally failed to open the door of the ancient temple. In desperation, Jiang Chen could only look at the plane teleportation array in the center of the hall again. This mysterious ancient temple is called the place of trial by the Long family, but there is no trial in the ancient temple, there is only such a plane teleportation array. Could it be that the opposite side of the plane teleportation array is the real test place? Fine, since you can't get out, go and see. If he guessed correctly, when he was qualified to enter the ancient temple, the plane teleportation array had already been activated. The plane teleportation array is open, which means the trial is open. And this trial should be a program that has already been set up, and once it is started, there is no way to go back. Now he has no choice but to enter the trial land to participate in this unknown trial. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and strode directly into the teleportation formation. At the moment Jiang Chen stepped into the teleportation formation burst out a burst of brilliant golden light. Jiang Chen only felt the world spin and his body suddenly accelerated. Even if Jiang Chen's physical strength is strong, there is a feeling that his body is about to be torn for a while. The bright golden glow wrapped Jiang Chen's body, and quickly broke through the void and came into a dark space channel. Jiang Chen only felt his body shook, and finally rushed out of the dark space channel. Is this the real trial place? Jiang Chen raised his head and looked at the strange world in front of him, and he couldn't help but let out a low whisper. What appeared in front of Jiang Chen was a cliff that was thousands of feet high. The initial entrance of Jiang Chen's teleportation array is located at the top of the cliff. Looking down from the top of the cliff from a far distance, you can see the misty clouds of Yuanli, which are thousands of miles away. And in this Yuanli cloud and mist, there is a 10,000-foot-high mountain, like Optimus Prime, straight into the cloud. On the high mountain, a magnificent golden giant city is crawling there like a golden dragon. The wall of the giant city is as high as tens of feet, exuding the ancient and majestic atmosphere. What a censored city! Jiang Chen took a deep breath, and immediately flicked towards the golden giant city. The situation in this trial site completely surpassed Jiang Chen's expectations. He had to figure out what exactly it was here. Jiang Chen came to the golden giant city. Look at it at a glance. Jiang Chen's eyes fell on the more than 10 feet tall gate of the golden giant city. At the top of the city gate, there are 3 huge golden fonts Hualongchang. These 3 fonts exude an infinitely powerful pressure. Even with the strength of Jiang Chen Divine Soul Realm King, just looking at it, there is a feeling of heart palpitations. Jiang Chen had no doubt that if he stared at these 3 fonts for a longer time with his strength, he would immediately become blurred and his spirits would collapse. Who did this plaque of Dragon City come from? With just 3 fonts, the King of Souls and Souls can be killed at a distance of thousands of meters. I don't know what terrifying state the owner of this plaque has reached. Emperor Realm, the Emperor, or above the Emperor. Jiang Chen suppressed his horror and walked slowly towards the gate of the city. On the golden avenue leading to Hualongchang, there are also a few sporadic warriors along the way. These guys. With his gaze swept over these young warriors, Jiang Chen's eyes also showed a shocking color that could not be concealed. Chapter 1158, Trial from the Ancient Dragons. These young warriors are all under 25 years old, and almost all of them have reached the Divine Soul Realm King. Occasionally, there are 1 or 2 warriors from Shanghai 9 layers, and they seem to be under 20 years old. Every young man here has a level of enchantment that exceeds most of the Emperor-level geniuses in the 5 holy cities. Among the 5 holy cities, there are probably only top geniuses like Feng Qingyi, who can barely compare with the young geniuses here. Here you give your name, the plane of birth. When Jiang Chen walked to the gate of the city, a guard wearing a golden armor struck his spear and directly stopped Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, from Shenwu continent. Jiang Chen glanced at the golden armor guard in front of him, and he couldn't help but feel a little bitter in his heart. The King of Soul Realm is actually just a guard at the gate. This dragon city in front of him is really not an ordinary luxury. The golden armor guard gave Jiang Chen a surprised look. I didn't expect that Shenwu continent would actually have descendants to the ancient dragon tribe's trial site. Can there be a token of my ancient dragon tribe? A token of the Gulong tribe. Long Li and the others didn't know much about the conditions of the trial land, and they hadn't given him any ancient dragon clan tokens. After thinking slightly for a while, Jiang Chen took out an ancient jade carved with a dragon-shaped pattern. This ancient jade was given to him by Long Li at the beginning, and it was a token of the president of the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce. If there is anything in his body that can be related to the ancient dragon clan, I am afraid there is only this ancient jade. It is indeed a token of my Gulong clan. Come with me. The golden armor guard glanced at Jiang Chen, and then led Jiang Chen towards the inside of Hualong City. Jiang Chen followed the golden armor guards into the dragon city, and a huge coercion enveloped him. He looked up and saw countless golden flowing clouds surging in the sky, constantly forming various mysterious patterns, giving people a very strange feeling. This dragon city is not only rich in heaven and earth vitality, it is probably more than 10 times higher than Yandi City, and it even contains a mysterious willpower that can strengthen the spirit power of the martial artist. Compared with this dragon city, the 4-star sacred ground for cultivation in Shenwu continent is simply weak. With a hundredfold blessing of the hundredfold cultivation system, Jiang Chen only needs to cultivate in this dragon city for 1.5 years, and he may be able to pile up his cultivation to the pinnacle of the soul realm. Here, this is the starting point of the trial, you can go in. The golden armor guards quickly brought Jiang Chen to a golden building that was several tens of feet high. On the dome of the building, there was a huge 5-clawed golden dragon that was alive, as if alive. Jiang Chen clasped his fist at the golden armor guard and thanked him, and then slowly walked into the golden hall. Jiang Chen found that dozens of young people had gathered here in the hall. The young people looked at Jiang Chen, who walked into the hall, and they all cast their eyes on Jiang Chen. "Brother, new here," a simple and honest young man near the entrance of the main hall greeted Jiang Chen enthusiastically. Jiang Chen didn't know anything about dragon transformation and the so-called trial at this moment. He just needed to find someone to understand the situation. Now the honest young man took the initiative to say hello. Jiang Chen couldn't help but smiled and reported to his family, "Hello, my name is Jiang Chen, from Shenwu Continent." Shenwu Continent. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, many young people in the hall stopped paying attention to Jiang Chen, and there was a look of disdain in their eyes. Chapter 1159. The Secret of the Universe. Shenwu Continent, an inferior little plane with no reputation. How can such a genius born on a lower plane be compared with them? Shenwu Continent. Brother Jiang also came from the lower plains. My name is Zhao Ya and I come from Lingyu Continent. Hearing Jiang Chen's introduction, the honest young man suddenly smiled and became more enthusiastic. Jiang Chen was startled slightly. The lower plane? You don't know the lower plane? This time it was Zhao Ya's turn to be surprised. He obviously didn't expect that Jiang Chen didn't even know the most basic common sense. Jiang Chen said helplessly, "Some changes occurred in our place thousands of years ago, and many inheritances have been broken. I came here by accident." Zhao Ya nodded, and then patiently explained to Jiang Chen. In the endless universe, there are tens of thousands of different planes, known as the universe. These tens of thousands of planes were divided into several levels. Inferior planes are the lowest, followed by middle planes. Above these two planes, there is the supreme main plane. In the universe, there are countless inferior and intermediate planes, but the main plane is unique. That unique main plane is called God's domain. God's domain is the most mysterious and highest plane of the universe, and it is also the ultimate destination that the creatures of the universe dream of. In this place in front of him is a trial place for the ancient dragon tribe, the forces of God's domain. It is said that as long as you pass the test, you can get the qualifications to enter God's domain directly. Brother Zhao Ya, the young geniuses here are all from the universe. Do you want to enter the realm of God through the trial of the ancient dragon? How the ancient dragons of God's domain left a test of inheritance in the universe, this is too exaggerated. Jiang Chen felt like entering a new world at this moment, full of endless curiosity about this world. The realm of the gods is vast and boundless, and the level of the plane is supreme. Not to mention those god-level powerhouses that far exceed the plane of the lower realm. Even the lifespan of ordinary people far exceeds the plane of the lower realm. As a result, the number of descendants of countless races in God's domain has also rapidly expanded. After millions or even tens of millions of years of development, it will reach a very terrifying point. At this time, some collateral branches that are not valued by the ethnic group are placed in the lower realm. Only some elite disciples who pass the trial and assessment of the ethnic group are eligible to return to the gods. The place in front of me is a trial ground opened up by the ancient dragon clan. It can be said that those who can come here have a certain relationship with the ancient dragon clan of God's domain. Zhao Ya explained with a smile. After hearing Zhao Ya's explanation, Jiang Chen suddenly realized. It seems that the space secret realm discovered by the Long family of the Black Dragon City should have been accidentally left behind by the people of the ancient dragon tribe of God's domain. The warriors of the lower realm, besides entering the gods in this way, do they have other methods? Jiang Chen thought for a while and couldn't help asking Zhao Ya again. Most lower realm planes should have their way to God's domain. However, this road is extremely difficult. Take our Lingyu continent as an example. It is said that only those who have stepped into the ruins realm are qualified to enter the God's realm. Zhao Ya shook his head and smiled bitterly. How difficult is it for the lower realm, especially the lowest inferior plane, to give birth to a strong person in the market? Return to the market. As far as Jiang Chen knows, the next realm of the divine fetal realm is the Guishu realm, which is the emperor-level powerhouse of Shenwu continent. Doesn't this mean that only emperor-level powerhouses have the qualifications to enter God's domain? Chapter 1160. Golden Dragon Book. Jiang Chen thought a lot. The Lingyu continent where Zhao Ya is located is inferior to the Shenwu continent. Why is the Shenwu continent only ignorant of the affairs of the universe? Even in the 5 holy cities of Zhongzhou, there seems to be no record of the universe or the gods. And what happened to Shenwu continent 10,000 years ago? The imperial realm powerhouse disappeared overnight. Could it be that he went to God realm through the channel between Shenwu continent and God realm? If Shenwu continent really has a channel to connect with God's domain, such as Yandi City, a holy land that has been passed down for tens of thousands of years, it shouldn't be possible without a record of God's domain, right? Forget it, first practice for a while in this dragon city, and then return to Shenwu continent. Regardless of the result of this trial, Jiang Chen didn't plan to enter God's domain now. Intuition tells him, the humble inferior plane of Shenwu continent is probably far from being as simple as it seems. Shaking his head, Jiang Chen stopped thinking about it and continued to communicate with Zhaoya on the side. Zhaoya is also very talkative. As long as Jiang Chen asks questions, he has not even introduced Jiang Chen to the young warriors in the hall. Jiang Chen, have you seen the dozen or so guys in the middle? These people are all from the middle plane, they have a sense of superiority in their bones, and they generally don't bother to communicate with us, as if they feel that communicating with us will lose their identity. But, although these guys are arrogant, they are really strong, it's best not to provoke them easily. Although Zhaoya was a little uncomfortable in his words, he still said to Jiang Chen solemnly. Medium plane, the strength of these young martial artists standing in the center is indeed extraordinary, and some of them may have reached the 4th level of the soul. He even felt a breath of danger from one of them. Zhaoya introduced several people to Jiang Chen. Most of these people just nodded to Jiang Chen indifferently, and stopped talking. Jiang Chen didn't care. Those who can come here are the sons of Tianzhao on the plane of the lower realm. It's not surprising that they are a little bit shameless, but Zhaoya is an alternative. Just when Jiang Chen and Zhaoya were talking vigorously, there was a sudden fluctuation in space in the hall. An indifferent golden-robed old man appeared directly in the hall. Seeing the red-robed old man appeared, Jiang Chen and the two also stopped talking, and they all cast their eyes on the golden-robed old man. You are all geniuses from the lower realm, and you must have some understanding of Dragon Transformation City. A person in such a city, if he can pass the test of the ancient dragon tribe, he will be able to transform the dragon once and obtain the qualification to enter the gods. Now proceed to the first level of the trial, enter the city to test. The old man in the golden robe said. A golden scroll appeared in his palm, and a breath of vicissitudes of life was also diffused from the scroll in an instant. This is the Golden Dragon Book of the Ancient Dragons. It is really the Golden Dragon Book of Heaven. I have only seen it from the family classics. The eyes of some young people who knew this book became extremely fiery. Seeing the excitement of everyone, Jiang Chen couldn't help but ask Zhaoya curiously, what is the Golden Dragon Book? Zhaoya shook his head and said, the Golden Dragon Book of Heaven, according to legend, is a treasure of the ancient dragon family, and contains incredible power. I don't know the specifics. The old man in the golden robe ignored the shock of everyone, and opened the scroll with a wave of his palm. There seemed to be a dragon chant in the hall, which rang directly in Jiang Chen's ears. Chapter 1161, The Heavenly Golden Dragon Book of Heaven. Jiang Chen was shocked, and couldn't help looking at the scroll unfolded in the hands of the old man in the golden robe. I saw the scroll portrait, which was a lifelike 5-clawed golden dragon, as if to break free from the scroll. This is the first volume of my Gulong Golden Dragon Book of Heaven. It is mainly used to test the talents of the martial artist. Although it is an imitation, it still contains the divine power left by the strong ancient dragon clan. If you can comprehend one or two, you can get a lot of benefits. Who will come first? The voice of the old man in the golden robe fell, and many young warriors raised their hands impatiently. Let's start with you. The old man in the golden robe randomly pointed to Zhaoya with a single finger, and Zhaoya suddenly became excited. Stand in front of the Golden Dragon Sky Book and watch the Golden Dragon Sky Book, and rank according to the length of time you insist on. If you persist for less than 10 breaths without a level, you will lose the qualification to continue the trial in the Dragon City. Zhaoya took a deep breath, and then slowly stepped forward, staring at the Golden Dragon Heavenly Book with his eyes wide open. After a few breaths, Zhaoya seemed to be in a strange state. After this state lasted for more than 10 breaths, Zhaoya's figure trembled and finally woke up. He took a few steps back with a pale face, panting heavily, but his eyes were full of excitement. 13 interest, barely qualified. The old man in the golden robe announced the result blankly, threw a golden badge to Zhaoya, then pointed to Jiang Chen and asked Jiang Chen to come forward to test. Tisk tusk. The inferior planes are really rubbish, but the 13 breaths are barely able to stay in Hualongcheng, and they don't even have the qualifications to enter the Dragon Tower. A medium-sized genius with a golden mark on his eyebrows couldn't help but sneer in disdain. You. Who do you say is rubbish? Zhao Ya's face flushed instantly, and he stared at the young man angrily. He is one of the best geniuses in Lingyu continent, but now he is likened to, censored, by that young man. How can he not be angry? The young man sneered with disdain. Just like you, I'm afraid you won't even want to enter the realm of God through trials in this life. Isn't it rubbish? Zhao Ya trembled with anger. You. But before he waited for him to speak, Jiang Chen's palm suddenly fell on his shoulder. Don't talk nonsense with him, I'll let him know who is the real rubbish. Jiang Chen said lightly, and then strode to the Golden Dragon Heavenly Book. When his eyes fell on the Golden Dragon Book, he only felt that the whole person was brought into a wonderful state by the Golden Dragon Book. Ding! You watch imitations of the Golden Dragon Book of Heaven, trigger 100-fold comprehension, 3000*100 sword intent experience. Ding! You watch imitations of the Golden Dragon Book of Heaven, trigger 100-fold comprehension, and experience 3000*100 boxing skills. Ding! You watch imitations of the Golden Dragon Heavenly Book, trigger 100-fold comprehension, Thunder Dao's true meaning experience 3000*100. Ding! Watching imitations of the Golden Dragon Book of Heaven will trigger 100-fold comprehension, and the true meaning of the fire will experience 3000*100. Ding! Watching the imitations of the Golden Dragon Book of Heaven will trigger 100-fold comprehension, and the true meaning of Feng Dao will experience 3000*100. Hearing the series of system prompts, Jiang Chen was really shocked and stunned. He just read the Golden Dragon Book of Heaven for a while, and all the true meaning of martial arts he comprehended had been improved. This Golden Dragon Book of Heaven is too defying. Chapter 1162, Triple Perfection. Haha. This inferior guy is quite arrogant, how long do you think he can hold on? The censored of the lower planes, being able to hold on for 20 breaths is already great. 20 breaths, you are too dear to that kid. More than a dozen middle-level young geniuses looked at Jiang Chen and couldn't help but talk with disdain. Don't think that being from a mid-level plane is great, and it's not that you can't mix in God's domain. If you are really awesome, you won't appear in the trial ground of the ancient dragon clan. Zhao Ya looked sarcastically authentic. The family of these guys in the northern wilderness only came to the lower realm when they couldn't get along with the ancient dragon clan. Did they really think they are superior? Seeing that a low-level trash dared to ridicule them, the complexion of those middle-level geniuses didn't look good. Especially the young man who was the first to ridicule Zhao Ya, stared at Zhao Ya with stern eyes. Boy, what are you, censored, saying? I just said what happened to your trash. If you don't accept it, you can bet with me on whoever you or Jiang Chen insisted on for a long time. If anyone loses, he will automatically get out of Hualongchang. Zhao Ya said provocatively. How do you dare to compare? The so-called barefoot are not afraid to wear shoes. With the golden-robed old man here, even if these mid-level geniuses are arrogant, I am afraid they would not have the guts to do something with him. Anyway, he only had 13 breaths in the test of entering the city. This talent was already considered the worst in Hualongchang, let alone getting the qualification to enter the god's domain. If Jiang Chen loses, he will return to Lingyu continent directly. But if Jiang Chen wins, he might be able to meet a genius who is qualified to enter God's domain. Even if he couldn't directly enter God's realm and was covered by Jiang Chen, he would at least be able to get in this dragon city. Although this dragon city was only a trial place opened up by the ancient dragon clan, it was not comparable to the lower planes. As long as he has been cultivating in this place for 10 or 8 years, he may not be able to break through the return to the market realm and obtain the qualifications to enter the realm of God. Why don't you dare? Since you want to gamble, I will be Huang Pingfeng with me. The young man named Huang Ping had a sneer on his face. Just wait to get out. Although these people are branches expelled to the lower realm by the ancient dragon tribe of God's realm, they can stand on the middle plane, and their strength is naturally much stronger than the branches of the lower plane. Moreover, the middle planes, whether it is the heaven and earth power, or the martial arts inheritance, are one level higher than the lower planes. Huang Ping really doesn't believe that an inferior plane of garbage can surpass him in talent. Jiang Chen turned a deaf ear to what was happening around him at the moment. He stared closely at the Golden Dragon Heaven book in front of him, only feeling that it contained infinite mystery. It seems that every stroke on the Golden Dragon Book of Heaven contains the power of all things in the universe. Moreover, The level of these powers far exceeds the true meaning of martial arts and the power of the domain that Jiang Chen is familiar with, and even the laws of the great emperor are far behind. Jiang Chen stared at the Golden Dragon Heavenly Book like this, and the system prompts kept ringing in his mind. 1 interest, 2 interest, 3 interest. The true meaning of martial arts that Jiang Chen comprehended was constantly gaining experience points. Unconsciously, the time of 20 breaths passed quickly. A pleasant system prompt sounded in the ear. Jiang Chen was already close to the sword intent of triple perfection, and finally broke through the last step and successfully reached the realm of triple perfection. Chapter 1163, shocked the audience. Sword intent is finally threefold complete. Jiang Chen was pleasantly surprised. The improvement of the true meaning of martial arts is far more difficult than the improvement of cultivation base. There are too few things in this world that can directly enhance the true meaning of martial arts. Especially after the martial arts' true meaning enters the triple realm, every time it breaks through a small realm, a huge amount of experience is needed. Even with the system, Jiang Chen's sword intent has been stuck in the realm of 3 major achievements for a long time. This time I came to Hualong City and watched the Golden Dragon Book of the Ancient Dragon Clan of God's Domain, and finally successfully entered the realm of triple perfection. Now that my triple sword intent is complete, I can still gain experience points. I don't know if the experience points increase to the peak, can I directly comprehend the sword domain? Jiang Chen thought slightly in his heart. The power of the domain is the power. Above the true meaning of martial arts, only those who break through the divine birth realm and cultivate a kind of martial arts true meaning to the triple perfect realm can they comprehend the power of the realm. It is precisely because of this that the power of the domain will be called the domain of the emperor. Although Jiang Chen's sword intent has been threefold complete, his cultivation has just broken through the soul realm. Even if there is a systematic existence, he is not sure whether he can comprehend the sword domain in the divine soul realm. Shaking his head, Jiang Chen didn't think too much, and continued to use the Golden Dragon Book of Heaven to improve the experience of the true meaning of martial arts. Although the mysterious power of the Golden Dragon Book of Heaven exudes an inexplicable coercion, Jiang Chen's martial arts true will is constantly increasing, and it is completely able to withstand it for a while. 20 breath, 30 breath, 40 breath. The time for Jiang Chen to comprehend the Golden Dragon Book of Heaven has exceeded 50 breaths. Everyone, including the old man in the golden robe, looked at Jiang Chen with an incredible look of shock. Brother Jiang Chen really has amazing talents. He has insisted on 50 breaths. Huang Ping, you will lose this bet. Seeing the situation before him, Zhao Ya finally couldn't help laughing proudly. Right bet, this time he was right. Jiang Chen's talent is more enchanting than he thought. Huang Ping's eyes were dull, his whole person was like a ghost, and he could hardly imagine his eyes. It is estimated that in the records of the clan, every 10 breaths of the Golden Dragon Book is a dividing line, and most of the trialists who come to Hualongcheng can comprehend 20 or 30 breaths. The enlightenment time exceeds 50 breaths, even in the history of Hualongcheng, that is an extremely rare peerless genius. 50 breaths, this is almost a result that has been able to board the record list of Hualongcheng's entry test. A guy from the lower plains actually comprehended the Golden Dragon Book of Heaven for more than 50 breaths. How is this Tamar possible? When everyone was shocked by Jiang Chen's performance, Jiang Chen still worked tirelessly to increase the experience of the true meaning of martial arts through the Golden Dragon Book. Ding! Your fist will break through the 3 great realms. Ding! Your Huo Dao's true intention has broken through the 3 great realms. Ding! Your wind path truly breaks through the realm of triple perfection. Ding! Your Lei Dao true intention breaks through the realm of triple perfection. With the passage of time, Jiang Chen once again ushered in an explosion of martial arts true meaning, and all martial arts true meanings have directly raised a realm. Tisk tusk. This Golden Dragon Book of Heaven is really a good thing to upgrade the true meaning of martial arts. Jiang Chen's heart was extremely hot. If he continues to comprehend, all his martial arts true meanings can at least reach the state of triple perfection. Even breaking the limit, comprehend the power of domain is not impossible. Chapter 1164, this record is too good to break. Forget it, it's almost 100 breaths, let's give up. Although the Jinlong Tianshu's improvement in the true meaning of martial arts was amazing, Jiang Chen could still hold on for a long time, but Jiang Chen did not intend to continue his enlightenment. Compared with Zhao Ya's previous results, Bai Shi should already be a very good result. Jiang Chen will return to Shenwu continent, this time in Hualongchang, just for a simple experience. If you continue to comprehend and behave too enchantingly, it would not be so good to be forced back to God's domain by the people of the ancient dragon tribe. Jiang Chen intends to keep a low profile. His thoughts flashed. Jiang Chen pretended to be unable to bear the power of the Golden Dragon Heaven Book, staggering back several steps. Ha ha, brother Jiang Chen, your time to comprehend the Golden Dragon Book of Heaven has exceeded 100 breaths. It's amazing. Zhao Ya was very excited. He tilted his head to look at Huang Ping. His simple and honest face also showed an extremely triumphant look. Huang Ping, who do you think we should get out of now? Hearing Zhao Ya's words, Huang Ping's expression instantly became extremely difficult to look. More than 100 breaths, this is already among the top ones in the record list of the Dragon City entering test. Zhao Ya really couldn't understand why such a terrifying evildoer was born from an inferior plane. Brother Zhao, is Bai Zai's results good? Jiang Chen looked at Zhao Ya, who was excited, and then looked at the shocked expressions of other people in the hall, and suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. It's more than good, it can't be better. Did you know, in the history of Hualong, almost one hand can count those who entered the city to test and comprehend the Golden Dragon Book of Heaven for more than 100 breaths. Bai Shi, this is definitely a result that can be on the record list of the city entrance test. Zhao Ya said excitedly. Jiang Chen, learn about 109 breaths of the Golden Dragon Book of Heaven, and reward 10 crystals. Break the record of entering the city of Hualongchang, top the record list and reward 100 crystals. At this moment, the voice of the old man in the golden robe rang in everyone's ears again. When the old man in the golden robe announced the test results, Jiang Chen was speechless. He felt that he had acted low-key enough, but he didn't expect to still break the record of entering the city. This record of the Dragon City entering the city test is too good to be broken. Little guy, you have a good talent. I will recommend it to the city lord so that you can be qualified to pass through the realm of God. The old man in Jinpao looked at Jiang Chen, and a rare smile finally appeared on that expressionless face. The first comprehension of the Golden Dragon Book of Heaven is more than 100 breaths. Even if it is in the ancient dragon clan, it can be regarded as a rare genius. With his eyesight, it is naturally not difficult to see that Jiang Chen had not tried his best to comprehend the Golden Dragon Book of Heaven. Such a genius is already fully qualified to directly enter the Gulong clan. Qualifications to pass through God's domain. Hearing the words of the old man in golden robe, countless young geniuses in the hall showed envy and jealousy on their faces. In Hualongchang, there are 2 ways to enter God's domain. One is to pass the trial of Hualongchang within 10 years, and the other is to cultivate to the realm of returning market in 10 years. Which of these 2 methods is actually not an easy task? Most of the lower realm geniuses who came to Hualongchang, even after staying for 10 years, failed to enter the realm of God. Now Jiang Chen can obtain the qualification to directly enter God's domain by only passing the entrance test, so how can he not be envied and hated? Chapter 1165, The Arrogant Huang Ping. Thank you senior for your kindness. Junior has to go back to the lower realm. There is no plan to go to God's domain for the time being. Jiang Chen shook his head and directly rejected the kindness of the old man in Jinpao. Regarding God's domain, the only main plane of the universe, Jiang Chen was curious, but he still had many things to deal with in Shenwu continent, so naturally he couldn't just enter the God's domain. If possible, Jiang Chen still hopes to be able to cultivate to the ruins realm, and then find the passage between Shenwu continent and God realm to enter God realm. If he enters the God's domain through the trial land of the ancient dragon clan, he is bound to be bound by the ancient dragon clan. Jiang Chen knew almost nothing about God's domain and ancient dragons. Jiang Chen didn't want to put the rest of his life in the hands of the Gulong tribe so easily. What? This kid turned down. I heard it right. Seeing that Jiang Chen rejected the old man in the golden robe, many young geniuses in the hall were so startled that their eyes almost fell off. God's domain, this is the supreme main plane of the universe, and the only place where it can become a god. Countless warriors on the lower realm plane, squeezing their heads, want to drill into the gods. But this guy in front of him refused the opportunity to go directly to God's domain. This guy is absolutely stupid by a donkey kick. You sure? The old man in the golden robe was also stunned for a moment. Apparently he didn't expect Jiang Chen to give up the opportunity to go directly to God's domain. Jiang Chen nodded and said, I'm sure. Well, you have the right to choose. After finishing talking, the old man in the golden robe directly threw the token in reward to Jiang Chen, and continued to host the city entrance test. This son broke the record of entering the city of Hualongchang, and was indeed a genius in the lower realm. But the ancient dragons, who are as talented as clouds, belong to the middle level, and they don't deserve too much attention. He has given this kid a chance. Since this kid doesn't cherish it, why should he force it? The entrance test continues. The inferior plane genius who played next was undoubtedly inferior to Jiang Chen. Even if it was the longest time to comprehend the Golden Dragon Book of Heaven, it did not exceed 50 breaths. The vast majority of people even stay at the level of 20 or 30 breaths. Soon, it was the turn of the mid-level genius to play. These middle-level geniuses are indeed much better than the lower-level geniuses, with the lowest scores of 40 or 50 breaths, and the highest reaching 90 breaths. Huang Ping, who had spoken to mock Jiang Chen and the others, had a final score of 80 breaths. Huang Ping, weren't you arrogant just now? Not just an 80-breath result. I would like to lose the gambling, and you can get out of Hualongchang. When Zhao Ya saw this, he couldn't help laughing smugly. Huh, you said I gotta get out of here. Huang Ping snorted disdainfully, apparently not taking the previous bet to heart. There is only one opportunity for a trial in Hualongchang. Naturally, Huang Ping could not leave Hualong City so easily. A test score is only a dozen of rubbish. Even if he does not fulfill the bet, what can this guy do to him? It's not ashamed of a big man to turn back in front of so many people. Zhao Ya's face was full of contempt. Zhao Ya, if you are more acquainted, stop this matter. Huang Ping stared at Zhao Ya with stern eyes, with an extremely arrogant expression. Otherwise, when you enter the Dragon Tower, I will make you pay a heavy price. Chapter 1166. The Real Place of Trial, Rising Dragon Tower. Zhao Ya clenched his fists, his face flushed, and his whole body trembled with anger. This Huang Ping is too shameless. If he loses the gambling and fails to fulfill his gambling agreement, he is even arrogant and threatens him in turn. Unexpectedly, not only your strength is rubbish, but your character is rubbish. Trash like you, I think we should get out of Hualong City sooner. Jiang Chen stepped forward and looked at Huang Ping lightly. Jiang Chen had a good impression of Zhao Ya, so naturally he couldn't just watch him being bullied by Huang Ping. Jiang Chen, it seems that you are going to stand up for Zhao Ya. Huang Ping's pupils shrank slightly. For Jiang Chen, who refreshed the record of the Hualongchang entry test, Huang Ping's heart instinctively had a touch of jealousy. Jiang Chen glanced at Huang Ping faintly. Didn't you just say that I was rubbish? As long as you admit that you are not as good as rubbish, I will spare you once. Otherwise, you are going to get out of Konghua Dragon City. Jiang Chen, if you don't want you to enter the city to test and break the Dragon City record, I am really afraid of you. Huang Ping smiled angrily. I want to see, how can you make me get out of Dragon City? He has now participated in the entrance test and obtained the identity token of Hualongchang. As long as he does not violate the rules of Hualongchang, he can stay in Hualongchang for 10 years. Unless he takes the initiative to leave, no one would ever want to expel him. Okay, private fights are forbidden in Hualong City, and offenders will be expelled directly from Hualong City. If you have any grievances, go to the battle platform of Shenglong Tower to resolve it. Seeing that Jiang Chen and Huang Ping had a big disagreement and were about to do something, the old man in Jin Pao couldn't help but frown slightly. He took out a booklet from the storage ring and handed it out to Jiang Chen and the others. The test of entering the city is over. The next step is to find a way to survive in the Dragon City, and pass the trial to obtain the qualifications to enter the realm of God. There is a specific introduction in this booklet, so please take a closer look at it yourself. After receiving the pamphlet, Jiang Chen flipped through the contents directly. Jiang Chen had a general understanding of the trial of Hualong City. In the trial of Hualongchang, after entering the city for the test, everything can only depend on oneself. Even where you live, you can only buy it yourself in Hualongchang. The currency used for purchase is the universal currency of God's domain Shenjing. Without God Crystal, it is almost impossible to move in Hualong City. The real place of trial is the most iconic building in Hualongchang Thanglong Tower. There are 9 floors in the Shenglong Tower, and each floor has corresponding entry conditions. The entrance to the gods is located at the top of the Shenglong Tower. As long as you clear the Shenglong Tower all the way, you will be eligible to enter God's domain. The conditions for entering each level of the Dragon Tower are extremely difficult. The entry conditions for the first floor are related to the entrance test. Only those who enter the city with more than 50 interest rates are eligible for free entry. If the interest rate is less than 50, for every 10 interest rate lower, you will have to pay 10 more crystals. In Hualongchang, it is not easy to earn a censored crystal, and many people may not be able to earn a censored crystal in a month. Many people who enter the city to test less than 50 breaths, even if they spend a year or a half in Hualongchang, they may not be able to enter the first floor of the Dragon Tower. The entry conditions for each subsequent layer are even more difficult than those for the previous one. Wanting to climb the 9th floor of the Dragon Tower, for most people, is no different than climbing to the sky. Chapter 1167, The First Floor of Thanglong Tower. Brother Jiang Chen, it's over. I am a scum of more than 10 breaths, not to mention entering the Dragon Tower. Even if I stay in the Dragon City, it will be a problem. After reading the information in the pamphlet roughly, Zhao Ya's expression suddenly became a little bitter. The better the entry test score, the more Shenjing rewards you will get. His score of more than 10 breaths didn't even have the reward of a censored crystal. Just staying in Hualongchang, you need a crystal for a year. As for entering the Shenglong Tower, Zhao Ya hardly dared to even think about it. Based on the results of his entrance test, he needs to pay 40 crystals to enter the first floor of the Dragon Tower. He wanted to collect 40 crystals, but he didn't know that he would collect it in the year of the monkey. Let's go, you can join me. There is a rule in this pamphlet that if you enter the city for more than 100 breaths, you can take one person to the first floor of the Thanglong Tower for free. Now that he is in Hualongchang, he only knows Zhao Ya, so he might as well give him this place. Brother Jiang Chen, I don't want to thank you for your kindness. I have noted your kindness. Zhao Ya's expression was grateful, and his heart was also very excited. This time he came to Hualong City, he had met a nobleman. Even though he entered the Dragon Tower, he didn't have the ability to pass to the 9th level and obtain the qualifications to enter the realm of God. However, the Shenglong Tower is the center of the entire Hualong City. Just cultivating here will have several times the effect of the outside. If he can directly enter the Shenglong Tower, he may not have the opportunity to break through and return to the market realm after 10 years of cultivation in the Shenglong Tower. Out of the hall, Jiang Chen and the two walked along the street towards the center of the city, and soon came to a magnificent 100-zhang tower. This huge tower is the Tower of Shenglong, and it is also the real trial place for all the warriors of the Dragon City. The top of the tower is thin and thick at the bottom, showing a conical shape. The top is hidden in the misty golden glow, giving people a mysterious feeling. Under the sign of the guard at the door, Jiang Chen showed his identity token and walked directly into the Shenglong Tower. Walk into the first floor of Thanglong Pagoda. Jiang Chen discovered that the internal structure of the Dragon Tower was far more complicated than he thought. The Thanglong Pagoda has a huge area, covering at least hundreds of miles, and it is very lively, with people coming and going everywhere. It has all kinds of facilities, like a small town. I didn't expect that there would be so many people in this Dragon Tower. Looking at the chuckle in the Shenglong Pagoda, Jiang Chen couldn't help but wonder. This is normal. There are countless lower realms in the universe related to the ancient dragon tribe. People will come here to participate in the trial at any time. Everyone who comes to Hualong City can stay in Hualong City for 10 years and accumulate. There are naturally a lot of people. Wandered for a while on the first floor of Thanglong Tower. Jiang Chen came to a huge fighting arena in the center of the first floor. This is the battlefield. Jiang Chen looked at the martial arts arena in front of him, and a strange look appeared in his eyes. According to the introduction on the brochure, the battlefield is the key to the trial of the Dragon Tower. To gain the qualifications to enter the realm of God, you have to fight constantly in the martial arts arena. From the first floor of the Shenglong Tower to the second floor, in addition to paying the gods, there is another condition that is to defeat 2 opponents in the battle arena. From the second layer to the third layer, 3 consecutive victories are required, and so on. This also means that if you want to go up to each level in the Dragon Tower, you have to get 1 more winning streak. Until you set foot on the 8th floor to win 9 consecutive victories, you can climb the gate to the gods on the 9th floor. Chapter 1168, The Cruel Rules of the Battlefield. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, pushed open the door of the martial arts arena, and a hustle and bustle came over his face. At a glance, there were thousands of young warriors surrounding the battlefield. The center of the fighting arena. A burly young man holding a long golden battle axe was fighting with a thin young man holding a sword. The thin youth is obviously not as strong as the burly youth, and has been retreating steadily under the attack of the burly youth. Ha ha, a trash from the lower planes dared to challenge me and die for me. The burly young man laughed, and the thin young man lost his balance. Before the thin young man could stabilize his figure, the burly young man's golden tomahawk slashed horizontally and slashed directly on the thin young man's back. The thin young man was instantly split into two pieces by the golden battle axe, and he died before he even screamed. Just die like this. When Jiang Chen and Zhao Ya saw this, their pupils couldn't help but shrink slightly. This trial of the Dragon Tower seems to be much more cruel than they thought. Ha ha, cool, who else is coming up? I am going to win 10 consecutive victories today. The burly young man took the identity token of the thin young man in his bag, but his face was still full of meaning, yelling arrogantly to the audience. 10 consecutive victories. Can't you enter the second floor of the Dragon Tower in 2 games? What is this guy doing so many games? Zhao Ya's expression was authentic. The battle in the battlefield of the Dragon Tower is obviously a duel of life and death, and almost every battle is at risk of death. This burly man is going crazy, he played so many games. Hee. This Rising Dragon Pagoda is not as simple as imagined. The two must be newcomers to the Rising Dragon Tower, right? At this moment, a silver-haired young man next to him suddenly looked at Jiang Chen. Zhao Ya hurriedly smiled and said, "Yes, we are indeed just entering the Dragon Tower. We still hope this Shangtai will give some pointers if we are puzzled. Actually, it's not a secret. You can find out if you two inquire." The silver medal youth smiled slightly, and Zan even explained to the two Jiang Chen. Both Jiang Chen understood the reason. From the first floor of the Rising Dragon Tower to the second floor, it really only takes 2 consecutive victories in the fighting arena. But in addition to this, you have to pay the cost of 20 crystals. The vast majority of warriors entered the first floor of the Dragon Tower. Even after 2 consecutive victories, they couldn't come up with 20 crystals at all. They had to continue to stay on the first floor to earn God crystals. For them, the fastest way to earn God crystals is to fight on the battlefield. Kill your opponent in the battlefield, and everything about the opponent will be your trophy. In addition, the battlefield also has winning streak rewards. For every more winning streak, you can get a lot of crystal rewards. It is said that if you can win 10 consecutive victories on a certain floor of the Thanglong Tower, you can get the title of King of War on this floor and enter the next floor for free. It is precisely because of these rules. Even though the battlefield is very cruel, it has always been the most popular place in the Ryong Tower. The fighting field is the only opportunity for all the warriors of the Shenglong Tower to enter the higher level. So, that guy on the stage intends to hit 10 consecutive victories. Zhao Ya said with envy. The guy on the martial arts stage seems to have won 9 consecutive games. Doesn't this mean that as long as he wins another game, he can get the title of the first-tier warlord and enter the second tier of the Dragon Tower for free? Chapter 1169, 10-game winning streak debut. Zhao Ya looked at the burly young man who was fighting too much, and he was extremely envious in his heart. A 10-game winning streak can enter the second floor for free, which is equivalent to saving 20 crystals. He was able to enter the first floor this time because of Jiang Chen's blessing. Don't say earning 20 crystals to enter the second level. I am afraid it will not be easy for him to survive on this first level. Yes, the 10-game winning streak can not only enter the next level for free, but also has many privileges in the Dragon Tower. The silver-robed youth nodded. He raised his head to look at the burly young man on the high platform, and he couldn't help but said solemnly, "But it is not easy to win 10 consecutive victories in the fighting arena. I am afraid he will be in trouble next." Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but a surprised look appeared in his eyes. I wonder what Shangtai said. The battlefield has rewards for winning streaks, as well as rewards for breaking winning streaks. With each winning streak, the next one will be more difficult. For example, this guy has already won 9 consecutive victories. If he can break his 9 consecutive victories, he can get the same reward as his 9 consecutive victories. The silver-robed youth smiled slightly and said, "Do you think it is easy to win 9 games in a row, or to break 9 games in a row? 9 consecutive victories require 9 consecutive fierce battles. If you break the 9-game winning streak, you can get the reward of the 9-game winning streak by simply beating the opponent with ease. How can it not be tempting? Not only that, the 10-game winning streak has some privileges in the Dragon Tower. If this guy becomes the warlord, it will harm the interests of the first-tier warlords. The silver-robed young man slowly said, so, anyone who wins in a row will face a war king out of all likelihood. War king? Jiang Chen looked astonished and said, the 10-game winning streak is still on the first floor. The champion who can win 10 consecutive victories on the first floor is definitely one of the best in the first floor. Such a person is not only powerful, but has already been able to enter the second floor of the Thanglong Tower for free. Why do they stay on the first floor? Because the strength of the second-tier warriors is stronger than the first tier. Even if it is the first-tier warlord, it is not easy to enter the second tier. They stay on the first floor, and they earn the crystals faster. So many warlords will choose to stay on this level for a while, earn enough crystals to enter the next level. Those who can win 10 consecutive victories to become the king of war are almost undoubtedly not the top geniuses of this level of arrogance, so how can they be willing to be suppressed by the people of the second level? Instead of Jiang Chen, I am afraid that he would also choose to earn more divine crystals on the first floor to improve his strength, and then enter the second floor. Wu Kui, if you want 10 consecutive victories, you have to ask if you agree with Wang Tong. While Jiang Chen and the others were talking, a faint snort suddenly sounded on the battlefield. A dark shadow fell directly in front of the burly youth. Wu Kui, a burly young man, suddenly shrank his eyes. Han Li, it seems that you are going to stop me from winning 10 games in a row. The black-clothed youth named Han Li smiled faintly. Since you want 10 consecutive victories, you must be prepared to face us. Okay, today, Wu Kui, I will teach you the methods of the first tier. Warlord. Wu Kui smiled coldly. He raised the golden battle axe in his hand, and a fierce aura like an ancient behemoth also spread from his body instantly. Chapter 1170. Play with the title of King of War. Fuck, it turned out to be Warlord Han Li. It seems that the rumors are true. After 9 consecutive victories, there will be a first-tier warlord. Tisk tusk. Wu Kui is probably over now. Seeing the situation in the center of the battlefield, many warriors couldn't help but talk about it. Sure enough, the King of War made the shot. The silver-robed youth's eyes narrowed slightly. This black-robed youth is one of the 3 kings on the first floor of the Dragon Tower, and his strength is unfathomable. Jiang Chen quietly looked at the two on the martial arts arena, and did not speak. Almost all the auras that the two of them exude in the battlefield are at the stage of triple spirit. If you talk about cultivation alone, the gap between the two is not big. But for these geniuses from all over the universe, their combat power cannot be measured by their cultivation base. That burly young man named Wu Kui was worse than War King Han by more than 1 star. Just when the thoughts flashed in Jiang Chen's mind, Wu Kui, a burly young man, raised his golden battle axe and slashed it out at War King Han Li. The power of this axe, accompanied by the original force, was like a roaring ancient fierce beast, heading towards Han Li. Han Li's face was cold, and a dark spear appeared in his palm. Small bugs, dare to show ugliness in front of this king and break it for me. Han Li's spear shook, and the invisible spear intent instantly turned into a black python and rushed towards Wu Kui. The black giant python opened its mouth in the blood basin and easily swallowed the Gungan Yuanli that Wu Kui had brought up with an axe. Seeing that he was easily broken by Han Li with a full blow, the burly youth's face changed slightly. It just hasn't waited for him to react. Han Li's figure appeared ghostly on top of his head, and the black spear pierced the void directly, thinking about his head. Wu Kui's eyes were blood red. Facing the threat of death, he exploded 12% of his power, and raised his golden battle axe to block Han Li's spear. He only heard a loud and clear noise, and Han Li's spear pierced the golden battle axe abruptly, piercing Wu Kui's head without any suspense. Wu Kui's body was shocked, his eyes protruding violently, bloodshot tangled in his eyeballs. He looked at Han Li incredulously, and soon died of breath. The situation on the battlefield immediately caused countless people around him to take a breath. Wu Kui, who had won 9 consecutive victories, was shot headshot by Han Li. Han Li, one of the 3 war kings in the first tier, is indeed a well-deserved reputation. The gap is too big. Although Wu Kui also has the strength of the threefold spirit and soul, the biggest reliance is that not weak bloodline power. But the Battle King Han Li's spear intent and Feng Dao's true intent have at least reached the level of triple Xiaocheng. How can it be compared to Wu Kui? This Shangtai, if I directly defeat this King of War, I wonder if I can get the status of King of War. Looking at Han Li on the martial arts arena, Jiang Chen thought for a while and couldn't help asking the silver-robed youth on the side. You think too much, it's impossible. The silver-robed youth shook his head and said, because only those who have won 9 consecutive victories will have the qualifications to challenge the King of War. Is that so? Jiang Chen nodded, and then walked towards the martial arts arena. With Jiang Chen's strength, almost no one on the first floor of the Shenglong Tower could pose a threat to him. He planned to pass the first floor as soon as possible to go to the high-level experience of the Shenglong Tower. Brother Jiang Chen, are you going to the martial arts arena? Seeing Jiang Chen's actions, Zhao Ya's expression could not help but change slightly. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Yes, I'll go up and play a few games, by the way, play with the title of War King. Chapter 1171, Jiang Chen is here. Under the gaze of countless eyes around, Jiang Chen strode towards the battlefield. He looked at Han Li, who was going straight down from the fighting arena, and then passing by, and couldn't help but said indifferently, Warlord Han Li. Han Li paused. He tilted his head to look at Jiang Chen, frowned slightly and said, Boy, are you doing something? Jiang Chen grinned. Yes, I am more interested in the title of King of War. I plan to use your title of King of War for fun. Following Jiang Chen's words, there was an uproar around the martial arts arena. Who is this kid, who is so awesome, dare to speak wildly in front of Han Li? Tisk tusk. A fascinating guy who also wants to challenge the King of War. I don't think he really knows how to write death words. You want to challenge me? Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly. As far as I know, the person on the first floor of Shenglong Tower who still maintains 9 consecutive victories doesn't seem to be you. You don't seem to be qualified to challenge me, right? Shenglong Pagoda has the existence of the King of War, as well as some strong men who have maintained 9 consecutive victories. These 9-game winning streak will not rashly challenge the 10th game. The opponents faced in the 10th game will be the existence of the King of War, and they will all make preparations to attack the King of 10 in a row. The first floor of the Thanglong Pagoda currently has more than a dozen strong players with 9 consecutive victories. For these 9-game winning streak, Han Li is naturally more concerned. But in his memory, among these 9-game winning streak, there doesn't seem to be this kid in front of him. Not a strong player with 9 consecutive victories. What qualifications does this kid have to challenge him? Jiang Chen chuckled. I don't have the qualifications now, it doesn't mean I won't have it for a while. I'm not going to say hello to you first, so that you can be mentally prepared. Han Li's eyes flashed, and he sneered. It seems you are very confident in yourself. Okay, I'm waiting for you to challenge me. As the warlord on the first floor of the Thanglong Tower, Han Li is not afraid of any challenge. The reason why he still stayed at the first level was to earn God crystals through the battlefield. In the battle arena on the first floor of the Dragon Tower, 1 winning streak will reward 1 crystal, 2 winning streaks rewarding 2 crystals, and 9 consecutive wins rewarding 9 crystals. A strong man with 9 consecutive victories can get a total of 45 crystals. And breaking the winning streak can plunder all the rewards of the winning streak. If Jiang Chen can really win 9 games in a row, he only needs to defeat Jiang Chen to get 45 crystals. This kind of opportunity to earn God crystals is also something Han Li can meet and not ask for. How could he refuse? Under Jiang Chen, who just entered the Shenglong Tower today and wants to challenge the 10-game winning streak, who is willing to take the stage for a battle. Jiang Chen boarded the martial arts platform, his eyes swept around slightly, and a faint voice resounded throughout the martial arts arena. A newcomer who just entered the Dragon Tower, but also delusional to challenge the 10-game winning streak. I really don't know what to say. I will fight you. At this moment, a tall young man, carrying a huge black iron sword, jumped forward and fell in front of Jiang Chen like a heavy hammer. The young man drew out the 9-foot no-edge giant sword behind him, and said arrogantly, Boy, how do you want to die? Jiang Chen's face was indifferent. Stop talking nonsense, make a move, I'm in a hurry. Great Sun Sword Art, the tall young man shouted angrily, and the 9-foot no-edge giant sword blew a fierce storm of vitality in the air, and then slashed out with a lightning-like sword. Chapter 1172, Successive Spikes, 4 Consecutive Victories. The tall young man slashed out the sharp sword without a sharp edge. Billowing yuanli formed a golden sun with a diameter of 10 feet in front of the tall young man. The flames billowed above the golden sun, exuding a terrifying hot breath, as if to burn everything around it into nothingness. Jiang Chen stared at the golden sun approaching him blankly. I saw the blood dragon sword in his hand flashing out of thin air, his figure advancing instead of retreating. The direct human sword burst out against the golden sun. Laugh. With a slight inaudible sound, Jiang Chen's figure sank into the golden sun. I saw that Jiang Chen's figure flew out from the other side of the golden sun, and a ghostly sword aura on the blood dragon sword in his hand also pierced the throat of the tall young man at an indistinguishable speed. Puff. The throat pierced, the apple not shattered, and the blood gushing out like a fountain. The tall young man's eyes widened in a daze, his vision became blurred in an instant, and the whole person fell down with a thud. I'm going. The tall young man has the cultivation base of the first level of the soul, and is slightly higher than that of Jiang Chen. Why is it so defeated? Hi. One sword kills opponents who are higher than their own cultivation level. No wonder this kid dared to threaten to challenge the 10-game winning streak. It is really extraordinary. At this moment, everyone looked at Jiang Chen on the martial arts stage, and their expressions finally became more solemn. Even many people who were eager to try and prepared to challenge Jiang Chen couldn't help but wipe out their cold sweat secretly, thanking that they were not the first to do it. Almost all those who can enter the Dragon Tower are geniuses from all planes of the universe. In this place, it is not easy to kill opponents of the same realm or stronger than one's cultivation base with a single sword. Almost all who can do this are the top geniuses in the Dragon Tower. Such a character, as long as he is given some time, I am afraid that he is destined to become the existence of 10 consecutive victories. In the shock of everyone, Jiang Chen seized the tall young man's storage ring and identity token, and several staff in charge of the fighting field quickly carried the tall young man's body down. The second scene, who will come? Jiang Chen stood proudly in the center of the fighting platform, and his faint voice resounded through the fighting arena again. The second warrior is on stage again. This is a martial artist whose cultivation has reached the divine soul dual stage, and his strength is much stronger than that of the tall youth. Jiang Chen still used an understatement to kill him in seconds. The third, fourth, no matter what kind of opponent Jiang Chen faces, he will win with one understatement. Jiang Chen's winning streak also soon came to a 4-game winning streak. The faces of countless warriors around the battlefield changed. Jiang Chen's opponents in the fourth scene of the third game had already reached the second stage of the Soul and Soul, and their strength was enough to rank in the top 100 on the first floor of the Dragon Tower. But such a character was still killed by Jiang Chen with a single sword. This also means that Jiang Chen's combat power is definitely at the top of the first floor of the Dragon Tower. The fifth game, who will fight me? As the staff in the fighting field lifted the corpse in front of him, Jiang Chen's repeated words rang out again in the fighting field. Only this time, no one responded to Jiang Chen. The huge battlefield fell into deathly silence at this moment. Among thousands of warriors, no one dares to take the stage. For a while, Jiang Chen could not find his opponent in Game 5. Chapter 1173, There is no reason not to make you. Fighting arena. Jiang Chen stood proudly on the high platform by himself, and the hustle and bustle surrounding him had completely silenced. Everyone is watching Jiang Chen quietly, and no one wants to be Jiang Chen's opponent in Game 5. Although the first floor of the Thanglong Pagoda is the lowest level, it is actually the most difficult to mix. Because the first floor is the entrance of Shenglong Tower, the strength of the warriors who enter here is uneven. Some newcomers with relatively enchanting talents, even though they have just arrived here, may already have the terrifying power to dominate the second and even third levels. This kid named Jiang Chen on the Wudo stage is just a newcomer who has just entered the Shenglong Tower. The strength displayed by this newcomer can be described as terrifying to the extreme, undoubtedly that kind of very enchanting existence among the newcomers. Kill the warriors of the Divine Soul Dual Realm with one sword. Such strength, even if you look at the entire first floor of the Dragon Tower, that is one of the few. These warriors in the battlefield are not fools, who wants to send them to the door to die? Fuck slot, no one has challenged, is this the rhythm of killing all? Seeing the weird situation in the fighting arena, the silver-robed youth who was staying with Zhao Ya was stunned. Zhao Ya asked curiously, through killing. What does this mean? The so-called kill is a warrior who fights continuously on the martial arts stage until no one dares to fight. In this case, you don't need 10 consecutive victories to get the title of War King. The silver-robed youth said with excitement, I have been here for 3 years in the Dragon Tower. Maybe today I will witness the birth of a king of killers. Is there no opponent? Jiang Chen suddenly couldn't laugh or cry. This is still the 5th game, and no one wants to be his opponent, so how can he challenge the 10-game winning streak? Time goes by every minute and every second. After a period of coldness and no one came to power, Jiang Chen planned to ask the person in charge of the fighting field. A middle-aged man walked directly onto the stage and announced with a blank face, "The last 10 breaths, no one comes to the stage to challenge is a pass kill. The pass killer can directly win the title of War King." Oh, so there are still such rules in the fighting field. Jiang Chen was stunned, and then the corners of his mouth could not help but a strange arc. The title of the first-tier warlord of the Shenglong Tower seemed much simpler than he had imagined. A silly trash, who also wants to kill and win the title of King of War. They dare not fight you, I Huang Ping will fight you. Just when everyone thought that Jiang Chen was about to become a killer and directly won the title of War King, a faint cold snort suddenly resounded in the fighting arena. There was a wind breaking through the air in midair, and a figure exuding a tyrannical might also appeared in front of Jiang Chen ghostly. Fuck, this guy turned out to be a master of the triple realm of spirits. When did the first floor of the Shenglong Pagoda have such a master of spirit? Triple, is it also a newcomer? Well, the recent newcomers should be so awesome. When everyone looked at Huang Ping who appeared on the martial arts stage, they couldn't help but exclaim. Jiang Chen looked at Huang Ping in front of him, his sword eyebrows raised slightly, "It's you." Huang Ping said with a sneer, "Why, this wudutai doesn't stipulate that I can't fight, right?" The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth raised a slightly ghostly arc. "Since you have sent to the door to find death, I have no reason to fail you." Chapter 1174. Triple Perfection, True Meaning Transformation. Jiang Chen, do you really think you have won a few games in a row and you are invincible on this first level? From the moment I came up, your good luck has ended here, see how I cut you. Huang Ping sneered contemptuously, and the triple spirit of the spirit exploded with all strength. I saw a wave of the long sword in his hand, a cyan sword light, as if with a horrible sword intent that was enough to make the world annihilate, he slashed away at Jiang Chen. This is the sword intent of the 3 great achievements. With the threefold cultivation base of gods and souls, and the understanding of the sword intent of the 3 great achievements, this guy definitely has the strength to aspire to the first-tier warlord. I'll go, how come the newcomers who have recently entered the Dragon Tower are so enchanting? This first floor of the Dragon Tower is simply impossible to mix. When everyone looked at the two on the martial arts stage, they were all amazed. Even Han Li, the King of War, looked at Huang Ping with a solemn expression. I didn't expect Huang Ping to be so strong, and I don't know if brother Jiang Chen is his opponent. Seeing Huang Ping's terrifying blow, Zhao Ya's face couldn't help showing a look of worry. Although Jiang Chen's entry test broke the Hualongcheng record, this can only mean that Jiang Chen's martial arts talent is stronger than Huang Ping. No matter how enchanting Jiang Chen's talent is, it is not an easy task to defeat Huang Ping with the strength of the first class of the soul. Haha. The sword intent of the triumphant sword, dare to show off in front of me. Today I will show you what the true meaning of martial arts is. Jiang Chen's faint laughter fell, and the entire martial arts arena was enveloped by an inexplicable force. Huang Ping only felt that he was in an invisible space storm, as if he was about to be strangled by that space storm. The real meaning of the domain. Is this the true meaning of the threefold perfection realm? How is it possible? Huang Ping was shocked. Before he could react, Jiang Chen's figure disappeared like a ghost. Huang Ping felt that there were thousands of invisible sword auras coming from all directions in the world. Each of these sword auras seemed to have the power of a broken void, severely shocking Huang Ping's mind. Under the impact of these invisible sword auras, Huang Ping trembled, a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth, and his whole body flew out in embarrassment. Jiang Chen followed like a shadow, and did not give Huang Ping a chance to breathe. The blood dragon sword pierced Huang Ping's throat with a lightning-fast sword. No, big brother, save me. Huang Ping looked pale and screamed in horror. Just as Huang Ping's scream fell, there was a violent spatial fluctuation on the Wudo stage in vain. A ghostly figure instantly flashed out in front of the yellow plane. The visitor grabbed Huang Ping's body with one hand, and stretched out censored with the other hand to clamp Jiang Chen's blood dragon sword. The faint voice also rang from the fighting platform. Your Excellency deserves to be a genius who broke the record of entering the city. With a mastery of cultivation, the point where the 2 kinds of martial arts can be cultivated into the real meaning of the real meaning is really eye-opening. Jiang Chen looked at the figure in front of him, his eyes narrowed slightly. The person here is not someone else. It is the young man who has reached the 4th level of Xianxia among them, who is the only one who makes Jiang Chen feel a little threatened. Chapter 1175, Killer, King of War Jiang Chen. Huang Ping's sudden defeat, and then the mysterious young man came to his rescue, but with lightning. The countless onlookers around almost did not react for a while. What is the situation? Why did Huang Ping lose so inexplicably? Did you not hear what the mysterious young man said? Jiang Chen has realized the realm of true meaning. Hiss. It turned out to be the realm of real meaning. How is this possible? Everyone raised their heads to look at Jiang Chen on the martial arts stage, and they couldn't help but breathe in a moment of cold air in their hearts. The real meaning of the domain is actually another term for the real meaning of martial arts to achieve triple perfection. The triple perfection of the true meaning of martial arts is the highest state of the true meaning of martial arts. Reaching this state, the true meaning of martial arts has a rudimentary form of the power of the domain, which is also a process of transformation of the power of the true meaning of martial arts. This process is also called the realizing domain. It is not easy to enlighten the true meaning of martial arts, especially the 3 great achievements and triple perfection of the true meaning of martial arts, which are like a chasm. Even if countless warriors spend 10 or even decades, they may not be able to take this step. Even many powerhouses of the 9th level of Divine Soul have been troubled by this all their lives, unable to truly transform the domain and attack the Emperor of Divine Embryo Realm. And Jiang Chen in front of him is just a young man from Xianxia First Heavy, who has reached the realm of true meaning. Such a talent is too scary. This Tamar can no longer be described as an evildoer. On the martial stage, Jiang Chen stared at the youth in front of him for a long time, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but raised slightly. Why, Your Excellency is on stage, do you want to challenge me too? I don't want to. The young man smiled slightly and said, Your Excellency is powerful. Huang Ping lost in this battle. I will give in to you for him. Although Jiang Chen only had the cultivation base of Xianxia First Layer, his understanding of the true meaning of martial arts had reached a very terrifying point. This kind of enchanting genius, its combat power can no longer be measured by cultivation base. Even if he makes a full shot, there is no certainty that he will win. He came to Shenglong Tower with only one purpose, and that was to hit the 9 floors of Shenglong Tower and obtain the qualification to enter the realm of God. Without knowing how to defeat Jiang Chen, how could he rashly attack Jiang Chen? Seeing the youth take Huang Ping away, Jiang Chen didn't stop him either. This young man is very strong. Even if he wants to win, he probably has to use some whole cards. Now that he defeated Huang Ping with one move, it was enough to deter the warriors on the 1st floor of the Shenglong Tower and won the title of King of War. There was no need to waste time on this young man. 6th, who else wants to challenge me? As the youth led Huang Ping to step down, Jiang Chen's faint voice echoed in the battlefield again. But this time no one responded to Jiang Chen again. Once again, the huge battlefield fell into a dead silence, almost audible. Whether it was a strong player with 9 consecutive victories, or Han Li, the King of War, they all chose to be silent at this time, and did not dare to challenge Jiang Chen on stage. Such a quiet appointment lasted for a stick of incense, and the steward of the martial arts field once again appeared on the stage and fell for dozens of breaths, and finally no one came to challenge. Trial person, congratulations on your successful completion of the kill on the 1st floor of the Dragon Tower, and you have won the title of King of War. The title of King of War. After hearing the martial arts manager announce the result, countless people around him looked at Jiang Chen with a look of awe. The 4th King of War on the 1st floor of the Thanglong Tower was born, and he is also a King of War who has completed all killings. The name of this warlord is Jiang Chen. Chapter 1176. Enter the 2nd floor. After winning the title of King of War, Jiang Chen went directly to the settlement office of the martial arts arena to settle the reward under all eyes. After this battle, Jiang Chen gained a lot. Complete the pass kill and reward 50 gods. Obtain the title of King of War, reward 50 crystals and 1 King of War honor points. The honor points of the Battle King correspond to the authority of the warrior in the Shenglong Tower. Every warrior who enters Thanglong has initially only 1 level of authority. A Battle King honor points can add a level of authority. For example, Jiang Chen got a Battle King honor points in this battle. His authority level was raised to 2, and he could enjoy a 10% discount anywhere in the Dragon Tower. As the level of authority increases, the more benefits you enjoy. There are also some special areas in the Thanglong Tower, which are restricted by the level of authority. Only after reaching the corresponding permission level can you be eligible to enter. For most warriors, Shanglong Tower is just a place of experience. Only the genius who has won the title of King of War can be valued in the Tower of Shanglong, attack the 9 floors of the Tower of Shanglong, and obtain the qualification to enter the realm of God. Zhao, next I plan to go directly to the 2nd floor. Here are 50 crystals, you can experience yourself on the 1st floor. After receiving the reward, Jiang Chen gave Zhao 50 crystals and said directly. The 1st floor of the Shanglong Pagoda doesn't make much sense to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen didn't plan to stay on the 1st floor of Shanglong Tower. This time entering the Shanglong Tower, Jiang Chen, in addition to experience, another purpose is to hit the 9th floor of the Shanglong Tower at the fastest speed, and get the qualifications to enter the realm of God. Because ascending the 9th floor of the Dragon Tower, you can choose not to go to God's domain for the time being. He can return to Shenwu Continent first, and finish the matter of Shenwu Continent. If you can find the way from Shenwu Continent to God's domain, it is naturally best. If not, he can also return to Hualong City again and enter God's domain from here. I hope you can have a smooth journey and successfully attack the 9th floor of Thanglong Tower. Zhao said to Jiang Chen gratefully. On the 1st floor of the Thanglong Tower, just staying for a month would consume 1 crystal. If he is alone, it is not easy to survive here. Now that Jiang Chen has 50 crystals, he can practice safely on the 1st floor of the Shanglong Tower for 2 years without any problems. When his strength improves, he may also be able to mix the title of a war king on the 1st level, and then enter a higher level of experience. Simply bid farewell to Zhao. Jiang Chen went straight to the entrance of the 2nd floor of the Shanglong Tower and stepped onto the teleportation array to the 2nd floor. Trial, welcome to the 2nd floor of the Dragon Tower. When Jiang Chen stepped out of the 2nd-tier teleportation formation, a girl who was in charge of the reception had already greeted him with a smile. I wonder where you plan to go. Jiang Chen thought for a while and said, take me to find a place to live first. The strength of the 2nd-tier warrior is much stronger than that of the 1st tier. He plans to find a place to consume some resources to improve his strength, and then go to the fighting arena to challenge the 2nd-tier warlord. The girl smiled slightly and said, the ordinary residence on the 2nd floor has 2 crystals in 1 month, and the exclusive cultivation residence has 5 crystals in 1 month. What do you need? Jiang Chen pondered slightly. Go to the exclusive practice residence. Except for the 50 crystals given to Zhao, Jiang Chen still has 160 crystals, which is not worse than these 5 crystals. Okay, please come with me, sir. As the girl said, she took Jiang Chen directly to the exclusive practice residence. Chapter 1177, Breakthrough one after another, Shanghai Triple. Come to the exclusive practice place. Jiang Chen paid 5 censored crystals, enough to sell for a month in the exclusive training room, and then began to retreat and practice. In order to be able to quickly improve his strength, Jiang Chen did not mean the slightest bit of stinginess, and took out all the more than 100 fast crystals. Shen Jing is the universal currency of God's domain, and the vitality contained in a piece of Shen Jing is many times stronger than the Yuan Ling mine. Jiang Chen was also about to try the effect of using Shen Jing to cultivate. Picking up a piece of Shen Jing, Jiang Chen quickly entered the cultivation state. The system prompt sound came in my mind. Ding. You absorb a piece of censored crystal for cultivation and gain 8000*20*100 experience. This training ground on the 2nd floor of the Dragon Tower is twice as powerful as the remains of Emperor Zun. And the experience provided by a piece of Shenjing is 10 times that of a piece of Yuan Lingxi. With these crystals, he will undoubtedly get twice the result with half the effort when he cultivates. Jiang Chen continued to consume Shen Jing to practice, and the system prompts in his mind also continued to sound. Ding! You successfully broke through the 2nd layer of the soul. After consuming 100 crystals, Jiang Chen's cultivation finally broke through from the 1st layer of the soul to the 2nd layer of the soul. Jiang Chen continued to absorb the remaining dozens of censored crystals, and raised his cultivation to the middle stage of the 2nd layer of the soul. After the Shenjing was consumed, Jiang Chen didn't rush to leave. He enters the Xuanming Pagoda, mines the Yuan Lingxi while absorbing the Yuan Lingxi to continue to gain cultivation experience. After spending several days in mining thousands of Yuan Lingxi for cultivation, Jiang Chen's cultivation finally broke through again and successfully promoted to the third level of soul. Finally broke through the divine soul triple realm. It's time to challenge the second-tier warlord. Jiang Chen opened his eyes, and a slight curvature of his mouth could not help. As far as he knows, the warlords on the second floor of the Shenglong Tower are all geniuses with cultivation bases reaching the fourth level of divine soul. Originally, with his combat power, even Shanghai First Heavy's cultivation base, with many methods, should be able to win the second-tier warlord. Only in this way, he might have to expose a lot of whole cards. In this fiercely competitive Tower of Dragons, Jiang Chen didn't plan to use cards like Dian swallowing technique in time and space sword realm easily. It's really because he didn't want to expose too many whole cards. Jiang Chen entered the second layer and chose to improve his strength first. Now that his cultivation base breaks through the third layer of soul and soul, even if he doesn't use too many whole cards, Jiang Chen won't have much pressure on this second layer. Leaving the exclusive training room, Jiang Chen went straight to the martial arts arena in the center of the second floor. The atmosphere on the fighting arena is still as hot as ever. On the fighting platform in the center, the battle between the two warriors has become fierce, and the battle is extremely fierce. One of them, Jiang Chen, is no stranger. It is the young man who rescued Huang Ping from him. The strength of the youth is indeed very strong, almost suppressing the bald youth in the early stage of Shanghai fourth layer to death. After a few tricks, the bald man screamed, his body flew upside down, with 3 more blood holes on his body. He fell heavily out of the martial arts platform, and his chest was stained red with blood. At this moment, a black-clothed referee directly stepped onto the martial arts stage and announced the result loudly. Congratulations Huang Long, the tester, for winning 9 consecutive victories. Chapter 1178, Find a few people together. Fuck, another 9-game winning streak is born. When will there be such a strong man on the second floor of the Dragon Tower? Why haven't I heard of it? I haven't heard of normal. This Wanglong is a newcomer. It is said that he only entered the second floor 3 days ago, and then played 3 games in the martial arts field every day, directly becoming a 9-game winning streak. It's really a monster. I heard that there is a killer on the first floor who also enters the second floor. The newcomers who have recently come to the Dragon Tower are not ordinary perverts. Everyone looked at Wanglong on the martial arts stage, all commanding amazement. Trial Huang Long, you have become a strong player with 9 consecutive victories and have the qualifications to challenge the second-tier warlord. Do you challenge the warlord? The black referee asked blankly. Being not, Huang Long said lightly, and then floated directly off the martial arts platform. According to the custom of the Dragon Tower, most warriors will not fight more than 3 consecutive games. After continuous high-intensity battles, the physical strength and vitality are exhausted. Huang Long is a more sensible person, so naturally he would not rashly challenge the King of War without preparation. Next, is there anyone else going to play? After Huang Long stepped down, the black-clothed referee swept his eyes in the martial arts arena and asked lightly. Hearing this, Jiang Chen didn't hesitate and jumped onto the martial arts stage. It's him. Huang Long, who was about to leave, looked at Jiang Chen who had jumped onto the platform, his eyes condensed slightly. The black-clothed referee gave Jiang Chen a blank expression. This is your first time on the martial arts stage, please show your ID badge. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen took out his identity card. Trial Jiang Chen, a few days ago, he completed the pass on the first floor and won the title of King of War. Is there anyone to challenge? The black-clothed referee swept his eyes on Jiang Chen's identity card, and soon learned Jiang Chen's identity information and announced loudly. What? This guy is the killer on the first floor. To be able to complete the pass on the first level, this kid is probably not weak, and I don't know if he can win 3 consecutive victories at once. I'm afraid it's not that easy. The reward for challenging the killer and the King of the Gods is directly doubled. Now there are definitely many second-tier strongmen who are eyeing him. When everyone was talking about it, a young man in red at the peak of Shanghai Triple Peak had already jumped onto the high platform. It's Kong Yan, the second-tier powerhouse with 6 consecutive victories. I didn't expect him to make a move. The first one to shoot is the strong 6-game winning streak. Now that kid is going to be unlucky. Seeing this scene before him, the martial artists all around shook their heads secretly, and the gaze looking at Jiang Chen couldn't help showing a pity look. Although Kong Yan's combat power is not the top in the second tier, he is also the strong one in the first tier. This kid might be planted in Kong Yan's hands in the first game. Hey, Kong Yan, entered the Dragon Tower for a year. I have defeated a lot of geniuses, but I have never defeated a past killer. Boy, come on, how do you want to die? Kong Yan licked his dry lips, as if looking at a delicious prey. If you want to defeat me, you are not enough. Jiang Chen curled his lips, and his proud voice slowly echoed in the middle of the fighting arena. Today I, Jiang Chen, came on stage with only one purpose, and that is to point to the second-tier warlord. Playing one after another is a waste of time. Why don't you find a few people to join it? Chapter 1179. A sword came out, the audience was shocked. Jiang Chen's arrogant words immediately caused the martial arts arena to fall into a dead silence. Everyone looked at Jiang Chen with an unbelievable expression. It was hard to recover from the shock for a long time. This kid wants to get the title of War King at once. Crazy. This boy Tamar is too crazy. There are only two situations to get the title of King of War on the stage at one time, either complete a pass or win 10 consecutive victories at once. In either case, it is not an easy task. This is no longer the first floor of Thanglong Tower. On the first floor of the Dragon Tower, there may be some newcomers with strong talents. Entering the Dragon Tower can overwhelm the audience in one go and directly win the title of King of War. But on the second floor of the Shenglong Pagoda, most of them are old people who have been in the Shenglong Tower for a while, and their strength is much stronger than the warriors on the first floor. They have seen many arrogant geniuses in the Dragon Tower, but no one has ever been arrogant to such a degree. Want to challenge the title of King of War once on stage? This is simply impossible. Even since the establishment of the Rising Dragon Tower, no one has ever been able to do this above the second floor of the Rising Dragon Tower. Jiang Chen's move is no different from looking for death. Boy, you dare to look down upon me. Seeing that Jiang Chen didn't put him in his eyes, Kong Yan's complexion was extremely blue, and there was also a look of anger in his eyes. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. So what? Jiang Chen, do you really think that if you complete a pass kill on the first floor, you will be invincible on the second floor? Today, let you taste the power of my Kong Yan, let me die. A ferocious cold glow suddenly flashed through Kong Yan's eyes, and a terrifying hot breath instantly filled Kong Yan's body. The huge martial arts platform is like an invisible sea of fire. In the invisible sea of fire, Jiang Chen's complexion did not change at all. He shook his head secretly, and disappeared out of thin air in a flash. Jiang Chen's speed is too fast, incredibly fast. Before everyone even blinked their eyes, Jiang Chen's figure appeared behind Kong Yan. The blood dragon sword that did not know when in his hand was just a seemingly plain drag cut, silently passing by Kong Yan's side. Kong Yan suddenly widened his eyes and looked at Jiang Chen in horror. It's just that he just spit out a word, his head rolled off his neck, and then his whole body fell straight to the ground. Seeing Kong Yan, who was too dead to die on the Wudo platform, the surrounding area fell into a dead silence again. Everyone's gaze at Jiang Chen showed unconcealed horror. Although they also knew that Jiang Chen was able to complete a pass kill on the first level, his combat power should be extremely strong. Kong Yan, the dignified triple pinnacle of soul and soul, who had won 6 consecutive victories in the Dragon Tower, would be killed by Jiang Chen's sword like cutting melons and vegetables. A sword came out, the audience was shocked. The combat power erupted by Jiang Chen's sword is definitely comparable to the second-tier warlord. They finally understood that Jiang Chen was not just ranting, but really had the capital to challenge the second-tier warlord. Chapter 1180. One enemy 2. Who else wants to challenge me? Come up together. Killing Kong Yan with a sword, Jiang Chen stood proudly on the martial arts platform like a censored overlooking all living beings. His faint voice shocked the hearts of everyone around him. Hi. This kid is too crazy. At this moment, countless martial artists around couldn't help taking a breath. Challenge all warriors on the second floor of Shenglong Tower with one person. How rampant and overbearing this is. Jiang Chen, don't be too arrogant, I will fight you strictly. At this moment, a young man in a golden robe stepped on the ground and flew towards the high platform. Hee, Your Excellency is really no one on the second floor of Shenglong Tower. This battle, I count Yan Peng. As Yan Tong's figure landed on the martial arts platform, another figure leapt towards the martial arts platform below. Fuck, it's brothers from the Yan family, they two shot together. When everyone looked at the two people who appeared on the martial arts stage, they couldn't help but exclaim. For the Yan family brothers who came to power, the warriors on the second floor of Shenglong Tower were no strangers at all. Yan Tong, Shanghai 4th layer's initial cultivation base, 8-game winning streak, the existence of the top 20 in the second floor of Shenglong Tower. Yan Peng, Shanghai's 4th tier midterm cultivation base, 9-game winning streak, is the top 3 terrifying existence on the second floor of Shenglong Tower, excluding the 5 war kings. These two teamed up, and the fighting power was not inferior to the second floor of the 5 great wars. If Jiang Chen can defeat the Yan family brothers combination, it is basically equivalent to having the strength to defeat the second-tier warlord. Who on this second level dares to take the stage to challenge Jiang Chen? As long as Jiang Chen defeats the Yan family brothers, in all likelihood, he will complete the killing again, and thus become the second-tier champion. Jiang Chen glanced at the Yan family brothers lightly, his expression still very calm. He swept his gaze across the fighting arena, and said indifferently, "Is it the only 2 of them? I asked for the last time, if there is anyone who wants to challenge me, come up together." "Huh, dare to speak up when you die. Jiang Chen, stop talking nonsense and do it. As long as you defeat our brothers, you can complete the kill. I guarantee that no one will challenge you on the second floor of the Dragon Tower." Yan Peng let out a cold snort, and a flash of cold light flashed in his eyes. As a 9-game winning streak on the second floor of the Shenglong Tower, even the second floor warlord dare not look down upon him. This kid dares to despise him so much, he must pay a heavy price for this kid. "Oh, if that's the case, then you will lose to me." The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth turned into a cold arc, which immediately turned into an afterimage, tearing the air barrier with a sneer. The Yan family brothers only felt a flower in front of them, and Jiang Chen's figure had appeared in front of them. 2 golden light flashes of fist strength, their respective carriers shattered the horrible power of the void, and smashed their heads severely. Now that Jiang Chen's cultivation base has broken through the triple realm of spirits and souls, the speed has increased by many times in coordination with the true meaning of the wind path of the upper triple perfect realm. In terms of speed alone, even the powerhouses in the late stage of the soul are probably beyond the reach. The Yan family brothers only reacted when they were less than a mile away from their heads. The complexion of the 2 suddenly changed. In a hurry, they hurriedly waved their arms, condensing a defensive force in their bodies. The golden fist fell heavily on the crossed arms of the 2 of them, and 2 dull sounds also burst out on the martial arts stage in an instant. Chapter 1181. No one can stop, kill again. With the dull explosion sound, I saw that the faces of the Yan family brothers turned red in an instant, their feet rubbed the floor and retreated quickly. After they stepped on the floor and retreated 10 steps, they finally slowly stabilized their figure. Feeling the arm that was almost numb by Jiang Chen's punch, the Yan family brothers looked shocked. "Be careful, this kid is both physical and martial arts." Yan Peng took a deep breath and said solemnly to Yan Tong, who was on the side. "Brother, Kai will change. Don't waste time with him, let's do our best together." As Yan Tong's voice fell, the surrounding heaven and earth's vitality surged wildly, an extremely strong meaning of killing and killing, slowly permeating his body. When Yan Peng saw this, he also did not hesitate at all. An aura similar to Yan Tong also burst out of his body. The intention of killing and killing quickly spread, and the Yan family brothers suddenly opened their eyes, and their cold shouts resounded through the world. "Sura double kill." After the shout fell, 2 blood-red Shira murderous auras filled the entire martial arts platform instantly. A huge scarlet hand with a size of 100 meters suddenly condensed in Shira's murderous aura, and then slapped Jiang Chen below. The Yan family brothers are not weak at first, and now they have joined forces to explode, and their power can be described as extremely powerful, making all the warriors in the audience feel a kind of palpitations. Does the 2 strike together? Looking at the huge palm that was overwhelmingly suppressed, Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. With a movement of his mind, the blood of the real dragon, censored, body in his body was instantly mobilized to the extreme. A phantom golden dragon with 100 feet of feet also condensed directly on top of Jiang Chen's head. In the face of the combined force of the Yan family brothers, Jiang Chen did not hesitate, and directly displayed one of his strongest trump cards, Bloodline Supernatural Power. The Beizong golden dragon phantom snarled up to the sky, and opened his mouth, just a burst of burning sky golden flames. The Fentian Jing Yan collided with the blood-colored giant palm, and there was no loud explosion, only the dense flame dust spread from the Wudutai. The entire Wudutai was flooded with a storm of terrifying hot energy at this moment. Under the gaze of countless almost dull gazes, the energy storm that filled the battlefield finally slowly dissipated. I saw Jiang Chen in the center of the Wudutai, still standing proudly in place unscathed. On the edge of the martial arts platform opposite Jiang Chen, the Yan family brothers staggered and forcibly supported their embarrassed body. Their faces were extremely pale, their clothes had many cracks, and there were still faint blood stains on the corners of their mouths, and even their breath became extremely wilting. In the confrontation with Jiang Chen just now, both of the Yan family suffered unprecedented severe damage. This guy, terrifying strength. Seeing the miserable appearance of the Yan family brothers on the martial arts stage, everyone watching around couldn't help swallowing secretly. Two strong men in the first echelon of the second floor of the Thanglong Tower, one has won 8 straight and the other has won 9 straight. Moreover, these two people are still very familiar brothers, and the power of the combined blow is very powerful. Even if it is the second-tier warlord facing this blow, I am afraid that he has to avoid the edge for a while. But Jiang Chen severely wounded the two with one move. With the terrifying power that Jiang Chen displayed, almost no one can stop at this second level. Maybe he really wants to complete an unprecedented pass kill. Chapter 1182. Go straight to the 5th floor, the first person in all ages. Your Excellency is tyrannical, our brothers surrendered. Looking at Jiang Chen standing proudly in the center of the Wudutai unscathed, the Yan family brothers only felt an inexplicable chill instantly filled their hearts. They hurriedly chose to take the initiative to surrender, holding on to their seriously injured bodies, and fleeing the martial arts platform like a bereaved dog. Jiang Chen's strength was beyond their imagination. Even if the two combined their forces to strike, Jiang Chen's understatement would still kill him for half his life. In their current state, there was almost no resistance in front of Jiang Chen. If they don't admit defeat, I am afraid they will really be buried in Jiang Chen's hands. Seeing the Yan family admit defeat, Jiang Chen didn't bother to look at them again. His eyes swept across the fighting arena, and his domineering voice slowly resounded, "Who else has to challenge? Just come up." Hearing Jiang Chen's call for war again, the battlefield fell into a dead silence. Countless warriors all looked at each other, and a wry smile appeared in their eyes. This guy easily defeated the Yan family brothers with one move, and his strength was unfathomable. Even if it was a few war kings on the second floor, facing Jiang Chen, he did not dare to say that he was sure of victory. And everyone who can become the king of war is extremely cautious. How can they rashly take action when they can't figure out Jiang Chen's details? Time is passing silently and slowly. A quarter of an hour passed quickly. In the huge fighting arena, no one was willing to fight Jiang Chen again. Trial Jiang Chen succeeded in killing on the second floor of the Shenglong Tower and won the title of the second floor War King. After confirming that no one would dare to take the stage, the referee in black immediately announced the result. With the words of the black referee, everyone looked at Jiang Chen, revealing a hint of inexplicable meaning. Once on stage, he successfully completed the kill at the Shenglong Tower and won the title of the second-tier warlord. The enchanting level of this guy in front of him, even if you look at the entire Rising Dragon Tower, I am afraid it is one of the few. With this talent, as long as there are no accidents, it is bound to be able to kill the 8th floor of the Rising Dragon Tower and attack the gate to enter the gods. After the battle, Jiang Chen once again settled a lot of rewards. The second-level kills, rewards 100 censored crystals. The second tier of the Battle King, rewards 100 censored crystals and 1 Battle King honor points. After receiving the reward, Jiang Chen didn't continue to stay in the martial arts arena, and he went directly to the exclusive training room to practice again. After consuming 200 crystals in one go, Jiang Chen successfully piled his cultivation base to the 4th layer of the soul. After breaking through the 4th layer of the soul, Jiang Chen did not stay on the 2nd floor too much, and directly stepped onto the 3rd floor of the Dragon Tower. Entering the 3rd floor, Jiang Chen went straight to the fighting arena on the 3rd floor, winning 5 consecutive games with an invincible posture, and easily completed the 3rd floor pass killing, which caused a sensation in the entire Rising Dragon Tower. Jiang Chen didn't stay on the 3rd floor at all, and decisively entered the 4th floor. This time, Jiang Chen faced the resistance from the 4 strong players on the 4th floor. In the end, Jiang Chen completed 4 kills with 1 enemy 4 and 1 move in the time and space sword realm, killing the 4th tier martial artist like a chill. No one dared to fight. After receiving the reward, Jiang Chen went away again and stepped onto the 5th layer of the teleportation array. Jiang Chen went from the 1st floor of the Shenglong Tower to the 5th floor of the Shenglong Tower. Such a terrifying tower efficiency, even in the hundreds of thousands of years of history when Hualongcheng was established, is the first person in the Eternal Age. Chapter 1183, Thanglong Tower Auction. Entering the 5th floor of the Shenglong Tower, Jiang Chen temporarily stopped the crazy mode of running the tower. He spent 50 divine crystals, purchased a 1-month training room in the 5th floor exclusive training area, and then checked his own harvest. After completing the 3rd level kill and winning the title of King of War, Jiang Chen won a total of 400 crystals and 1 King of War honor points. The 4th level of rewards doubled again, and Jiang Chen received 800 crystals and 1 Battle King honor point. The 4 Battle King honor points also allowed Jiang Chen to reach the 4th level of privilege in the Shenglong Tower. Jiang Chen killed 6 martial artists on the 3rd and 4th levels. The warriors of the 3rd and 4th levels are undoubtedly much richer than the warriors of the first 2 levels. Jiang Chen took a lot of spoils from the 6 people. There are 2,000 crystals alone. In addition to the rewards from the martial arts arena, the number of crystals in Jiang Chen's hand has reached 3,200. This Shenglong Tower is worthy of being built by the ancient dragons of God's domain, and it really is a good place for experience. Jiang Chen couldn't help but exclaimed. If all 3,200 divine crystals were used for cultivation, it would be enough for him to pile up the cultivation base to the 7th stage of Shanhai, thus entering the late stage of Shanhai. Once it reaches the late Shanhai stage, Jiang Chen believed that with his combat power, even if he rushed to the 8th floor of the Dragon Tower in one breath, there would be no big problem. After Jiang Chen had counted the spoils, he was not in a hurry to consume the crystals for cultivation. Because he received a message through his identity token, there will be a huge auction in the Thanglong Tower 3 days later. The admission requirements for the Thanglong Tower auction are level 3 permissions. Jiang Chen now has level 4 permissions, and naturally has the qualifications to participate in the auction of Shenglong Tower. Jiang Chen still had some expectations in his heart for the auction held in the Shenglong Tower. Maybe there will be some treasures only in God's domain at the auction. Before the auction was held, Jiang Chen did not intend to consume the crystals in his hands at will. Soon came the day when the Thanglong Tower auction was held. Jiang Chen came to the entrance of the auction on the 5th floor of the Shenglong Tower early in the morning. The location of the Shenglong Tower auction is a public area outside the 9th floor of the Shenglong Tower. From the 3rd floor of the tower to the 8th floor, each floor has a teleportation array leading to the auction. No matter which level of martial artist, as long as the authority reaches the 3rd level, he has the qualification to enter it. After showing the level authority on the identity card, Jiang Chen directly stepped into the teleportation formation to the auction. As the teleportation array lighted up, Jiang Chen soon appeared on a huge square that was 1,000 feet long. The center of the square, an ancient hall stands here, and a smell of vicissitudes permeates from the hall, as if it will last forever, so that people dare not look down upon it. On both sides of the gate of this ancient temple, 2 warriors in dragon robes stood there with expressionless faces. The 2 of them are like 2 statues, their bodies motionless. They don't seem to have any energy fluctuations, but they give people an unfathomable feeling. Jiang Chen even instinctively felt an extremely dangerous aura from the 2 of them. Jiang Chen has only felt this kind of dangerous aura from the emperors of the divine embryo realm in the 5 holy cities. Are you a strong man in the womb state? Looking at the 2 people at the entrance of the ancient temple, Jiang Chen couldn't help but condensed slightly. The 2 warriors at the entrance of the main hall are 2 real emperors of the divine embryo realm. Chapter 1184, The auction begins. Powerful in the divine embryo. If it were placed on the Shenwu continent, such a character would definitely be enough to dominate one party. But in the Thanglong Pagoda, this level of power is actually watching the auction. This Shenglong Tower is worthy of being a trial place for the ancient dragon tribe of God's domain, and it really deserves its reputation. The Shenglong Tower auction will allow 2 divine birth realm powerhouses to watch the door, mainly because the fighters who come to the Shenglong Tower to experience are very strong. In the Thanglong Tower auction, anyone with a privilege level of 3 can participate. And almost all people who can obtain the 3rd level privilege are the top geniuses in the Dragon Tower. Especially on the 8th floor of the Shenglong Pagoda, it is said that there are some peerless heavenly arrogances of the 9-fold and even half-step divine birth realm. If there is a conflict between these peerless arrogances, I am afraid that there is no strong person in the divine embryonic realm. Looking at the two divine embryo realm powerhouses at the door for a moment, Jiang Chen strode directly into the ancient temple. Stepping into the gate of the ancient hall, a hall about 100 meters in size appeared in Jiang Chen's sight. In the center of the main hall is a round stone platform with a radius of 10 meters. Around the stone platform, there are hundreds of black stone chairs scattered sporadically. On the stone chair, there are already some young people with extraordinary momentum sitting here. The strength of these young people is all above the fourth layer of the soul. There are even some people's breath. I am afraid that they have reached the late stage of the soul. Jiang Chen's entry also attracted a lot of glances. From the stone chair, it's just that these people glanced slightly at Jiang Chen, and quickly turned away. Although Jiang Chen went straight to the 5th floor in less than 10 days after entering the Shenglong Pagoda, the speed of breaking through the tower was the first person in the history of the Shenglong Pagoda, and he was a small and famous existence in the Shenglong Pagoda. But the people above the 5th floor of the Shenglong Tower had almost only heard of Jiang Chen's name, and did not know Jiang Chen. And Jiang Chen's current cultivation base is only in the 4th layer of the soul. Such a cultivation base, in this Shenglong Tower auction, is almost at the bottom of the existence. How can it attract too much attention? Jiang Chen also ignored this. He went straight to a row of relatively remote places and sat down, quietly waiting for the start of the auction. Under such quiet waiting, half an hour passed quietly. In the main hall, some powerful young people entered one after another. In the end, almost 100 people gathered in the hall. As far as Jiang Chen knows, the entire Thanglong Pagoda has obtained the 3rd level privileges, but only in his early 200s. In the current auction, almost most of the top talents of the Thanglong Pagoda are gathered here. With hundreds of young geniuses seated, a melodious bell suddenly came from the quiet ancient temple. On the stone platform in the center of the main hall, a thin old man with white hair and beard, directly in the twisted space, slowly appeared in the sight of everyone. Are you a powerhouse in the divine fetal stage again? Feeling the energy fluctuations around the skinny old man that only the strong in the divine fetal stage possessed, Jiang Chen couldn't help but raise his brows slightly. A place of trial, the powerhouse of the divine embryo realm is already everywhere. I wonder what a glorious sight the ancient dragons in the realm of God will be. While Jiang Chen was looking at the skinny old man swept his eyes slightly in the hall, and the old voice sounded in everyone's ears. Everyone, welcome to the Shenglong Tower auction. Now I announce that this auction of the Shenglong Tower has officially started. Chapter 1185, Dragon Blood Demon Fruit. Accompanied by the thin old man's voice fell. The eyes of everyone in the hall fell on the skinny old man. In their eyes, there was a little fiery look. Except for Jiang Chen, who was able to obtain level 3 privileges in the Shenglong Tower, almost all of them were old people who had spent a lot of time in the Shenglong Tower. They are very clear that most of the things auctioned at the Shenglong Tower auction are treasures from God's domain. These treasures, for people like them, are definitely something that can be met but not sought. Next, we will start auctioning the first item of this auction. When the skinny old man spoke, a long golden long knife in his palm emerged directly out of thin air. This knife. Jiang Chen looked at the golden knife in the hands of the thin old man, his eyes condensed slightly. The surface of this golden long knife didn't seem to be dazzling, but its grade was extremely high. Even at a distance of 100 meters, Jiang Chen felt the great pressure from the long sword. The Dragonbone Golden Knife, the 9th rank spirit weapon built from a piece of true dragon bone, is a rare magic weapon for the martial artist used. The starting price of the Dragon Bone Golden Knife is 100 shenjing. Those who are interested can bid now. Hearing the introduction of the skinny old man, Jiang Chen was also amazed. 9th rank spirit soldier, this is the most advanced existence among the ranks of spirit soldier. In the Shenwu continent, the 9th rank spirit weapon is extremely rare, almost a weapon used by the legendary Emperor Realm Powerhouse. Such a magical soldier was regarded as the first auction item at the auction of Shenglong Tower. According to the practice of most auctions, the higher the value of the auction items goes further. Jiang Chen is increasingly looking forward to the later auction items. 150 crystals. At this moment, someone started to bid. 9th rank spirit weapon, this is indeed a god-level weapon for the martial artist of the divine soul realm. If it falls into the hands of a strong man who is good at using knives, his combat power will be at least 3 levels higher. Several rounds of bidding came down. The dragon bone golden knife was finally photographed by a young man in black for the price of 300 crystals. Although this keel golden sword is good, after all, there are only a few warriors who are good at using the sword. There are not many people who compete for it. Next, we auction the second item. After the auction of the keel gold knives, the thin old man's palm moved, and the second item had appeared directly. This second item was a golden fruit the size of a fist. Above this golden fruit, there was still a faint trace of dragon power radiating out. Dragon blood demon fruit, a spirit fruit born in the fall of a true dragon, a rare treasure of the ancient dragon clan, can greatly enhance the strength of the martial artist, and has a significant effect on blood awakening. Hearing the introduction of the skinny old man, the eyes of many people in the hall were slightly bright. Even Jiang Chen was very interested in this dragon blood demon fruit. For Jiang Chen himself, using the dragon blood demon fruit to improve his cultivation might not be cost-effective yet with Shen Jing. His current bloodline is no longer weak, and a dragon blood demon fruit should not have much effect on his bloodline improvement. However, this dragon blood demon fruit is a rare treasure to the fire scale beast in the beast taming bag. Now the fire Lin beast has been asleep for a long time. If this dragon blood demon fruit is obtained, there may be hope for the fire monster to awaken and evolve again. Chapter 1186, Why Should I Give You Face? The starting price of the dragon blood demon fruit is 100 shenjing, and each increase cannot be lower than 50 shenjing. Please bid. As the thin old man's voice fell, the successive calls for bids directly sounded in the hall. 200 crystals. In less than a blink of an eye, the bid price has exceeded 500 crystals. For treasures like dragon blood demon fruit that can greatly improve their cultivation in a short period of time, there are many people interested in the hall. Not everyone is the same as Jiang Chen, with a system like a heaven-defying cheater, which can quickly absorb the energy of the censored crystal to improve his cultivation. Generally, it takes at least 1 day for ordinary spirit martial artists to absorb the energy of a piece of censored crystal. To absorb the energy of hundreds of censored crystals, they have to retreat for at least a year and a half. In the place of Shenglong Pagoda, every tester only has 10 years to rush the tower. Especially for the trialists who are determined to step into the realm of God, every minute and every second of the Dragon Tower is very precious. Exchanging that censored crystal for the dragon blood demon fruit can save a lot of training time. Even if the auction price of the dragon blood demon fruit is more expensive, it is a very cost-effective thing in the hearts of these trialists. Although the asking price of dragon blood demon fruit has increased rapidly, Jiang Chen did not intend to give up. Just as he was about to make a bid, a cold voice suddenly sounded first. 600 crystals. This dragon blood demon fruit, I want Zhuang Lia. He looked at the voice, and his eyes soon fell on a young man in black. The black-clothed youth has a stern face and extremely powerful aura. Even if you look at all the testers in the entire auction hall, the strength of the black-clothed youth is probably the top existence. Following the bidding of the black-clothed youth, the expressions of many testers in the hall changed slightly, directly giving up their plans to compete for the dragon blood demon fruit. Seeing this scene, Jiang Chen couldn't help but condensed slightly. With a word, countless trialists in the hall retreat. The position of this black-clothed youth in the Dragon Tower is probably not simple at all. However, Jiang Chen didn't plan to hand over the dragon blood demon fruit, so he made a direct bid. 650 censored crystals. As soon as Jiang Chen's bid came out, countless gazes in the hall were all looking towards Jiang Chen. There was a strange look in their eyes. Cold-face killing god Zhuang Lia, the warlord on the 7th floor of Shenglong Tower, is also one of the most daunting figures in Shenglong Tower. This kid dared to compete with Zhuang Lia for the dragon blood demon fruit. He was really impatient. Jiang Chen's bid also made the black-clothed youth startled. He obviously did not expect that these people in the hall dared to jump out to bid after hearing his name Zhuang Lia. 700 crystals. This friend, Zhuang Lia, likes the dragon blood demon fruit. I wonder if your excellency can give me the face and give me the dragon blood demon fruit. The black-clothed youth tilted his head and glanced at Jiang Chen. His stern face was full of threats, and there was a posture that you would make you look good if you disagree with me. He didn't even bother to look at the black-clothed youth. His faint voice resounded through the whole hall again. Sorry, since it's an auction, the bidding item is of course the one with the highest price. Not to mention, I don't know you, so why should I give you face? 750 censored crystal. Chapter 1187, Emperor Martial Arts, Immortal Golden Body. When everyone heard Jiang Chen's arguing voice, they couldn't help taking a breath. This kid really hit the bar with the cold-faced killing, censored, Zhuang Lia, do you want to be so tigery? Okay, very good, kid, I remember you. Zhuang Lia smiled with anger, a sharp cold light flashed in his eyes. Who is Zhuang Lia? The Battle King on the 7th floor of the Dragon Tower is also the most powerful existence among the trials of the Dragon Tower. Less than 3 years after he entered the Shenglong Tower, he went all the way from the 1st floor of the Shenglong Tower to the 7th floor of the Shenglong Tower. Along the way, Zhuang Lia is invincible in the fighting arena. Every time he makes a shot, he kills him with one move, and he has become a frightening murderer. Few people in the entire Thang Long Pagoda dared not give him some face. But the little-known Maodo boy in front of him is openly competing with him for the Dragon Blood Demon Fruit. How can he not be angry? Although Zhuang Lia was furious, he did not continue to increase the price. 800 crystals, the price has exceeded Zhuang Lia's bottom line. He didn't want to be taken advantage of, and wasted all the crystals on this Dragon Blood Demon Fruit. Following Zhuang Lia's abandonment of the bid, Jiang Chen also smoothly bought the Dragon Blood Demon Fruit at the price of 750 shenjing. Next, the auction will continue. The auction items that appeared in front of everyone were getting more and more dazzling. From weapons to martial arts, from pill to heavenly materials and treasures, it can be described as everything. And every auction item that appeared here, if it were placed on the Shenwu continent, would be enough to make countless warriors crazy. Although these auction items are rare treasures, the prices are also ridiculously high. There are a lot of auction items, and even thousands of censored crystals have been auctioned at high prices. After Jiang Chen placed the Dragon Blood Demon Fruit at auction, he never made it easily. Until a god-level martial art called the Immortal Golden Body appeared, Jiang Chen spent 1,500 censored crystals to photograph it. This indestructible golden body is a unique knowledge created by a strong person in the Ruins realm. In the Shenwu continent, the Immortal Golden Body is equivalent to the Emperor-level martial skills created by the Emperor Realm Powerhouse, and it is an existence comparable to the Jiang Chen Time and Space Sword Realm. The main reason why Jiang Chen took this martial art is because the Immortal Golden Body is a martial art tailored for body cultivation. This martial art is somewhat similar to the Taishu combat body that Jiang Chen once cultivated. Now with the improvement of Jiang Chen's physical strength, the Taishu combat body has been completely unable to exert his physical strength. If he could master this Immortal Golden Body, he could make up for his lack of physical strength. With the emergence of auction items, the bidding in the hall has become more and more intense. Everyone, let's start auctioning the last item of this auction, the skinny old man said, and immediately squeezed his palm, and a simple scroll with a light golden glow appeared in his hand. This thing, is it also an imitation of the Golden Dragon Book of Heaven? Looking at the very familiar scroll in the hands of the thin old man, Jiang Chen couldn't help but shrink slightly. The golden scroll in the hands of the skinny old man, no matter the appearance or the breath it exudes, is almost the same as the Golden Dragon Book of Heaven in the city test. Jiang Chen obviously did not expect that the last auction item in this auction would be an imitation of the Golden Dragon Book. Chapter 1188, Kill the censored Zhuang Lia coldly. Imitation of Jinlong Tianshu. At this moment, other testers in the hall obviously recognized the last auction item. They stared at the golden scroll in the hands of the skinny old man, with extremely fiery expressions in their eyes. The Golden Dragon Book of Heaven, this is the treasure of the ancient dragon tribe of God's domain, and it contains the magical charm of God-level power. All the testers in the hall had personally experienced the power of the Golden Dragon Heavenly Book when they entered the Dragon City. They naturally understand what role the Golden Dragon Book of Heaven has. This thing can have a multiplier effect for realizing the true meaning of martial arts, and even higher levels of domain power. If they can get this Golden Dragon Book of Heaven, they want the true meaning of martial arts to be completed, so that the real meaning of the domain will undoubtedly become much easier. Hehe, it seems that you should already know what this last auction item is. Yes, this last auction item is exactly a copy of the one-page Golden Dragon Book of Heaven. I don't need to introduce too much about the function of this item. The starting price of the Golden Dragon Book of Heaven is 500 crystals, and each price increase shall not be less than 100 crystals. The thin old man looked at the people in the hall with a smile, and said without hesitation, "You can start bidding." As the thin old man's voice fell, there was a fierce scream in the hall. 500 crystals, 2,000 crystals. In just a few breaths, the bidding price of the Golden Dragon Book of Heaven has exceeded 2,000 crystals. Seeing this scene, Jiang Chen could only shook his head secretly. Regarding the Golden Dragon Book, Jiang Chen was actually quite greedy. It's just that the time he entered the Thanglong Pagoda is too short, and his financial resources are far from comparable to some of the geniuses of the Thanglong Pagoda. Jiang Chen thought that there were only more than 3,000 censored crystals in total. The dragon blood demon fruit in the immortal golden body had already consumed more than half of it just now. He has no ability to compete with this Golden Dragon Heavenly Book. After some fierce competition, the Golden Dragon Book of Heaven was finally auctioned by Zhuang Lia at a price of 6,800 crystals. The auction is over. Jiang Chen did not intend to stay in the auction hall. He paid more than 2,000 censored crystals, received the dragon blood demon fruit and the immortal golden body under the bid, and then walked directly out of the hall. At this moment, a cold voice came from behind Jiang Chen abruptly. He looked back, and saw Zhuang Lia approaching him with a cold expression. Seeing Zhuang Lia who came forward, Jiang Chen's expression did not change at all. "What's the matter with your excellency?" Zhuang Lia said coldly. "Boy, dare to openly oppose me here in the Shenglong Tower. You are the first one. Leave your name if you have one. Jiang Chen, currently located on the 5th floor of the Shenglong Tower. If you want to trouble me, just let someone do it." Jiang Chen glanced at Zhuang Lia lightly, then turned and strode out of the auction hall. The high-level testers of the Dragon Tower cannot go back to the bottom. Cold-face killing god Zhuang Lia is strong, but it is impossible to return to the 5th floor of the Dragon Tower. At most, he only instructs the people on the 5th floor to make trouble for them. What is he afraid of? Is Jiang Chen? Zhuang Lia stared at Jiang Chen's leaving back, his eyes became increasingly cold. Although Zhuang Lia was familiar with the name Jiang Chen, he didn't care too much. Since this guy dares to oppose him, he must let this kid die in the Shenglong Tower. Chapter 1189, Ding. You have successfully realized the immortal golden body. Leaving the auction room, Jiang Chen returned directly to his residence on the 5th floor of Shenglong Tower. He first took out the dragon blood demon fruit and threw it into the mouth of the fire beast in the beast taming bag. After the fire Lin beast swallowed the dragon blood demon fruit, its huge body, which had not moved at all, finally trembled slightly. A burst of bright red light burst out all over its body, and a faint blood pressure also radiated from its body. Jiang Chen could even clearly feel that the blood pressure on the fire Lin beast was increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. It seems that what I expected is not bad. This dragon blood demon fruit can really speed up the awakening of the fire monster. Feeling the situation on the fire Lin beast, Jiang Chen felt relieved. At this speed, after the fire monster has completely absorbed the energy of refining the dragon blood demon fruit, it should be able to successfully complete the second awakening. Once successfully awakened, Fire Lin beast is the most top-notch existence even among the 7th-ranked king-level monster beasts. He is afraid that with the awakened Fire Lin beast, he will be able to look down upon the entire Rising Dragon Tower. Seeing that the fire beast had entered a stable state of awakening, Jiang Chen no longer paid attention to the fire beast. He directly took out the second item. He had photographed Emperor Martial Arts, Immortal Golden Body. This martial arts is comparable to Jiang Chen's strongest trump card Time and Space Sword Realm. As long as he succeeds in mastering the indestructible golden body, this martial arts is bound to become another big weapon in his hands. Open the golden scroll. Jiang Chen's eyes swept slightly, his gaze directly fixed on the picture in the scroll. Jiang Chen entered a very mysterious state. At the same time, a series of reminders sounded in Jiang Chen's mind. Ding. You can comprehend the Emperor-level martial arts indestructible golden body, trigger a 100-fold comprehension, comprehend the indestructible golden body of 1000th. Ding. Your current immortal golden body enlightenment progress has reached 1000th. Ding. You can comprehend the immortal golden body of imperial martial arts, trigger a 100-fold comprehension, and comprehend the indestructible golden body of 1000th. Ding. Your current immortal golden body enlightenment progress has reached 2000th. Hearing the system prompts in his mind, Jiang Chen couldn't help but stun slightly. The understanding of the immortal golden body this time is quite different from the original understanding of the time-space sword. When he first comprehended the space-time sword realm, Jiang Chen understood 1% of the time and space-time sword realm from the slightest remnant thoughts of the Sword Emperor meteorite, and was able to display 1% of the space-time sword realm. This time I photographed the martial art of the immortal golden body, although I can only comprehend 1,000th of it at a time, but can continue to comprehend. If this continues, he should soon be able to comprehend the complete immortal golden body. Jiang Chen sat in the training room like this, staring motionlessly at the golden scroll in front of him, and the system prompts in his mind continued to sound. As time goes by, Jiang Chen's progress in understanding the immortal golden body was also constantly increasing. The repeated mechanical beep in Jiang Chen's mind finally changed. Ding! Your progress in the enlightenment of the immortal golden body has reached completion. Ding! You successfully comprehended the Emperor-level martial arts immortal golden body. Following the sound of the last reminder in his mind, the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth could not help but set off a slight arc. In less than half a day, this Emperor-level martial arts that an ordinary martial artist might not be able to master for a year or a half was easily mastered by him. Chapter 1190. Reward Order from Zhuang Lia. After successfully mastering indestructible gold, Jiang Chen couldn't wait to go to the martial arts arena to try the power of the indestructible golden body. It was just now that the sky was getting late and the martial arts arena was about to close. Jiang Chen gave up his plan to go to the martial arts arena. Jiang Chen walked straight out of the training room and headed straight to the fighting arena on the 5th floor. Jiang Chen had just walked out of the training room, and a sudden exclamation sounded directly in Jiang Chen's ear. You're invincible war king Jiang Chen. I didn't expect that you would live in the training room next to me. Jiang Chen tilted his head and saw that at the door of a training room next to him, a young man in blue clothes with a delicate face was looking at him excitedly. Invincible god of war Jiang Chen. He looked at the blue-clothed youth in front of him, and couldn't help but ask curiously, "This brother, I don't know how I became the invincible god of war." Your Excellency entered the Shenglong Tower less than 10 days ago, and he went from the 1st floor of the Shenglong Tower to the 5th floor of the Shenglong Tower, and each floor completed the killing with an invincible posture, so he was called the invincible god of war. The blue-clothed youth looked at Jiang Chen reverently. In the Thanglong Pagoda, almost everyone who can obtain the exclusive title is the ultimate genius on the 7th and 8th floors. But Jiang Chen was on the 5th floor. He had already won the title of invincible god of war, and he was indeed the first person in the Shenglong Tower in eternity. What the blue-clothed youth did not expect was, the name of the invincible god of war Jiang Chen has almost moved the entire Rising Dragon Tower overnight. But Jiang Chen, as the party concerned, didn't even know. "Oh, do you know the title of my invincible god of war, who came out of it?" He was a newcomer who had just stepped into the 5th floor of the Dragon Tower, but was crowned the invincible title of god of war. I am afraid that many top testers above the 5th floor of the Dragon Tower will be dissatisfied with their title. The person who gave him the title of invincible god of war was obviously uneasy in kind, and wanted to make all the top trials of the Dragon Tower in a state of hostility towards him. "I don't know this either." The blue-clothed youth shook his head and said, "But as far as I know, most people should have learned about the invincible war," censored Jiang Chen from the reward order. Jiang Chen said with a surprised look, "Reward order?" "Yes, the trial of the Dragon Tower can issue a reward order in the Dragon Tower. Just yesterday, the 7th floor warlord killed the censored Zhuang Lia coldly and issued a reward for you. He rewards your head with 3,000 crystals. Anyone who kills you in the battle arena can get the reward of 3,000 crystals." The blue-clothed youth explained. Sure enough, the guy Zhuang Lia was behind the scenes. Jiang Chen's eyes were slightly cold. This guy first gave him the title of invincible god of war, pushed him to the mouth of the wind and waves, and then issued a high-priced reward for him. The astronomical reward of 3,000 gods is enough to make countless people go crazy. Now, no matter which floor Jiang Chen is on, as long as he appears in the fighting arena, he will be blocked by this level of power. Zhuang Lia's move clearly wanted to put him to death. Zhuang Lia wanted to put him to death in this way, but he was too underestimated. Since this guy gave him the title of invincible god of war, then he let Zhuang Lia know what a true invincible god of war is. Chapter 1191. Immortal Golden Body, Give Me Condensate. Brother Jiang Chen, although your strength is extraordinary, Zhuang Lia's soaring price reward is bound to attract all the champions of the Battle King level. You have to be cautious when you go to the fighting arena in the future. At this moment, the blue-clothed youth solemnly reminded. Thanks for reminding, I will be careful. Jiang Chen smiled slightly, then bid farewell to the blue-clothed youth and strode towards the central fighting arena. Push open the gate of the fighting arena. When Jiang Chen walked into the martial arts arena, he felt a lot of eyes around him falling on him. Hey! Isn't this Jiang Chen, the invincible god of war who was rewarded by Zhuang Lia's sky-high price? He actually came to the battlefield. Cut. A mere 4-layered Maudo boy who dares to be called the invincible god of war, he can also be the king on the first few floors. Tisk tusk. If he dares to hurt the martial arts platform, I will set the reward of 3,000 crystals. Hearing the discussion coming from the surroundings, Jiang Chen couldn't help but a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. These guys seem to treat him as prey that can be hunted at will. He will soon let these people know who is whose prey. Ignoring the gazes of the surrounding testers, Jiang Chen walked to a relatively small place and quietly followed the battle on the martial arts platform. Both of them are the cultivation bases of the 5 levels of spirits, one comprehending the true meaning of the threefold Shaocheng's fire Dao, and the other comprehending the true meaning of the threefold Shaocheng Lei Dao, which can be said to be inextricably beaten. The young man who understood the true meaning of the triple thunder road finally caught an opponent's flaw and flew it out of the fighting platform. After defeating his opponent, the young man who understood the true meaning of Lei Dao obviously also consumed a lot of money, and had no intention of continuing to challenge, so he jumped off the fighting platform. Next, who else will be on the martial arts platform? As the young man came off the court, the faint voice of the black referee resounded. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen's figure directly turned into an afterimage, and in a flash, it fell on the central martial arts platform. Seeing Jiang Chen appearing on the martial arts platform, there was an uproar around the martial arts arena. They didn't expect that this guy who was offered a reward at the sky-high price of Zhuang Lia really had the guts to go to the martial arts stage. Many people's eyes on Jiang Chen became extremely hot. Jiang Chen's head is now very valuable. As long as you kill it, you can get a reward of 3,000 censored crystals. Even for the 5th floor warlord, 3,000 censored crystals are a huge wealth. Jiang Chen, I didn't expect you to really dare to go to the martial arts stage. In this case, Du Chuan laughed at Zhuang Lia's offer of 3,000 crystals. Just as everyone was eager to try, a grim-faced scared young man took the lead and appeared first on the wudutai. Damn it, Du Chuan was the first to board. Seeing this scene, some warriors who were a step slower than Du Chuan couldn't help showing a look of annoyance. Du Chuan, the 6th level of Shenhun cultivation, the 5th layer of 8 consecutive victories. On the other hand, Jiang Chen was no more than the 4-tiered cultivation base. Now that Du Chuan is the first to make a move, they are probably completely out of action. Jiang Chen faintly looked at Du Chuan in front of him, but there was a scornful smile on his lips. If you want to take my head to receive a reward, then you have to see if you have this ability. Indestructible golden body, condense me. Chapter 1192, Garbage that can't even break the defense. With Jiang Chen's voice falling, a dazzling golden light burst out suddenly from his body. During the burst of golden light, Jiang Chen's figure increased rapidly, and a burst of crackling bone distortion sounded continuously. It only takes a few breaths. Jiang Chen's figure has been abruptly raised by 2 or 3 times, and he looks like the same golden armored war god, exuding an aura of dominance over the world. Is this the power of the immortal golden body? It is indeed an emperor-level martial arts, and it is not as powerful as usual. Feeling the powerful power in his body, Jiang Chen couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. Although this immortal golden body and the Taishu combat body are both physical and martial arts, there are also certain differences. The original Taishu combat body was actually an attacking technique with 3 powerful and domineering Taishu styles. And this immortal golden body directly raised his physical strength to another level. Jiang Chen could almost feel it clearly. After using the immortal golden body, he has improved by more than 30% in all aspects such as strength and defense. Originally, Jiang Chen's body cultivation was not long after breaking through the 7th heaven, which was equivalent to the 1st stage of the soul. Now that he is displaying the immortal golden body, even if the martial artist of the 4th soul is standing in front of him, Jiang Chen is confident with a punch. The defense of the indestructible golden body is also far stronger than the defense of the ordinary spirit 4-level martial artist. Even if it is a warrior with the 5th layer of the soul, or even the 6th layer of the soul, I am afraid I can never easily break through the defense of the indestructible golden body, simply put. This immortal golden body is actually somewhat similar to the Dian cloud swallowing technique that Jiang Chen once mastered, and it is something that can instantly increase strength. Dian cloud swallowing technique promotes martial arts cultivation, while indestructible golden body improves physical strength. However, the immortal golden body is undoubtedly much stronger than Dian cloud swallowing technique. The power growth it brought to Jiang Chen not only far surpassed Dian swallowing technique, but it also had no restrictions. Once the indestructible golden body is condensed, unless someone can defeat it, the power of the indestructible golden body will not disappear. This indestructible golden body is worthy of the title of Emperor-level martial arts, and it is indeed extremely powerful. Condensing the indestructible golden body, Jiang Chen didn't mean to do anything at all. Instead, he sat down calmly under countless dull gazes in the fighting arena. Du Chuan, don't you want my head to receive the reward? I will give you a chance now, you can do it. Jiang Chen looked at Du Chuan with a smile, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but lifted up a strange arc. Since the immortal golden body is so powerful, Jiang Chen is simply not ready to do it. He planned to sit here for Du Chuan to fight, and contribute a little experience value to his invincible refining technique. Seeing that Jiang Chen dared to take him so lightly, Du Chuan shouted angrily, and immediately brought a storm of vitality between his palms, and slapped Jiang Chen. The Yuanli storm instantly fell on the golden gas of Jiang Chen's body, and a crisp metal crash sounded through the air. Du Chuan's figure trembled slightly, and the whole person retreated 7 or 8 steps. He looked up at Jiang Chen, who was sitting motionless, and finally an incredible horror appeared in his eyes. But when Du Chuan was shocked, Jiang Chen's disdainful voice rang again. Du Chuan, if you only have this strength, don't be ashamed here. Censored, that can't even break my defenses. I really don't know where you have the courage to kill me. Chapter 1193, I can't move until I vomit blood. Jiang Chen, you are going to be rampant, I don't believe that you can't break your turtle shell. Du Chuan roared angrily, and a dark spear flashed out of thin air in his hand, and the power of the martial arts platform also gathered crazily above his head. Lei you kill, Du Chuan screamed, and the spear in his hand shook. A fierce thunder light film directly cut through the void and slashed at Jiang Chen fiercely. There was another sharp metal crash, and Du Chuan's seemingly fierce thunder light movie was once again completely resisted by Jiang Chen's unquenchable golden body. Ding! You withstand a blow from the soul of the 6th-tier warrior, and gain 6,000*100 experience in the invincible refining technique. Hearing the system prompt sound in his mind again, the smile in Jiang Chen's eyes became more and more intense. A blow from the 6th-tier warrior of soul, the experience value gained is several times more than that of swallowing a piece of Luli Tianxin. If a few more people like Du Chuan attacked him, his invincible body refining technique would increase his speed. What kind of martial arts does this guy display? The defense is really not as strong as usual. Yeah, Du Chuan failed to break Jiang Chen's defense in 2 consecutive moves. It seems that Zhuang Lia's reward is not so easy to get. Around the martial arts arena, everyone looked at the situation on the high platform, their eyes became much more solemn. Even Du Chuan, an 8-game winning streak, could hardly break Jiang Chen's defense. Such strength is enough to stop the vast majority of the 5th-tier martial artists. Damn, how could this guy's defense be so strong? Without breaking Jiang Chen's defenses in 2 consecutive moves, Du Chuan's expression became extremely gloomy. Jiang Chen's lazy sound rang in his ears again. Du Chuan, why did you stop and continue? Although your attack is not very good, it is still good to use it to catch the itch. Hearing Jiang Chen's words that didn't put him in his eyes, Du Chuan only felt angrily rising in his chest. He suddenly let out a low growl in his throat, with an extremely ferocious expression, waving his spear and rushing out again at Jiang Chen. Thunder Purgatory, Sura kills, triple shot intent. This time, Du Chuan was obviously completely angered by Jiang Chen, and he didn't have any reservations at all. One after another, powerful offensives continued to kill Jiang Chen. Clang clang, a series of metal crashes in midair are endless, and the system prompts in Jiang Chen's mind are also constantly resounding. Although Du Chuan was fierce this time, and almost smashed all the various powers he possessed on Jiang Chen, he still couldn't shake Jiang Chen. Every time Du Chuan attacks Jiang Chen's invincible body refining technique can gain a wave of experience points and become more powerful. In Du Chuan's vitality, with every point he consumes, the strength will weaken by 1 point. Under such a process of ebb and flow, Du Chuan couldn't break Jiang Chen's immortal golden body even if he tried his best. In the end, he was even injured by the indestructible golden counter-shock, and a mouthful of blood spurted out frantically. This scene directly caused the huge battlefield to fall into a dead silence. Du Chuan, with a magnificent 6-layered cultivation base of Shanghai, a strong man with 8 consecutive victories on the 5th floor of the Shenglong Pagoda, actually vomited blood without hurting Jiang Chen. This Nima really can't move until he vomits blood. Chapter 1194, The True Invincible God of War. Unexpectedly, Du Chuan would lose like this. This guy is worthy of being the invincible god of war of the first 4 levels of 10 days to kill, and his strength is absolutely abnormal. Zhuang Lia's sky-high reward is not so easy to take. Everyone looked at the situation on the high platform with shocked faces, and there was an incredible exclamation in their mouths. Especially the several warriors who had planned to attack Jiang Chen before could not help but wipe their cold sweat secretly. Among them, the strongest is almost the same as Du Chuan, and some are even weaker than Du Chuan. Fortunately, no one rushed up just now. Otherwise, their fate at the moment is probably worse than Du Chuan. Du Chuan vomited blood and couldn't break Jiang Chen's immortal body, only feeling a fiery pain on his face. Wherever he had the face, he continued to stay in the fighting platform, directly surrendered, and then left the fighting arena briefly. Jiang Chen ignored Du Chuan who was leaving. His faintly golden eyes swept slightly, and his loud voice resounded directly through the entire martial arts arena. Next, who wants to come up for a fight? Jiang Chen's call for war again caused the entire martial arts arena to be completely silent at this moment. A bald young man wearing a gray monk's clothes finally slowly walked up to the martial arts platform. The bad monk Tang Prison, I didn't expect this guy to shoot. This monk is a physicist in the middle of the 7th heaven, who has already won 9 consecutive victories on the 5th floor of the Dragon Tower. Tisk tusk, there should be a good show in this battle. Everyone looked at the monk walking up the platform, and they couldn't help talking. Little monk Tang Prison, I would like to teach the donor the undefeated golden body. The bald young man who claimed to be Tang Prison folded his hands together and gave a slight salute to Jiang Chen. Immediately, the sole of his foot hit the ground and a golden light burst out of his body. I saw Tang Prison's figure standing tall in vain, and the skin all over his body became bronze with a faint golden light, and it looked like a golden arhat. Dari Guangming fist. Arhat's golden body condensed, Tang Prison snorted softly, and a golden fist light that was as dazzling as the sun blasted directly at Jiang Chen. The golden fist light fell on Jiang Chen Immortal Jin's body, and it burst out with a crisp loud noise like Hong Zong's impact. Although Tang Prison's punch seemed extremely domineering, it only shook Jiang Chen's figure back by half a step. Seeing this scene, Tang Prison's eyes shrank slightly, and the successive martial arts greeted Jiang Chen like a violent storm. Great King Kong hand. Nothing is wrong. The great compassionate Chiba hand. Facing a series of fierce attacks from Tang Prison, Jiang Chen still sat there with a calm expression. Let him storm and I will stand still. At the beginning, Tang Prison could barely shake Jiang Chen back by half a step. As the invincible refining technique continues to increase, Tang Prison will no longer be able to shake Jiang Chen anymore. Terror. This guy's defense is too terrifying. Everyone stared blankly at the situation on the martial arts stage, and couldn't help taking a breath. Whether it is Du Chuan who has won 8 consecutive victories, or Tang Prison who has won 9 consecutive victories, even with all means, even Jiang Chen's defense cannot be broken. They just understood that Jiang Chen's name as the invincible god of war is not because of a vain name. This guy is completely a real invincible god of war. Chapter 1195. The 5th floor warlord, Ling Han. The golden body of the donor is rare in the world, and the monk I am convinced. After more than 10 tricks failed to break Jiang Chen's immortal golden body, Tang Prison finally chose to admit defeat. He had clearly sensed that Jiang Chen's defense of the immortal golden body had been continuously increasing with his attacks. This guy in front of him is clearly using his attack to refine. He doesn't want to continue to be Jiang Chen's free sparring partner. Seeing that Tang Prison was forced by Jiang Chen to surrender, everyone watching around couldn't help but twitch. Tang Prison is a 9-game winning streak on the 5th floor of the Dragon Tower, and his strength has reached the peak of the mid-7th heaven of physique. His combat power is inferior to the martial artist at the 6th peak of the soul. In the entire 5th floor of the Shenglong Tower, except for the two warlords who reached the 7th level of the soul, almost no one was an opponent of Tang Prison. But even in such a powerful Tang Prison, Jiang Chen's defenses were still not broken. These testers on the battlefield can no longer imagine the terrifying level of Jiang Chen's strength. Through killing, I'm afraid this guy will kill again on the 5th floor. Everyone looked at Jiang Chen, who was still sitting on the martial arts stage and clamoring for war, and they couldn't help shaking their heads and laughing bitterly. Even Tang Prison was abused by Jiang Chen and turned into a scum. Now besides the 5th-tier Battle King, who would dare to go up to trouble Jiang Chen? Huh. Look at it, someone is going up again to challenge. At this moment, a sharp-eyed tester suddenly pointed to somewhere and cried out. When everyone looked up, they found a cold-clothed young man with a broken sword on his back, walking towards the martial arts platform step by step. Isn't this the Battle King Ling Han who has dissipated for half a year? He actually made a move. Ling Han, this is the most talented figure on the 5th floor of the Shenglong Tower in the past year. Less than half a year after he entered the 5th floor, he used a broken sword on the 5th floor to kill the quartet and won the title of the 5th floor warlord. After Ling Han won the title of King of War, he completely disappeared on the 5th floor. In the past 6 months, there has been no news about Ling Han on the 5th floor. They all thought that Ling Han had already entered the 6th floor of the Dragon Tower, but they didn't expect Ling Han to show up at this time. 6 months ago, Ling Han used the strength of the 6th Divine Soul to defeat the 7th Divine Soul War King. Now that half a year has passed, Ling Han's strength has become even more terrifying. He is now on stage to fight Jiang Chen, and this battle has become interesting. On the 5th floor, the Battle King Ling Han specially came to teach your master's tactics. I wonder if you dare to fight. Ling Han stepped onto the martial arts stage, staring at Jiang Chen, his cold face also exploded with a terrifying fighting spirit. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. It is my honor to be able to fight against the King of War, please. It seems you are not going to make a move yet. Ling Han looked at Jiang Chen who was still sitting in the same place, his eyes slightly cold. Although your indestructible golden body has a strong defense, it may not be able to block my sword. If you can't stop it, you'll know if you try. Jiang Chen still smiled faintly. If you can break my indestructible golden body, I will fight you. Okay, let me see how many swords your so-called indestructible golden body can block me. Ling Han's voice fell, and backhand pulled out the broken sword behind him. A huge sword intent that shocked Yunxiao instantly spread from Ling Han's body. Chapter 1196, Kendo Duel. First sword, sword up. Ling Han let out a cold cry, and when he interrupted his sword, he swung his sword at Jiang Chen without warning. A ray of netherworld sword light burst out suddenly and fell down. That amazing sword intent and powerful attack made everyone under the martial arts platform clearly feel it. Some of the weaker people only felt their minds trembled, as if under that sword, their whole person would be shattered. The sword light cut through the space, and in the blink of an eye, it slashed on the condensed gas of Jiang Chen's immortal golden body. An invisible energy storm swept across the entire martial arts platform in an instant. Under the terrifying energy storm, Jiang Chen's golden body sitting cross-legged, wiped the ground and moved back 2 or 3 meters. The strength of this guy, really strong. Jiang Chen lowered his head and glanced at the faint bloodstain on his chest, astonished in his heart. Just now Ling Han's sword not only shook him back by 2 or 3 meters, but one of the sword oars pierced through the indestructible golden body's body armor, leaving a sword mark on his body. However, fortunately, Jiang Chen's cultivation of physical Tao was finally raised to a level under Ling Han's sword, reaching the realm of the early stage of the 7th heaven of physical Tao. The cultivation of the body is divided into 3 small realms in the front, middle and back, each of which has 3 stages: Shaocheng, Dacheng, and Peak. At the beginning of the 7th heaven, the achievement is also the realm of the duality of spirit and soul. Previously, when Jiang Chen was still in the early stage of the 7th heaven, he was able to block Ling Han's attack with his indestructible golden body. Now that the Taoist cultivation base has broken through, Jiang Chen is also confident to block Ling Han's next sword. Second sword, sword cut. Seeing that Jiang Chen was blocking his first sword, there was no change on Ling Lianqing's face. He interrupted the sword with an indomitable momentum and cut it out again with a sword. Whether this sword is sword power or sword energy, it is 3 points stronger than the first sword. The dazzling sword light, with the domineering power to destroy everything, once again fell on Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's golden body trembled, and the whole person rubbed the ground again and backed a few meters away. 2 more red blood stains appeared on his bronze-gold body in an instant. Even the body protection chi around his body has become a bit dim under this sword. Your Excellency's immortal golden body is indeed very strong, and it can block my first 2 swords so easily. But I still have a third sword, which is also my strongest sword. If you still use the indestructible golden body to resist my third sword, I am afraid you will definitely die. Ling Han held the broken sword in his hand, his expression still cruel, but the sword power all over his body became more and more terrifying. Your kendo is also very good, today I will use my kendo to meet you this third sword. Jiang Chen's voice fell, and he stood up and dispersed the eternal gold, and the blood dragon sword flashed out of thin air in his hand. This guy in front of him is indeed a terrifying genius in kendo. The strength of the 7 divine soul, the sword intent of the 3 major achievements, and the sword skills he mastered are also extraordinary. One sword is better than one sword. Although Jiang Chen's Dao cultivation base at the early stage of the 7th layer of heaven, combined with the god-level martial arts indestructible golden body, is already sufficient to resist the attacks of ordinary Spirit 7 martial artists. But Ling Han in front of him was not an ordinary warrior, but a genius sword repairer with extraordinary combat power. Facing this guy's supreme sword, Jiang Chen really didn't have the confidence to carry it down. In order to show respect to this guy, Jiang Chen decided to use the sword against the sword. He wants to use his strongest sword to have a kendo duel with Ling Han. Chapter 1197, Defeated the King with One Sword. You want to fight me with a sword? Looking at this scene, Ling Han couldn't help showing a look of surprise on his cold face. Ling Han also didn't expect that Jiang Chen would disperse the immortal golden body, planning to use his sword for the final duel. In his eyes, naturally, he couldn't see that Jiang Chen's martial arts cultivation base was only in the 4th layer of spirit. Don't say that Jiang Chen's cultivation base is 3 small realms lower than him. Even in the same realm, the entire Shenglong Pagoda can beat him in kendo. It is one of the few. Jiang Chen would use the immortal golden body with a powerful attacking technique to pick up his strongest sword, but he did not expect Jiang Chen to make such a choice. Yes, because what I do best is kendo, just like you. Jiang Chen's faint voice fell, and an invisible sword intent instantly filled the battlefield. Ling Han only felt that the whole person was locked by thousands of invisible sword auras. The terrifying sword intent caused Ling Han's hair to stand up suddenly. This is the realm of sword intent transformation. This guy has realized the triple perfect sword intent. Ling Han was astonished to the extreme. He stared at Jiang Chen closely, and finally a touch of unprecedented dignity appeared on his cold face. Only this sword intent of the triple perfect realm is enough to be positive, and this son's attainments in the sword are already above him. Your kendo is extraordinary. Ling Mo uses the strongest sword today to learn your kendo. Ling Han took a deep breath, and on top of the sword, a sword light with endless destruction power instantly swallowed out. Jian Meng became more and more prosperous under the urging of Ling Han, covering the entire martial arts platform in the blink of an eye. And Ling Han's face became extremely pale at this moment. The third sword, the sword is destroyed. He gritted his teeth, forcibly supported his trembling body and swung a sword out, and a mouthful of blood finally spurted out frantically. As Ling Han swung this sword, a sword light containing the power of endless destruction, like the light of extinction, spread over the Wudo platform. Facing Ling Han's supreme sword, Jiang Chen's eyes shrank slightly, and thousands of sword auras instantly condensed into the space-time sword domain, enveloping the destroying sword light in Ling Han's body. Ling Han's swordsmanship is powerful, and his cultivation has reached the 7th stage of divine soul. Now on this martial arts platform, the secret technique of Dian swallowing cloud cannot be easily performed without a last resort. With his 4-fold cultivation base, it is impossible to take Ling Han's supreme sword with ordinary means, and only this one can contend with it in the space-time sword domain. As soon as Jiang Chen's time and space sword region condensed, Ling Han's destruction sword light was cut down on the barrier of the time and space sword region with the momentum of lightning. The shocking explosion sounded throughout the fighting field. I saw Jiang Chen's time and space sword domain twisted and changed under the attack of the destroying sword light, and finally burst open with a crash. The terrifying wave of destruction instantly spread around the Wudutai, and even the defensive formation above the Wudutai was shaky under the impact of the destruction. As for Ling Han's figure, under the impact of the devastating air wave, it fell out of the martial arts platform like a broken kite. In contrast, Jiang Chen on the other side only stepped back more than 10 steps on the martial arts platform, and slowly stabilized his figure. Looking at this scene, everyone could hardly believe their eyes. Ling Han was defeated. Ling Han, the 5th-tier legendary war king, was defeated by Jiang Chen like this. Chapter 1198, Higher Sparring. This guy is really a tough opponent. Seeing Ling Han who fell out of the martial arts platform, Jiang Chen was also amazed. Ling Han is definitely the strongest opponent Jiang Chen has faced since entering the Dragon Tower. Ling Han's third sword just now, the attack was extremely fierce. Even if he used the strongest sword in the time and space sword domain, he was still smashed by Ling Han with a sharp sword. Moreover, Ling Han did not fully grasp the third sword, unable to exert the full power of the third sword. If Ling Han had mastered the complete third sword, I am afraid that Jiang Chen can only defeat him if he simultaneously casts the 2 big hole cards of Dian Cloud Swallowing Technique and Time and Space Sword Domain. It seems that we can't look down on the geniuses above the 5th floor of Shenglong Tower too much. Jiang Chen's heart trembled, and he couldn't help but let out a low whisper. The testers of the Dragon Tower are geniuses from all parts of the universe. Especially those above the 5th floor of Shenglong Tower are even more geniuses among geniuses. Among these geniuses, there is no shortage of existences who have more combat power than Ling Han. Faced with such an opponent, if it is a little careless, it might really capsize in the gutter. Defeating the Battle King Ling Han with one sword, Jiang Chen has become the most powerful existence on the 5th floor of Thang Long. Even with Zhuang Lia's sky-high reward, no one on the 5th floor dared to challenge Jiang Chen on stage. These 5th layers are connected and not fools. Although the reward of the 3,000 god crystals is very attractive, they still have to have that fate. No one took the stage to challenge. Without any surprise, Jiang Chen completed the layer by layer killing again and won the title of the 5th layer War King. Receiving 1,600 censored crystals and a reward of Battle King honor points, Jiang Chen walked away under countless respectful gazes. After exiting the gate of the martial arts arena, Jiang Chen did not rush back to his residence, but walked towards the trial or service center. After a battle with Ling Han, Jiang Chen had a new understanding of the top genius in the Dragon Tower. Jiang Chen didn't rush to the 6th floor this time, but planned to stay on the 5th floor for a while to increase his strength. In the Thang Long Pagoda, there is a trial or service center on each floor. It is said that as long as the censored crystal is spent, the trial or service center can satisfy any service of the trialer. Jiang Chen came to the martial arts service center in order to hire 2 testers to beat him up and improve his physical cultivation. Now Jiang Chen's body cultivation is only a great achievement in the early stage of the 7th heaven, and with the immortal golden body, he can resist the attacks of ordinary divine souls. If he could improve his body cultivation level to the mid-7th heavenly great achievement or even the peak, even a martial artist with the 9th layer of ordinary spirits would be unable to break through his defenses. He is the true invincible god of war in the Dragon Tower. Trial person, what can I do for you? Jiang Chen walked to the service desk of the trial service center, and the sweet voice of a beautiful staff member rang in Jiang Chen's ears. Jiang Chen didn't talk nonsense, and said directly, I want to hire 2 sparring partners. There are 2 ways to hire sparring partners, one is dispatched by the tester service center according to your requirements. The other is that we publish them in the form of tasks. If a tester accepts the sparring task, we will contact you. I don't know how you want to hire a sparring partner. The beauty staff explained with a smile. Hearing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but frown. Posting tasks and waiting for someone to pick up the sparring tasks, this efficiency is too slow. Jiang Chen doesn't want to waste time on this. Jiang Chen said directly and simply, just the first one. Seeing that Jiang Chen had made a choice, the beauty staff directly took out a form and placed it in front of Jiang Chen. This is the detailed information and price of the sparring, you can take a look. Jiang Chen glanced at the form, and found that there were dozens of training partners on the form. The lowest level of these training partners is the initial stage of the 5th stage of the soul, and the highest is the peak of the 6th stage of the soul. The price of sparring is also determined by the training of the sparring partner. However, even in the early stage of the 5th stage of the soul, the 50 censored crystals must be practiced once, and the time for each practice is only 2 hours. Jiang Chen suddenly looked stunned and said, the price of these sparring partners is so high. Generally speaking, the testers of the Dragon Tower will hire a training partner when they break their limits or try to practice some new martial arts. This situation is very dangerous for the sparring person. If there is no high return, who would be willing to do the sparring? Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile when he heard the words. A sparring partner in the early stage of the 5th stage of the gods and souls will get 50 crystals in 2 hours. If Jiang Chen wanted to continuously improve the invincible body refining technique, he would have at least 300 crystals a day. With the addition of the 1,600 crystals just received, Jiang Chen now has more than 2,000 crystals on his body. Even if it is all used to hire sparring, it can only last for a few days. Although the price of sparring is a bit beyond Jiang Chen's imagination, Jiang Chen is still planning to hire 2 sparring partners for 3 days. A sparring session is 3 days, and the total of the 2 is 6 days. 6 days is completely enough for his body cultivation to reach the mid-7th heaven. 1,800 censored crystals can raise the cultivation base of the body to such a level, but it is not a loss. Brother Jiang Chen, why are you here? Just as Jiang Chen was about to hire a training partner, a slightly familiar voice suddenly came from behind. Jiang Chen looked back and found that it was not someone else who appeared behind him, but the blue-clothed youth who lived next to him. Jiang Chen smiled slightly and said, I'm here to hire a sparring partner. Hire sparring? The blue-clothed youth smiled heartily. Brother Jiang Chen, if you need to practice sparring, just tell me. It's a kind of fate for everyone to be neighbors. I'll give you a sparring session for free. It doesn't need to be free, I need a longer time to practice. Jiang Chen smiled slightly and said, if you really want to, you can find another person to accompany you to practice with me. I will give you 1 person and 200 crystals every day. The cultivation base of the blue-clothed youth has reached the pinnacle of the 5 levels of spirits, and 200 crystals a day is far more cost-effective than hiring at the trial or service center. To be his sparring partner, apart from the constant consumption of energy, there is almost no danger. As the saying goes, fertility does not flow to outsiders' fields. He got acquainted with the blue-clothed youth, and it was a good thing to earn the censored crystals for the blue-clothed youth. No problem, this matter is on my body. The blue-clothed youth patted his chest and promised, I'll find a friend, and let me be your sparring partner. Okay, I am waiting for you in the exclusive practice area. Jiang Chen smiled and nodded, and then left the tester service center. Chapter 1199, The Mid-7th Day of the Body. Return to the exclusive practice area. After Jiang Chen waited for less than half an hour, the blue-clothed youth brought a burly youth who was not good at speaking to Jiang Chen. Through the introduction, Jiang Chen also quickly learned the names of the 2. The blue-clothed youth was named Shu Liang, and the burly youth was named Xin Shang. Both of them came from the same weak and inferior plane, and now they are both at the pinnacle of the 5-tiered spirit. The talents of the 2 can only be regarded as average in this Dragon Tower. It took more than 3 years to enter the Thanglong Pagoda, and barely rushed to the 5th level of the Thanglong Pagoda. After the 5th floor of the Rising Dragon Tower, the difficulty of each level has increased exponentially. If there is no big chance, it is almost impossible for the 2 of them to enter God's domain through this Rising Dragon Tower. Brother Jiang Chen, I don't know how you want us to practice with you. After a few brief conversations, Shu Liang, a young man in blue, directly asked about business. Jiang Chen smiled slightly and said, you should have heard of today's wudutai. Brother Jiang Chen smashed the quartet with a golden body, and finally defeated the warlord Linghan with a single sword. It has already caused a sensation in the entire 5th floor. We naturally heard about it, Shu Liang said with respect. It was precisely because he had just learned about Jiang Chen's sturdy record in the martial arts arena, Shu Liang wondered why Jiang Chen would ask them to do sparring. With Jiang Chen's terrifying strength, let alone them, even the 5th-tier warlord of the Dragon Tower might not be qualified to be Jiang Chen's training partner. I'm looking for you, in fact, to improve the immortal golden body. My indestructible golden body can be tempered and strengthened by opponents' attacks. Simply put, I just asked you to beat me. Jiang Chen's voice fell, and the immortal golden body also condensed instantly. Come on, use your strongest power to attack me, and use your martial arts as far as possible, so as not to be wounded by my indestructible golden bodyguard gas. I'll do it first. As Shu Liang said, the aura of the 5 peaks of the spiritual soul erupted with full force, and a fierce Yuan Li Zhongjin directly hit Jiang Chen's body between his palms. Ding! You are attacked by a martial artist from the 5 peaks of the soul, and you have gained 5888*100 experience in invincible refining. Hearing the system prompt in his mind, Jiang Chen's mouth could not help but raised a slight arc. That's it, continue, you are welcome. It deserves to be the invincible god of war who swept the first 5 floors of the Dragon Tower in half a month. This defense is too abnormal. Seeing that he hit with all his strength, as if to tickle Jiang Chen, Shu Liang also smiled bitterly. He took a deep breath, then attacked Jiang Chen with all his strength. Under Shu Liang's constant attack, Jiang Chen's physique cultivation is also rapidly increasing at a terrifying speed. Shu Liang's vitality was exhausted, and he changed to Qin Shang to continue. The two of them took turns to attack Jiang Chen. In less than half a day, Jiang Chen's body cultivation base broke through again, reaching the peak of the early 7th heaven. Jiang Chen successfully broke through the middle stage of the 7th heaven. Jiang Chen's body cultivation has reached the stage of mid-7th heaven. The Dao cultivation level is the mid-stage great achievement of the 7th heaven, which is equivalent to the Shanghai 5th level of the martial art cultivation base. In 5 days, Jiang Chen had forcibly raised his Taoist cultivation to 3 small realms at the cost of 2,000 crystals. With Jiang Chen's current body cultivation base, combined with the immortal golden body, even the 9th divine soul might not be able to break his defense. Although his strength has improved a lot, Jiang Chen is not complacent. The Rising Dragon Tower is the gathering place for the top geniuses of the lower realm. If you meet Ling Han and other geniuses who have reached the 9th level of the soul, his immortal golden body may still not be able to hold it. In this Rising Dragon Tower, there are many more enchanting guys than Ling Han. For example, the King of War on the 7th floor of the Shenglong Tower killed the censored Zhuang Lia coldly. The existence that wanted to put him to death was undoubtedly a more terrifying existence than Ling Han. If he rushes to the 7th floor of Shenglong Tower, he will have a battle with that cold-faced killing censored Zhuang Lia. He must make his strength stronger before stepping into the 7th floor. Only after paying the training fee of 2,000 censored crystals, the censored crystal in Jiang Chen's hand had already bottomed out, and he had to temporarily end these crazy cultivation methods. It seems that you have to find a way to earn Shen Jing. If there are enough censored crystals, he can in this way, in one breath, upgrade his body cultivation to the late 7th heaven. In the entire Rising Dragon Tower, no one should be able to break the indestructible golden body. Even if he swept through the many geniuses of the Dragon Tower in one breath, it wouldn't be a problem to rush to the 9th floor. Jiang Chen couldn't help having a headache just thinking of earning Shenjing. I don't know if there is any other way to make money in Thanglong Tower. He has now completed the kill on the 5th floor of the Rising Dragon Tower, and defeated the warlord Linghan with a single sword. Even a strong player with 9 consecutive victories would not come to challenge him stupidly. It is obviously an unrealistic thing for Jiang Chen to earn Shen Jing through the Wudutai. Go to the trial or service center and have a look. Jiang Chen thought for a while, and went directly to the trial or service center. After turning over and asking, Jiang Chen finally learned that the trial or service center has various tasks, and the trialer can obtain god crystals by completing the tasks. It's just that most of these tasks are smashed in the trial or service center, and you can't earn 10 crystals in one day. This way of earning Shen Jing was nothing short of a drop in the bucket for Jiang Chen, who was in great demand. Jiang Chen quickly scanned the task list. After a while, Jiang Chen finally found a mission that looked very good. Alchemy task. Refining pill for the tester service center. Refine a 5th-grade pill, reward 10 to 50 censored crystal. Refining a 6th-grade pill, reward 80 to 150 censored crystal. Jiang Chen was naturally very satisfied with this alchemy task. As long as he refines dozens of 6th-grade pill, he will be able to reach the censored crystal in the late 7th stage of the physical Tao. Jiang Chen has neglected alchemy during this period, and his alchemy has remained at the 6th rank. With this task, he can also upgrade the level of alchemy. Why would Jiang Chen not do such a thing with 2 birds with 1 stone? Chapter 1200. When it comes to alchemy, I won't lose anyone. How do I take up this alchemy task? With a decision in his mind, Jiang Chen directly raised his head and asked the beautiful waiter in front of him. You want to take this task? The beautiful waiter suddenly looked at Jiang Chen with surprise. Generally speaking, very few people from the Trials of the Dragon Tower came to take this alchemy mission. These Trials of the Dragon Tower may be rare martial arts geniuses in the lower realm, but there are very few people who are proficient in alchemy. One's energy is limited. Even in the realm of God, a genius who can perform very enchanting in martial arts and alchemy is an extremely rare existence. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows. Is there any problem? There is no problem, but to accept the alchemy task, you must pass the test of the Tester Service Center. Please follow me. As the beautiful waiter said, she led Jiang Chen into the Trial Service Center. The beautiful waiter took Jiang Chen to the front of an independent attic. This is the alchemy building of the 5th floor of the Tester Service Center. The person in charge is the 7th rank Pinnacle Alchemy Master Pangda Master. If you want to accept the alchemy task, you must pass the assessment of Pangda Master. The beautiful waiter explained to Jiang Chen while leading Jiang Chen into the attic door. The worst of the alchemy missions of the Dragon Tower is to refine the 5th grade primary pill. Naturally, no one can take such a task, and it is reasonable to check it. The two had just walked into the attic door, and faced a small middle-aged man wearing a gray alchemist robe and walked out of the attic. Zhu Qing, the alchemy building prohibits outsiders from entering. What are you doing with a stranger here? The middle-aged man looked at Jiang Chen and his brows frowned slightly. The beautiful waiter glanced at the middle-aged man with some trepidation, and said solemnly, Master Ji, he is a trialer on the 5th floor. He came to the Trialer Service Center to receive alchemy tasks. He accepted the task of alchemy. The alchemy task at the Trial Service Center is not something that all cats and dogs can accept. The middle-aged man suddenly sneered with disdain. You don't need to take him to see Pangda Master, just let him go. When the beautiful waiter Zhu Qing heard the middle-aged man's words, her face suddenly became unsightly. She whispered to Jiang Chen on the side, Ji, this man is acrid and mean, he will be reported. It is no good to offend him, or I will bring you over next time. No, you don't have to worry about me, just go to Da Master myself. Jiang Chen said lightly, ignoring the middle-aged man, and strode inward. Boy, I'll let you go, are you deaf? Seeing that Jiang Chen directly ignored his existence, Ji couldn't help but flash across his face. Jiang Chen cast a faint look at Ji, if you let me go, I have to go. Who do you think you are? I'm Ji, a 7th ranked junior alchemist. Ji said with cold eyes, the alchemy mission of the Dragon Tower can only be accepted by alchemists of rank 5 or above. You said you come to accept the alchemy mission, then show your alchemist badge first. Why should I show it to you? Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows. It seems that this place is not your turn to call the shots. Boy, you dare to make trouble in the alchemy building of the Shenglong Tower, you are the first in history. Since you have to find your own way, then I will do you. Ji laughed furiously, raising his hand, and patted Jiang Chen with a monstrous palm. Are you a powerhouse of the 9th divine soul? Feeling the powerful aura erupting from Ji, Jiang Chen couldn't help but condensed slightly. Just as he was about to fight back, a faint cold shout suddenly came out in midair. Ji, stop me. As this cold shout fell, there was a sudden spatial fluctuation in the air, and an old red figure appeared directly in front of Jiang Chen out of thin air. The old man in red stretched out his hand and shook Ji palm in an instant. Ji, you have been in the Dragon City for 10 years, but you still have the same character. If you continue to persevere, you may never want to return to the ancient dragon clan in this life. The old man in red looked at Ji and shook his head in disappointment. If you can't go back, you can't go back. Old guy, I don't need you to be nosy about me. Ji looked fiercely and said, even if I don't rely on the ancient dragon clan, I, Ji, will sooner or later become the famous alchemist of the gods. The old man in red shook his head, too lazy to pay attention to Ji. He turned his gaze and fell directly on Jiang Chen, and said with a smile, little guy, are you here to take the task of alchemy? I don't know how many pills you can refine. Anything below rank 7 can be refined. Whether it is the speed of alchemy or the rate of alchemy, I will not lose to anyone. Jiang Chen downplayed authentically. Hearing Jiang Chen's answer, the old man in red had a look of surprise in his old eyes. Anything below rank 7 can be refined. This means that Jiang Chen's alchemy has reached the level of the 6th rank peak. A 6th rank pinnacle alchemist in his 20s, even in God's domain, is a very rare existence. The last sentence of alchemy speed and alchemy rate did not lose to anyone, and it showed strong confidence. If this son is talking about ruins, he is definitely a rare alchemy genius. A little boy from the lower realm dared to speak up here. Jiu looked at Jiang Chen provocatively. Boy, since you have such confidence in your alchemy, dare you to compete with me? Jiang Chen did not answer Jiu, but looked at the old man in red. If I win him, will I be able to take on the alchemy task? The old man in red was taken aback for a moment. Of course, but Jiu is a 7th rank alchemist, are you sure you want to compare him? As long as the subject of the test is a medicinal product below grade 7, there is no problem. Jiang Chen glanced at Jiu faintly and said proudly, whether it is the speed of alchemy or the rate of alchemy, he can beat me in one thing, even if I lose. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, even the old man in red couldn't help taking a breath. The old man in red originally thought Jiang Chen's sentence didn't lose anyone, it was only for alchemists of the same rank. However, he did not expect that Jiang Chen would still be able to say such words in the face of Jiu, a 7th rank alchemist. 7 rank alchemists refined pills below rank 7, and countless are the alchemy speed and the rate of alchemy, which is completely different from that of alchemists below rank 7. This kid in front of him is really not ordinary crazy. If this kid could really do this step, it would be a little scary. Chapter 1201, The Technique of Hunyuan Unity. Boy, do you really think that your alchemy skills are invincible in the world? Jiu smiled furiously. What kind of skill is just showing your tongue? If you have a seed, how about a bet with me? He is the alchemy genius of the ancient dragon clan of God's domain. Back then, he was assigned to Hualong City because he made a big mistake in the Gulong clan. His alchemy talent, even in the Gulong clan, is ranked top, and few of his peers dared to look down upon him. And the little boy from the lower realm in front of him dared not put him in his eyes so much. How could Jiu, who was stubborn by nature, not angry? Since it is a competition, naturally it is interesting to add some color. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth raised a weird arc. I happen to be short of God crystal recently. Why don't you just gamble on a 3000 God crystal? 3000 censored crystals are 3000 censored crystals. Jiu sneered and said, just can you get 3000 crystals? 3000 censored crystals might not be a big deal to him as a 7th grade alchemist. But for the trialists of the lower realms like the Dragon Tower, it is definitely a fortune. Except for the geniuses at the top of the Dragon Tower, there are almost a handful of people who can produce 3000 crystals at once. Although I can't get 3000 crystals, it's worth 3000 crystals. The 7th floor warlord killed the censored Zhuang Lia in a cold face, and is offering a reward for my head with 3000 censored crystals. If you win, just take my head and get the reward. Jiang Chen downplayed the authenticity, as if he was telling something insignificant. Are you the invincible god of war Jiang Chen who rushed to the 5th floor of the Dragon Tower for 10 days? A look of surprise passed through Jiu's eyes. A sneer was raised at the corner of his mouth. Since you sent it to the door to die, I will accept your head. This guy can break the Thang Long Tower record and become the fastest tower breaker in history, which only proves that his martial arts talent is very enchanting. Jiu really didn't believe it. This kid's alchemy talent will be as enchanting as his martial arts talent. Little guy, are you sure you want to bet this game with Jiu? The old man in red stared at Jiang Chen with a serious expression. A hairy boy from the lower realm, who tried alchemy with 7th rank alchemist Jiu, dared to take his life. This kid is really not ordinary crazy. Jiang Chen, although Jiu is not very good in character, he is really good at alchemy. You still don't want to gamble with him. At this moment, the beautiful waitress on the side also hurried forward and whispered to Jiang Chen. Don't worry, he can't beat me. Refining the same grade pill, Jiang Chen will never lose to anyone. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, and immediately raised his head to look at the old man in red and said, Old sir, please come to host this test. Seeing that Jiang Chen insisted on betting with Jiu in this round, the old man in red didn't say much. With a move of his palm, 2 identical pill furnaces fell in front of Jiu and Jiang Chen respectively. With a wave of the palm of the old man in red, 20 identical medicinal materials were divided into 2 in front of him, and they lined up in front of Jiang Chen in an orderly manner. The faint voice of the old man in red also rang in their ears. The subject of your test this time is the 6th rank pinnacle pill Soul Washing Heaven pill. Now in front of you, each has 10 materials for the Soul Washing Tianden. You need to finish refining the 10 Soul Washing Heavenly pills, and decide the outcome based on the alchemy speed and success rate. Is there a problem? Jiang Chen and Ji Yu both shook their heads, indicating that there is no problem. The old man in red nodded. Since there is no problem, let's start. With the voice of the old man in red fell, Jiang Chen and Ji Yu's palms slapped towards the pill furnace almost at the same time, and they began to raise the furnace to make alchemy. The movements are smooth and flowing, and they are not inferior to Ji Yu. This kid's basic alchemy skills seem to be no worse than Ji Yu. Seeing Jiang Chen not being thrown off by Ji Yu at all, the red-clothed old man's eyes lit up slightly. Although this little guy is arrogant, he does have some arrogant capital. The movements of the two people were very fast. In just a few minutes, both of them were ready and started adding medicinal materials to the pill furnace. Ji Yu was methodical, throwing one medicine after another into the pill furnace and smelting. On the other hand, Jiang Chen's movements surprised the old man in red. Because he had already seen that Jiang Chen added all the 18 materials used to refine the soul-washing heavenly pill into the pill furnace. Is this the technique of Hunyuan's unity? The red-clothed old man's eyes suddenly shrank. He obviously didn't expect that this little guy from the lower realm would actually master such alchemy thaumaturgy. The technique of Hunyuan unity. The greatest effect of this alchemy technique is to unify the elements, melting all alchemy materials at once, greatly increasing the alchemy speed. But this kind of alchemy is extremely advanced. Even in the realm of God, alchemists who can master the technique of Hunyuan return to one are extremely rare. If this son really mastered the technique of Hunyuan's return to one, Ji Yu would no longer be destined to be Jiang Chen's opponent in terms of alchemy speed. The fact is, as the old man in red had expected, Jiang Chen melted all the medicinal materials at once, which greatly saved the time for this step of medicinal materials refining. In less than half an hour, he successfully refined the first soul-washing heaven pill. Ji Yu, who hadn't finished refining medicinal materials, suddenly smelled a pill fragrance coming from him, and he suddenly raised his head and looked at Jiang Chen. He looked at the first pill that had been refined, and his eyes instantly became dull. How could you refine the soul-washing heaven pill so quickly? Jiang Chen smiled faintly. I make alchemy so fast, are you not convinced? Jiang Chen, don't be too proud. The most important thing in alchemy is to look at the rate of alchemy. No matter how fast you make alchemy, you can never win against me. Ji Yu's expression was extremely gloomy. He snorted coldly, then immersed himself in refining the pill. Want to compare Cheng Dan with me? Hearing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but raise a playful smile. If it were an ordinary 6th rank alchemist, compared with Ji Yu, a 7th rank alchemist, the rate of refining a 6th rank pill would definitely lose. But Jiang Chen has the existence of the system. Alchemy every time. The system will automatically increase Jiang Chen's alchemy rate by 100 times, making his alchemy furnace almost 100%. Since Jiang Chen came into contact with alchemy, no matter what grade of pill he refined, he had almost never failed. Since Ji Yu delusional to defeat him at Cheng Dan rate. Then he let this guy see what is the desperate rate of success. Chapter 1202, The Most Enchanting 6th Rank Alchemist. Take out the soul-washing heaven pill from the pill furnace. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate, and quickly started the second refining of the soul-washing heaven pill. Jiang Chen still threw all the medicinal materials into the pill furnace at one time, without any mistakes in the middle. Jiang Chen's second soul-washing heavenly pill has been successfully refined. On the other side, Ji Yu, the first soul-washing heavenly pill was completed in a moment, and the second pill was only just beginning to refine the medicinal materials. Damn it, how could this kid's pill rate be so high? Seeing that Jiang Chen's second pill was easily refined successfully, Ji Yu couldn't help showing an unbelievable look on his face. Jiang Chen mastered the alchemy technique of melting medicinal materials once, and the alchemy speed was faster than him, and Ji Yu recognized it. But Ji Yu never thought of it. Jiang Chen's alchemy rate also seemed to be ridiculously high, and there were no accidents in 2 consecutive alchemy attempts. Soul-washing heaven pill, this is the pill of the 6th pinnacle. Generally, the alchemy master at the pinnacle of the 6th rank has at most about 30% of the alchemy rate for refining the soul-washing heaven pill. Even as a 7th rank alchemy master, His rate of pill formation has reached the 6th achievement. I don't believe that he can successfully refine the next pill. Gu muttered to himself authentically. After successfully refining 2 soul-washing heaven pills in a row, he could still think that Jiang Chen's luck was overwhelming. But if it succeeded 3 times in a row, it would be incredible. Even if it was him, there was no absolute certainty that he would succeed in refining 3 times in a row. Next, a scene that made Gu desperate appeared. Jiang Chen's 3rd soul-washing pill was successfully released. The 4th and 5th. Almost every half an hour, Jiang Chen successfully refined a new soul-washing heaven pill. The whole process, Jiang Chen, was as simple as refining a first-grade pill, and he hadn't even experienced any twists and turns. This situation continued until Jiang Chen refined the 9th soul-washing heaven pill, without any change. But Gu was affected by Jiang Chen, and his mood fluctuated. While refining the 4th and 5th pill, accidents happened one after another and the alchemy failed. With Gu successively failed. In this alchemy competition, there is no need to go on. On alchemy speed, Jiang Chen had only the last one left, and Gu only began to refine the 6th one, and Jiang Chen's speed was much slower. On Cheng Dan rate, Jiang Chen succeeded in refining alchemy 9 times, and the success rate of alchemy reached a terrifying 100%. Even if Jiang Chen chose not to refine the last pill, and Gu succeeded in refining all the remaining pill, the rate of pill formation could not be compared with Jiang Chen. Really a scary little guy. The red-clothed old man stared at this scene blankly, and an unprecedented shock appeared in his old eyes. Although before the competition, the old man in red also thought that this little guy might win, but he still didn't expect Jiang Chen to win so easily. This is simply killing Gu into scum. Master the alchemy technique of Hunyuan Gai, and the rate of refining the same level pill to form a pill has reached 100%. Such attainments in alchemy are really terrifying. Don't say it's Gu. Even if the alchemist at the pinnacle of the 7th rank comes to compete with Jiang Chen, he will lose out in all likelihood. The old man in red even had a feeling. Even if some 8th rank alchemy masters are allowed to complete this problem, they may not be able to achieve such a perfect level as Jiang Chen. If it weren't for Jiang Chen's bone age to be really only about 20 years, the old man in red would have some doubts whether this kid is an old monster who has been immersed in elixir for years. When the old man in red was shocked, Jiang Chen started the final refining of the soul-washing heaven pill like clouds in flowing water. Less than half an hour. The 10th soul-washing heaven pill had already been refined by Jiang Chen. 10 alchemy materials were used to refine 10 soul-washing heavenly pills, and the refining time for each pill was not more than half an hour. This method is almost perfect. This is not true. How could this kid's alchemy reach such a point? On the other side, Gu's face was so pale that he could hardly imagine believing his eyes. The alchemy that he was proud of was actually killed by a little boy from the lower realm. It turns out that the alchemy that I'm so proud of is so rubbish. Gu laughed at himself. His eyes were blank and his expression was dull, as if he had received 10,000 critical strikes in his heart. This time, Gu was even a little skeptical of life by Jiang Chen. Old sir, you can announce the result. After refining the 10th pill, Jiang Chen stood up and stretched out, his lazy voice rang instantly. Little guy, you won this competition. The old man in red gave a wry smile and announced the result of this competition. He couldn't help but ask curiously, little guy, are you really just a 6th grade alchemist? Jiang Chen smiled faintly, replace it like a fake. Hearing this, the old man in red couldn't help but a flash of light flashed in his muddy old eyes. Be sure to bring this child into the realm of God. This kid in front of him is definitely the most enchanting 6th rank alchemist he has ever seen in his life. Even the pill refining genius in God's domain, he has never seen anyone who can reach such a world-defying level in the 6th rank realm. With this kind of alchemy talent, if you enter the realm of God, you only need to train a little to become a 9th-tier alchemist. It's not impossible that even the censored pill masters above the 9th stage are attacked. Gu, I'm willing to accept the bet, and bring the 3,000 censored crystals. As the old man in red announced the result, Jiang Chen looked at Gu Dao directly with a smile. Gu took out 3,000 censored crystals and threw them to Jiang Chen, then turned and left the alchemy building without saying a word. Receive 3,000 censored crystals. Jiang Chen ignored Gu who was leaving, and he smiled and looked at the old man in red. old gentleman, these 10 soul-washing Tian Dan should also be counted as alchemy tasks. Forget it, the red-clothed old man was a little bit dumbfounded. You and Zhu Qing will get 1,500 crystals in a while. Thank you, old sir. Jiang Chen thanked him, and then went to receive the reward from Shenjing with Zhu Qing. Little guy, wait. At this moment, the old man in red suddenly stopped Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen paused, and asked with a puzzled look, is there anything else, the old man? Jiang Chen, your alchemy talent is rare in the world, and I plan to make an exception to recommend you to the ancient dragons. With your abilities, you should be able to obtain the qualification to pass through the gods. The old man in red said with a serious face. Oh, this is it. Jiang Chen shook his head and directly rejected the old man in red. Sir, I'm sorry, I'm afraid I will disappoint you. I have no plans to enter God's domain yet. Chapter 1203, Crazy Alchemy, 7th-rank Alchemist. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, the old man in red couldn't believe his ears, his expression even more shocked. Refused. Hualongcheng is a trial place opened up by the ancient dragons. Countless geniuses from the lower realm came here in order to pass trials and obtain the qualifications to enter the realm of God. God's domain is the supreme main plane of the universe, and it is the holy place of cultivation that all martial arts practitioners in the universe dream of. A qualification for direct access to God's domain. Even the genius of the 8th floor of the Shenglong Tower is enough to be jealous. But now he wants to give Jiang Chen the qualification to go straight to the God's domain, but Jiang Chen absolutely refuses it. What is going on with Nima? Jiang Chen, Master Pang Da is willing to recommend you to go straight into the realm of God. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, so please agree. Zhu Qing on the side was also a bit speechless. These trialists who came to Hualongcheng were not trying to gain a chance to enter God's domain. But now the opportunity was in front of Jiang Chen, but Jiang Chen refused. She really couldn't understand what this guy was going to do. If you don't want to enter the realm of God, come to this dragon city to mess around. Is this opportunity difficult? In fact, when I entered the city for the test, I accidentally broke the record for the city of Hualongcheng. The old gentleman in charge of the test wanted to recommend me to go directly to God's domain, but I refused. Jiang Chen said casually. Zhu Qing, the old man in red. With Jiang Chen's words, both of them were completely speechless. The opportunity to go straight to God's domain may be a dream existence for other testers. But in front of Jiang Chen, this matter seemed as simple as drinking water. Jiang Chen, would you like to think about it? With your talent, it's a pity to stay in the lower realm. The only place in God's domain is the stage where you can fully display. The old man in red reluctantly persuaded. I think Pang Qingyuan has stayed in Hualong City for nearly 2 decades, and now he is still the first one to recommend someone directly into God's domain. As a result, the recommended person refused unceremoniously. Why did this make him feel bad? I still have something to deal with in the lower realm, so I won't consider going to God's domain for the time being. When I rush up to the 9th floor of the Dragon Tower, I will return to the lower realm, and I will naturally go to God's domain at that time. Jiang Chen shook his head, still decided to follow his plan. You don't have to hit the 9th floor of Thanglong Tower. As long as you agree to be recommended to God's domain by me, I can give you 3 years to return to the lower realm to deal with things. 3 years later, you can come directly to Hualongcheng to find me. The red-clothed old man Pang Qingyuan said decisively as if he had made some major decision. Regardless of Jiang Chen's martial arts talents or alchemy talents, he is one of a kind. Even in the Gulong clan, such enchanting geniuses are extremely rare. If Jiang Chen is recommended to enter the realm of God, when Jiang Chen grows up, it will definitely bring him huge benefits. Maybe his fate will be rewritten by this. If this is the case, I have no opinion. This time, Jiang Chen did not refuse Pang Qingyuan again. The reason why he chose to attack the 9th floor of the Shenglong Tower was that he could return to the Shenwu continent while obtaining the qualification to enter the divine realm. Now Pang Qingyuan not only gave him the qualification to go straight to God's domain, but also was willing to give him 3 years to return to the Shenwu continent to deal with things. He had no reason to refuse. Well, you will live in the alchemy building for the past 2 days. Wait for my news. After Pang Qingyuan finished speaking, he disappeared in front of Jiang Chen in a flash. After the old man in red leaves, Jiang Chen also lived in the alchemy building under Zhu Qing's arrangement. Jiang Chen didn't just sit idle, accepting a large number of alchemy tasks, and began to make alchemy crazily. Ding! You refine the 6th rank pinnacle pill and gain 12,222*100 experience. Ding! You successfully promoted to a 7th rank alchemist. Jiang Chen has refined a total of 36th rank pinnacle pills, and successfully raised the alchemist's rank to 7th rank. After breaking through the 7th rank alchemist, on the 3rd day, Jiang Chen began to refine the 7th-stage early stage pill, and directly refined 8 pieces in one breath. Pang Qingyuan, who had disappeared for 3 days, finally appeared in front of Jiang Chen. Little guy, take it. As soon as Pang Qingyuan appeared, he threw a jade slip to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was taken aback for a moment. This is space teleportation jade slip. I made it specially for you. It can last for 3 years. No matter where you are within 3 years, just crush the jade slip and you can send it back to Hualongcheng. If you encounter any danger in the lower realm, you can also use it to save your life at the critical moment. Pang Qingyuan explained with a smile. Oh, it's so amazing. Jiang Chen looked at the jade slip in his hand and suddenly looked surprised. Go back to the lower realm as soon as possible to finish the matter. I am waiting for you in Hualongcheng. Although Jiang Chen is only 20 years old, there is nothing wrong with giving him 3 years, but Pang Qingyuan still hopes that Jiang Chen can enter the realm of God as soon as possible. This time, he had put a lot of money on Jiang Chen, and he was counting on Jiang Chen to turn over for him. I will. Jiang Chen nodded, then smiled and said, but before that, should the old man settle my mission rewards? Pang Qingyuan was slightly taken aback. He swept his gaze beside Jiang Chen with reflex, and he saw rows of pills on the stone platform. Pang Qingyuan was stunned. Good guys. He also left for 3 days. How many pills did this fellow refine? Pang Qingyuan glanced over the rows of pills, and found that the grades of these pills were undoubtedly not the highest grade pills. Especially for the last few pills sealed in the jade bottle, Pang Qingyuan felt the breath of the 7-pin pill. Pang Qingyuan suddenly looked astonished and said, can you refine the 7th grade pill? When this guy competed with Gu, didn't he still say that he was a 6th rank alchemist? How come 3 days have passed, and the 7th grade pill has been refined? Yes, I refined a 6th grade pill 2 days ago, and then accidentally broke through a 7th grade pill, and today I easily refined a few 7th grade pill. Jiang Chen is naturally authentic. Pang Qingyuan was suddenly stunned, standing there speechless for a long time. Chapter 1204. Improve your strength in an all-round way. Pang Qingyuan really didn't know what to say at this moment. After 2 days of alchemy, he accidentally broke through the 7th rank alchemy. When did the 7th rank alchemy become so good? What makes people vomit blood even more? This guy had just broken through the 7th rank alchemy master, and the next day he made 8 7th rank alchemy pills. Refining 7 products is very time consuming. The vast majority of alchemists who have just broken through the 7th stage must refine a 7th stage pill for at least 2 hours. Moreover, the pill rate is extremely low, and it may not be successful once 3 or 5 times. But this guy is good, and after breaking through the 7th rank alchemy master in 1 day, he has produced 8 7th rank pill. Shouldn't this Nima be too exaggerated? However, Pang Qingyuan felt a little relieved when he thought of this kid's Hunyuan integration technique and the terrifying rate of success. Weakly asked, how many ingredients did you use to refine these 8 7-tier pills? Pang Qingyuan finally couldn't help but ask. Jiang Chen naturally said, 8 pills are used, of course, 8 ingredients are used. Is there any problem? Pang Qingyuan, he swore that he would never talk to Jiang Chen about Cheng Dan rate again. This guy's alchemy rate is so violent that all alchemists are desperate. 36 rank pinnacle pill, 4,500 censored crystals. 8 7-stage pill, count as 300 censored crystals for you. Pang Qingyuan said, with a wave of his palm, the 7,000 crystals appeared directly in front of Jiang Chen. Hold the 7,000 censored crystals, quickly roll back to the lower realm to deal with things. Pang Qingyuan waved his hand and said in an angry tone. He didn't want to stay with this kid for a moment now. Staying with this kid, he might be beaten to doubt life sooner or later. Jiang Chen smiled and put the 7,000 crystals into his bag. I don't have to be in a hurry to go back. I still want to practice for a few days in the Shenglong Pagoda, and by the way, go to the 7th floor to find Zhuang Lia to settle the account. Are you going to the 7th floor to find trouble with Zhuang Lia? Pang Qingyuan suddenly couldn't help but get a headache. The gentleman's revenge is not too late for 10 years. Don't wait until later, you are not Zhuang Lia's opponent now. Killing the censored Zhuang Lia in cold face, the 7th level war king of the Shenglong Tower, his cultivation reached the 9-fold existence of the soul. In the entire Rising Dragon Pagoda, apart from the existence of the few half-legged into the divine embryo on the 8th floor, almost no one was Zhuang Lia's opponent. And Zhuang Lia is extremely cruel. He has fought in the battlefield of Shenglong Tower, and the opponents he encountered have never left alive. Over the past few years, Ascending Dragon Tower no longer knew how many geniuses had fallen into Zhuang Lia's hands. Zhuang Lia's title of killing censored in cold face, that was slammed out in the Shenglong Tower. This time, Pang Qingyuan paid a huge price for Jiang Chen. If Jiang Chen were planted in Zhuang Lia's hands, then he would really have lost his wife and broke down. Don't worry, it's not his opponent now, just a few days later. My name, Jiang Chen, the invincible god of war, is not for nothing. I will kill this Zhuang Lia. People respect me, and I respect others. He Jiang Chen does not cause trouble, but he is not afraid of trouble either. Zhuang Lia dared to offer a reward for his head at an astronomical price of 3,000 crystals, so he dared to kill the 7th floor of the Rising Dragon Tower, causing that guy to pay a heavy price for it. Seeing that Jiang Chen insisted on going up to the 7th floor, Pang Qingyuan had to roll his eyes helplessly. Jiang Chen is a tester of the Dragon Tower. He wants to go to the 7th floor, and Pang Qingyuan has no way to stop him. He could only go to watch the battle in person when Jiang Chen went to the 7th floor to fight Zhuang Lia. If Jiang Chen really lost, he had to save Jiang Chen's life whatever he said. After parting with Pang Qingyuan, Jiang Chen returned to the exclusive practice area, and then directly called Shu Liang and the others over. Jiang Chen made a lot of money at the trial or service center. 3,000 censored crystals from GUU. Refining 10 soul-washing heaven pills to obtain 1,500 crystals. The pill that was refined in the next 3 days was exchanged for 7,000 censored crystals. In total, Jiang Chen has obtained more than 11,000 crystals. With sufficient crystals, Jiang Chen is naturally ready to improve his strength in all aspects. Jiang Chen called Shu Liang and continued to hire them to improve his physical cultivation. The two of Shu Liang worked with Jiang Chen for a few days, and they got a lot of crystals from Jiang Chen. Their strength has already broken through the 6th layer of the soul, and they are naturally more handy in doing this. Ding! You are attacked by a martial artist from the 5 peaks of the soul, and you have gained 6,288*100 experience in invincible refining. 4 days later, Jiang Chen's physical cultivation has successfully broken through the mid-7th heaven peak. 10 days later, Jiang Chen's physical cultivation base broke through again. After 14 days, after consuming 5,600 crystals, Jiang Chen's body cultivation finally broke through the late 7th heaven. Break through the late stage of the 7th heaven. It would take at least 20 days for Jiang Chen to make a breakthrough again. Jiang Chen didn't intend to continue to improve his physical strength, but chose to absorb the crystals and improve his martial arts realm. Ding! You absorb a piece of God crystal for cultivation and gain 8,000*50*100 experience. After absorbing 800 divine crystals like this crazy, Jiang Chen's cultivation has broken through the 5 levels of divine spirit. After 2,000 censored crystals, Jiang Chen's cultivation base broke through the 6th level of the soul. After 5,000 crystals, Jiang Chen's cultivation has successfully stepped into the 7th layer of the soul. Of the more than 10,000 crystals that Jiang Chen obtained in the alchemy building, only a few hundred remained. Although more than 10,000 crystals were consumed, the results were undoubtedly very significant. Jiang Chen's strength can be described as an all-round promotion to a new level. The Taoist cultivation is the late stage of the 7th heaven. Martial arts cultivation is the 7th layer of the soul. Today's Jiang Chen, even he himself does not know how terrifying his combat power has reached. At least under the Emperor of the Divine Embryo Realm, no one should be his opponent. Even facing the top genius on the 8th floor of the Shenglong Tower, he has absolute confidence to defeat him. Now that the strength is almost improved, it is time to go to the 7th floor of the Dragon Tower and find Zhuang Lia to settle the account. With an overall improvement in strength, Jiang Chen raised his head and looked at the top of the Shenglong Tower. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Chapter 1205, Kill the 7th Floor. The sixth floor of Thanglong Tower. A golden giant with a stature of 10 feet tall stood proudly in the center of the martial arts platform, with a huge fist falling like a meteorite, and smashed towards a martial artist with eightfold souls on the opposite side. The golden fist carried an overwhelming power, shattering all power along the way into nothingness. The martial artist of the eightfold divine soul on the opposite side, without any resistance at all, was spit out blood by the golden fist, and fell out of the martial arts platform like a broken kite. Who else is going to fight? The golden giant defeated his opponent with a punch, and his faint voice resounded instantly. He is like the same invincible god of war, standing proudly in the center of the martial arts platform, and his whole body exudes an unstoppable breath. This golden giant standing proudly on the martial arts platform is no one else, it is Jiang Chen, who has just stepped into the sixth floor of the Dragon Tower. Jiang Chen entered the sixth floor of the Shenglong Pagoda and went directly to the fighting arena, killing the quartet with an immortal golden body. With Jiang Chen's strength in the late stage of the seventh heaven, with the powerful immortal golden body, he is like a real god of war. 3 battles in a row. Jiang Chen defeated the enemy with one punch lightly. Among them, even includes a 9-game winning streak. Such combat power is extremely fierce. Even the sixth floor of the War King, at this moment, they are all silent to Jiang Chen. As the trialists on the sixth floor of the Shenglong Tower lost their voices collectively, Jiang Chen completed the kill on the sixth floor without any surprise. After completing the pass kill, Jiang Chen didn't have any stay on the sixth floor either, he directly took the invincible momentum and smashed the seventh floor of the Dragon Tower. The seventh floor is a huge threshold of the ninth floor of the Shenglong Tower. Starting from the 7th level, the rules for the tester to impact higher levels are completely different. There are 9 floors in the Shenglong Pagoda. The 9th floor is the gate of the Shenglong Pagoda to the realm of God, and there is no tester. As for the 8th floor of the Dragon Tower, the number of trialists has remained at 10. These 10 testers are also the top 10 arrogances of Shenglong Tower most qualified to attack the 9th floor. From the 8th floor to the 9th floor, it is a test. It is said that only the top geniuses who have not yet broken through the divine birth realm can pass the test. Once you break through the divine lair and fail to enter the 9th floor, you will be expelled by the Dragon Tower and lose the qualification to attack the 9th floor. The only chance for these trialists expelled by the Dragon Tower to enter God's domain is to cultivate in the Dragon City within 10 years to return to the market. As for the testers of the 7th level, there are only 2 possibilities for entering the 8th level. Either someone from the 8th floor rushed to the 9th floor to enter God's domain, and the 7th floor's strongest warlord was promoted. Either obtain the 7th tier warlord first, take the initiative to challenge the 8th tier testers, and once they win, they can replace the opponent. The 7th floor of the Dragon Tower is already the penultimate level in the trial of the Dragon Tower. The number of trials at this level is extremely small, only less than 200. Although the number of people on the 7th floor of the Shenglong Tower is small, it is undoubtedly not a genius among geniuses who can reach this point in the Shenglong Tower. The 200 people on the 7th floor of the Thanglong Tower are the most elite existence in the last 10 years. Jiang Chen entered the 7th floor of the Shenglong Pagoda and headed straight for the battle arena in the center. When he came here, on the martial arts stage, there are 2 warriors from the early stage of the Ninefold Divine Soul are engaged in a peak duel. These 2 people, one with 7 consecutive victories and one with 8 consecutive victories, are already top-ranking experts on the 7th floor of the Shenglong Tower. After the Great War, that 7-game winning streak named xianxia finally overwhelmed his opponent with 2 kinds of martial arts with 3 great martial arts, and won his 8-game winning streak. The battle is over. Before Jiang Chen had waited for xianxia, who had won, to leave the field, he had already stepped forward and swaggered towards the martial arts platform. Almost a month or 2 has passed since he entered Hualong City. Jiang Chen didn't want to waste time either. He killed the 7th floor only for Zhuang Lia. When this guy is resolved, he will leave Hualongcheng and return to Shenwu continent. Boy, what do you mean? I don't seem to say that I want to continue to challenge. Seeing Jiang Chen stepping on the martial arts platform, xianxia suddenly looked unhappy and authentic. This kid is so anxious to get on stage. Isn't it because he saw that the battle just now was too expensive and wanted to come up to pick up the cheap? And around the martial arts arena, some warriors who had recognized Jiang Chen's identity couldn't help but burst into an uproar. Fuck, isn't this guy Jiang Chen, the invincible god of war who was offered a reward by Zhuang Lia? It's really Jiang Chen. I didn't expect that he would actually kill the 7th floor. Tisk tisk. This guy dared to take the initiative to go to the martial arts stage. It seems that today's martial arts arena should be a lot more interesting. He Tianqi's expression changed slightly as he heard the discussion from all around him. Are you Jiang Chen? Jiang Chen said indifferently. Replacement like fake. I haven't announced that I will continue to fight the next game. You are coming up to challenge me now. It's a bit out of compliance. He Tianqi's complexion was a little unattractive. If he was in the peak state now, he would naturally not hesitate to fight Jiang Chen and take Zhuang Lia's 3,000 crystals as a reward. But in the battle just now, he took a lot of effort to win, and his body's vitality has been exhausted 7 or 8. With his current state, it is obvious that he can no longer handle the next battle. Neither did I say that I must challenge you. If you want to continue the next game, I can give you a quarter of an hour to adjust your breath. If you don't want to fight, you can choose to end. I challenge others. Is there a problem? Jiang Chen said lightly, as if he didn't care about He Tianqi at all. Seeing that Jiang Chen didn't put him in his eyes, He Tianqi smiled. Furiously. After a quarter of an hour, I will accept your challenge. You are not a wise choice. I, Jiang Chen, went to the 7th floor martial arts arena today, only for Zhuang Lia, and didn't want to hurt the innocent. I advise you, if you still want to keep your 8-game winning streak, you still have time to end. Jiang Chen shook his head and glanced at He Tianqi, his faint voice resounding instantly in He Tianqi's ears. Jiang Chen, don't you want to speak up in front of me? Do you really think that Zhuang Lia gave you the title of Invincible God of War? You are really invincible? He Tianqi's expression turned cold. 15 minutes later, He Tianqi will return to hold your head and go to Zhuang Lia to receive the reward. Okay, then I will wait for you for a quarter of an hour. Jiang Chen stood with his hands indifferent. I hope you won't regret your choice. He Tianqi snorted and did not speak. He directly sat cross-legged on the martial arts platform, took out 2 pills and threw them into his mouth, quickly regaining his strength. Chapter 1206. Today, I only come for Zhuang Lia. With He Tianqi cross-legged into the cultivation state, the atmosphere of the fighting field also fell into a strange silence at this moment. In such a quiet waiting, He Tianqi, who had been sitting cross-legged, also suddenly opened his eyes. After a quarter of an hour, with the help of the pill, He Tianqi had not yet fully returned to the peak state, but his strength had already recovered. And Jiang Chen on the opposite side, but the cultivation base of the 7th divine soul. Even without the strength of peak state, He Tianqi is completely confident to defeat Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, let's start. I heard that you entered the 5th floor of the Shenglong Pagoda for 10 days. Now it has been less than 2 months, and you have even rushed to the 7th floor. The speed of the tower is the first person in the eternal life. Today, I, He Tianqi, will appreciate the strength of your strongest evildoer in history. He Tianqi slowly stood up, and the majestic breath of the 9-fold divine soul also instantly diffused from his body. Jiang Chen's faint voice fell, and a bright golden light suddenly rose up from his body. Golden light skyrocketed. Jiang Chen's figure suddenly became more than 10 times taller, transforming into a golden giant with a height of 10 feet. Immortal golden body cohesion. Jiang Chen clenched his fingers into a fist and punched out. The dazzling golden fist gang whizzed out, like a round of golden sun, with the power of destroying the world, smashing it at He Tianqi. Feeling the terrifying power of Jiang Chen's punch, He Tianqi's expression suddenly changed. Seeing him stepping out, the surging vitality rose to the sky, and his right hand directly grabbed the void in front of him. There was a rumbling of thunder in the sky above the Wudutai, and the majestic vitality gathered towards the river and Tianqi like a tide. A huge thunder claw measuring more than 10 feet slammed into Jiang Chen's fist. The thunder-light giant claw and the golden fist gang collided in midair, and there was a shocking explosion, like the sky and the earth broke. The invisible air wave, like a 12th-level destruction storm, swept away around the Wudutai. Even in the sky above the martial fighting platform, the defensive formation that claims to be able to withstand the full blow of the martial artist of the divine embryo realm was crumbling under the impact of the destruction storm. Under the impact of the devastating storm, He Tianqi's mouth spurted out blood, and his whole body was pale and wiped the ground back more than 10 feet. Opposite him, Jiang Chen still stood in place at the moment. Let him move from all directions. I am as strong as a rock. It's not bad to be able to block my punch. Take another punch. Jiang Chen cast a faint look at xianxia, then he shook his fist and punched out again. This punch seemed ordinary and simple, as if it was a 3-year-old kid's fight, which was thrown at random. But it was such a fluttering punch that caused xianxia's soul to burst, and even his scalp felt like a burst. Xianxia didn't dare to neglect the slightest, his body's vitality instantly ran to the extreme, and he waved his hands in midair 9 times. 9 silver thunder lightning descended from the sky, like the 9 heavens' divine thunder, slamming away at Jiang Chen one after another. Jiang Chen's seemingly simple punch directly defeated xianxia's 9 heavens' thunder. Even xianxia's body protection vitality was easily crushed by Jiang Chen's fist. The golden fist that contained the tremendous power of shaking the sky, a punch was stamped on xianxia's chest. The golden fist fell on xianxia's chest, and the terrifying fist made xianxia's clothes explode directly. Even his chest was deeply sunken by this punch. Xianxia screamed in his mouth, his figure resembling a kite with a broken line, flying up to a distance of thousands of meters in the air, and finally slammed heavily on the wall of the fighting arena. The shocking impact caused the entire martial arts arena to shook loudly. Xianxia's body shape was eventually bloodied and fell on the foot of the fighting arena, leaving only half his life left. Seeing xianxia's miserable appearance, the huge battlefield fell into deathly silence in an instant. Xianxia was defeated like this. In the eyes of everyone around him looking at Jiang Chen, there was an inconceivable horror. It is too strong. With just 2 punches, he defeated Xianxia, the powerhouse of the 9th divine soul. Perhaps many people can defeat xianxia on the 7th floor of the Shenglong Tower. It is definitely one of the few who can defeat the enemy with 2 punches like Jiang Chen. This kid deserves to be the first person in the Thanglong Pagoda since the ages. No wonder he dared to come to the 7th floor openly and challenge the cold-faced killing, censored Zhuang Lia. Such strength, even if compared with Zhuang Lia, I am afraid that it will not be too much. I said one last time. Today, Wudutai, I only came here to find Zhuang Lia to settle accounts. Wait and wait, don't want to be boring, don't be nosy. Xianxia was solved with a punch. Jiang Chen's faint golden eyes swept slightly, and the domineering voice echoed in the martial arts arena. Jiang Chen, you have only won 1 game in the martial arts platform on the 7th floor. Now you are going to challenge Zhuang Lia. This seems a bit unruly. At this moment, the black referee on the side frowned slightly. Even if I want to play a few more games here, you have to ask them if they want to come up and play with me. Jiang Chen glanced at the testers on the martial arts arena, and said lightly. The referee in black didn't know what to say for a while. Jiang Chen defeated Xianxia, who was defeated by the 9th divine soul with 2 punches, showing incomparable fighting power. In the entire 7th floor of the Shenglong Pagoda, no one may dare to say that Jiang Chen will be defeated. And Jiang Chen had already said that he had come to trouble Zhuang Lia. At this time, who would stupidly touch Jiang Chen's mold and fight Jiang Chen? If there is no one to fight, wouldn't Jiang Chen just complete a pass on the 7th floor of the Shenglong Tower? The battle will determine the universe and become the killer of the 7th floor of the Shenglong Tower. Such a situation is definitely the first time in history that Thanglong Pagoda has appeared. Notify Zhuang Lia to come to the martial arts arena. Tell him, Jiang Chen, I am waiting for him on the martial arts stage. Jiang Chen glanced at the referee in black, put his hands on his chest, and waited quietly on the martial arts stage. Seeing Jiang Chen standing proudly on the martial arts stage, the referee in black couldn't help but feel a headache. Although this guy only fought 1 game, no one dared to fight now, which was equivalent to a complete kill. The killer challenged the king of war. It seemed that there was no problem, and it was impossible for him to drive Jiang Chen off the martial arts platform directly. For the present, he can only inform Zhuang Lia to come to the battlefield. Chapter 1207. It's not only a decision, but also life and death. The referee in black took a deep breath, and disappeared in front of Jiang Chen in a flash. With the black referee left, the atmosphere in the entire fighting arena is strange. On the martial arts stage, Jiang Chen stood with his chest folded. Below, everyone was silently looking at Jiang Chen on the stage, and there was silence around him, almost audible from falling needles. As if the time of the entire martial arts arena was frozen at this moment. The gate of the fighting arena squeaked open. I saw a cold-faced young man in black slowly walking into the fighting arena. The young man in black is no one else, but the 7th-tier warlord, who killed God Zhuang Lia coldly. In this way, step by step, he walked towards the central martial arts platform, and a stern air also slowly swept the entire martial arts arena. Zhuang Lia stepped onto the martial arts platform, and the censored rainbow gleamed in his cold eyes, and a spirited will containing endless murderous spirit swept the world. This scene immediately caused everyone present to hold their breath. Jiang Chen, the evildoer with the fastest speed to break through the tower since the ages, known as the invincible god of war. Zhuang Lia, the 7-story warlord of Shenglong Pagoda, the cold face of Megatron Shenglong Pagoda. The battle between these two people will undoubtedly be a rare top-level duel in the Dragon Tower. Zhuang Lia, you are finally here. Jiang Chen's eyes condensed, and the will of the soul is also roaring out. And two tyrannical spirit wills collided in midair instantly. There seemed to be an invisible impact sound in the void, and invisible energy fluctuations spread out around the Wudutai. Both Jiang Chen's figures on the Wudo stage were all 7 or 8 steps back. Jiang Chen, you are really capable. No wonder you can come to the 7th floor so quickly. Zhuang Lia stared at Jiang Chen tightly, and a cloud of gloom flashed through his cold eyes. Jiang Chen did not have the 4th-tier cultivation base of soul and soul, and he had just ascended the 5th floor of the Dragon Tower. Although Jiang Chen at that time had already shown an extremely powerful talent, Zhuang Lia didn't take it too seriously. He offered 3,000 censored crystals to reward Jiang Chen's head, enough to make Jiang Chen smash the sand on the 5th and 6th floors. Not only did Jiang Chen not be blocked by his reward, but instead completed the pass on the 5th and 6th floors one after another, rushing to the 7th floor in one go. Although this guy's cultivation is only in the 7th layer of the soul. But in the confrontation between the spirit and the will, his 9-fold spirit and will did not take advantage of it. Zhuang Lia didn't dare to look down upon Jiang Chen. This kid in front of him is definitely the most powerful opponent he has encountered since entering the Dragon Tower. Zhuang Lia, at the auction that day, I just grabbed a piece of the dragon blood. Demon fruit, and you offered me a reward with 3,000 crystals. This grievance, it's time to liquidate. Let's fight. Today you and I will fight, not only to decide the outcome, but also to divide life and death. Jiang Chen's cold voice fell, and the blood dragon sword flashed out of thin air, and the whole person was like a peerless divine sword out of its sheath, exuding extreme aura. Zhuang Lia's expression was indifferent, and the aura that contained monstrous killing intent rose to the sky. My Zhuang Lia has been unbeaten in 100 battles since entering the Shenglong Tower. I originally thought that my opponent in the final battle of the Dragon Tower was just one of the 10 people on the 8th floor, but I didn't expect you to come here. Since you insist on looking for death, I will kill you first, and then go to the 8th floor. Zhuang Lia's words fell violently, and the vitality of the entire martial arts arena surged wildly, converging toward Zhuang Lia. Zhuang Li took a look at the singer's palm, and a huge tornado with a diameter of more than 10 feet condensed in an instant. He was holding the tornado with one hand, and the terrifying wind blade tore the space around him, looking like a censored who controls the storm, dead. Zhuang Lia flipped his hand and shot it out, and the huge tornado rushed towards Jiang Chen like the end of the day. The tornado whizzed out, leaving a dark crack in the air that was visible to the naked eye, which appeared on Jiang Chen's head in the blink of an eye. The terrifying hurricane seemed to engulf Jiang Chen. It deserves to be the 7th layer warlord Zhuang Lia, what a terrifying strength. Seeing this scene, the many testers who watched the battle on the battlefield couldn't help but trembled. Since Zhuang Lia won the title of the 7th tier warlord a year ago, he has never played again. Now that Zhuang Lia once again boarded the martial arts platform, his shot was earth-shattering. Even the 9th layer warrior of ordinary spirits would have to be easily killed by Zhuang Lia. This Zhuang Lia is indeed extraordinary. I am afraid that he already has the strength to challenge those on the 8th floor. Old man Pang, the little guy you like, I'm afraid there will be trouble. At this moment, in an inconspicuous corner of the martial arts arena, an old man in gray clothes looked at the old man in red next to him and said with some glee. If Jiang Chen noticed here at this moment, he would recognize it at a glance, that the old man in red was Pang Qingyuan he met on the 5th floor. Lao Meng, you don't want to be in trouble here. Pang Qingyuan gave a wry smile. It seems that you also think that Jiang Chen has no chance of winning. One word, difficult. Zhuang Lia's cultivation base has reached the peak of the 9th level of the soul, and Jiang Chen's cultivation base has just reached the 7th level of the soul. Those who can enter the 7th level of the Dragon Pagoda are rare geniuses in the lower realm. It is almost impossible for geniuses of the same level to cross two small realms to defeat the enemy. The gray-clothed old man shook his head and said, "Perhaps something miraculous happens." Pang Qingyuan thought of Jiang Chen's record in the Shenglong Tower, and couldn't help saying, "If he can really do this, even if he is in the Gulong clan, he is probably one of the few geniuses, then you will really make a lot of money." The gray-clothed old man smiled. Even though the gray-clothed old man said so, he already knew in his heart that this was almost impossible. "Zhuang Lia, just with such a method, it can't help me, let's show some real skills." When Pang Qingyuan and Pang Qingyuan were talking, Jiang Chen smiled faintly, and the immortal golden body gathered again. He looked up at the hurricane that swept across. The golden fist brought a fist gang that spanned 100 meters, and slammed into the vicious tornado hurricane. Two huge forces collided in midair with a thunderous explosion. I saw Zhuang Lia's monstrous hurricane, which exploded inch by inch under Jiang Chen's fist. The Tianjiang tornado hurricane was destroyed by Jiang Chen's fist. The power of a punch is as good as this. Chapter 1208, Great War Lia. All the people watching the battle around the martial arts field were shocked. With the force of Zhuang Lia's blow, the tornado hurricane destroyed the world. But Jiang Chen made a straight and clean punch, destroying Zhuang Lia's blows to destroy the world. Let him do anything, and I broke it with one blow. Such combat power can be described as extremely powerful. The martial arts cultivation is the seventh stage of the divine soul, the physical strength of the seventh stage. I did not expect this sub-body to cultivate the martial arts, and they are all extremely extraordinary. In this immortal golden body, the martial arts created by the Gulong clan's undefeated physique expert, has also been mastered by this kid. The gray-clothed old man saw this scene, and a look of surprise appeared in his old eyes. If he remembers correctly, this immortal golden body was auctioned off at the Thanglong Tower auction a month ago. This son can master this immortal golden body in just 1 month. It is indeed very enchanting. The strength of the seventh heaven stage of Taidao, coupled with this powerful indestructible golden body, is enough to make Jiang Chen burst out with a power far surpassing the same level. Jiang Chen is still practicing both physical and martial arts, and his martial arts strength is also not weak. Even if it is Zhuang Lia, it is not easy to defeat Jiang Chen. Indestructible golden body, I didn't expect you to practice this indestructible gold, but it surprised me a bit. Zhuang Lia stared at Jiang Chen with cold eyes, and slowly said, "Is this the backing for you to challenge me on the 7th floor?" Jiang Chen smiled coldly. "How can you imagine my support? In today's battle, you, Zhuang Lia, are destined to hate the spot. A month ago, I got a page of the Golden Dragon book from the auction. I have been retreating and enlightening until now, and I finally got something. Originally, this was prepared by me for the people of the 8th layer, let you see it today." There was a cold chill in Zhuang Lia's eyes, and endless storms gathered from all directions. The entire Wudutai was transformed into a storm domain covered by endless storms. This is the true meaning of the triple perfection wind path, and it has become the essence. Sure enough, Zhuang Lia has not lost the 8th tier genius, he can break through the divine birth realm at any time. The gray-clothed old man's eyes suddenly shrank. The real meaning of the domain, condensed into the essence, this is already the prototype of the power of the domain. At this point, the martial artist can condense the divine fetus in the divine sea in his body at any time, sublimate it to the greatest extent, perfect the prototype of the realm power into a real realm, and break through the divine fetal state in one fell swoop. The reason why Zhuang Lia has been suppressing the cultivation base and has not broken through is probably the same as those on the 8th floor, in order to attack the 9th floor of the Dragon Tower. This Zhuang Lia has actually reached this point. Seeing this scene, Pang Qingyuan's expression instantly became extremely solemn. At this moment, the power displayed by Zhuang Lia, although it did not reach the divine womb state, but it was almost no different from the real divine womb state powerhouse. In the face of such a powerful Zhuang Lia, even if Jiang Chen had an indestructible golden body, this battle would be dangerous. The storm domain condensed, Zhuang Lia pointed at Jiang Chen, and a thunderstorm in the air slashed at Jiang Chen fiercely. Jiang Chen clenched his fist, and the golden fist beam smashed the oncoming thunderstorm with a breaking force. Jiang Chen, now the entire martial arts platform is enveloped by the realm of my true meaning. In this place, I am the real master. Even if your immortal golden body is strong, you will definitely die today. Zhuang Lia sneered, and immediately moved his fingers 3 times in a row. 3 more terrifying silver storms continued to roar towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's golden light exploded, and his huge fists threw 3 punches one after another. The invincible golden fist gang collided with the thunderstorm, making a loud rumbling noise. A terrible wave of air swept away centered on the wudutai. The entire martial arts platform was overwhelmed by 2 brilliant rays of gold and silver, making it impossible to see the situation inside. And the formation above the wudutai was also distorted under the impact of this air wave. If it hadn't been for the black-clothed referee in the Divine Lair realm to take reinforcement, I am afraid the entire formation would be shattered by this wave of air. After the wudutai gas wave lasted for a while, it finally began to slowly dissipate. When everything was gone, everyone finally saw the situation on the martial stage. I saw Jiang Chen's Tenjiang golden body, which had disappeared at this moment. He stood slightly pale in the corner of the fighting platform, and blood stains appeared on the corner of his mouth. Zhuang Lia still stood proudly there like a censored who controls everything, as if he had not been affected by the previous wave of air. In the confrontation between the two just now, Jiang Chen lost. This guy is really strong. Jiang Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his expression became serious. Like a genius like Zhuang Lia, Soul 9 Layer can fight against ordinary powerhouses in the Divine Embryo realm. Now Zhuang Lia's true meaning is realm, and his strength is extremely powerful. The blow just now directly defeated his indestructible golden body abruptly. Jiang Chen, your immortal golden body is nothing more than that. Zhuang Lia is like a high god, looking down at Jiang Chen indifferently. If you have any means, just use it. Zhuang Lia, you are too happy too early. Do you really think that you will win by breaking my immortal body? Don't say that you only master the realm of real meaning. Even if you really break through the divine womb state, I can kill you today. Jiang Chen flipped his palm, and a terrifying breath burst out from Jiang Chen's body like an angry dragon awakening. Jiang Chen used the secret technique to spread the cloud swallowing technique, and instantly raised his cultivation to the 9th level of the soul. This is also the first time Jiang Chen has performed the secret technique of Dian cloud swallowing since entering the Dragon Tower. Zhuang Lia's strength is shocking, and he can only kill him with all his strength. After performing Dian swallowing clouds, with Jiang Chen's thought, the triple perfect sword intent filled the entire martial arts platform in an instant. Jianyi Waiyu, condensate me. With Jiang Chen's stern shout, thousands of sword auras condensed instantly above the Wudo platform, turning into a sword domain, intertwined with Zhuang Lia's storm domain. Zhuang Lia's storm domain was strangled to pieces by thousands of sword chi, and finally turned into nothingness. In Zhuang Lia's unwavering eyes, there was finally a touch of unprecedented horror. Sword Intent Transformation Domain. You actually master the Sword Intent Transformation Domain. How is this possible? Chapter 1209. Extremely sublimated, Zhuang Lia made a breakthrough. Jianyiwaiyu. Jiang Chen actually mastered the domain of sword art. Zhuang Lia was struck by lightning and could hardly believe his eyes. There is an insurmountable chasm between the 3 great achievements of martial arts' true meaning and the triple perfection. His true intent has reached the 3 major consummation for many years, but he has never been able to break through the triple consummation. Had it not been for him to get the Golden Dragon Book of Heaven at auction, and then painstakingly for a month, it would be impossible to take this step and reach the realm of real meaning. Jiang Chen even mastered the realm of true meaning. Seeing the situation on the martial arts stage, everyone's eyes were dull, and it was a long time to recover from the shock. For those who are on the 7th floor of the Shenglong Tower, these late-stage divine and soul testers, they know more than anyone how difficult it is to realize the realm. Even if they are the geniuses at the top of the Thanglong Tower, most people have been stuck at this step for many years. But Jiang Chen's cultivation is still in the 7th layer of the soul, and he has mastered the sword's domain. Such a talent is too enchanting. I didn't expect it, the old man, I actually missed it. In the corner of the fighting arena, the gray-clothed old man stood there for a while before coming back to his senses, and couldn't help but shook his head with a bitter smile. He looked at Pang Qingyuan next to him with envy. Old man Pang, this time you have found a treasure. A secret method bridged the gap between him and Zhuang Lia in cultivation. This sword intended to transform the domain, even more so than the real meaning of Zhuang Lia's style. The power that Jiang Chen showed now is no more than that of Zhuang Lia. This guy can really perform miracles and defeat the opposite Zhuang Lia. I didn't expect that this kid could do this step. On Pang Qingyuan's old face, there was also a surprise that could not be concealed. What he was looking at was Jiang Chen's enchanting alchemy talent. When Jiang Chen's immortal golden body was defeated, Pang Qingyuan was already ready to forcefully rescue Jiang Chen. Who knew that Jiang Chen was not only talented in alchemy, but also talented in martial arts? The terrifying potential that Jiang Chen showed undoubtedly gave Pang Qingyuan a big surprise. Xianxia, your realism is nothing more than that. If you only have this ability, then die for me. Jiang Chen stared at Xianxia coldly, and with a wave of the blood dragon sword in his hand, the thousands of flames instantly turned into a burning sky giant sword burning with monster flames, slashing at Xianxia in the air. Now that the Dian swallowing cloud technique had been used, Jiang Chen had no plans to waste time with Xianxia. He must kill Xianxia before the effect of the secret technique is rapid. Blood dragon hates God. Xianxia's eyes shrank suddenly, and blood glowed all over his body, rising from the sky like a blood dragon. The blood dragon and the burning sky giant sword collided in midair, and a loud noise erupted. The terrifying energy storm made the black-clothed referee who presided over the martial arts formation, a pale look appeared on his face. Ha ha, take me one more trick, destroy the world dragon flame. Jiang Chen let out a big laugh, and 100 feet of golden dragon ran across the sky behind him, and a burst of exterminating golden flames cut through the void and instantly appeared on top of Xianxia's head. Looking at the golden dragon flame that was rapidly expanding in his eyes, Xianxia's expression changed drastically. Li hate armor, gather. Xianxia let out a cold drink, and folded his hands on his chest, and a piece of silver armor directly condensed all over his body, enveloping him. At the moment when the silver armor was condensed, the burning heaven and golden flame on top of Xianxia's head also whizzed over, drowning his entire body. The violent impact of energy resounded throughout the fighting arena again. I saw the figure of Xianxia, flying directly from the burning sky gold flames, and fell to the edge of the Wudo platform in a panic. Xianxia's long hair has turned into nothingness, and the corners of his mouth are full of blood. The silver armor on his body was also destroyed by the burning sky and golden flames, and only a few pieces of scale armor remained to protect the key parts. Even many parts of his body were scorched by the burning sky golden flame. If it were not for Xianxia to condense this silver armor, I am afraid that the whole person would be completely turned into a pile of ashes by the burning sky golden flame. Xianxia, lost. Below the martial arts platform, everyone looked at Xianxia's miserable appearance, their expressions were terrified. The dignified 7th floor war king, the cold-faced killing, censored, Xianxia, who was unbeaten in the Shenglong Tower, was so defeated by Jiang Chen. Invincible god of war. This guy is really a veritable invincible god of war. Jiang Chen, today's battle, you have won, let's finish it. Xianxia kept coughing up blood, as he held on to his broken body, his gaze towards Jiang Chen also became extremely hideous. Although you are strong, if you insist on killing me, I promise you will pay a heavy price. Jiang Chen did not move at all. I said long ago that in today's battle, you and I will decide the outcome, but also life and death. Today, even if I lose the qualification to attack the 9th floor of the Dragon Tower, I will kill you here. God's womb, open it for me. Xianxia shook the sky with an angry roar, and the surging heaven and earth power, like a swallow swallowing her arms, poured into him madly. A vast storm of vitality rose from Xianxia's body and shot directly into the sky. The thick, jet-black hair quickly grew from the top of Xianxia's head. The places on his body that were scorched by the dragon flame of extinguishing the world were quickly covered with new flesh and blood. The dazzling silver armor was once again condensed. Divine land. Seeing that Jiang Chen was determined to put him to death, Xianxia did not hesitate to choose the ultimate sublimation, breaking through the divine birth realm in one fell swoop. I didn't expect Xianxia to be forced to this point. It's just that the kid is really in trouble now. The gray-clothed old man shook his head and gave a wry smile. In desperate situation, Xianxia gave up the opportunity to hit the 9th floor of the Shenglong Tower, sublimated with anger, and broke through the divine birth realm. How does Jiang Chen resist Xianxia, who broke through the divine birth realm at this moment? Pang Qingyuan took a deep breath and quickly picked up his energy, staring at the situation on the martial arts stage. No matter what, he must save Jiang Chen's life. Once Jiang Chen is defeated, he will save people without hesitation. Break through the divine birth realm. Zhuang Lia stared at Jiang Chen with a deadly gaze, and the roar filled with shocking killing intent also echoed over the battlefield. Jiang Chen, you forced me to break through the divine womb and cut off my way into the divine realm. Today, I will crush you to pieces so that I can dispel my hatred. Chapter 12:10. Kill the Gods. Zhuang Lia's voice fell, and a silver storm domain once again enveloped the entire martial arts platform. The Silver Storm realm is more powerful than the realm that Zhuang Lia's true intentions transformed before. A silver enchantment visible to the naked eye was formed around the Wudutai realm barrier. Suddenly after the divine embryo realm, Zhuang Lia's realistic domain has evolved into a real domain. Zhuang Lia controls the storm domain, like a god. His eyes are like swords, looking down at Jiang Chen indifferently. It seemed that Jiang Chen was just an ant in his eyes. Jiang Chen, you are proud to be able to die under the real domain. Zhuang Lia's expression was extremely cold, and hundreds of sharp silver wind blades instantly condensed in the domain. As Zhuang Lia pointed out, hundreds of silver wind blades rushed out toward Jiang Chen. Each of these silver wind blades carries the terrifying power that tears space apart, as if turning the entire martial arts platform into a purgatory of destruction. Zhuang Lia, even if you break through the divine birth realm, how about mastering the real power of the domain? Today, I, Jiang Chen, use the divine soul realm to kill the divine fetus realm. Jiang Chen laughed arrogantly, and the blood dragon sword directly swung a simple sword in his hand. Wan Jian's blue sword aura, like crossing time and space, condensed in the space of Jiang Chen's whole body, turning into a blue sword field. This is the sword domain. Below the fighting platform, everyone looked at the scene in front of them, as if they had seen a ghost, completely afraid to imagine their eyes. Jiang Chen actually displayed the sword domain. How is this Tamar possible? Power of the domain. This is the power that the soul peak martial artist who has mastered the real meaning of the domain can only master after he has ascended to the greatest extent. And Jiang Chen's true cultivation base is no more than the seventh soul. With the sevenfold cultivation base of the soul and soul, comprehending the sword intent transformation realm, this is already shocking enough. But now Jiang Chen has even used the sword domain. Is this Nima too outrageous? Divine Soul Realm masters the sword realm, it is simply unheard of. Can the Divine Soul Realm also control the sword realm? Seeing the situation on the martial arts stage, Pang Qingyuan couldn't help being dumbfounded. Even with his experience, he has never seen a spirit martial artist who can master the power of the domain. This is not the power of the domain, but a martial skill similar to the sword domain. This martial art not only forms a power similar to the sword domain, but also contains a trace of the law of time. The person who created this martial skill is amazing. I didn't expect such a character in the lower realm. The gray-clothed old man stared closely at Jiang Chen's time and space sword domain, his expression in awe. The power of the domain, the power that can only be mastered by the martial artist of the womb. The power of the law, even the strong of the ruins realm and even the virtual, censored realm, can comprehend a trace of fur. A martial skill that combines the power of the domain and the law of time can also be used by the martial artist of the soul realm. This kind of martial arts, even the general void god realm powerhouse can't create it. This kid is able to master such a heaven-defying martial arts in the lower realm. Undoubtedly there is a great opportunity. The cyan sword domain and the silver storm domain were intertwined on the fighting platform, and the dazzling light instantly flooded the entire fighting platform, making it impossible to see the situation inside. Booming. Everyone could only hear the shocking explosions continuously uploaded from the Wudutai. You said, who can win? Below the martial arts platform, an onlooker could not help but swallow his saliva secretly, his face shocked and authentic. It goes without saying that it must be Zhuang Lia. The other warrior said directly without even thinking about it. On the way of martial arts, every time you break through a big realm, your strength will change drastically. Especially the genius like Zhuang Lia, after the breakthrough, the strength is better than the ordinary divine birth realm warrior. No matter how enchanting Jiang Chen is, it is absolutely impossible to kill Zhuang Lia who broke through the divine soul realm with his cultivation base in the divine soul realm. Under the gaze of countless eyes in the fighting field, time passed slowly bit by bit. The fighting platform, which has been blasting constantly, finally gradually returned to silence. The light that permeated the fighting platform also slowly dissipated at this moment. Everyone took a closer look. I saw only one figure holding a scarlet sword standing proudly on the martial arts platform. Jiang Chen won. Looking at the figure standing proud of the sword, everyone seemed to be strangling their throats and couldn't believe it. There was a dead silence, and no one made a sound. They stood there for a while, and finally looked away from Jiang Chen with difficulty and looked at the opposite side. There, an old corpse with white hair came into their eyes instantly. Is this Zhuang Lia? Everyone looked shocked, and they couldn't believe their eyes. After Zhuang Lia broke through the divine birth realm, he was still killed by Jiang Chen. Even the corpse was under that sword, and his energy was lost, like an old man who had come to the end of his life. The power of a sword is so terrifying. One sword kills the divine baby realm. This guy really surprised me. Pang Qingyuan stared at Jiang Chen on the Wudo stage blankly, and there was an unbelievable whisper in his mouth. Even though he had looked up at Jiang Chen again and again, he still didn't expect Jiang Chen to achieve this step. The enchanting degree of this son is simply beyond his imagination. Old man Pang, this child is a Qianlong, and one person can fly into the sky in God's realm. Let him enter the God's realm earlier. I'm a little bit looking forward to it. He is fighting the Gulong clan's supreme arrogance. The gray-clothed old man was silent for a long time before speaking slowly. He has been in Hualongcheng for hundreds of years, and he has seen countless geniuses from the lower realm, but no one has ever been able to give him an amazing feeling like Jiang Chen. Pang Qingyuan gave a wry smile in his heart. He wanted Jiang Chen to enter God's realm now, but Jiang Chen had to return to the lower realm, and he didn't make a mistake. Jiang Chen, since the matter is over, go to the lower realm as soon as possible, and come back to Hualongcheng to find me as soon as possible. Pang Qingyuan directly spoke to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen looked at where Pang Qingyuan was and nodded at Pang Qingyuan. He received the spoils directly under countless shocking gazes, and left the battlefield in stride. When he came out of the remains of Emperor Zun, Jiang Chen was forced to leave Zhongzhou, and he didn't know anything about Master Xiaoduli. Now I have more than 1 month of experience in Shenglong Tower. With the help of the system, Jiang Chen's cultivation base breaks through the Divine Soul 7th layer, and has the ability to kill the powerhouse of Divine Embryo Realm. He is also time to go back. If anyone dares to hurt Master Xiaoduli's hair, he will surely turn the whole Shenwu continent upside down. Chapter 12:11. Return, Great Changes in the Northern Wilderness. Shenwu Continent, Northern Wilderness, Black Dragon City. The place of the Long family heritage. The 2 Long family disciples of the condensed pill realm were sitting cross-legged outside the entrance of the heritage land, their faces full of helpless expressions. The land of the Long family inheritance opens. 2 genius disciples Jiang Chen and Long family entered. 3 days later, only 2 disciples of the Long family returned safely from the land of inheritance. It is said that guy named Jiang Chen has not been able to come out after successfully opening the trial assessment of the land of inheritance. Everyone thought that Jiang Chen should have fallen in the trial assessment. Only their patriarch Long Li has always believed that Jiang Chen will come out of the inheritance sooner or later. Long Li also specially sent the 2 of them to wait for the entrance of the outgoing land, waiting for Jiang Chen to appear. Their defense lasted more than a year, but they still didn't see Jiang Chen's shadow. It's been more than a year, and there is still no movement in the place of inheritance. Do you think Jiang Chen can come back? One of the short-haired youths looked at the place of inheritance blankly, and couldn't help but murmured. I think it's impossible to come back in all likelihood. The land of inheritance has been opened so many times, I have never heard of anyone who can stay in it for more than 3 days. Even if Jiang Chen is against the sky, it is impossible to stay in the land of inheritance for more than a year, right? The other thin young man also shook his head with a wry smile, apparently no longer hopeful about it. Had it not been for the patriarch's repeated warnings, he would have been reluctant to stay here. What are you talking about? I have been in the land of inheritance for more than a year. Just as the thin young man's voice just fell, a somewhat puzzled voice suddenly sounded in their ears. The sudden sound made the 2 Long family disciples shocked. They suddenly raised their heads and looked, and they saw a slender young man in black walking directly out of the land of inheritance. Jiang Chen. The 2 Long family disciples stared blankly at the black-clothed youth in front of them, almost unable to believe their eyes. After more than a year, Jiang Chen actually walked out of the land of inheritance. Yes, it's me. Jiang Chen nodded, then frowned and asked, I have really entered the land of inheritance for more than a year. From the time he entered Hualong City to the moment he came back, it would never take more than 2 months to complete the calculation. But now Shenwu continent seems to have passed more than a year. Could it be that the time passing by Shenwu continent is much faster than Hualong City? Yes, 1 year and 3 months have passed since you entered the land of inheritance. The thin young man came back to his senses first and quickly replied. 1 year and 3 months, that is, more than 400 days, and he only stayed in Hualongchang for 40 or 50 days. The time passing by Shenwu continent was almost 10 times faster than Hualongchang. Shaking his head, Jiang Chen didn't struggle too much with this issue. He felt the strong heaven and earth vitality around him, and he couldn't help but said in astonishment, "So strong heaven and earth vitality, I don't know what happened to the northern wilderness after I disappeared for more than a year." From the moment he stepped out of the heritage of the Long family, Jiang Chen felt that the vitality of the world around him had become much stronger. Now the richness of the heavens and the earth in the northern wilderness is almost no less inferior to that of the Zhongzhou mainland. During his time in Hualongchang, the northern wilderness should have undergone some great changes. Over the past year, many changes have indeed taken place in the northern wilderness. The thin young man nodded, and then explained the situation in the northern wilderness to Jiang Chen. Soon after Jiang Chen entered the land of the Long family inheritance, the vitality of the northern wilderness heaven and earth began to increase suddenly. Since then, Beiwang has entered a peak age of martial arts prosperity. The number of northern desolate divine sea realm powerhouses has doubled, and there are even many veteran divine sea realm powerhouses who have broken through divine soul realm kings. Now the 3 northern desolates who are in charge of the northern desolation have reached unprecedented strength, and they are no longer weaker than the 2-star forces such as the Kanglan League of Zhongzhou. Where is your patriarch? He doesn't seem to be in Black Dragon City. He wanted to see Long Li, talk about the situation in the trial land, and then left Black Dragon City, but he did not feel the breath of Long Li in Black Dragon City. Even in the entire Black Dragon City, there were not many breaths in the Divine Sea Realm. Now the vitality of the northern wilderness world has increased dramatically. With the background of the Black Dragon City dragon family, there should be more and more powerhouses in the Divine Sea Realm. But the current situation in Black Dragon City is too weird. Most of the powerhouses of the Divine Sea Realm in the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce have gone to bury Emperor Yuan. Hearing Jiang Chen asked about this, the thin young man couldn't help but said in a deep voice, "The patriarch said, you can go to Di Yuan to find him after you come out." Buried Emperor Yuan. Jiang Chen couldn't help but condensed his eyes suddenly. What are they doing to bury Emperor Yuan? Burying Emperor Yuan. This is the most mysterious and dangerous ancient forbidden place in the northern wilderness, and most people will not easily get involved. Jiang Chen is not unfamiliar with Emperor Burial Yuan. When I left Lingyun Wufu, Jiang Chen learned from Lingyun Wufu Grand Elder Yan Kangming that his father had gone to a place with Lingyun Wufu Palace Master. This place is Emperor Burial Yuan. Buried Emperor Yuan is the source of the sudden increase in the vitality of the northern wilderness heaven and earth. More than a year ago, Burial Emperor Yuan not only caused a huge change in the northern wilderness world, but also a lot of powerful blood repairs emerged in the northern wilderness, slaughtering wildly in the northern wilderness, rampant everywhere. Our Black Dragon City and the 3 sects of the northern wilderness joined forces to kill those blood repairs back to Emperor Burying Abyss, and we laid a line of defense in Emperor Burial Abyss to prevent them from entering the northern wilderness. In the past year or so, the 2 sides have broken out several wars in Burying Diwan, and the powerhouses of the Divine Sea Realm have fallen countless. The thin young man said with a heavy face. The great change of Burial Emperor Yuan, although the martial arts of the northern wilderness has become unprecedentedly prosperous, it also brought unprecedented disasters to the northern wilderness. What is hidden in this Burial Emperor Yuan, and why can the northern wilderness have such an earth-shaking change? And those censored powerhouses in Emperor Burial Abyss, where did they come from? It seems that Emperor Burial Yuan seems to hide some unknown secret. Jiang Chen muttered, authentically in his heart, after his father was buried in Diwan that year, there has been no news. When Jiang Chen returned to the northern wilderness this time, he planned to go to Diwan to find out and look for his father. Now that Emperor Funeral has undergone such a dramatic change, he is even more going to funeral Emperor Yuan for a while. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate anymore. His body flashed up into the sky, and then turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the sky. Chapter 12:12. Funeral Emperor. Burial Emperor Yuan, located in the extreme west of the northern wilderness continent. The terrain there is complex, and the entire land is like a vast abyss cut out by a large axe, and the environment is extremely harsh. According to legend, this vast abyss was formed tens of thousands of years ago during the Great Calamity of the Shenwu continent. Some people say that this is a battlefield of the ancient war. Some people also say that this is the place where the emperor-level experts of the Guishu realm have fallen. These 10,000 years, in the northern desolate continent, there were countless powerful people who entered the Emperor Burial Abyss, wanting to explore the secrets of Emperor Burial Abyss. But in the end, almost all the people who entered the Emperor Burial Abyss had never returned. Burial Emperor Yuan has also become the most dangerous forbidden place in the northern wilderness, and no one has dared to set foot in it easily for thousands of years. Although Black Dragon City is far away from burying Emperor Yuan, Jiang Chen's cultivation has now reached the 7th level of Divine Soul, and the speed of Yukong is also reaching the extreme. In just one day, Di Yuan had already appeared in Jiang Chen's sight. Jiang Chen stepped on the void, staring into the distance. I saw that there was a dark crack with no end in sight in the place thousands of meters ahead. The cracks are like the big mouth of a demon, emerging from the ground, and then extending to the distant part of the sky. The faint black color gives people a feeling of scalp tingling. This burial Emperor Yuan is really extraordinary. Jiang Chen stared at the abyss ahead, and a strange expression flashed in his eyes. The shape of Emperor Burial Yuan looked extremely strange. One side was extremely straight, as if it had been cut out by a sword. On the other side, there are some crooked contours. Jiang Chen looked from a distance and found that these outlines were somewhat similar to the outlines of the city. Jiang Chen even had a feeling that this was a city from outside the sky, cut in half by a sword. And the Burial Emperor Yuan in front of him, half of the city landed here, smashed out abruptly. Jiang Chen stared at Emperor Funeral Yuan for a long time, then moved his gaze away, and landed at the entrance of Emperor Funeral Yuan with a sense of gaze. There, a fortress made of black stone stood horizontally, firmly blocking the only passage to bury Emperor Yuan. Jiang Chen had already felt a lot of familiar auras from the fortress. Including Long Li of the Black Dragon City and the Supreme Elder of the 3 sects of the Northern Wilderness, they all seemed to be among them. Their auras were more than a year ago, and I don't know how many times stronger they were. They were all already breaking through the Divine Soul Realm King. Among them, the Supreme Elder God 100 Sword of the God Sword sect is the most prosperous, and it has almost reached the level of the Triple Realm of the Soul. These guys stayed in the Divine Sea Realm for too long, and they have a lot of background. Now that the vitality of the Northern Wilderness world has exploded several times, they are undoubtedly like a fish in water, and their strength has grown very fast. Go and see them first. Jiang Chen pondered slightly and was about to head towards the fortress in front. Several powerful blood-evil auras soared into the sky from the buried Emperor Yuan. Jiang Chen suddenly looked up, and saw 7 or 8 censored, flashing figures stepping out of the Emperor-buried abyss, and instantly appeared in front of the Black Fortress. These 7 or 8 blood-colored figures, the aura of each one is extremely tyrannical, at least with the strength of the Divine Soul Realm. 8 kings of the Soul Realm. No wonder the 3 sects of the Northern Wilderness and most of the powerhouses of the Black Dragon City must gather here. Fortunately, the power of the Northern Wilderness heaven and earth has skyrocketed, and many strong men have been born. If it were placed more than a year ago, these blood repairmen in front of them would have swept the entire Northern Wilderness with ease. Following the appearance of the blood-colored figures in the Burial Emperor Yuan. In the Black Fortress, the 4 people headed by the 3 elders of the Northern Desolation sect and Long Li also quickly flew out with dozens of powerhouses of the Divine Sea Realm. God Sword sect Supreme Elder God Baijian took the lead, staring coldly at the blood shadow headed by the opposite Dao, Li Chenshui. The Northern Wilderness is not where you should be, go back to the buried Emperor Yuan. Shen Baijian, give up struggling. With your little strength, we can't stop us, why bother to resist? If you surrender obediently now, you may still have a chance to survive. Otherwise, when our army is killed, you will die without a place to be buried. The scarlet figure headed said lightly, I want us to submit to you alien creatures and dream. God 100 Sword snorted coldly, don't talk nonsense, you will fight if you want to fight. Even if you are crushed to pieces, my God 100 Sword will never let you step into the Northern Wilderness. I don't know what to say. 10,000 years ago, the many powerhouses in your Shenwu continent could only use the method of burning jade and stone to stop our race. Now in this Shenwu continent, there are only you lingering generations who want to be enemies of our clan. The blood-colored figure Li Chenshui sneered disdainfully, and the monstrous blood-killing aura also instantly spread from his body. Shen Baijian, since you are so ignorant of good and evil, today I will kill you first, rule this northern wasteland, and wait for the arrival of our army. Distance. When Jiang Chen heard the dialogue between Shen Baijian and Na Li Chenshui, his heart was shocked. These censored powerhouses in Emperor Burial Abyss turned out to be creatures from other planes. There is also the devastating disaster in Shenwu continent 10,000 years ago, which has a lot to do with these censored practitioners. Jiang Chen vaguely had a general guess about the catastrophe 10,000 years ago. Thousands of years ago, Li Chenshui and his fellow censored practitioners should have aggressively attacked the Shenwu continent. The countless emperor-level experts of Shenwu continent were probably all fallen in this battle, and this led to the extinction of the emperor-level experts of Shenwu continent. And the burial Emperor Yuan in front of him is definitely the key place for the war of destruction at the beginning. Even the plane teleportation array leading to Li Qinzu's realm, I'm afraid it is in this burial abyss. It is impossible for a non-returning emperor realm to have a lifespan of more than 10,000 years. Li Chenshui and others, obviously cannot be the remnants of the buried emperor 10,000 years ago. The blood cultivators who appeared in the emperor buried abyss came here in all likelihood through the plane teleportation array. Since the battle 10,000 years ago, Li Chenshui, these alien creatures, had never appeared in Shenwu continent. Presumably, in the battle back then, the powerhouses of Shenwu continent should have used any method to block the coming of these alien creatures. The appearance of Li Chenshui and others undoubtedly indicates that the passage between the two worlds has been opened again. Jiang Chen's face also instantly became extremely difficult to look. In the battle 10,000 years ago, the Shenwu continent gathered the power of all the emperor-level powerhouses to block the invasion of the alien plane. Now that the emperor-level powerhouses of Shenwu continent are extinct, if those powerhouses from other worlds come back, it will undoubtedly be a disaster for Shenwu continent. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Must kill Li Chenshui and others, destroy the plane teleportation formation in Burial Emperor Yuan. Chapter 12-13. Blast the Soul Realm with one punch. There are thousands of thoughts in Jiang Chen's mind. The battle ahead is about to start. The four great soul kings headed by Shen Baijian stopped four of Li Chenshui. Each of the remaining four people was controlled by a Shanghai 9-layer powerhouse, with a dozen or so Shanghai martial artists using formations. Among the four leading Shanghai 9 experts, three of them Jiang Chen are no strangers. They are the masters of the three sects of the northern wilderness. The three sect masters have also skyrocketed in strength under the circumstances of the great changes in the northern wilderness, reaching the level of Shanghai 9th layer all the way. Although the strength of the three sect masters skyrocketed, they were still in the Divine Sea realm. Although the Divine Sea realm and the Divine Soul realm are one-word difference, their strengths are different. Even if they brought a dozen Divine Sea realm warriors to besiege, the situation is not optimistic. Especially the purple-haired, censored, Shu who led the team from the Taishu sect master Xianxia, his cultivation level had reached the second level of the soul. Xianxia and the others quickly retreated under that person's attack, all in danger. Blood clouds across the sky. The blood light on Zifa Shuisho's right hand condensed and turned into a cloud of blood, violently suppressing Xianxia and others. End up. Xianxian's face changed suddenly, and he shot at the same time with the 10 or so soul realm martial artists beside him, condensing a gray enchantment in midair. The cloud of blood blasted down wildly, swallowing the gray enchantment instantly. On the smooth gray barrier, cracks were like a spider web, continuously extending and breaking apart. Shu Yuntian, who was the first to bear the brunt, spouted a mouthful of blood, his face suddenly turned pale. The figure of the Divine Soul Realm warrior behind him was also shaky, and his eyes were filled with desperate expressions. The purple hair and blood repair in front of him is really too strong, they are not opponents at all. Ha, a group of lingering ants, dare to stop my blood spirit race, let me die. With a palm breaking the defensive barrier of Xianxian and others, Zifa Shuisho sneered disdainfully, and the blood filled the sky filled his palm again. Yuntian, seeing this scene, the elder of Taishuzong's elder Shu Daoist suddenly felt distraught and hurried to rescue. Old guy, he's already dead, and he still wants to take care of others. At this moment, the scarlet figure who was fighting against the Taoist Zixu appeared out of thin air in front of the Taoist Zixu, blocking the Taoist Zixu. Taoist Zixu yelled and fought with the scarlet figure with all his strength. You stand back and I will stop him alone. Shu Yuntian stared indifferently at the Zifa Shueisho who struck again, and a decisive expression flashed across his face. The northern wilderness is the foundation of Taishu sect for thousands of years. He will never allow these foreign blood repairs to meddle. Today, even if he reverses the meridian and explodes Shanghai, he will block the person in front of him. Shu Yuntian took a deep breath. Just as he was about to fight to the death, a golden fist pierced the space, as if attacking from the endless void, crashing on the sky of blood. Under the golden fist gang, the censored sky was instantly turned into nothing. Zifashui's complexion changed slightly, his blood-colored eyes stared into the void, and his cold voice resounded across the sky. A group of alien creatures who want to go wild on this continent have to ask me whether Jiang Chen can answer it. As this faint word fell, the space in front of Shu Yuntian was fluctuating, and a young man in black also slowly walked out of the void of space. Shu Yuntian looked at the black-clothed youth who appeared in front of him and couldn't help but stunned. There was a look of ecstasy on his face. Good, good, with little friend Jiang Chen here, we are determined to win this battle. Seeing Jiang Chen suddenly appearing, Taoist Zishu couldn't help laughing excitedly. Jiang Chen took them to the headquarters of the Blood Demon Hall and killed the Howmaster of the Blood Demon Hall in the Soul Realm. It has not been seen for more than a year now. Jiang Chen's strength is bound to be even more terrifying. With Jiang Chen's participation in the battle, they are undoubtedly less stressed when facing this group of blood cultivators from other worlds. Zifa Shueisho stared at Jiang Chen who appeared out of nowhere, his pupils suddenly shrank. The aura of the black-clothed youth in front of him was unfathomable, he couldn't even see the cultivation base of this person at all, he could only instinctively sense an extremely dangerous aura from him. Jiang Chen looked indifferent. I'm here to kill you. Zifashui's complexion became cold, and the monstrous blood instantly condensed in midair into a censored demon knife that was 100 meters long. Blood in all directions. Zifa Shueisho turned his hand and pressed, the censored demon sword fell from the sky. The fierce, censored sword light, as if to split the world and the earth. That's all about the bugs. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, waved his palm at random, and the majestic vitality screamed out, and that censored demon knife was smashed by understatement. You also get a punch from me. With a move to smash Zifa Shueisho's attack, Jiang Chen suddenly squeezed his fist, and the vast fist power was like a stormy wave, rushing towards Zifa Shueisho. Zifa Shueisho only felt a death crisis spreading in his heart. He quickly gathered 3 blood-colored light shields on his chest, trying to resist Jiang Chen's shocking punch. 3 successive loud noises resounded in midair. Under Jiang Chen's terrifying fist, the 3 blood-colored light shields repaired by Zifa Shui were like paper paste, and they collapsed when touched. Zifa Shueisho didn't have time to react at all, and the monstrous Quan Jin had already landed on his chest. Zifa Shui repaired a hollow in his chest, spouting a mouthful of blood, and his body slammed to the ground, forming a large pit of several feet, and his entire body was already bloody. Dead. Dead. Shu Yuntian's eyes were dull, and he could hardly believe his eyes. A dignified king of the Soul Realm was killed by Jiang Chen with a punch like this. At this moment, not only Shu Yuntian, they were shocked. Even the people in the war were stunned by the scene before them. Both sides stopped, the war tacitly, and the sky was originally bursting with energy. Suddenly fell into a dead silence. Everyone stared blankly at the situation in front of them, and time seemed to be frozen. I haven't seen him for more than a year, this guy seems to be a lot stronger again. It took a long time for Taoist Zixu to recover, and murmured in his mouth. More than a year ago, Jiang Chen fought against the Lord of the Blood Demon Palace, but it took a lot of effort to kill him. Now facing the double-faced Zifa Shueisho with a single punch, he exploded. One punch to blast the King of Soul Realm. Chapter 12-14, Kill the Quartet and bury Emperor Yuan. This guy is the #1 evildoer in the northern wilderness, and it can't be described by common sense. For more than a year, even old guys like us can make such changes, let alone him. Tianyazong Supreme Elder Shu Chuya said with a smile. Over the past year, they have fought countless times with this group of blood repairers from other worlds, and they have always been at a disadvantage. Now that Jiang Chen descended in the air, his shot was a punch that exploded a blood cultivator in the Divine Soul duel stage. Next, they will undoubtedly be much easier. Jiang Chen's cultivation base, I am afraid that it will be at least the 4th level of the soul. Let's prepare for a decisive battle, maybe today we will be able to determine the universe in one battle. Shen Baijian's eyes skyrocketed, and a rare smile appeared on his face. With Jiang Chen's demonstrated strength, in a one-on-one situation, no one of these blood repairs from other worlds should be his opponent. As long as they create opportunities for Jiang Chen may be able to kill these blood cultivators one by one. Just when Shen Baijian and the others were excited, in the huge pit that the purple hair and blood repair smashed below, an illusory blood shadow shot up into the sky and shot directly at Jiang Chen. Oops, it's the soul with purple hair and blood repair. Seeing the blood shadow that suddenly attacked Jiang Chen, Shen Baijian and the others couldn't help but change slightly. The soul of the Divine Soul Realm King has been transformed. Even if the body is broken, it can be immortal. They were so excited that they forgot about it. Jiang Chen smiled contemptuously, and the sevenfold will of the King of the Soul overwhelmingly suppressed the soul of the purple hair and blood. The spirit of Zifushuisho suddenly screamed, and was immediately shattered by Jiang Chen's powerful spirit will, and completely dissipated into the void. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but took a breath. The dignified soul of a dignified dual powerhouse was obliterated in the blink of an eye under Jiang Chen's will. Such a spirit will be too terrifying. Retreat. Quickly return to Emperor Burial Yuan. On the other side, the look of the otherworldly blood Sholi Chenshui headed by the otherworldly blood couldn't help but change drastically. This black-clothed youth who suddenly appeared was really too strong, not an ordinary Divine Soul Realm martial artist at all. If the fighting continues, I am afraid they will all be buried in the hands of the black-clothed youth. Want to escape? Can you escape? Since it's here, leave it all for me. Jiang Chen snorted coldly, his body pierced through the void, and punched one of the soul-heavy blood repairs. Jingtian Quan Jin instantly penetrated the body of that Shui Shu, causing his body to burst apart. With Jiang Chen's current strength, a warrior with the highest level of soul is no different from the ant in front of him. Under his punch, the soul-heavy blood repair, no matter the body or the soul, was bombarded into nothingness. With a punch, the soul is destroyed. You go first. Li Chenshui was frightened and furious. The aura of the triple peak of soul and soul was raised to the extreme. His figure instantly turned into a censored shadow, and he rushed towards Jiang Chen overwhelmingly. The strength of this young man in black is too terrifying. If he doesn't stop him, I am afraid that none of them will be able to leave today. Can you stop me? Jiang Chen smiled coldly, stretched out his palm and lightly grasped the censored shadow in the sky. This seemingly fluttering claw was like piercing through a layer of window paper, directly penetrating through the censored shadow of the sky, and then gently pinching a figure inside. The censored shadows in the sky are like broken glass, turning into thousands of censored shards scattered from the sky. And above the sky, I saw that Li Qinzu's figure had been grabbed by Jiang Chen with one hand, and he was held in the air like an eagle catching a chicken. Li Chenshui was panicked. Jiang Chen downplayed the first claw and directly imprisoned his body completely. He couldn't even reverse the meridian and explode his body. Boy, you wait for me. When Master Juyu recovers, our clan army will come again, and I will definitely give you a taste of how life is better than death. Li Chenshui roared, and his soul flew out of his body. In desperation, Li Chenshui abandoned his body without hesitation and rushed to the depths of Emperor Burial Abyss in a panic. Jiang Chen gently squeezed Li Qinzu's claws and shattered Li Qinzu's body, and then the soles of his feet stepped out in the void and appeared directly on top of Li Qinzu's spirit. Looking at Jiang Chen who was stepping into the sky, Li Qinzu's eyes suddenly cracked. It's just that Jiang Chen's foot is almost at its extreme, he has no time to react, and he has been pressed down by Jiang Chen. Li Qinzu's spirit, like a squashed balloon, banged and exploded into powder. The spirit of Li Chenshui was crushed with one foot. Jiang Chen looked at the 5 alien blood cultivators who were fleeing in a panic, and his figure rushed out again. Shocking explosions continued to reverberate at the entrance of Emperor Burial Yuan. With each explosion, the body of a blood cultivator from another world turned into a cloud of blood. 5 otherworldly blood repairmen have been killed by Jiang Chen. This one, Shenbaijian and the others stared blankly at this scene, their mouths opened so that they could fit a duck egg. They gathered the power of the entire northern wilderness before they could barely contend with this group of otherworldly blood repairs. But Jiang Chen arrived in less than half an hour. He would cut melons and vegetables directly, and generally punish all these blood repairs. Haven't seen it in more than a year. This guy is as perverted as ever. Shen 100 swords, I want to go to Emperor Burial Abyss. You continue to guard here. If there is another blood repair from the burying abyss, you must intercept them. Killing 8 otherworldly blood repairs in an understatement. Jiang Chen turned around and glanced at Shen Baijian and the others, and couldn't help speaking indifferently. Little friend Jiang Chen, are you going to be buried in Diwan? When Shen Baijian and others heard this, their expressions suddenly changed. For thousands of years, Burial Emperor Yuan has long become the first forbidden place in the northern wilderness. There have been countless powerful people who have entered it, but in the end there is no return. Even if Jiang Chen's strength is overwhelming, it is very likely that he will fall to Emperor Burial Yuan. Since these blood cultivators from other worlds have appeared in Emperor Burying Abyss, it proves that Emperor Burying Abyss has a channel connecting the planes of other worlds. I must enter the Emperor Burying Abyss and destroy this passage. Jiang Chen's expression was a bit solemn and authentic. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, everyone couldn't help but suddenly change. After more than a year of confrontation, they can be considered to have some understanding of these blood cultivation in other worlds. They even knew that these blood cultivation in other worlds were closely related to the great calamity of the Shenwu continent 10,000 years ago. Since Emperor Burial Yuan has a channel to connect with other worlds, they must destroy it. Shenwu continent will have endless troubles. Chapter 12:15. Bury the lower half of Diwan. In that case, let's go in with you old guys, one more person has more strength. Taoist Zishu gritted his teeth and said, no, you stay here, just in case, I will go in alone. Taoist Zixu, even though they have broken through the divine soul realm, they are more than a star and a half behind him. If they are allowed to enter together, they will be restrained when encountering danger. Okay, then we continue to guard here, you are careful. Shen Baijian said solemnly, for 1 month, if you haven't come out, the old man will go to the funeral of Emperor Yuan himself. He gave Jiang Chen a month. If Jiang Chen returns successfully, naturally everyone will be happy. If Jiang Chen fails, he will go to Diwan and continue Jiang Chen's unfinished mission to destroy the alien passage. Little friend Jiang Chen, be careful, I'm still waiting for you to come back to solve my doubts. Long Li on the side also looked serious and authentic. Jiang Chen nodded, and immediately turned into a black shadow, swooping down toward Emperor Burial Yuan in front. In the endless abyss, Jiang Chen stepped on the void and slowly landed towards the bottomless abyss. In the space around him, it seemed that countless huge spatial cracks were smashed into the space by some kind of boulder falling from the sky. These cracks are like the big mouth of a demon, swallowing those who enter the abyss. In the space crack, a space storm raged out. Even if the martial artist of the Divine Sea realm enters here, I am afraid that they will be torn to pieces by these space storms accidentally. This Burial Emperor Yuan is really dangerous and dangerous. No wonder the countless warriors of the northern wilderness who entered it have never returned. I don't know what father they did here back then. Back then, his father was no more than the strength of Kaiyuan 9 layers, and entering this Burial Emperor Yuan was undoubtedly a life of 9 deaths. Carefully avoiding these spatial cracks, Jiang Chen went all the way down. In the dark abyss below, a ray of light finally emerged. The light quickly magnified in Jiang Chen's sight, and the outline of half of the city also appeared in Jiang Chen's sight in an instant. In the Burial Emperor Abyss, half of the city is actually located here. When he first arrived outside Emperor Funeral Abyss, he found that Emperor Funeral Abyss was shaped like half a city, as if a city outside the sky had been split in two, half of which abruptly smashed into Emperor Funeral Abyss. Could it be? His guess is true. It's just where did this city come from, and by whom did it fall here? Split the huge city with one sword. Jiang Chen didn't dare to imagine what kind of martial artist it was to reach such a terrifying level. Return to the Emperor of the Ruins realm, or to the top of the Ruins realm. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, suppressed the shock in his heart, and quickly swept towards the city below. Jiang Chen finally successfully landed on a huge square in the city. With a slight glance, Jiang Chen had a panoramic view of the surroundings. This is a city made entirely of starry sky meteorites. The city was split into 2 halves with a sword, and the other half of the area with more buildings is no longer there. The layout of the half of the city that fell in the buried Emperor's Abyss seemed very simple. Except for a few destroyed buildings that were in shape, only this huge meteorite square at the feet of Jiang Chen remained. Because it has been in dust for more than many years, a thick layer of dust has accumulated on the square, countless limbs and skeletons, broken armors, buried in the thick dust. Everything seems to indicate that this was once an ancient battlefield. This is Starry Sky City, you have found the legendary Starry Sky City. When Jiang Chen was looking at the half of the city in front of him, an incredible scream suddenly rang in Jiang Chen's mind. This voice is exactly the blood river that has been silent for a long time. Blood river, you can finally give up. Listening to your tone, you seem to know the city in front of you. Jiang Chen was overjoyed and couldn't help asking hastily. You think you are the emperor? It was not because you entered Hualong City. In that dragon city, there was a will that surpassed the great emperor Guishu realm, and he immediately noticed my existence. If I hadn't moved fast enough to fall into a deep sleep state with a secret method, I'm afraid I would have been directly obliterated by that will. Zue said in an angry tone. I didn't expect this to happen. Jiang Chen was taken aback for a moment, and immediately said directly, okay, stop talking nonsense, tell me about the so-called Star City. I once saw the record of Star City in a handbook in the Blood Demon Palace. Zue was silent for a while, and said, do you know the origin of the Blood Demon Palace? Jiang Chen's eyes flashed, and he suddenly thought of something, and couldn't help but lose his voice. Blood Demon Palace, is it related to those blood cultivators in another world? That's not a practitioner of the blood path, but a blood spirit race on another plane. After Zue finished speaking, a faint voice also sounded directly in Jiang Chen's mind. In 1888 in the Haoshan calendar, our clan came and aggressively attacked the Shenwu continent. The strongest emperor of the Shenwu continent, Vast Sky, led the emperors to fight with my clan in the City of Stars, and burned with the jade of my clan. My fluke survived in Shenwu continent and founded the Blood Demon Palace. The text in the mouth of the blood is exactly the record in the manuscript of the head of the Blood Demon Palace. This text records the life deeds of the head of the Blood Demon Palace. He established the Blood Demon Palace. In addition to wanting to rule the Shenwu continent, he also has an important purpose, which is to find the fallen Star City. Because Star City has a plane teleportation array from the blood spirit race to the Shenwu continent. As long as you find fallen Star City and activate the plane teleportation array, the blood spirit race will come again. In the Burial Emperor Abyss, there really is a teleportation array connecting the different planes. There was a flash of light in Jiang Chen's eyes, and he immediately raised his head to look for the starry sky city in front of him. Jiang Chen's gaze stayed at the end of the square. There is a huge altar the size of 1,000 meters. The entire altar was shrouded in a bright colorful light, making people unable to see the situation on the altar. What shocked Jiang Chen most was, under the bright colorful divine light, there was a monstrous and thorough, red blood like blood. Jiang Chen vaguely felt that the colorful divine light existed to suppress the demon blood light. Because in that censored light, there was an extremely terrifying breath. Even Jiang Chen felt a sense of trembling in the face of this breath. Under this altar, what exactly is suppressing? Chapter 12:16, Shenwu Intercepted Heaven Array. Jiang Chen stared at the monstrous blood chi suppressed by the colorful divine light with horror, his thoughts flying. Suddenly, his inspiration flashed, and he thought of the words Li Chenshui said before he died. When Master Juyu of our clan wakes up, the army will come again. Could it be that the seven-color Shengguang suppressed the Lord Juyu in Li Qinzu's mouth? Jiang Chen couldn't help taking a deep breath. Blood River, may the Blood Demon Palace have a record about Lord Juyu. Master Juyu. In the handwriting of the Howmaster of the Blood Demon Palace, this name was indeed mentioned, and he respected the so-called Master Juyu very much. According to my speculation, this Lord Juyu should be the commander of the Blood Demon Palace's attack on Shenwu continent. Zue said slowly, the commander of the Blood Demon Temple attacking the Shenwu continent. What was suppressed by the colorful divine light in front of us was the 9 Usama, the strongest of the blood spirit race who fought with Emperor Vast Sky in Star City 10,000 years ago. The great Emperor Haoshan led all the emperors to fight in Star City, and eventually burned with the Blood Spirit Tribe army, preventing the Blood Spirit Tribe from invading the Shenwu continent. If Jiang Chen guessed correctly, this starry sky city should have been killed by the strongest Emperor Vast Sky in the Shenwu continent. With a single sword, he split the starry sky city, suppressing the Blood Commander here, and sealed the teleportation formation between the Shenwu continent and the otherworldly plane. The seal that had not changed for thousands of years, but suddenly changed, causing the blood spirit race to come again. Even the suppressed blood spirit clan commander, there are already signs of recovery. That colorful divine light seems to be formed by a very powerful formation. I don't know what formation it is that has such power against the sky. Jiang Chen whispered, Emperor Haoshan, 10,000 years ago, the head of the emperors of Shenwu continent, the supreme number 1 emperor of Shenwu continent. The Shenwu continent has a history of more than 10,000 years in the name of the Haoshan calendar, which shows the status of the Haoshan Great Emperor in the Shenwu continent. The Great Emperor Vast Sky at the time was probably the invincible Great Emperor who had returned to the market realm. Lord Juyu, as the commander of the Blood Spirit race's attack on Shenwu continent, was at least at the same level as Emperor Vast Sky. Such a strong person, even with the rank 9 formation, would never be able to easily suppress it. The formation in front of him is definitely above the 9th rank. It seems that the key lies in this formation. Maybe I can use the system to comprehend this formation. People of the Blood Spirit race from other worlds can come across the air again, and the suppressed Blood Spirit race strong commander also begins to recover. It must be something unexpected happened to the formation in front of him. If he can comprehend the formation and repair the formation, he might be able to stop all of this. Jiang Chen no longer hesitated, and cautiously leaned towards the altar ahead. Jiang Chen came to a place 100 meters away from the altar. In close contact, Jiang Chen even felt the terrible blood under the altar. Had it not been for the suppression of the colorful divine light, I am afraid that a random burst of blood would be able to strangle him to pieces in minutes. Jiang Chen found a good position and sat down cross-legged, then looked up at the colorful divine light on the altar, and began to comprehend the formation. The system prompt sounded in Jiang Chen's mind. Ding! You can comprehend the divine rank formation Shenwu Jiatian formation, triggering a hundredfold comprehension. Ding! You comprehend the essence of the 1/10,000th Shenwu Jishan formation. Shenwu Intercepted Heaven Array, what a domineering formation name. And this formation was as expected by Jiang Chen, it was already a god rank formation beyond the 9 rank. Jiang Chen suppressed the shock in his heart and began to fully comprehend the formation. Ding! You can comprehend the divine rank formation Shenwu Jiatian formation, triggering a hundredfold understanding. Ding! You comprehend the essence of the 1/10,000th Shenwu Jishan Array formation. Jiang Chen sat there motionless like this, madly using the system's hundredfold comprehension to comprehend the Shenwu Jiatian formation in front of him. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. With 10 days of continuous enlightenment, Jiang Chen's comprehension of the Shenwu Jiatian formation is also rapidly improving, reaching over 80%. 2 more days passed. A pleasant reminder's sound finally rang in Jiang Chen's ear. Ding! You have successfully comprehended the divine rank formation, true martial art formation. For a full 12 days, Jiang Chen continued to use the system to comprehend the enlightenment formation 100 times, and finally realized the complete Shenwu Jiatian formation. What a magical battle array! I didn't expect that Shenwu continent would have such a heavenly formation. Jiang Chen stood up slowly, and an unconcealed exclamation appeared on his delicate face. Comprehending the complete divine Wushu heavenly formation, Jiang Chen's heart was shocked to the extreme. He finally understood why the Shenwu continent no longer returned to the market realm emperor-level powerhouse after the Great War 10,000 years ago. In the final analysis, the reason lies in this Shenwu Jiatian formation. Shenwu Jishan formation, just like its name, is a god-level formation with the power of Jishan. Because of this formation, the original power of the plane of Shenwu continent was intercepted, and the passage between the 2 realms was sealed, and the Blood Spirit clan commander was suppressed here. It was precisely because the origin of the Shenwu continent plane was intercepted that this caused the heaven and earth vitality to be greatly reduced, and it was no longer possible to give birth to the emperor-level powerhouse of the Ruins realm. And this time the northern wilderness heaven and earth's great change was due to a gap in the Shenwu Jiatian formation for some reason, causing a part of the plane's original strength to overflow from the formation. It seems that the gap in the Shenwu Jiatian formation must be filled as soon as possible. Jiang Chen stared closely at Shenwuji Tianjun, his expression was extremely solemn. As the plane of origin continues to drain, the power of the Shenwu Jiatian formation will become weaker and weaker. The suppressed Blood Spirit clan commander under the altar recovered, and the Blood Spirit clan army from the outside world came again, and the Shenwu continent was really in danger. Jiang Chen's hands quickly changed into a series of mysterious handprints on his chest, preparing to repair the Shenwu heavenly formation. At this moment, there was a sudden violent spatial fluctuation on the altar shrouded by the colorful divine light of the Shenwu intercepting array. Someone is coming from the plane of teleportation, from the plane of otherworldly. Jiang Chen's expression suddenly changed, and the movements in his hands stopped abruptly, his eyes locked tightly in the sevenfold divine light. Under Jiang Chen's gaze, the spatial fluctuations on the altar also became more intense. I saw a scarlet figure, finally slowly stepping out of the colorful divine light. Chapter 12:17. Those who offend my Shenwu mainland, kill. This is a blood-robed young man in a blood-colored robe, about 25 and 66 appearances. His breath is extraordinary, his face is very handsome, there is a censored mark on his forehead that exudes the blood of monsters, and he exudes a noble aura. There is only one person from the blood spirit race. Seeing the only blood-clothed young man walking out of the colorful divine light, Jiang Chen couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Although there was a gap in the Shenwu Jiatian formation, the formation was still operating, and there should still be great restrictions on the blood spirit race that crossed the boundary. Although this blood spirit race from across the border is much stronger than Li Chenshui and others, its breath has not reached the divine embryo realm. Just relying on the person in front of him can still pose no threat to him. The first batch of Li Chenshui and others came, but the strength of the soul in the early stage. And the blood-clothed youth who came across the boundary in front of him, his strength was comparable to the peak of the soul. From this point, Jiang Chen can infer. With the loss of the plane origin in the Shenwu Jiatian formation, the blood spirit races who crossed from the otherworld planes will become stronger and stronger. The transmission channel leading to the Shenwu continent is indeed gradually being unblocked, and now it can accommodate the martial artist of the soul peak to pass. After I wake up the Juyu King, it won't take long before my clan army will come again and level the Shenwu continent. The blood-clothed youth walked out of the colorful divine light, and the triumphant laughter echoed in the abyss of silence. If you want to level the Shenwu continent, do you rely on your blood spirit race to be worthy? 10,000 years ago, your blood spirit race didn't do it, and now you don't want to step into the Shenwu continent for half a step. At this moment, a faint cold snort sounded abruptly in the ears of the blood-clothed youth. "Huh, someone." The sudden voice also changed the complexion of the scarlet figure slightly. He suddenly raised his head, his eyes instantly falling on Jiang Chen, who was 100 meters away. "Boy, who are you, Li Chenshui and them?" The blood spirit race sent an 8-person team headed by Li Chenshui to explore the way. The blood-clothed youth did not expect. The first thing he saw across the border was not Li Chenshui and others, but a warrior from the Shenwu continent. "Those who violated my Shenwu continent, kill. Do you think they can still live in this world?" Jiang Chen stared at the blood-clothed youth indifferently, his eyes filled with cold killing intent. "But don't worry, you will be sent to meet them soon." "Kill me, just rely on you." The blood-clothed youth glanced at Jiang Chen, and suddenly sneered with disdain. He is a genius with the blood of the Blood Spirit Clan royal family. This time the Blood Spirit Clan asked him to come across the boundary, in order to awaken the sleeping Juyu King with his royal bloodline. With his cultivation at the peak of his soul, he would dare to fight even if he encountered the powerhouse of the Shenwu continent. And how could this kid in front of him be killed by the 7th level of divine soul cultivation? "Can you kill? You will know soon." Jiang Chen's cold voice fell. Raising his hand was a sword aura that broke the sky, slashing out at the blood-clothed youth. The young, censored clothes smiled contemptuously, and immediately stretched out his censored palm, and grabbed the oncoming Podian sword chi with his bare hands. The fierce heaven-breaking sword chi was instantly crushed by the blood-clothed youth. Such an understatement is like crushing a baby's toy. "Boy, since you have to find your own way, I will give you a ride first." The blood suit smiled faintly, and a huge blood beam of hundreds of feet rose from his body. The blood glow instantly condensed into a blood-colored dragon in midair, and roared away at Jiang Chen with its teeth and claws. Bloodline supernatural power, destroying dragon flame. Looking at the blood-colored dragon that roared, Jiang Chen let out a low drink, and a phantom of the golden dragon instantly gathered behind him. The golden phantom looked down at the scarlet dragon indifferently, and a golden dragon flame spurted out of her mouth. The golden dragon flames collided with the blood-colored dragon, and the sky suddenly burst into dazzling light like the sun, and terrifying energy ripples swept all over. Under the impact of energy ripples, the blood-clothed youth stepped back 7 or 8 steps before slowly stabilizing his figure. "It's interesting, I didn't expect you to have such a powerful bloodline." The blood-clothed youth raised his head and looked at Jiang Chen, who had also just stepped back a few steps, and finally a look of surprise appeared in his censored eyes. He is a person with the blood of the blood spirit race royal family. Although his royal blood is not strong, he is in the blood spirit race, and his bloodline level can be regarded as a very high existence. Obviously, the blood-clothed youth did not expect that the power of the bloodline of the boy in the Shenwu continent in front of him was not inferior to him. I'm so lucky. I didn't expect that I could meet such a powerful alien bloodline just now when I crossed over. If you can refine and absorb the power of your bloodline, it will definitely allow my royal bloodline to reach a new level. After the blood-clothed youth was slightly surprised for a moment, the blood-colored eyes also showed an extremely hot light. The greatest advantage of their blood-spirit race is that they can absorb the blood of the alien race to strengthen their blood. The blood-spirit tribe has just been keen to conquer otherworldly planes, torturing and killing the bloodline powerhouses of otherworldly planes, and absorbing their bloodline power to strengthen themselves. If you want my Jiang Chen's blood, then you have to see if you have that life to get it. Jiang Chen sneered coldly, and Dian Cloud swallowing exploded in an instant. The blood dragon sword in his hand was raised, and the monstrous sword aura rose to the sky, causing the space of 100 meters to tremble. Countless azure sword chi cut through the endless void, densely covering the space with a radius of 100 meters. Although the Shenwu intercepting heaven array suppressed this place, the blood spirit race should not be able to use the teleportation channel to cross the boundary twice. Don't be afraid of 10,000 in case. In order to prevent accidents, Jiang Chen naturally wanted to kill this person as soon as possible and repair the Shenwu Jishin formation. Jiang Chen didn't intend to waste time with the blood-clothed youth. He broke out with all his strength, and used the space-time sword domain. Wanjian Dao's blue sword energy quickly condensed in midair, forming a blue sword field, covering the blood-clothed youth. The blood-clothed youth in the cyan sword domain suddenly felt that his blood and life were passing by at an extremely terrifying speed. Feeling the horror of this blue sword field, the blood-clothed youth's blood-colored eyes finally revealed an unprecedented panic. Chapter 12:18 King Juyu, Juyu Li. The sea of blood fills the sky, break it for me. The blood-clothed youth forcefully suppressed the horror in his heart, and the mysterious blood brilliance suddenly diffused from his body, instantly turning into a sea of blood all over his body. With blood-clothed youths as the center, the sea of blood threw up huge waves like a tsunami and rushed toward the surroundings. The Beizong space shrouded in Jiang Chen's time and space sword domain was already filled with that turbulent blood wave. The terrifying blood-colored giant wave hit the cyan enchantment of the time and space sword domain, and the continuous explosion sound echoed in the silent abyss. Such continuous explosions lasted for nearly 5 minutes. The blood-clothed youth's sea of blood seemed to destroy the world, but in terms of attack power, it was far unable to compare with Zhuang Lia of Hualongcheng. No matter how the huge waves in the sea of blood hit, they could not break through the boundary of the time and space sword domain. What is your martial arts? The blood-clothed youth looked terrified, and his mouth also let out an unbelievable roar. Standing proudly with a sword, Jiang Chen said indifferently, naturally is a martial art that can kill you. Boy, I have to admit that you are very strong. If it's in other places, I might really be unable to stop your move. But here, you want to kill me, it's just a dream. The blood-clothed young man smiled grimly, his hands quickly changed one strange gesture in front of him. A mysterious, censored rune whirled out from between the palms of the blood-clothed youth, and quickly got in under the altar. Take blood as a guide to sacrifice the soul of my king. The sleeping King Juyu, please help me. As the pious voice of the blood-clothed youth fell, the monstrous blood energy suppressed by the colorful divine light also fluctuated violently in an instant. Jiang Chen's expression suddenly changed drastically. The blood-clothed youth seemed to have a way to wake up the strongest blood spirit clan below. This blood spirit clan's strongest person, but tens of thousands of years ago, can be comparable to the great emperor vast sky existence. If it really breaks through the suppression of the Shenwu Jiatian formation, the entire Shenwu continent will probably be overwhelmed. The blood-clothed youth's secret technique has been successfully activated, and Jiang Chen has no power to stop it at this moment. Now, he can only pray in his heart, Shenwu Jiatian formation can suppress the powerhouse of the blood spirit race. The monstrous blood rushed into the sky, trying to break through the shackles of the colorful divine light above the altar, but the colorful divine light was as steady as Mount Tai, suppressing the monstrous blood and energy. Seeing this scene, Jiang Chen was also slightly relieved. It seems that even if there is a gap in the Shenwu Jiatian formation, it is not easily broken by the blood spirit clan powerhouse. The monstrous blood energy and the colorful divine light stood in a stalemate for a while, and finally slowly returned to peace. A slap-sized group of blood-colored light suddenly emerged from the blood-clothed youth's feet, and slammed into the blood-clothed youth's body. A terrifying blood energy that was several times stronger than before also burst out from the blood-clothed youth in an instant. Emperor Vast Sky, how can you suppress me for 10,000 years by intercepting the origin of the plane at the cost of your life? When I break through this Shenwu heavenly array and help my body get out of trouble, who else in this Shenwu continent can stop me, Li Juyu? The blood-clothed youth laughed wildly and domineeringly, and the terrifying blood swept away, instantly crushing the enchantment of the time and space sword domain. This scene suddenly caused Jiang Chen's pupils to shrink. Although the secret technique that the blood-clothed youth had just performed did not allow King Juyu to escape the suppression of the Shenwu Jiatian formation, there was still a ray of spirit that broke through the shackles of the formation and possessed the blood-clothed youth. The one who now controls the blood-clothed youth's body is obviously the strongest of the blood-spirit race who attacked the Shenwu continent 10,000 years ago. Juyu, king of blood-spirit race, Li Juyu. Lightly smashing Jiang Chen's time and space sword domain, Li Juyu's censored eyes could not help but suddenly looked at Jiang Chen. An ant in the divine soul realm would dare to ruin this king's major event, so let me die. Li Juyu's indifferent voice fell, and when he raised his head, a censored energy was thrown at Jiang Chen. This seemingly unremarkable blow made Jiang Chen's hair feel like he was standing up. Jiang Chen did not hesitate at all, and directly used the space-time sword domain once again. The censored energy fell on the space-time sword region, and the enchantment of the space-time sword region could not even be resisted for a moment, and it was already shattered. Jiang Chen's face was pale and retreated dozens of feet, and a mouthful of blood couldn't help but squirted out wildly. This guy in front of him is worthy of being the strongest person who rivaled Emperor Vast Sky 10,000 years ago. Even if it is a ray of spirit, he can't resist it. Jiang Chen, run away, this fellow is not something you can handle. The terrified voice of Zue also rang in Jiang Chen's mind. Escape. Jiang Chen gave a wry smile in his heart. In front of this guy, he might not even have the right to escape. This time, it is undoubtedly the biggest crisis Jiang Chen has encountered since getting the system. Even if he entered Zhongzhou earlier that year and was chased by the Cloud Gate by the Samsung forces, Jiang Chen did not feel as weak as he is now. Boy, I really don't know why you have to provoke such horrible things. The agreement between you and me hasn't been completed yet, so you can't just die here. Control the Xuanming Pagoda and get him to the Xuanming Pagoda. At this moment, another voice rang abruptly in Jiang Chen's mind. It's Ling Zanyi from the Zanming Pagoda. Hearing this voice, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel happy. It's interesting, your sword actually has the shadow of the fellow sword emperor Falling Sky. It seems that you have a good chance to be able to fall into the sky of the sword emperor's unique knowledge. That guy killed countless strong blood spirit clan back then. Today this king will cut off his inheritance to avoid future troubles. There was a flash of blood in Li Juyu's eyes, and his figure rushed out toward Jiang Chen. Looking at the violently plundered figure, Jiang Chen's eyes suddenly shrank, and the Xuanming Pagoda also whirled out of him in an instant. Under the control of Jiang Chen, the Xuanming Pagoda instantly transformed into a towering tower of hundreds of feet tall, covering the space of hundreds of feet in a radius. The sudden change also caused Li Juyu's complexion to sink slightly. As the strongest person on par with the great Emperor Vast Sky, Li Juyu's eyesight is so old and spicy that he can see the grade of the Xuanming Pagoda almost at a glance. The quasi-emperor treasure created by returning to the market in half a step. I didn't expect you to have such treasures. It's really surprising. Chapter 12-19. Juyu in Pagoda Town. Li Juyu looked at the surrounding space, his complexion a little unpleasant. Careless. He didn't notice for a while, since he was trapped by the treasure of the Emperor Zun offered by this kid. In the heyday, he naturally has no fear of a quasi-emperor treasure. But in his current situation, even 1/10 of his strength during the peak period cannot be used. It is undoubtedly a very troublesome thing to break this quasi-emperor treasure. Li Juyu, if your body is here, maybe no one in this world can help you. The current you are just a ray of spirit that rushed out of the Shenwujiadian formation through your tribe. Today, I will destroy your soul first, and then repair the Shenwujiadian formation and suppress your body. There was a cold glow in Jiang Chen's eyes. Even though Li Juyu's strength was shocking to the sky, at the very moment, a wisp of spirit possessed by a blood-clothed youth could at most exert the power of the divine emblem. The Xuanling Pagoda is a treasure of the Emperor Zun, and a powerful tool like Zanyi was born. Qiling Zanyi had already had a strength comparable to that of the divine embryo realm. In this Zanming Pagoda, Zhan Yi is the real master who controls everything. Now that Li Juyu entered the Xuanming Pagoda, he could not walk out of here alive. The quasi-emperor treasure, with this king's current state, is indeed a bit troublesome to deal with. But you are a little Mauto in the divine soul realm. I'm afraid you may not be able to truly master this quasi-emperor treasure. When this king kills you, he can naturally walk out of this quasi-emperor treasure. There was a flash of blood in Li Juyu's eyes, and the monstrous blood instantly condensed into a blood claw in his palm, and he grabbed Jiang Chen. If you want to run wild on my chassis, you have to ask me if I agree. At this moment, a faint cold snort resounded in vain between the world. The thunder and wind surged in the sky, and a beam of thunder and lightning fell down, instantly smashing Li Juyu's blood claws. An illusory figure also slowly emerged from midair. Age, Li Juyu's censored eyes suddenly shrank. A quasi-emperor treasure, the spirit has already transformed into form, and has evolved into a spirit emperor comparable to the divine birth realm. Li Juyu's face suddenly became extremely difficult to look. In the space of this quasi-emperor treasure, the instrument spirit in front of him is almost an invincible existence of the same rank. Unless the real emperor of the ruins realm makes a move, I'm afraid no one can help it. Unexpectedly, a quasi-emperor treasure could also give birth to your spirit. It seems that your good fortune is not small. With your existence, following a little divine soul realm martial artist, there is no future. It's not as if you are mixing with this king. After my body comes out, it will definitely help you to be promoted to a real imperial weapon. Li Juyu stared at the phantom in the air and gave a very tempting condition. It's a tempting condition. If you met me earlier, I might still agree. But unfortunately, it's too late. Zhan Yi smiled faintly. He has already concluded a soul contract with Jiang Chen. How could he be seduced by Li Juyu's vague chengruo? Even if this guy can really help promote the imperial weapon, it will still be controlled by it. For Zhan Yi, it was his lifelong pursuit to get rid of the shackles of the Xuanming Pagoda and become the spiritual emperor of Xiaoyao Tiandi. This king can give you a chance. It is your honor. Don't toast or eat fine wine. Seeing Xuanye's rejection, Li Juyu's eyes also flashed an angry look. He is the 9yu king of the blood spirit race, the strongest person at the peak of the ruins realm, comparable to the existence of the great emperor of Shenwu continent. If it were placed in the peak period, an ordinary imperial treasure would not be in his eyes. Nowadays, a small quasi-emperor treasure dared not give him face so much. Tisk tusk, I just toast and not eat fine wine, what can you do? In your current state, you dare to scare people in front of me. Do you really think I was scared? If it's in other places, I may not be able to help you, but since you have entered the Xuanming Pagoda, then you can die for me. Zhan Yi smiled coldly, and immediately waved his palm, and 4 paths of Zhan Ming aura suddenly emerged from Li Juyu's feet. Zhan Ming bound. With Xuanye's soft drink, the 4 profound energy of the mysterious world instantly turned into 4 huge ghost chains, firmly binding Li Juyu, town. A move bound Li Juyu. Zhan Yi flipped his palm, and the light of hundreds of feet of thunder in the sky directly turned into a thunder and lightning hammer, and slew towards Li Juyu town. 9 nether blood fiend art, open it to me. Li Juyu shouted angrily, and a tyrannical, censored, spirit rose into the sky, and instantly shook the chains of netherworld around him. It's just that the power that Li Juyu used this time obviously exceeded the endurance limit of the blood-clothed youth. I saw that the blood-clothed youth's robe burst in an instant, and even his body had burst into cracks. The red blood continued to overflow, instantly covering the blood-clothed youth's whole body. Li Juyu broke free from the shackles of the chains of the netherworld, knowing that his state at the moment could not stop the thunder hammer in the sky, and the soul directly turned into a censored light and shot out from the blood-clothed youth. The blood-clothed youth who had been abandoned by Li Juyu hadn't recovered yet. He was hit by a thunder hammer and instantly turned into a cloud of blood mist and scattered on the ground. A quasi-emperor treasure in a mere daring to destroy this king's event. When this king is out of trouble, even if you search all over the world, you will definitely be wiped out. Seeing that the body of the blood-clothed youth was destroyed, Li Juyu, who was fleeing in midair, couldn't help but let out a roar of anger. Then you have to wait for your body to get out of trouble. Zhan Yi raised his hand and shook it, and the surrounding space trembled, and a terrifying space storm swept across the world, instantly strangling Li Juyu's soul into nothingness. Stop it for me in the future, don't provoke this kind of existence at every turn, I don't want to be involved by you. Also, take more time to refine the Xuanming Pagoda, and completely control the Xuanming Pagoda as soon as possible. He killed Li Juyu in an understatement, and Zan Yi said without angrily, his figure disappeared in front of Jiang Chen in a flash. It seems to take some time to master this Xuanming Pagoda. Looking at the place where Zan Yi disappeared, Jiang Chen couldn't help but mutter to himself. Originally, Jiang Chen thought that although the Xuanming Pagoda was a treasure of the quasi-emperor, it was just something like a storage ring. But now it seems that the quasi-emperor treasure is after all the quasi-emperor treasure. Even if this Xuanming Pagoda is not an attacking weapon, it also possesses extremely powerful power. If he could completely master this Xuanming Pagoda, he might be able to control the power of the Xuanming Pagoda like Zan Yi, and easily kill the powerhouse of the divine embryo realm. Chapter 12:20. The image in the colorful light. After Jiang Chen used the power of Zan Yi and Xuanming Pagoda to kill Li Juyu's soul, he did not rush out. He cultivated in the Xuanming Pagoda for nearly half a day. Wait to return to peak state. Jiang Chen took the Xuanming Pagoda, and appeared again in front of the altar shrouded in colorful divine light, preparing to repair the gap in the Shenwu Jiatian formation. He sat cross-legged in front of the altar, his hands condensed a series of mysterious formations, and he continuously shot towards the colorful divine light. 1, 2, 3. For 3 whole days and 3 nights, Jiang Chen made thousands of formation patterns. As Jiang Chen entered these patterns, the colorful divine light on the altar became more and more dazzling. The dazzling colorful divine light completely suppressed the monstrous blood light below. No trace of blood could be seen on the entire altar. Is this the complete Shenwu Jiatian formation? It is really amazing. Seeing this scene, Jiang Chen's tired face finally showed a rare smile. Shenwu Jishan formation is indeed a god-level formation. Even if he used the system to master the complete Shenwu Jiatian formation, it took 3 full days to barely fill the gap in the formation. Now that the formation is repaired, as long as there is no accident, there shouldn't be any problems in the short term. It is not a long-term solution to suppress this place with Shenwu intercepting the heavenly formation. If there is a chance in the future, we still have to find a way to get rid of Li Juyu and ruin this plane teleportation formation. Li Juyu was comparable to the existence of Emperor Haoshan thousands of years ago. Even after being suppressed for thousands of years, his strength was still terrifying to the extreme. With the power of Shenwu continent, it is obviously unrealistic to get rid of Li Juyu now. Shook his head, Jiang Chen stopped thinking about it. Just as he was about to rest for a while, and then leave the Emperor burying abyss, a vague image appeared in the colorful divine light on the altar. Jiang Chen was startled, his eyes fell suddenly on the image. In the image, Jiang Chen saw a beautiful woman descend from the sky and land in front of the altar. She walked to the altar step by step, then passed through the colorful divine light without hindrance, and disappeared into Jiang Chen's sight. This turned out to be an image intercepted by Shenwu Jiatian formation, recording some things that happened here. Jiang Chen stared closely at the image in the colorful divine light, shaking his mind. Someone has actually been to Funeral Emperor Yuan, and also entered the plane teleportation array of Shenwu Jiatian formation, and teleported to the otherworldly plane. Although from the video, Jiang Chen couldn't tell the specific time when the woman came to bury Emperor Yuan. However, the altar where Shenwu Jiatian array closed the town at that time did not have the slightest blood radiating from Li Juyu. This also means that when the mysterious woman came here, the Shenwu Jiatian formation was intact. Shenwu Jishan formation is a magical formation. This time, because of a gap in the Shenwu Jiatian formation, people who were below the divine embryo realm could barely enter and leave. The intact Shenwu Jiatian formation, even an ant would never want to get in and out at will. But the mysterious woman in the image passed through the complete Shenwu Jiatian formation without any hindrance. Unless that mysterious woman, like him, can completely master the Shenwu heavenly formation. Who is this mysterious woman? How could she master the Shenwu Jiatian formation? Why did she enter the plane teleportation array again and teleport to another plane? Just when Jiang Chen was suspicious, the image in the colorful divine light suddenly changed. In the video, another vague back figure appeared in front of the altar. This time in front of the altar, he has become a tall and burly middle-aged man. I saw that the middle-aged man took out a dark stone and smashed it at the Shenwu Jiatian formation, smashing the Shenwu Jiatian formation abruptly into a gap. The middle-aged man walked into the altar and disappeared without a trace. It turns out that the gap in the Shenwu Jiatian formation was bludgeoned by someone with a stone. He stared closely at the fading image in the colorful divine light. Vaguely, I only felt that the back of the middle-aged man gradually overlapped with a figure deep in my memory. Father Jiang Wuya. The middle-aged man in the video is somewhat similar to his father Jiang Wuya. In Jiang Chen's mind, a ridiculous idea that even he himself couldn't believe appeared suddenly. A few years ago, his father Jiang Wuya had indeed come here to bury Emperor Yuan. But his father was just the head of the little Jiang family in Kangshan City, and his cultivation base was no more than Kaiyuan Ninth Heaven. Although Jiang Chen didn't know the situation at the time, he also felt that it was not easy for his father to come here. Even if my father came here, there would be no mysterious black stone in his hand. What a terrifying existence is a stone that can forcibly smash the Shenwu Jishan formation into a gap. How could his father possess such a god-defying fetish? Inferring from time, the middle-aged man who broke through the Shenwu Jiatian formation appeared here soon. Li Qinzu's group of blood spirit tribes did not appear more than a year ago. The vitality of the northern wilderness will not change dramatically more than a year ago. There was a gap in the Shenwu intercepting array, and the original plane of interception was lost for 2 or 3 years, and then great changes occurred. Calculated in this way, the time when the gap in the Shenwu Jiatian formation appeared was somewhat consistent with the time when the father came to bury Emperor Yuan. Could it be that the middle-aged man in the video is really his father Jiang Wuya? Jiang Chen looked incredulous, and his heart was shocked beyond words. His father Jiang Wuya was a taciturn person, and he was considered to be the overlord in Kangshan City. But once he left Kangshan City, he was just an unremarkable Kaiyuan realm martial artist in the Great Sha Kingdom and even the northern wilderness. How could a small Kaiyuan realm martial artist pass through the burial Emperor Yuan that makes it difficult for the divine sea realm to survive? Where did the mysterious stone in his hand that could smash the divine martial sky formation into a gap? What did he break through the Shenwu Jiatian formation and teleport to another world? Jiang Chen took a deep breath in his heart. If the middle-aged man in the video is really his father Jiang Wuya, there really is a big secret in his father. It looks like I have to go back to Yang's house. The image in the colorful divine light completely exceeded his imagination. Perhaps after returning to Yang's house, he could find some clues. Jiang Chen took a deep look at Shenwu Jiatian formation, then leapt forward, stepping on the void and skimming above the Emperor burying abyss. Chapter 1221. Human Emperor Jiang Wuya. Buried outside the Emperor Yuan, Shenbaijian and other 4 powerhouses in the spirit realm stood on the fortress. Their gazes were quietly looking into the depths of Emperor buried abyss. It's been more than 20 days, and I don't know what happened to little friend Jiang Chen in the Emperor burial Yuan. Long Li sighed lightly, and a worried look appeared between his brows. The other 3 people also looked solemn. Burying Emperor Yuan, the most dangerous forbidden place in the northern wilderness, is not because of the ignorance of Lang. For thousands of years, no one has ever walked out of the warrior who entered the Emperor burying abyss. Even if Jiang Chen is strong and tyrannical, entering Emperor funeral abyss would be a life of 9 deaths. Don't worry, everyone who entered the burial Emperor abyss in the past did not have the power to reach the divine soul realm. Since those divine soul realm blood cultivators can survive in divine soul realm, it proves that burial Emperor Yuan is not dangerous to the divine soul realm warriors. Wait a few more days to see. If Jiang Chen hasn't returned, I will go down and have a look myself. Shen Baijian said with a smile. Hearing the words of Shen Baijian, everyone looked silent. If even Jiang Chen couldn't get out of Emperor funeral abyss, even if the 4 of them entered the Emperor funeral abyss together, they would probably have no return. Just when everyone was worried about Jiang Chen in Emperor buried abyss. In the depths of Emperor funeral abyss, a black shadow cut through the space, and flashed out towards the entrance of Emperor funeral. It's Jiang Chen. Seeing the black shadow flying by, a look of joy appeared in the eyes of the 4 gods and swords. Everyone, the situation in Emperor burial Yuan has been resolved by me. You can rest assured. Jiang Chen looked at the 4 divine 100 swords on the fortress, and the faint laughter resounded directly in everyone's ears. Is it finally solved? Hearing Jiang Chen's words, all 4 of them suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Since more than a year ago, Shui Shu from the outside world appeared in the northern wilderness, and they have been guarding this burial Emperor's abyss as if they were facing an enemy. Now that all this has been completely resolved by Jiang Chen, their hanging hearts can finally be let go. The crisis of the northern wilderness is lifted. Shen Baijian and others are naturally happy. They held a lively celebration banquet for Jiang Chen directly in the fortress. At the banquet, Jiang Chen roughly talked to everyone about the situation in Emperor Burial Abyss, and then talked with Long Li about the situation of the Long family heritage. After the banquet is over, Jiang Chen cared about his father's affairs, and did not stay in the fortress for a long time. He directly bid farewell to everyone and set off for Daxia country, the imperial capital of Great Shah, Yang's family. After Jiang Chen returned to Yang's house, he immediately called Jiang Kui in front of him, in memory. Jiang Kui has been following his father Jiang Wuya since he was sensible. He should know a lot about his father. Seeing Jiang Chen return to Yang's house, he called him aside alone, and Jiang Kui's face was also puzzled. He asked curiously, "Master, are you looking for me?" Although Jiang Chen is already the head of the Jiang family, Jiang Kui still habitually calls Jiang Chen the young master when he is alone. Jiang Chen was silent for a while, and said, "Uncle Kui, you have been a teenager with my father." "Yes, it's been more than 20 years, and the young master was not born yet," Jiang Kui said with emotion, and then looked at Jiang Chen with a little surprise. Why did the young master suddenly ask about this? "Not long ago, I went to funeral Emperor Yuan, and it seemed that I found some traces of my father." Jiang Chen stared at Jiang Kui tightly. "My father, shouldn't it be just as simple as the Jiang family patriarch of Kangshan City, right?" When Jiang Kui heard this, he looked at Jiang Chen with a shocked expression on his face. "Master, do you know about your father?" Jiang Chen shook his head and said, "If I knew, I wouldn't come to ask you. My understanding of my father is actually limited to more than 20 years. It can be said that the entire Jiang family's understanding of your father is limited to more than 20 years. Jiang Kui said word by word, "Your father, including your mother, is not actually from the Jiang family. They were all brought back by the old family owner more than 20 years ago." Jiang Chen looked shocked and said, "You mean my parents were brought back by Grandpa more than 20 years ago? Where did Grandpa bring them back?" "No one knows where the old patriarch brought them back from. Everyone knew that your father was named Jiang Wuya and your mother was Ji Wushuang. Not long after your father and the others came to Yang's house, the old patriarch passed away. Before he passed away, he rejected all opinions and passed on the position of patriarch to your father. At that time, I was entrusted by my old family master to assist your father in taking charge of the Jiang family." Jiang Kui didn't hide it, he told all the things he knew. "My mother Ji Wushuang, where is she? Why have I never seen her?" When Jiang Chen heard this name, the majestic figure that he saw from the colorful divine light image flashed in his mind. Could it be his mother who entered the Shenwu Jiatian formation first? And the middle-aged man behind, is his father Jiang Wuya really? Who are they and why do they go to the plane where the blood spirit race is located? Your mother disappeared from Yang's house somehow shortly after you were born. Only your father should know where she went. In the years before your mother left, your father often showed a confused look. Later, his expression was no longer confused, but he often looked at a mysterious black stone in a daze." Just as Jiang Chen's mind was full of thoughts, Jiang Kui's voice rang in Jiang Chen's ears again. "The mysterious black stone." When Jiang Chen heard these words, his pupils suddenly shrank. In the image of the colorful divine light, the middle-aged man used a black stone to smash the divine martial arts formation into a gap. Jiang Chen was almost certain that the middle-aged man who appeared in the sevenfold divine light image was his father Jiang Wuya in all likelihood. When my father entered the Emperor Burial Abyss, he not only reached the starry sky city under the Emperor Burial Abyss, but also went to the otherworldly plane through the teleportation formation there. There is also the woman who went to another world before her father. I am afraid it is also his mother Ji Wushuang. Master, if you want to know the identity of your father, I have a word that may be useful to you." Jiang Kui seemed to have thought of something and suddenly said to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen suddenly raised his head. "What are you talking about?" "I am the Emperor Jiang Wuya." Jiang Kui slowly said. "This sentence, I accidentally heard your father talking to himself in a dream." Human Emperor Jiang Wuya, what a noble and domineering title. Could it be? This is the true identity of Father Jiang Wuya. Chapter 12:22, Shenpin Martial Arts, Human Seal. Such a title is definitely not something ordinary people can afford, but it is certain that this is definitely not the honorable title on Shenwu continent. In the Shenwu continent, Although the powerhouse of the divine embryo realm can be named the emperor-level powerhouse, absolutely no one dares to be named the human emperor. Human emperor, emperor of humanity. Don't say it is a martial artist in the divine embryo realm, even the general emperor of the ruins realm can't bear such a title. I am afraid that only the vast sky great emperor, who surpassed all emperors 10,000 years ago, was qualified to be the emperor. The strong of the ruins realm can be titled as emperor in the Shenwu continent, and it is impossible for Emperor Vast Sky to be the emperor again. Are my parents not from the Shenwu continent, but from the same plane as the blood spirit race? They accidentally appeared in the Shenwu continent and were saved by Grandpa. I remember when he first entered Hualong City, Zhaoya explained to him many things about the universe. In the universe, some inferior planes with weak strength did not have access to God's domain. Even those who are strong in the return to the market realm cannot enter the realm of God. Many inferior planes choose to attach to the middle plane and establish a transmission channel between the two planes. These inferior planes returning to the ruins realm can pass the middle planes to obtain the qualifications to enter the realm of God. Based on this information, it is not difficult for Jiang Chen to infer that the relationship between Shenwu continent and blood spirit race should be the otherworldly plane. Later, what should happen between the two? Will the blood spirit race attack the Shenwu continent? And Jiang Chen still has a feeling. All this should have a certain relationship with his parents. Jiang Chen couldn't help but suddenly raised his head and said, Uncle Kui, when you moved from Kangshan City, did you bring my father's trip to the west? Don't worry, I brought them all. Back then, your father stayed in the study most of the time. I have moved the things in the study intact. Master, come with me. As Jiang Kui said, he took Jiang Chen towards the inner courtyard. Under the leadership of Jiang Kui, Jiang Chen came to a study room that had been left unattended for a long time. After entering the study, Jiang Chen began to look carefully in the study. The pattern in the study was obviously carefully arranged by Jiang Kui, almost exactly the same as Jiang Chen remembered. Jiang Chen scanned the objects in the study one by one, and found nothing unusual. When Jiang Chen's gaze fell on the row of bookshelves in front of him, he instinctively sensed a weak energy fluctuation. This energy fluctuation still vaguely felt connected to his blood. Jiang Chen appeared in front of the bookshelf in a flash and began to search in the bookshelf. Jiang Chen's gaze fell on the center of the many books, and he took out a simple booklet from it. The brochure is about 1 foot in size and looks very simple in vicissitudes of life, as if it has gone through a history of thousands or even tens of thousands of years. Its material is very special, just like water and fire. Even though it has existed for an unknown number of years, it still hasn't been corroded in the years, and it has been preserved very intact. Jiang Chen opened the pamphlet, only to find that the pamphlet was completely blank, without any content. What on earth is this blank booklet? Why does it make me feel connected by blood? Jiang Chen was very surprised. He quickly turned over the pamphlet. When I turned to the last page, I finally found a note clipped in the booklet. Opening the note, the line of handwriting instantly imprinted in Jiang Chen's eyes. Haoshan Calendar 12001. Wu Yu Wuxuang was rescued, and the past, like a passing cloud, has disappeared. Haoshan Calendar 12005. My son Jiang Chen was born. Wuxuang said that she wanted to leave and go back to protect our people, but I was puzzled. Haoshan Calendar Year 12219. I finally understand where Wuxuang has gone, and know who I am. I am the head of the profound spirit mainland human race, the Emperor Zhang Wuya. Haoshan Calendar 12220 years. The blood spirit race is immortal, and the human race is uneasy. I will return and fight for the human race. Here is the seal of the sacred warrior of the remaining human race. My blood can be enlightened. Looking at the handwriting on the note, Jiang Chen couldn't help but set off a stormy sea. The few messages on this note are the narratives of his father Zhang Wuya about the time he came to Shenwu continent. Through this information, Jiang Chen finally understood many things. The two images captured by Shenwu Jiatian formation are his mother Ji Wuxuang and his father Zhang Wuya. They were from the profound spirit continent, the human leaders of the profound spirit continent, and they came to the Shenwu continent by accident. In the profound spirit continent, in addition to the human race, there are also blood spirit races. They returned to the profound spirit continent in order to fight against the blood spirit race. Jiang Chen even made some mistakes at this moment. The plane teleportation formation between Shenwu continent and Xuanling continent should be established between the human race of Shenwu continent and Xuanling continent. It was only afterwards that something happened to the profound spirit continent, causing the plane teleportation formation to be occupied by the blood spirit race, and then the blood spirit race was able to attack the Shenwu continent. It looks like we are going to Xuanling continent. Jiang Chen's eyes flashed, and his mouth could not help but let out a low whisper. Before heading to the profound spirit continent, he had to go back to Zhongzhou first. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and directly put the booklet in front of him into the storage ring. Although this pamphlet is the Emperor's seal of a martial arts scholar left by his father, it looks like a wordless book on the surface. Jiang Chen didn't know how to open it, so he could only put in the storage ring and slowly searched for a way to open the human Emperor seal. The father's affairs have been cleared up, and the Beiwang affairs have also been dealt with. Jiang Chen does not intend to stay in the Beiwang. He took out a lot of cultivation resources from the Xuanming Pagoda to stay in Yang's house. Just in case, he also placed the awakened Fire Lin Beast in Yang's house. After awakening this time, the Fire Lin Beast has reached the pinnacle of the 7th rank, and its strength is not inferior to the martial artist at the peak of the soul. He can also feel relieved that there are fire beasts guarding the northern wilderness. Moreover, the Fire Lin Beast has a soul connection with him, and if something happens to the northern wilderness, he can understand it for the first time. After dealing with everything, Jiang Chen went directly to the teleportation array that Xiao Duli had set up in the ancient land, and found that the teleportation array was still in a state of destruction and could not be opened. It's been over a year, Master still hasn't repaired the teleportation array, and I don't know what happened to him. A worried look passed across Jiang Chen's eyebrows. Now the teleportation array cannot be used, and he can only cross the endless sea, Zhongzhou ahead. Jiang Chen rose up into the sky, turned into an afterimage, and disappeared into the sky. Chapter 12:23. Go back to Zhongzhou and cross the endless sea. A land in the north and extreme south. Endless seas. A black giant eagle measuring 15 and 6 feet long, inflamed its huge wings, galloped over the boundless sea. On the broad back of the black giant eagle, there was a young man in black sitting cross-legged. The young man in black is no one else, it is Jiang Chen who is going to cross the endless sea and go to Zhongzhou. The black fiend Black Eagle, the 6th rank monster at his feet, was a tamed mount not long after Jiang Chen entered the endless sea. There is a distance of hundreds of millions of miles between the endless sea area between Beiwang and Zhongzhou. If you want to cross the endless sea in the air, even with the strength of the 7th layer of Jiang Chen's soul, I am afraid it will be too much, and it is a waste of time. The strength of this black evil profound eagle is not weak, and the flight speed is almost not inferior to the ordinary divine soul realm powerhouse, and it is undoubtedly a very good transportation tool. Since having this black evil eagle to travel, Jiang Chen's formation has undoubtedly become a lot easier. He practiced directly on the back of the black fiend Xuanying. Returning to Zhongzhou this time, the enemy Jiang Chen will face as the powerhouse of the 5 holy cities. Although with his current strength, if he uses his full strength, he already has the strength to kill the emperor of the divine embryo realm. The 5 sacred cities in Zhongzhou have profound backgrounds, and there are countless emperors of the divine emblem. If he wants to fight the 5 holy cities on his own, it is obviously not enough, he must step up to improve his strength. In addition to cultivation, Jiang Chen also took some time to refine the Xuanming Pagoda, and even occasionally took out the human sovereign seal to study it. More than a month, Jiang Chen relied on the Yuanling ore veins and many treasures in the Xuanming Pagoda to frantically gain cultivation experience, and in one breath he raised his cultivation to the level of the 9th level of the soul. And the Xuanming Pagoda has also been refined by Jiang Chen by 1/3. Only the human seal left by his father, Jiang Chen, even if he tried his best, still found nothing. I really don't know how this man's seal can be opened. Looking at the blank pamphlet in his palm, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel helpless. The Imperial Seal of Martial Arts Scholar. This is definitely a martial skill that is stronger than his time and space sword domain. If possible, Jiang Chen naturally hopes that he can start before reaching Zhongzhou and successfully master the seal of the Emperor. This person's seal may be his biggest trump card against the 5 holy cities. According to what my father left behind, I should be able to open the human Emperor seal. Is it because my strength is too low, so I can't open it? The level of martial arts is too far away for Jiang Chen of the Soul Realm. Maybe this person's seal needs to reach a certain level of strength to open it. Jiang Chen's cultivation has now reached the 9th level of Divine Soul, and several kinds of martial arts have reached triple consummation. He can find an island to retreat for a few days, then ascend to the extreme, break through the divine birth realm in one fell swoop, and then try to open the human emperor seal. A huge island covered by towering ancient trees appeared directly in Jiang Chen's sight. Jiang Chen ordered the Black Fiend Xuanying to land towards the island below. Just when the Black Fiend Black Eagle landed in midair less than 10 meters away from the island, more than a dozen fierce dark green energies rose up into the sky from the mountains and forests below, and shot towards the Black Evil Mysterious Eagle. The Black Fiend Xuanying suddenly issued a loud eagle cry, and the huge eagle claws set off a monstrous gust of wind, destroying all the more than 10 dark green vigor. The Black Fiend Xuanying took Jiang Chen and landed steadily on the island below. A cold anger also rang in Jiang Chen's ears. Outsiders, dare to trespass into the territory of my dark snake clan, you are looking for death. Jiang Chen looked up and followed the voice, and saw a very strange-looking figure appeared in front of him. To be precise, this figure cannot be called a person. His head and upper body are almost the same as humans, except for those narrow eyes that flashed with monster green light. But his lower body was a snake tail that was 2 to 3 meters long. Human head and snake body, half human and half snake. Jiang Chen swept his gaze around again, and found that there were more than a dozen similar figures around him, staring at him with those monster eyes. The strength of these snake people is not strong. Most of them only have the strength of the 5th grade monster beasts, and the strongest ones barely reach the 6th grade. Everyone, I'm just passing by here, take your place to rest for a few days, don't need such a big battle. Jiang Chen looked at these snake men with a look of surprise in his eyes. Jiang Chen didn't expect that the half-human, half-snake-human tribe living on this island turned out to be. Humans are so cunning, I won't believe you. If you are more acquainted, get out of this island immediately, otherwise you will kill you. An icy chill burst out of the long and narrow eyes of the headed snake man. You are not enough to kill me. Jiang Chen snorted faintly. I advise you, it is best not to trouble me, otherwise you will be at your own risk. He landed here, just wanting to find a place to retreat and break through the divine birth realm. If these guys are more acquainted, that's all. If you come to interrupt his breakthrough, don't blame him for being rude, kill him. The headed snake man shouted angrily and directed a dozen snake men around to besiege and kill Jiang Chen. Live and die, get out of here. Jiang Chen screamed, and the monstrous energy instantly spread to the surroundings centered on him. Under the impact of a terrifying force, more than a dozen snake men smashed into a distance of several meters like a broken kite. Seeing Jiang Chen screamed, he killed more than a dozen of his own companions, and the headed snake man suddenly roared in anger. Human, you dare to slaughter the people of my dark snake clan, my dark snake clan will surely crush your body. When the voice fell, he directly raised his voice to the sky and let out a weird neigh. Numerous neighs on the island continued to sound, coming from all directions. Jiang Chen soon felt that there was a whistling wind in the mountains and forests. In less than a moment, hundreds of snake men appeared in front of Jiang Chen. The strength of these snake people has become stronger and stronger. Jiang Chen even discovered that the aura of several snake people had reached the pinnacle of rank 6. And just as these snake men gathered from all directions and besieged Jiang Chen in the center, a cold voice was also resounding in the air. Who is going wild in my dark snake clan? The cold voice resounded throughout the world. A dark green figure also stepped out of the void in an instant and slowly appeared in front of Jiang Chen. Chapter 12:24, The Breath of Taiyan Jumei. What appeared in front of Jiang Chen was a middle-aged man wearing a dark green robe. The middle-aged man had a strange complexion, his eyes were long and cold like a poisonous snake, and his whole body exuded an extremely cold breath. A 7th rank monster that has completely transformed. The 7th rank monster in front of him, comparable to the divine soul realm, should be the Snake King of the underworld snake race. The underworld snake king seemed to be in something wrong at this moment, and he should have suffered serious injuries not long ago. What made Jiang Chen even more surprised was that he also felt a familiar breath from the underworld snake king. However, this breath was too weak, the underworld snake king deliberately suppressed it, and Jiang Chen couldn't tell it for a while. Human, why do you want to kill this king's people in this king's territory? Underworld Snake King's icy eyes stared at Jiang Chen, and his expression looked alert. The human youth in front of him had an unfathomable breath, and he had instinctively smelled an extremely dangerous breath. Don't say that the injury in his body has not recovered. Even if he is at his peak, he may not be the opponent of this human youth. Jiang Chen said indifferently. I didn't want to kill them, but they have to send them to the door to find death. Who can blame? The underworld Snake King was silent for a while, and said, the pavilion descended here, I don't know why. Facing the unfathomable Jiang Chen, the underworld Snake King chose to compromise. As long as Jiang Chen is not too much, he does not want to be an enemy of Jiang Chen. It's nothing big, just two small things. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. The first thing is to borrow your sight to rest for a few days, and I will leave in a few days. The underworld Snake King nodded and asked, what's the second thing? The second thing is actually very simple. You have a breath that makes me very familiar. Show your body, don't suppress this breath, just let me feel this breath. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, underworld Snake King's face suddenly changed. What if this king disagrees? Underworld Snake King stared at Jiang Chen tightly, his eyes also flashed with icy chill. This kid in front of him is in the same group as the mysterious woman a few months ago. He was severely injured by the mysterious woman's slap, and the breath of the mysterious woman still remains in his body, unable to fully recover. What this kid feels is the breath of that mysterious woman in all likelihood. If you disagree, then I will call until you agree. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth raised a cold arc, and a fierce punch on his fist instantly exploded at the underworld Snake King. The sky full of fist strength trembles the space, and the sky is overwhelmingly smashed towards the underworld Snake King. The face of the underworld Snake King changed abruptly. The dark green brilliance between his palms skyrocketed, and he quickly urged his whole body to resist Jiang Chen's punch. This underworld Snake King is only in the early stage of the 7th stage, and his strength is at most equivalent to a martial artist with the 3 levels of spirits. With the strength of Jiang Chen's soul 9 layers, even if it is a casual blow, it is not the underworld Snake King at all. A mouthful of blood mist spurted out of the underworld Snake King's mouth, and Jiang Chen's entire body was blasted upside down in embarrassment with Jiang Chen's punch. Jiang Chen's figure, which was still 100 meters away, had already appeared on top of his head and slammed his foot down on his head. My lord, spare my life. I am willing to promise your terms. Suddenly, the underworld Snake King only felt the souls of the dead, and quickly begged for mercy with a look of horror. Just one punch almost knocked him out. The human youth in front of him was nothing more than the mysterious woman before him. Isn't it bad to promise? Why bother to suffer this beating? Jiang Chen shook his mouth, and the soles of the feet that stepped on the head of the underworld Snake King also instantly stopped in midair. Okay, don't waste my time. If you don't want to die, quickly let me see the breath in you. Where did the underworld Snake King dare to be the slightest sneer? I saw the light surging all over him, and a giant snake with a head of 100 meters also appeared in front of Jiang Chen. The giant snake is dark green all over, and its abdomen and back are covered with scales glowing with coldness. Jiang Chen glanced slightly, and instantly landed on a spot on the back of the giant snake. There, a huge imprint of cold ice palm almost smashed the scales on the back of the giant snake. In the cold ice palm print, an aura that made Jiang Chen very familiar, also instantly filled the air. This turned out to be the breath of the Taiyan Jumei body. No wonder he felt that this breath was a bit familiar. It turned out that there was the bloodline breath of the Taiyan destiny body in this cold palm print. Lunar destiny body, is it xianxia? An expression of excitement suddenly appeared on Jiang Chen's face. When he returned to the northern wilderness, Meng Xianxia was captured by the people of the Blood Demon Palace. Later, when he killed the Blood Demon Palace, he learned that Meng Xianxia was rescued by the Saintess of Blood Lotus, and the northern wild continent no longer had the aura of both of them. Could it be that the Saint Blood Lotus rescued Meng Xianxia and entered the Endless Sea directly under the chase of the Blood Demon Palace? Jiang Chen took a deep breath and asked in a deep voice, Nether Snake King, who hurt your palm? Is a very mysterious woman. A few months ago, 2 human women from the Divine Sea realm passed through the Nether Snake Island. I saw that these 2 human women had extraordinary bloodlines, so I wanted to leave them behind. Who knows the critical moment, a mysterious woman fell from the sky and slapped me severely. There is a lingering fear in the heart of the underworld Snake King. What about them? Do you know where they are going? I don't know that. After the mysterious woman hit me hard, she rescued the other 2 women. She seems to have taken a fancy to one of the white-clothed women, saying that the white-clothed woman belongs to the same body as her, and let the white-clothed woman follow her to practice in the Holy Land of the Moon. The Underworld Snake King didn't dare to conceal the slightest, and said everything he knew. It's really Xianxia and the others. Hearing the words of the Underworld Snake King, Jiang Chen was almost certain that the two human women who passed by here were Meng Xianxia and others. And the mysterious woman who rescued Meng Xianxui's two people obviously liked Meng Xianxui's Taiyan desperate body. In addition to Meng Xianxia, Shenwu continent will also have a second Taiyan desperate body. I didn't expect that I would get news from Xianxia here. On Jiang Chen's face, a rare smile finally appeared. Landing on this island this time really gave him a big surprise. Chapter 12:25, Divine Birth State, Breakthrough. Okay, take your people and disappear from me, just don't come to disturb me. After learning about Meng Xianxui's whereabouts by accident, Jiang Chen was obviously in a good mood. He didn't embarrass the Underworld Snake King too much, waved his hand and directly let the Underworld Snake King leave. Thank you, sir. The Underworld Snake King was immediately pardoned and disappeared in front of Jiang Chen in a flash. With the departure of the Underworld Snake King, the many snake people below, like a tide, quickly retreated into the surrounding dense forests. Jiang Chen ignored these snake people, but wandered around the island with the Black Fiend Profound Eagle, planning to find a place to retreat and break through. Jiang Chen found a towering fruit tree 2 to 3 meters in diameter on the island. On the fruit trees, there are still many fruits that are shaped like gourds and exude a demon atmosphere. It's no wonder that the underworld snake on this island will become half human and half snake. It turns out that there is a fruit tree of Scrophulariaceae demon fruit here. Looking at the fruit in front of him, Jiang Chen almost understood. Scrophulariaceae demon fruit, this is one of the main medicines for refining 7th-grade washing pill. Most monsters of the 6th rank have the ability to transform their spirits, while the 7th rank king monsters have the ability to transform. The 7th rank transformation pill can enable monsters below the 7th rank to have the power of transformation in advance. These dark snakes have swallowed the Scrophulariaceae demon fruit, but the Scrophulariaceae demon fruit is not enough to completely transform them, so they become half human and half snakes. I received a few Scrophulariaceae demon fruit in the storage ring. Jiang Chen looked for a cave nearby, simply laid a defensive formation, and ordered the Black Fiend Profound Eagle to guard the law outside, preparing to start breaking through the divine birth realm. From the divine soul state to the divine fetal state, this is a very wonderful process. Say it is difficult, it is really difficult. Say it is simple, it can also be very simple. There are only 2 conditions for breaking through the divine womb state from the divine soul state. First, the cultivation base reaches the peak of the soul. Second, the true meaning of martial arts reaches the state of triple perfection, which is the so-called realm of real meaning. When these 2 conditions are met, it can be as high as possible and easily break through the divine womb. But for the general divine soul realm martial artist, they may not be able to comprehend the true meaning of the triple perfect martial arts in their entire life. It is naturally difficult to break through the divine womb. And some talented evildoers, when their cultivation reached the peak of the soul, the true meaning of martial arts had already been fulfilled, and breaking through the womb state was as simple as drinking water. Jiang Chen now has 3 kinds of martial arts true consummation. Naturally there is no need to worry about this issue. He now only needs to raise his cultivation base to the peak of the soul, and he can almost easily break through the womb realm. Moreover, his 3 martial arts are true and consummate, and after breaking through, he can master the power of the 3 domains, and his combat power is far stronger than that of the divine emblem of the same realm. Even if he doesn't display any whole cards, he will probably be invincible at the realm. In order to reach the peak of the soul as soon as possible, Jiang Chen did not continue to use the Xuanming Pagoda's Yuan Ling veins, but took out the Shen Jing from the storage ring. It was at the Thang Long Pagoda. Jiang Chen went all the way from the 5th floor to only the 7th floor of the Shenglong Tower and won many rewards. Coupled with the scraps from Zhuang Lia, Jiang Chen now has tens of thousands of crystals on his body, more than enough to break through. Ding! You absorb a piece of God crystal for cultivation and gain 8,000*20*100 experience. 3 full days. Jiang Chen consumed 5,000 crystals, and finally raised his cultivation experience to the limit of the 9th layer of the soul. It's finally here. Today, I, Jiang Chen, condense the womb and become the emperor. Jiang Chen opened his eyes suddenly, and a bright light burst out from his eyes. The vitality of the heavens and the earth within 100 li, all gathered from all directions, frantically towards the cave where Jiang Chen retreats. Inside the cave, Under the baptism of heaven and earth's vitality, Shanhai's body has undergone earth-shaking changes. Gradually, I saw the golden light in Jiang Chen's divine sea, and a golden phantom like a baby was also condensed in the divine sea. The fetus condensed, and a terrifying aura that was several times stronger than before burst out from Jiang Chen in an instant. In this horrible atmosphere, almost all the snakes on the island were crawling on the ground, shivering. This is the power of the Emperor. That human youth actually broke through the Emperor of the divine embryo realm. Feeling the terrifying aura from Jiang Chen, the underworld snake king who was healing in his lair, his heart trembled. Fortunately, he chose to admit the face of the human youth, otherwise I am afraid that he would not even know how to die. The cultivation base broke through the divine birth realm, and Jiang Chen's three kinds of consummate martial arts real meanings also began to sublimate and evolved into a realm. The sword domain formed by the endless flames of sword aura, Jiang Chen named it Burning Heaven's Sword Domain. The domain of wind formed by the Silver Wind Gang, Jiang Chen named Fengying Extreme Kill. Jiang Chen named the Thunder Realm formed by the light of thousands of thunder and lightning. The power of the three domains is enough to make him run wild in the same realm. Coupled with a lot of whole card means, even facing the veteran divine birth realm of the five holy cities, he is fearless. Now that I have broken through the divine embryo realm, maybe I can try to open the human emperor seal. With a slight hesitation in his heart, Jiang Chen flipped his palm, and the mysterious pamphlet appeared directly in his palm. He bit his finger and once again forced a drop of blood to drip onto the mysterious pamphlet. The essence and blood were instantly absorbed by the mysterious booklet, and a bright golden light burst out from the mysterious booklet. In the golden glory, three golden seal characters condensed directly on the surface of the mysterious booklet. People Emperor Seal. Looking at the three majestic golden fonts, Jiang Chen was suddenly ecstatic. This man's seal, as expected, needs to reach a certain level to open it. Now that he broke through the divine birth realm, he finally revealed the real human seal. With excitement, Jiang Chen opened the human emperor seal. There are a total of 3 seals in the human emperor seal, namely the seal of extinguishing soul, the seal of Zhu Shen, and the seal of opening heaven. Jiang Chen tried to comprehend the immortal emperor seal, and found that it was only the weakest immortal soul seal, which was more than 10 times more difficult to comprehend than the immortal golden body. Even if it is a systematic 100-fold comprehension blessing, he can't comprehend it for 1/10,000th. It seems that if you want to comprehend the imperial seal of the martial arts scholar, it's a bit unrealistic, so let's go and comprehend while on the road. Jiang Chen shook his head secretly, and directly gave up his plan to enlighten the emperor's seal on the spot. He came out of the cave, his figure flickered on the back of the black fiend Xuanying, and once again galloped towards Zhongzhou. Chapter 12:26, Candlin League Changes. The huge black eagle of more than a dozen feet, like a black gust of wind, swept across the boundless sea. Not unconsciously, after Jiang Chen broke through the divine fetal realm, he rode the black eagle and flew over the endless sea for nearly 2 months. During these 2 months, Jiang Chen did not stay in the endless sea. Even if they occasionally encounter some fierce beasts blocking the road, they are almost all easily killed by Jiang Chen's punch. Jiang Chen has not been idle in these 2 months. In addition to comprehending the imperial seal of the martial arts scholar, he is fully refining the Xuanming Pagoda. In 2 months, Jiang Chen had already comprehended nearly 2/3 of the first seal in the seal of the human emperor. And the quasi-emperor treasure Xuanming Pagoda was finally completely refined by Jiang Chen. Boy, you finally have completely refined the Xuanming Pagoda. According to your and my agreement, help me get rid of the spirit body. Just as Jiang Chen had just finished refining the Xuanming Pagoda, Zan Yi's agitated voice rang in Jiang Chen's ears. Since the birth of spiritual wisdom in the Xuanming Pagoda, it has been alone in it for thousands of years. Even if it has already become an existence comparable to the emperor of the divine embryo realm, it is unable to escape the shackles of the Xuanming Pagoda because of the body of the artifact. Back then, Zan Yi helped Jiang Chen control the Zan Ming Pagoda and reached a contract with Jiang Chen in order to one day be free. Now that this moment has finally come, how can this make Zan Yi not excited? Jiang Chen answered in his heart, and then used the secret method Zan Yi had passed to him to erase the relationship between Zan Yi and Zan Ming Pagoda. There was a flash of brilliance on the Xuanming Pagoda, and a black-clothed middle-aged man flew out of the Xuanming Pagoda in an instant. Ha ha, 5,000 years, my Xuanyi finally got rid of the spirit body. The middle-aged black-clothed person is the Tool Ling Zan of the Zanming Pagoda. Now that Jiang Chen, the master of the Xuanming Pagoda, has used a secret method to erase the relationship between Xuanyi and Xuanming Pagoda, Xuanyi is naturally no longer the spirit of the Xuanming Pagoda. The current Zanyi is Ling Huang Zanyi. Boy, thanks a lot. I can't wait to see the outside world. Let's leave it alone and see you later. You hold this space jade talisman. If you encounter trouble, you can crush it. I can sense it no matter where I am. Zanyi casually threw a black jade charm to Jiang Chen, which immediately turned into a black streamer, and quickly disappeared in front of Jiang Chen. As soon as this guy leaves, the name of Lingguang Xuanyi is afraid that it will ring through Zhongzhou soon. Jiang Chen murmured to himself. Zanyi has been in the Xuanming Pagoda for 5,000 years, and his strength is unfathomable. I am afraid that the entire Shenwu continent can be comparable to it, and it is also very few. Shook his head, Jiang Chen stopped thinking about it. While comprehending the Emperor's seal, he continued toward Zhongzhou. At the end of the endless sea, a huge-looking land outline finally emerged in Jiang Chen's sight. Looking at the piece of land in front of him, Jiang Chen's Qingshou face finally showed a look of joy. Because the outline of the land in front was very similar to a place in his memory. One of the 3 outer islands under the jurisdiction of Kanglan League, Kanghai Island. The land in front of him was the place where Jiang Chen unexpectedly came to Zhongzhou last time. Now that he has arrived at Kanghai Island, Jiang Chen is not in a hurry to go to Zhongzhou, and intends to stop by to see his deceased on the island. He followed the route in his memory, all the way towards Qingluan leading Lu's house. Kang Island, Qingluan Collar. The Lu family in Qingluan City. Since Jiang Chen came to the Lu family 3 years ago, the strength of the Lu family has risen sharply, and the status of the first family of Qingluan is as stable as Mount Tai. In the past 3 years, the Lu family has developed extremely well. Even in the entire Kangdao Island, the Lu family is almost always one of the best families. The Lu family, who had become the top power in Kanghai Island, had a solemn atmosphere at this moment. The meeting hall of the Lu family. Lu Xuanfang, the head of the Lu family, Lu Yijun, the great elder, and other senior members of the Lu family gathered here. It's just that at this moment, more than a dozen senior Lu family members are silent. The hall was silent, almost audible. Everyone, about the news from Kanghai City, tell me your opinion. I don't know how long it took. Lu Xuanfang glanced at everyone, finally breaking the silence in the hall. Patriarch, Kanghai Island has always been an area under the jurisdiction of the Kanglan League, but this year, a messenger from the Water Dragon Gang came to recruit disciples. It seems that something has happened to the Kanglan League. Grand Elder Lu Yijun's expression was solemn and authentic. What if something happens? Neither the former Kanglan League nor the current Water Dragon Gang can afford to be offended by the Lu family. Our only choice now is to continue to submit to the Water Dragon Gang. The other elder looked bitter and authentic. No, never surrender to the Water Dragon Gang. As far as I know, the Kanglan League and the Water Dragon Gang are rivals in Zhongzhou. Now that the Kanglan League has changed, it is almost impossible for the Water Dragon Gang to do things. Maybe the disciples of my Lu family in the Kanglan League will be in the hands of the Water Dragon Gang. Unexpected encounter. Our Lu family, how can we succumb to our enemies? Grand Elder Lu Yijun said excitedly. Great Elder, the weak and the strong eat the strong, this is the law of survival in this world. If the Water Dragon Gang can destroy even the Kanglan League, what will our Xiaoliu family use to contend with the Water Dragon Gang? Once you choose to be the enemy of the Water Dragon Gang, I am afraid that the entire Lu family will be destroyed. The elder argued sharply. This elder's words also caused many senior Lu family members to agree. The Lu family is now in this Kanghai Island. Although it is considered to be one of the few big families, it is still a far cry from the Kanglan League and the Water Dragon Gang and other Zhongzhou 2-star forces. Regardless of whether the Kanglan League or the Water Dragon Gang ruled Kangdao Island, their Lu family had no right to resist. Okay. What is the situation between the Kanglan League and the Water Dragon Gang? You and I are still unclear. 3 days later, I will take a trip to Kanghai City. Let's see the opportunity when the time comes. Lu Xuanfang rubbed his aching head, and a worried expression appeared between his brows. Now that such changes have taken place in the Kanglan League, Lu Lingzu and those Lu family disciples who are still practicing in the Kanglan League are probably in danger. Unexpectedly, not long after I left Zhongzhou, this change happened in the Kanglan League, which is really surprising. Lu Patriarch, tell me the specific situation. When Lu Xuanfeng made a final decision, a faint voice suddenly rang in the hall. Chapter 1227. Don't want to die, just get out and see me, who? The sudden sound also surprised everyone in the hall. Many high-level members of the Lu family gathered here, but they didn't even find anyone here unknowingly. Everyone hurriedly searched for their reputation, and saw a handsome young man in black who appeared at the door of the hall at some point. Looking at the familiar figure in front of him, many of the senior Lu family's eyes widened in the hall, as if he had seen a ghost. Jiang Chen, why are you in Kanghaidao? Lu Xuanfeng looked at Jiang Chen in front of him, and there was an expression of excitement on his face. Jiang Chen, who entered the Kanglan League with Lu Lingzu 3 years ago, will now reappear in the Kanghai Island. There is a natural barrier between Kangdao Island and Zhongzhou, which cannot be traversed by anyone who is not a Soul Realm king. This guy, how did he return to Kangdao Island alone? Feeling Jiang Chen's deep and shallow cultivation level, Lu Xuanfeng's heart suddenly shocked. Could it be that in just 3 years, this guy has become the king of Soul Realm? I left Zhongzhou some time ago, and now I am going back to Zhongzhou, just passing by the Kanghai Island, so I stopped by Lu's house to have a look. Jiang Chen explained with a smile. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Lu Xuanfeng couldn't help taking a breath in his heart. Free access to Zhongzhou. This guy has indeed reached the divine soul realm. Patriarch Lu, I just entered Qingluan City, and I heard someone discussing that the Water Dragon Gang will assess and recruit disciples in Kanghai City 3 days later. What is going on? Jiang Chen did not continue to talk nonsense, and directly asked about the Kanglan League. The Kanglan League and the Water Dragon Gang are both 2-star forces in the coastal areas of the northern part of Zhongzhou. The strength between the two is almost the same, and both have a divine soul realm king sitting in charge. Under normal circumstances, with the strength of the Water Dragon Gang, it is almost impossible to destroy the Kanglan League. Jiang Chen really couldn't understand how he left the Kanglan League for 2 or 3 years, and even this Kanghai Island was ruled by the Water Dragon Gang. The specific situation is unclear. We also just got news not long ago. This time the messenger who came to Kanghai Island to assess and recruit disciples, for some reason, he became the Water Dragon Gang somehow. According to our guess, it should be the Kanglan League. Lu Xuanfeng smiled bitterly. Only this time, Jiang Chen rubbed his chin. From this point of view, the changes in the Kanglan League should have occurred in the last year. Yes, at this time last year, the messengers of the Kanglan League came to Kanghai Island. Lu Xuanfeng said, and immediately saluted Jiang Chen with a solemn expression on his face. Brother Jiang Chen, Lingzu and many of the Lu family's disciples are still in the Kanglan League. Brother Jiang Chen will return to Zhongzhou this time. If he meets Lingzu and them, he hopes to help take care of them. The Lu family is grateful. Regarding the affairs of the Kanglan League and the Water Dragon Gang, the Lu family could not do anything about it. And Jiang Chen in front of him is very likely to be a real divine soul realm king. Don't worry, Lingzu and the others are predestined. If they are in trouble, I will naturally not sit idly by. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered. I will go to Kanghai City, and I will meet the messenger of the Water Dragon Gang to figure out what is going on. Lu Xuanfeng quickly said, I'll go with you. No, your speed is too slow, I will go back. Jiang Chen's voice fell, and his figure disappeared in front of Lu Xuanfeng and the others. A strong person in the divine embryo realm walks away from the sky in a flash. Jiang Chen spanned hundreds of millions of miles, led from Qingluan to Kanghai City, and landed in front of the City Lord's mansion in the center of Kanghai City. This is the City Lord's mansion of Kanghai City. Outsiders are forbidden to enter without the permission of the Lord. If you are more acquainted, get out quickly, otherwise don't blame us for being rude. Seeing Jiang Chen suddenly coming to the gate of the City Lord's mansion, the 2 black armored guards' complexions changed and they couldn't help but screamed at Jiang Chen. The City Lord of Kanghai City is still the sky wide, right? Jiang Chen calmly stared at the 2 black armored guards, and said lightly, let him come out to see me immediately. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, one of the black armored guards couldn't help but smiled coldly. Boy, what are you, the lord of the city, can you see if you want to? Jiang Chen frowned. He was too lazy to talk nonsense with the 2 black armored guards. He looked directly into the depths of the City Lord's mansion, and his faint voice instantly resounded through the world. Kang Tiankuo, don't want to die, just get out and see me. The 2 black armored guards suddenly became furious. Dare to run wild in the Kanghai City City Lord's mansion, you are looking for death." With a stern shout, from their mouths, a fierce breath burst out all over their bodies, waving their weapons towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen didn't even look at the two of them. He just waved his hand casually, and the two black armored guards who rushed over made a scream, and they smashed a distance of more than 10 feet like a kite with a broken line. "Who is running wild in my city lord's mansion?" Just as Jiang Chen slapped the two black armored guards to death, a tyrannical aura suddenly rose into the sky in the center of the city lord's mansion. A burly man with a beard appeared directly above the city lord's mansion, slowly stepping out of the sky. It was the city lord of Canghai City, Kang Tiankuo. "Jiang Chen, why are you here?" Kang Tiankuo looked at Jiang Chen below, his pupils suddenly shrank. For the first 100-star king in the history of Canghai Island, Kang Tiankuo is still fresh in his memory. Especially after this guy entered the Candlin League, he defeated the Candlin League's king-level genius and became the most enchanting existence in the Candlin League. It was just as far as he knew that Jiang Chen had left Candlin League for a long time. Kang Tiankuo never thought of it. Jiang Chen will appear in Canghai City at this time. Why can't I be here? Jiang Chen looked at Kang Tiankuo lightly. I heard that an envoy from the Water Dragon Gang came to Kangdao Island. Is he in your city lord's mansion? Jiang Chen, you have already left the Candlin League. This matter has nothing to do with you, you'd better not be nosy. Kang Tiankuo's complexion sank, and said coldly. The Candlin League was over, and he had to go to the Water Dragon Gang to protect himself. And Jiang Chen is just a tiny little kid, can he still question Candlin League and xianxia? Kang Tiankuo, it seems that you really colluded with the Water Dragon Gang. Jiang Chen's eyes were cold, and his whole body was filled with cold killing intent. Although I left the Candlin League, I was once a member of the Candlin League. As a member of the Candlin League, you have chosen to become a running dog of the Water Dragon Gang. Today, I will take your head and clear the door for Candlin League. Chapter 1228, Wanted Warrants for the 5 Holy Cities. Jiang Chen, now that Candlin League has become a thing of the past, why don't you persevere? As the saying goes, good birds choose wood and live there. If you want, you can join the Water Dragon Gang with me. With your talent, you will definitely be able to shine in the Water Dragon Gang. Kang Tiankuo was not angry because of Jiang Chen's words, but smiled and persuaded. Jiang Chen is a talented evildoer. If he can be persuaded to join the Water Dragon Gang with himself, it will definitely improve his position in the Water Dragon Gang. Candlin League, as long as Jiang Chen is here, it won't be a thing of the past. Those who betray the Candlin Alliance, die. As a dead word fell, a monstrous spirit and will instantly condensed in the void, covering the hundreds of meters of space around Kang Tiankuo. King's will, you have already broken through the Divine Soul Realm King, how is this possible? Kang Tiankuo's complexion suddenly changed drastically, and an incredible look of horror appeared in his eyes. Although he also knew that Jiang Chen's talent was very enchanting, it was a terrifying existence that overpowered the king-level genius of the Candlin League. Just 3 years. At the beginning, this Maodo boy who participated in the assessment of Candlin League in Canghai City has become a Divine Soul King. This is a strong man who can build a 2-star power. At the beginning, their Candlin Alliance was only a king of Soul Realm. Jiang Chen's expression was indifferent, and his monstrous spirit and will were overwhelmingly suppressed towards Kang Tiankuo. Kang Tiankuo looked desperate and horrified. He hurriedly exploded all the power in his body, trying to escape from the scope of Jiang Chen's spirit will. Jiang Chen has now broken through the Divine Birth Realm, and the will of the Divine Soul is extremely powerful. Even the General Divine Soul Realm King, facing Jiang Chen's Divine Soul will, I am afraid there is no resistance. But the vast sky is no more than the strength of the 9th layer of Shanghai, how can it resist Jiang Chen's will? The mighty spirit of the soul was suppressed, passing through the defensive force of Kang Tiankuo's body without hindrance, and hit Kang Tiankuo's soul like a heavy hammer. Kang Tiankuo's body trembled, his soul instantly shattered, and his eyes became extremely dull. There was no breath of life on Kang Tiankuo's body, and his body quickly fell from midair. An understatement to kill Kang Tiankuo. Jiang Chen was about to enter the City Lord Mansion to find the messenger of the Water Dragon Gang, when he saw a blue-clothed middle-aged rushing up from the center of the City Lord Mansion and fled towards the back of the City Lord Mansion in panic. Can you escape? Jiang Chen smiled coldly, raised his hand and gently shook the blue figure. I saw that the space of hundreds of meters around the middle-aged in blue clothes was confined by a vast force. And the figure of the blue-robed middle-aged man was as if he had been subjected to the fixation method, so he was frozen in the air. No matter how the middle-aged blue shirt struggles, it is difficult to move a bit in midair. Jiang Chen stepped on the void, slowly came to the middle-aged blue clothes, and said faintly, "Are you the messenger of the Water Dragon Gang?" "I am Lan Hongyu, the elder of the Water Dragon Gang. If you dare to do something to me, my Water Dragon Gang will definitely not let you go." The blue-clothed middle-aged looked at Jiang Chen, who was walking slowly, and couldn't help but exclaimed in anger. "I am a disciple of Kanglan League, Jiang Chen." Jiang Chen said indifferently, "Since you are the elder of the Water Dragon Gang, you should have heard of my name, right?" The blue-clothed middle-aged suddenly looked at Jiang Chen with an incredulous look. "You are Jiang Chen who appeared in the Kanglan League 3 years ago, that Jiang Chen wanted by the 5 holy cities." "What are you talking about? I'm wanted by the 5 holy cities." When Jiang Chen heard the words of the middle-aged man in blue, his expression suddenly changed. His figure flickered, and he appeared in front of the blue-clothed middle-aged man, grabbed the blue-clothed middle-aged's neck, coldly said, "If you want to survive, tell me what's going on." I said. The blue-clothed middle-aged man was horrified, and quickly said everything he knew. About a year ago, the 5 holy cities issued a wanted order in Zhongzhou, looking for the Fenchen Sword Emperor Xiao Duli and his disciple Jiang Chen. With this wanted order spread in Zhongzhou, Lan Yuan, the leader of the Water Dragon Gang, discovered that the wanted Jiang Chen was indeed Jiang Chen who had appeared in the Kanglan League 3 years ago. Lan Yuan secretly contacted the 3-star power Xuanbing Palace, and led the strong from Xuanbing Palace to the Kanglan League. The 2-star force Kanglan Alliance, in front of the strong in Xuanbing Palace, instantly fell apart. The Water Dragon Gang took advantage of this opportunity to annex all the forces of the Kanglan League. After understanding what happened, Jiang Chen's complexion also became extremely gloomy. The reason why the Kanglan League suffered from this disaster, everything happened because of him. Okay, what a 5 holy cities. Jiang Chen was angry. For the secrets of the Xuanming Pagoda, the 5 holy cities even put him on a wanted order after he disappeared at all costs. Now not only the Master Xiao Duli is involved, but the Kanglan League is also destroyed. Jiang Chen even had a feeling. Including the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce and Jingyunmen who have a relationship with them, I am afraid that they will not escape the relationship because of the wanted orders of the 5 holy cities. Water Dragon Gang, Xuanbing Palace, because of a wanted order from the 5 holy cities, you actually killed the Kanglan League. I will make you pay for it. There are 5 holy cities. If you dare to hurt my friend and master a hair, I will let Zhongzhou have no 5 holy cities. A sharp cold light flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes, and immediately shattered the blue-clothed middle-aged Shanhai with a palm. The blue-clothed middle-aged suddenly screamed, with a look of horror, You can't kill me, you said you wouldn't kill me. I didn't kill you, I just abolished you. As for whether you can live or not, it depends on your good fortune. Jiang Chen's indifferent voice fell and directly released the middle-aged blue shirt. The middle-aged in blue was suddenly desperate. Now his cultivation base has been abolished, and he is no different from ordinary people. Now that he has fallen from a height of 100 feet, the only end is probably to be broken into pieces. Jiang Chen's expression was indifferent, and he ignored the blue-clothed middle-aged's exclamation. His figure disappeared in the sky above Canghai City in a flash. After an hour, Jiang Chen returned to the Lu family in Qingluan City again. Patriarch Lu, Kang Tiankuo, Canghai City Lord, and the messenger of the Water Dragon Gang, are all killed by me. You can lead the Lu family in charge of the city. When I go to Zhongzhou, I will definitely help the Kanglan League destroy the Water Dragon Gang and renew the reputation of the Kanglan League. Jiang Chen confessed a few words to Lu Xuanfeng, and then under Lu Xuanfeng's almost dull gaze, he headed towards Zhongzhou. Chapter 1229, King's Return. Early in the morning, Kanglan League. The mist of vitality that has been shrouded all year round on Kanglan Mountain reflects a blurry halo under the faint sunlight. The hills are lush green, and there are towers and halls, luxurious and luxurious. The buildings on Kanglan Mountain are unchanged from 3 years ago. In the Kanglan League, countless Kanglan League disciples frequented each other, which seemed to give people an unusually calm feeling. If you look closely, you can find some clues. In front of the mountain gate of Kanglan League, the stone tablet with the 3 characters of Kanglan League was no longer there. Standing there was a brand new stone monument, and the 5 characters on it were extremely dazzling: Water Dragon Gang Branch. At the gate of the Kanglan League, The two disciples who were responsible for guarding the gate had their robes changed into all sky blue costumes, and the patterns on their chests were also replaced by the logo of the Water Dragon Gang. Suddenly, a blast of wind broke the silence around him. In the distant sky, a fiery red figure cut through the void and swiftly galloped towards the Kanglan League. Who breaks through the gate without permission? The two Shoshin disciples stared at the incoming person sharply, and couldn't help but let out a cold scream. I, Zhao Yulong, haven't returned for 2 years. I didn't expect that even the disciple guarding the mountain gate would not be me. The flame-red figure suddenly landed from midair, revealing a handsome face that was slightly tired, and it was Zhao Yulong, the royal disciple of the Kanglan League. 2 years ago, after Zhao Yulong broke through the Divine Sea Realm, he left the Kanglan League to practice. He accidentally hid and entered a ruin, but was trapped in it, and didn't come out of the ruins until not long ago. When he returned to the sphere of influence of the Kanglan League, he knew that the Kanglan League had undergone tremendous changes. Zhao Yulong was shocked and hurriedly returned to the Kanglan League. Zhao Yulong, are you the king-level disciple of Kanglan League who went out to practice? When the two Moriyama disciples heard the words, a surprised look appeared in their eyes. Zhao Yulong snorted coldly, since I know it is me, I still don't let it go. Hee. Zhao Yulong, you are just a remnant of the Kanglan League now. What is the air in front of us? Don't you see that this place is already a branch of the Water Dragon Gang? If you are more acquainted, just like the Kanglan League disciples inside, you will obediently wear the costumes of the Water Dragon Gang and surrender to the Water Dragon Gang. Otherwise, this place today is your burial place. One of the Shoshin disciples looked at Zhao Yulong with a sneer of disdain. Zhao Yulong was furious, and a strong and hot breath also spread from his body instantly. Under the awe of this breath, the two Shoshin disciples couldn't help but let out a muffled grunt, and the whole person fell a few meters away with a pale face. The two Shoshin disciples retreated lightly. Zhao Yulong was about to enter the Kanglan League, and a stern cold shout had already been heard from inside the Kanglan League. Zhao Yulong, the dignified Water Dragon Gang branch, it's not a place where you can go wild, you can catch it without loosing your hands. Zhao Yulong looked up slightly, and saw a woman in palace dress slowly stepping into the air from the Kanglan League. The woman in the palace dress is Shen Xuanji, the elder of the Kanglan League. Elder Shen, this Kanglan Mountain has always been the gate of my Kanglan League. When did it become a branch of the Water Dragon Gang? Zhao Yulong stared at Shen Xuanji coldly. Kang Wuan led the Kanglan League to disobey the will of the 5 holy cities in Zhongzhou. The sin is unforgivable. Now there is no Kanglan League in this world, only the Water Dragon Gang branch under the control of Shen Xuanji. Zhao Yulong, looking at your good talent, as long as you surrender to me, I can forget the past and give you a position as the head of the Water Dragon Gang. Shen Xuanji looked down at Zhao Yulong below indifferently, with a faint voice resounding through the world. Ha. Shen Xuanji, I didn't expect that you, the elder of the Kanglan League, would be willing to become a running dog of the Water Dragon Gang. I, Zhao Yulong, how can I be with you who are greedy and fearful of death? As long as I, Zhao Yulong, is alive for 1 day, I will definitely not succumb to the Water Dragon Gang and die without regrets. Zhao Yulong laughed, and Shanhai's 7th breath also burst out with all his strength. Shen Xuanji's expression instantly became extremely cold. An emptiness of spirit will shook the space, bringing Zhao Yulong a great sense of oppression. Half-step the king's will, she is about to break through the soul realm. Zhao Yulong's pupils suddenly shrank, and his expression instantly became extremely solemn. If Shen Xuanji was only in the 9th layer of Shanhai, he might still have the confidence to fight with it. Now that Shen Xuanji is about to be promoted to the king, that would be troublesome. Zhao Yulong, I gave you a chance to survive, but you don't cherish it. Since you insist on finding death, then I will fulfill you. Shen Xuanji stared at Zhao Yulong icily, raising her hand as a giant ice palm. Suppressing Zhao Yulong. Zhao Yulong took a deep breath, and the dazzling fire-red vitality swept out of him in an instant. Just when Zhao Yulong was about to explode with all his strength and fight Shen Xuanji desperately, a faint voice suddenly resounded through the world. Shen Xuanji, my disciple of the Kanglan League, you can kill if you want. I want to see, who would dare to touch one of his hair. As this faint sound fell, the surrounding space trembled for a while, and a dark space crack appeared strangely in the air. I saw a thin black figure, also slowly stepping out of the void of space. The black figure looked at Shen Xuanji's huge ice palm, and directly stretched out his palm and gently shook it. The fierce ice palm was instantly crushed to pieces. Looking at the black figure that suddenly appeared in midair, Zhao Yulong couldn't help but startled slightly. When he saw the face of the black figure clearly, a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. Jiang Chen, is it you? Brother Zhao, I haven't seen you for a long time, don't come here unharmed. Jiang Chen looked at Zhao Yulong below and couldn't help but nodded and smiled. Yes, it's me. I'm Jiang Chen, I'm back. Junior brother Jiang, great changes have taken place in the Kanglan League, and now the Mountain Gate has become a branch of the Water Dragon Gang. Junior brother Jiang will leave here soon. Thinking of the situation of Kanglan League, Zhao Yulong couldn't help but quickly said to Jiang Chen. Senior brother Zhao, don't need to worry, I already know about this. Jiang Chen said, raising his hand was a fierce fist hitting the stone tablet below, smashing the stone tablet engraved with the branch of the Water Dragon Gang into pieces. His cold voice is also slowly resounding in the sky. My Mountain Gate of Kanglan League, when will it be the turn of the Water Dragon Gang to go wild here? Today, I, King Jiang Chen, returns, and I will kill the Water Dragon Gang and revive the name of Kanglan League. Chapter 1230, Kill Shen Xuanji with one palm. Today, I, King Jiang Chen, returns, and I will destroy the Water Dragon Gang and revive the name of the Kanglan League. The icy voice slowly echoed above Kanglan Mountain, and instantly spread throughout the Kanglan League. Brother Jiang Chen is back. I knew that this kid would not just ignore the affairs of Kanglan League. Haha. Now that brother Jiang Chen returns, we Kanglan is finally saved. Within the Kanglan League, when many elder disciples of Kanglan League heard this, they became extremely excited in an instant. This was the myth of their Kanglan League back then, the peerless king who overwhelmed everything. In 3 years, Jiang Chen's strength must have reached an extremely terrifying level. Now that Jiang Chen is looking at his return, he will surely lead them to the Kanglan League and regain its former glory. Jiang Chen, it turned out to be you. Unexpectedly, you are wanted by the 5 holy cities, so you dare to return to the Kanglan League. It's really nowhere to find anything, and it takes no effort. Today I just captured you, and then take your head to receive the reward. Seeing Jiang Chen who suddenly appeared, Shen Xuanji was taken aback for a moment, and immediately his eyes became extremely hot. The 5 holy cities wanted Jiang Chen with huge rewards, and the entire Zhongzhou was shaken, and countless people were looking for Jiang Chen's whereabouts. Even the Samsung Force Xuanbing Palace is crazy about it. The 5 holy cities are the top 5 and 4-star holy places in the epicenter prefecture, and their status is detached. If you can catch Jiang Chen, you can not only get the rewards of the 5 holy cities, but also get a relationship with the 5 holy cities. Few people in the entire Zhongzhou mainland could refuse this temptation. When Xuanbing Palace learned that Jiang Chen had appeared in the Kanglan League, he did not hesitate to destroy the Kanglan League. The purpose of their move is undoubtedly to force Jiang Chen to show up. Now, Xuanbing Palace's purpose was achieved. After learning the news that the Kanglan League was destroyed, Jiang Chen actually returned to the Kanglan League. Shen Xuanji, do you think it was 3 years ago? With your current strength, you want to win me, but you are far from qualified. As an elder of the Kanglan League, you are willing to become a running dog of the Water Dragon Gang. You will attack the disciples of the Kanglan League and kill you. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand and patted Shen Xuanji with a palm. This kid, how can there be such a strong power? Looking at Jiang Chen's understatement, Shen Xuanji couldn't help but make a big change in her originally extremely hot eyes. In the void, a huge Yuanli giant palm instantly tore through the space, shooting out angrily at Shen Xuanji as if Mao Tai was pressing on the top. Zan Yin sword, Shen Xuanji screamed, with a long sword flying in his hand, and a giant sword of Yuanli exuding a cold breath, cut out in the blink of an eye against the giant palm of Jiang Chen Yuanli. The giant sword soared into the sky, like a giant pillar in the sky, supporting Jiang Chen's giant hand of Yuanli in the air forcibly, making it hard to fall anymore. Jiang Chen's face was indifferent, and his palm pressed down slightly. The Yuanli giant palm blocked by the giant sword suddenly brought an unmatched domineering force and crashed down. The great sword that was originally like the Optimus pillar, seemed like fragile glass, bursting open every inch. The giant palm of Yuanli easily smashed the giant sword, and his power remained undiminished. With the momentum of thunder, he patted Shen Xuanji below. The monstrous palm's strength, with a terrifying force that confines the space, made Shen Xuanji feel immovable. No, Master Xuanfang, save me. Shen Xuanji suddenly felt a shadow of death filled her heart, and she screamed in horror in her mouth. As soon as Shen Xuanji's cry fell, Yuanli Zhuzhongju had slammed her on her body, slapped her abruptly into the ground from a height of 100 feet. The sound of the earth-shaking explosion resounded across the sky and the earth instantly, and the entire Kanglan mountain was like an earthquake, shaking the mountain. Wait until all the smoke is gone. On the ground in front of the Kanglan League mountain gate, a palm print the size of 100 meters appeared directly. As for Shen Xuanji, who was suppressed by the palm print, she could no longer see the figure at all. It was obvious that Jiang Chen was killed by the palm of her hand so that there were no scum left. Shen Xuanji, dead. Within the Kanglan League, some of the Kanglan League disciples who had just flew out to watch the battle between Jiang Chen and Shen Zan had an unbelievable look in their eyes. Even though they had expected Jiang Chen to be powerful, they still didn't expect Jiang Chen to be so powerful. One move to kill Shen Xuanji in a second, this is too scary. Zhao Yulong opened his mouth wide and stared at the scene in front of him blankly. It was difficult to recover from the shock for a long time. Since breaking into the Divine Sea Realm 2 years ago, Zhao Yulong left the Kanglan League to practice, and he also got a lot of opportunities along the way. Only in just 2 years can he, all the way from the 1st level of the soul to the 7th level of the sea. Zhao Yulong originally thought that his cultivation speed was already abnormal, but he did not expect that Jiang Chen's cultivation speed was far more abnormal than his. Shen Xuanji, this is infinitely close to the existence of the Soul Realm King. Such a strong man was killed by Jiang Chen's understatement. Could it be that the cultivation base of junior brother Jiang Chen has already broken through the Divine Soul Realm King and is not a success? It deserves to be the most enchanting existence in the history of Kanglan League. Junior brother Jiang Chen is really not an ordinary pervert. Zhao Yulong murmured to himself, and there was a look of ecstasy in his eyes. Now that Jiang Chen broke through the Divine Soul Realm, their Kanglan alliance might really be saved. Killing Shen Xuanji with a palm, Jiang Chen calmly looked at the depths of Kanglan League. His faint voice blew up above Kanglan Mountain like thunder. The one inside, do you get out and die by yourself, or do you want me to invite you out? In the depths of Kanglan League, a faint cold snort also came in an instant. Jiang Chen, you deserve to be the one wanted by the 5 holy cities, it is not ordinary arrogance. The old man concealed this Kanglan Mountain, just to wait for the rabbit, and wait for you to throw yourself into the trap, and now he finally waits for you. If you are more acquainted, then you will be obediently obedient, and I will be in Xuanbing Palace. A cold voice slowly came from the Kanglan League, and a cold, bitter soul will also suddenly swept towards Jiang Chen. The king's will of the Divine Soul Realm. Seeing that the spirit will rise to the sky, many people from the Kanglan Alliance have suddenly changed their expressions. In their Kanglan League, there is still a Divine Soul King. Chapter 1231, People in Xuanbing Palace, should kill. This is the existence of Kang Wuya, the leader of their Kanglan League. Will Jiang Chen be his opponent? Even after seeing Jiang Chen's powerful ability to kill Shen Xuanji with one palm, many people in the Kanglan Alliance still showed a look of worry. The light of rice grains, how dare you compete with Hao Yu? Looking at the spirit will swept over, Jiang Chen let out a cold snort, and the huge spirit will instantly collided with it. The void space suddenly burst into an invisible wave. The two souls collided in midair, and Jiang Chen seemed to be unaffected at all, still standing proudly in place. But in the depths of the Kanglan League, there was a muffled hum. The Divine Soul Realm King inside suffered a lot from the confrontation between the two Divine Soul Realm will. Jiang Chen used to take a lot of profound spirit holy spring, and his soul power was not comparable to that of warriors in the same realm. Now that he is promoted to the Divine Embryo Realm, it is the combination of 3 or 5 Divine Soul Peak Kings, and the Divine Soul will may not be able to match him. The Divine Soul Realm hidden in the depths of the Kanglan Alliance is nothing more than the strength of the Divine Soul in its early stage. If it is not too far apart, he burst out with all his strength, and could easily kill the opponent with his spirit. Jiang Chen, you are wanted by the 5 holy cities, and you dare to show up publicly, you are simply seeking your own death. At this moment, a frightened voice resounded abruptly on Kanglan Mountain. An icy energy that pierced through the heavens and the earth suddenly rose into the sky from the depths of the Kanglan League. The icy energy filled the void, and before people arrived, the overwhelming cold air had already swept in. Facing the rolling chill, Jiang Chen remained unmoved. He stared at the silver-robed old man in the cold ice with expressionlessly, and said coldly, "Are you from Xuanbing Palace?" "Yes, old man Xuanfang, elder of Xuanbing Palace." The silver-robed old man said with a proud face, "Jiang Chen, I have been waiting for you for a long time. If you don't want to suffer the pain of flesh and blood, you can just take care of it." Samsung Power Xuanbing Palace. Hearing the words of the silver-robed old man, everyone's complexion changed drastically. When the Water Dragon Gang attacked the Kandlin League, the reason why the Kandlin League was instantly defeated was because the Water Dragon Gang came with the strong from Xuanbing Palace. Even Kang Wuya, the leader of their Kandlin League, was turned over and suppressed in front of the strong in Xuanbing Palace. Xuanbing Palace actually left a Divine Soul Realm Elder in the Kandlin League to wait for Jiang Chen to return. This old guy turned out to be the Elder of Xuanbing Palace. Why would people in Xuanbing Palace take action against Kandlin League? When Zhao Yulong heard the words of the silver-robed old man, his heart was equally frightened. No wonder Kandlin League would be easily defeated by the Water Dragon Gang. It turned out that people from Xuanbing Palace were involved. The 3-star power Xuanbing Palace, this is the hegemonic power in the northern part of Central State. The Kandlin League and the Water Dragon Gang are both 2-star forces within the Xuanbing Palace's sphere of influence. Both will attack a large number of cultivation resources on Xuanbing Palace every year to seek the shelter of Xuanbing Palace. Xuanbing Palace turned a blind eye to the battle between Kandlin League and Water Dragon Gang, and would never participate in it. Zhao Yulong really couldn't understand. Why did Xuanbing Palace help the Water Dragon Gang to attack Kandlin League this time? Zhao Yulong's expression was hard to see the extreme. If Xuanbing Palace wanted to destroy the Kandlin League, then the Kandlin League would be really dangerous. A singular king who was in the early stage of the soul, wants me to be captured with nothing. Jiang Chen sneered at the old man in Yinpao. "Old man, I really don't know where you have the courage to say this in front of me. Don't say it's you, even if your palace master Xuanbing came, I am afraid there will be no such thing." Qualifications. HMPH, I'm not afraid to flash my tongue when talking big. Xuanfang smiled coldly. "Jiang Chen, you are no more than the strength of the soul realm. In front of Xuanbing Palace, you are just a slightly stronger ant. I, Jiang Chen, are not afraid of even the 5 holy cities in Zhongzhou. How can the mere Xuanbing Palace take it in my eyes? Xuanbing Palace, because I am alone, will not hesitate to destroy the Kandlin League at all costs. You people in Xuanbing Palace should be killed. Today I will behead your dog's head first, then kill the gate of Xuanbing Palace, and level your Xuanbing Palace." Jiang Chen gave a domineering laugh, a monstrous might, like an angry dragon waking up, and instantly swept the audience. Jiang Chen is like an emperor looking down on sentient beings. All the disciples of the Kandlin League, including Zhao Yulong, were shaking at this moment with a feeling of wanting to worship. Feeling the breath of the weather on Jiang Chen, Xuanfang's face also showed an incredible horror. With the strength of his divine soul triple realm, when facing Jiang Chen's breath, he still couldn't help feeling horrified. This kid, how could he be so strong? When Jiang Chen appeared in the Kandlin League 3 years ago, he was only a mere condensed pill realm. Although his talent was extremely enchanting, he quickly broke through the divine sea realm and became the most dazzling genius in the history of Kandlin League. It's absolutely impossible for this kid to reach such a terrifying level in just 2 or 3 years, right? This was also when the 5 holy cities wanted Jiang Chen, and they didn't reveal Jiang Chen's affairs in the 5 holy cities. If you let Xuanfang know, Jiang Chen had already broken through the divine soul realm more than a year ago, defeating the first genius of the 5 holy cities, Feng Qingyi, and his eyes would stare out. "Xuanfang, you are the first person to see my true power since my breakthrough. You can be proud of being able to die under the Emperor's realm. Burning Heaven Sword Domain, now." As Jiang Chen's voice fell, a strange wave between heaven and earth rippled away. A fiery red domain barrier instantly condensed in the void, covering the space of Xuanfang's body. Sword Domain, the sword domain of the Sword Emperor of the Divine Embryo Realm. You are already the Emperor of the Divine Embryo Realm. Zan Feng looked at the fiery red domain enchantment around him. His whole person was like a ghost, and there was an inconceivable panic in his eyes. The Emperor of the Womb Realm. This is a peerless powerhouse at the top of Shenwu continent. Even if it is their 3-star power, Xuanbing Palace, there is only one Emperor of the Divine Embryo Realm sitting here. Xuanfang never expected that Jiang Chen would become the emperor of the divine fetal realm from a small condensed pill realm warrior in just a few years. Xuanfang finally understood why the 5 holy cities wanted Jiang Chen at all costs. The speed of this child's growth is too high, there must be some earth-shattering secret hidden in his body. A shocking secret enough to make all the 5 holy cities crazy. Chapter 1232, Sword Pressure Water Dragon Gang. Jiang Chen unexpectedly displayed the sword realm that can only be used by the sword emperor of the divine embryo realm. When everyone was shocked, their faces were full of ecstasy. Their Kandlin League gave birth to an emperor in the divine fetal realm. Powerful in the divine embryo realm, this is a powerful existence that can establish a 3-star overlord force. As long as Jiang Chen is there, even if Xuanbing Palace wants to deal with their Kandlin alliance, I am afraid they have to weigh it. Jiang Chen, stop it. As long as you let me go, I promise that Xuanbing Palace will not be an enemy of you. From now on, everyone will not be against the river. If you kill me, you will completely offend Xuanbing Palace, which will not do you any good. Xuanfang recovered, and quickly shouted to Jiang Chen. With his triple strength of divine soul, in front of divine embryo realm powerhouses, it is almost no different from ants. If Jiang Chen is allowed to do it, he might be dead today. Now thinking about not being an enemy of me. It's a pity it's too late. In order to force me to show up, you Xuanbing Palace recklessly suppressed the Kandlin League and killed my people in the Kandlin League. Now that you want the well water to avoid the river water, do you think it is possible? Jiang Chen's eyes were cold like a knife. When I kill you, I will take a trip to Xuanbing Palace, so that you can pay for it. Jiang Chen, Kang Wuya and many people related to you, Xuanbing Palace did not kill them. Now they are all locked in Xuanbing Palace. As long as I return to Xuanbing Palace, I promise to let the palace owner release them. If you insist on killing me, they will never get out of Xuanbing Palace alive. Xuanfang sullenly shouted, and his tone was vaguely threatening. Don't worry, people from the Kandlin League, Jiang Chen, I will rescue them from Xuanbing Palace. You don't need to worry about it, you can die with peace of mind. With this indifferent voice of Jiang Chen falling, in the fiery red enchantment, blazing flames of sword aura, ghostly emerge from the void. Xuanfang suddenly looked desperate and horrified. He was only halfway talking about a word in his mouth, and the whole person was drowned by hundreds of flames and sword aura. Under Jiang Chen burning heaven sword domain, with the triple cultivation base of the gods and souls in Xuanfang district, there is no resistance at all. Zan Feng had been strangled by the burning heaven sword qi in the sword domain, completely turning into nothingness. Senior brother Zhao, Shen Xuanji and Xuanfang Fuju, no one can threaten you, the affairs of the Kandlin League will be left to you for the time being. You lead everyone to kill the remaining Water Dragon Gang disciples in the Kandlin League and rebuild the Kandlin League. One move to solve Xuanfang, Jiang Chen couldn't help looking at Zhao Yulong below. Zhao Yulong hesitated slightly. Junior brother Jiang Chen, now the Kandlin League is waiting to be revived. I think it is better for you to lead everyone. You heard it just now. I am now wanted by the 5 holy cities in Zhongzhou. The Kandlin League was robbed this time, and everything happened because of me. I shouldn't stay in Kandlin League for a long time, otherwise it will only bring endless trouble to Kandlin League. Kandlin League matters to you, I will handle some things. After Jiang Chen finished speaking, he turned around and left. Zhao Yulong was shocked. Jiang Chen, where are you going? Go to the people in the 5 holy cities to settle accounts. But don't worry, before leaving, I will smooth the Water Dragon Gang in Xuanbing Palace, so that the Kandlin League will have no worries. Jiang Chen's voice fell, and his figure disappeared into the void in a flash, leaving only a faint voice slowly resounding in the sky. The northern part of Zhongzhou, coastal area, Shuiyun City. This is a giant city under the jurisdiction of the Water Dragon Gang, the 2-star force, and the headquarters of the Water Dragon. The predecessor of the Water Dragon Gang was just a humble little gang in Shuiyun City. Because the first host of the gang got the inheritance of the ancient relics by coincidence, it soared to the sky and created the 2-star Water Dragon Gang. After the Water Dragon Gang became a 2-star force, it did not abandon Shuiyun City and moved the Water Dragon State to the Aura-rich mountains. The Water Dragon List is also one of the few sect forces in the central China mainland with the city as its headquarters. Jiang Chen left the Kandlin League and walked straight towards the Water Dragon Gang. He landed in front of the heavily guarded gate of Shuiyun City and strode towards the gate. This is the headquarters of the Water Dragon Gang. Non-self water dragon gang disciples are not allowed to enter. If you dare to step forward, kill without mercy. A middle-aged warrior at the door saw Jiang Chen oncoming, and couldn't help but screamed with a bad expression on his face. Beside the middle-aged warrior, several water dragon gang warriors also pulled out their weapons one after another, staring at Jiang Chen murderously. Chen Fan carried his hands behind his back and said lightly, "I'm here to find your water dragon gang to settle the accounts. I will tell your helper Lan Yuan quickly and let him get out and die." Hearing this in the middle-aged, his complexion suddenly changed. He stared sharply at Jiang Chen. "Boy, who are you on earth?" Jiang Chen expressionlessly. "Who am I? You are not qualified to know. Let you help Lord Long Yuan get out. Where did the hairy boy dare to come to my water dragon gang headquarters to run wild? I think you are getting impatient." The middle-aged warrior's face was cold, and with a wave of the long sword in his hand, a transparent ice sword aura struck Jiang Chen directly like lightning. "It's you who live." Impatiently, looking at the oncoming frost sword chi, Jiang Chen looked cold and didn't mean to dodge at all. He just raised his palm and flicked his fingers. A sharp sword finger instantly shattered the middle-aged martial artist's ice sword energy. The sword finger smashed the cold ice sword energy, and the remaining energy was not reduced, and it hit the middle-aged warrior's chest like a heavy hammer. Pouch! The middle-aged warrior spewed out a mouthful of blood, and the whole person flew upside down more than 10 feet away, hitting the wall behind him heavily. You dared to kill people in my water dragon gang." Seeing that Jiang Chen killed the middle-aged warrior with one finger, several other water dragon gang warriors were immediately frightened. Since the collapse of the Kanglan League, the water dragon gang has taken over most of the forces of the Kanglan League, and now it can be said to be soaring. The boy in front of him really dared to run wild in the water dragon gang and openly killed the water dragon gang disciples. Today I want to use my sword to crush the water dragon gang. If I don't want to die, just go away. Whoever dares to stop me, don't blame me for being ruthless under the sword. Jiang Chen's cold voice fell, and the blood dragon sword flashed out of thin air in his palm. He raised his sword and slammed into Shuiyun City. "Boy, dare!" Upon seeing this, several water dragon gang warriors were immediately frightened, waving their weapons and about to rush to intercept Jiang Chen. The blood dragon sword in Jiang Chen's hand was swiftly swung, and the sharp sword aura shot out. The water dragon gang warriors hadn't reacted yet. Their chests had been penetrated by the sharp sword energy, and then the eyes were dark, and they fell to the ground. Chapter 1233. One man, one sword, no one can stop. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Seeing that Jiang Chen was like cutting melons and vegetables, killing one of his own companions with a single sword, and the only remaining water dragon gang warrior at the gate of the city, his expression finally became terrified. He even crawled and ran into Shuiyun City, and screamed in panic in his mouth. The exclamation of this water dragon gang warrior quickly attracted the attention of many water dragon gang members in the city. They all surrounded the city gate one after another. Jiang Chen also carried the blood dragon sword and slowly walked in from outside the city gate. "Where did the hairy boy dare to come to my water dragon gang to make trouble? It's just looking for death." Watching Jiang Chen swaggering into Shuiyun City, he led a middle-aged man of Shanghai's 7th layer with a loud shout, commanding the water dragon gang members behind him to kill Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen looked cold and waved the blood dragon sword at will. Every time he swings a sword, a member of the water dragon gang falls in a pool of blood. No matter whether it is the condensed pill realm or the divine sea realm, almost no one can stop Jiang Chen's understatement. Even if the middle-aged man of Shanghai's 7th layer took the shot himself, he was still easily cut off by Jiang Chen's head. The headquarters of the 2-star Force Water Dragon Gang. In the eyes of ordinary people, this place may be Longtan Tiger's den, but Jiang Chen seemed to be in an uninhabited state, which was hard to stop. Even an elder of the Water Dragon Gang of the 9th level of Shanghai was killed by Jiang Chen's understatement. Looking at Jiang Chen, who was like a murderous god, the faces of many members of the Water Dragon Gang showed a look of horror, and they backed away. Jiang Chen's whole body is within 100 meters, and there is no one in an instant. Clang, clang, clang. A rush of alarm bells sounded over Shuiyun City. A tyrannical aura rose from the center of Shuiyun City, rushing toward the gate of the city. The first middle-aged man wearing a blue dragon-patterned robe with a mighty imposing manner is the leader of the Water Dragon Gang, Lan Yuan. Looking at the familiar figure below who was killing in Shuiyun City, Lan Yuan couldn't help but shrink in vain. Why did this kid come back, and also killed the Water Dragon Gang's headquarters in Shuiyun City? Jiang Chen was born in the Candlin League, and even if he came back after learning about Candlin, he should return to the Candlin League first. And now Shen Xuanji, who is in charge of the Candlin League, has surrendered to the Water Dragon Gang. In the Candlin League, there is a Divine Soul Realm King from Xuanbing Palace sitting here, waiting for Jiang Chen to throw himself into the net. Now that Jiang Chen has entered Shuiyun City alone, I am afraid that both Shen Xuanji and the expert in Xuanbing Palace have already encountered an accident. Lan Yuan's heart also became extremely gloomy in an instant. This kid's cultivation base is afraid that he has already broken through the Soul Realm King. Originally Lan Yuan thought, this time, using the power of Xuanbing Palace to destroy the Candlin Alliance was almost foolproof. But only now did he realize that he still looked down at Jiang Chen. In just 3 short years, Jiang Chen has grown to such a terrifying level that even the powerhouse of the Divine Soul Realm in Xuanbing Palace fell into his hands. The Divine Soul Realm King in Zanbing Palace, his strength is not inferior to him, he is a powerhouse with 3 levels of Divine Soul. Although as early as 3 years ago, Lan Yuan had seen Jiang Chen's enchanting talent. But he still didn't expect Jiang Chen to be so evil. Lan Yuan, you can finally give it up. Jiang Chen looked up at Lan Yuan in midair, and his indifferent voice slowly resounded in midair. Jiang Chen, I really didn't expect that you would suddenly appear in my Shuiyun City. You are worthy of being a peerless evildoer who has overpowered many king-level geniuses. It is really shocking, but you shouldn't be back. If I were you, I would never choose to appear at this time. Lan Yuan took a deep breath, then looked at Jiang Chen lightly. Jiang Chen expressionlessly, you reveal my news to Xuanbing Palace, and use the hands of Xuanbing Palace to destroy the Candlin Alliance. I will naturally come to you to seek justice. Ha, a mere remnant of the Candlin League, dare to come to my Water Dragon Gang to run wild. Helper, why don't you talk nonsense with him, just kill it. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, the 2 elders beside Lan Yuan were furious, and the half-step king's will was swept out in an instant. Obviously, these 2 old guys are already powerhouses who are infinitely close to the Divine Soul Realm. Jiang Chen, why are you doing this? At the beginning, you only stayed in the Candlin League for less than half a year. Now there is no need to fight for the Candlin League alone with the Water Dragon Gang, right? If you leave right now, I will conceal things about appearing in Shuiyun City for you, and everyone will be irrelevant from now on. How about? An imperceptible light flashed across Lan Yuan's eyes. He is a very cautious person, and now that he can't see the depth of Jiang Chen at all, he naturally won't rush with Jiang Chen. As long as Jiang Chen is stabilized first, he can contact Xuanbing Palace, summon the powerhouse of Xuanbing Palace, and besiege Jiang Chen. Lan Yuan, since I, Jiang Chen, dare to show up, I am not afraid that my whereabouts will be exposed. Put away those careful thoughts in your heart, you won't have this opportunity. Jiang Chen smiled coldly, and the blood dragon sword shook his finger at Lan Yuan. From the moment you revealed my identity to Xuanbing Palace, in my eyes, you are already a dead person. Jiang Chen, don't think I give you a bit of face, you really think I am afraid of you. Seeing that Jiang Chen was determined to act on him, a cold light flashed in Lan Yuan's eyes. Do it, kill him for me. As Lan Yuan's voice fell, 2 elders who had long been unable to stay beside him stepped out at the same time, and an aura of terror instantly swept the world. Boy, die, the 2 shouted loudly, and the terrifying Yuanli palm tore through the space, with an icy breath that solidified the space, and came towards Jiang Chen to suppress it. Jiang Chen lifted the blood dragon sword in his hand, and 2 invisible sword auras were cut directly at the void. The invisible sword energy pierced the sky, and instantly met the 2 giant Yuanli palms in the air. Only 2 soft sounds were heard, and the 2 seemingly powerful Yuanli palms were like thin pieces of paper, and they were easily cut into pieces by the invisible sword energy. I saw the 2 old men who were originally aggressive in the air, and the aura on their bodies quickly dissipated. The whole person seemed to be frozen, and their movements changed from extremely fast to still. After this situation lasted for about 2 or 3 seconds, the bodies of the 2 old men were cut from the waist and fell from midair. With a sword out, the 2 powerful men who stepped into the Divine Soul Realm were cut into 2 without any resistance. Jiang Chen has 1 sword, almost no one can stop him. Chapter 1234, I also slashed the 8th grade flood dragon with 1 sword. Seeing the corpses of the 2 old men falling from midair, all around suddenly fell into a dead silence. The gazes of all the Water Dragon Gang disciples looking at Jiang Chen were beyond shock. Even half of the elders who stepped into the Divine Soul Realm were beheaded by Jiang Chen. This kid is also terrifying. Such power is definitely no less inferior to the existence of the Soul Realm King. Can their helper Lan Yuan really be able to stop it? This guy really broke through the Divine Soul Realm. Seeing this scene before him, Lan Yuan's eyes shrank suddenly. A sword instantly kills 2.5 powerful men who step into the Divine Soul Realm. I am afraid that only the real Divine Soul Realm King can do it. What horrified Lan Yuan's heart even more. Jiang Chen's 2 swords just now were completely random blows, without using real strength at all. Even if he wanted to kill 2 people with his triple strength, I'm afraid he couldn't do such an understatement. The strength of this son is unfathomable, unbeatable. Lan Yuan's eyes flickered slightly. He is a very life-saving person, so naturally he would not choose to fight Jiang Chen recklessly without being sure. If the Water Dragon Gang is destroyed, it will be destroyed. As long as others are alive, another Water Dragon Gang can be established. Stay with the Green Hills, no worries about no firewood. He decided to leave the Water Dragon Gang first and pass the news of Jiang Chen's appearance to Xuanbing Palace. With the arrival of the Xuanbing Palace powerhouse, even if Jiang Chen has monstrous power, he is doomed to escape. Lan Yuan suddenly raised his palm and waved in front of him. Suddenly a violent spatial fluctuation was heard in the air. A pitch-black crack the size of 30 feet slowly emerged in front of Lan Yuan. Is it going to escape? It's a pity you can't escape. Looking at Lan Yuan's actions, Jiang Chen couldn't help but raise a slight arc. The long sword in his hand was raised slightly, and he smashed it out with a volley. The invisible sword energy split the space, and in the blink of an eye, it slashed on the cracks in the dark space. As soon as Lan Yuan stepped into the space crack with half his foot, he found that the space channel he had opened had been cut to pieces by Jiang Chen. Lan Yuan was frightened in his heart, and his face instantly became extremely difficult to look at. I am not just going to bully you, but to kill you. Jiang Chen smiled coldly. No matter how you struggle, you are destined to die today. When the cold voice fell, Jiang Chen raised his hand and swung a light sword. This seemingly plain sword seemed to contain a horrible sword light that could cut through the world, making Lan Yuan feel like a death crisis in his heart. Lan Yuan's expression changed drastically, and his whole body's momentum burst to its limit in an instant, and the majestic vitality quickly surged out of his body, transforming a dragon into 100 Zhong Ice Dragon, and greeted Jiang Chen's sword. The sword light fell on the Beizong Ice Dragon, like cutting tofu, instantly splitting the Ice Dragon in half, and then slashed towards Lan Yuan with an invincible force. A shadow of death instantly filled Lan Yuan's heart. Lan Yuan's thoughts moved, and a dark scale armor exuding an icy breath appeared directly on his body ghostly. The sword light fell on Lan Yuan's body instantly, and Lan Yuan's body trembled, a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth, and his figure flew upside down like a broken kite. Lan Yuan's figure fell from 1,000 meters of void, and violently slammed into 100 Zhang Hall in Shuiyun City. The hall shook violently, and was directly knocked out of a huge human-shaped cavity. The entire Beizong Giant Hall has a shaky feeling. The leader just lost like that. Seeing this scene, the many members of the Water Dragon Gang below all looked pale, like a morning test. Their Water Dragon Gang leader Lan Yuan and a dignified Soul King were defeated by Jiang Chen's understatement. Ahem. Just when many members of the Water Dragon Gang were in horror, a coughing sound came from the silent Shuiyun City. A figure smashed out of that Beizong Giant Hall, and it was Lan Yuan. At this time, Lan Yuan's hair was scattered all over his head, and there was blood on the corners of his mouth. The black scale armor on his body was also covered with countless cracks visible to the naked eye. It looked miserable and miserable. He raised his head to look at Jiang Chen, his eyes also showed unprecedented panic. With his triple strength of spirit and soul, he couldn't even stop Jiang Chen with a sword. If it hadn't been for the Water Dragon Gang, the treasured armor of the town, I'm afraid he would have died by Jiang Chen's sword at this moment. It turns out to be an 8th grade spirit armor that can withstand a blow from the Emperor of the Divine Fetus Realm. No wonder you can survive the sword I just now. But, I want to see if you can still block my next sword. Jiang Chen took a surprised look at the black scale armor on Lan Yuan, and the blood dragon sword in his hand rose again. Seeing Jiang Chen raising his sword again, Lan Yuan's face also showed a hideous look in vain. I saw a spit of blood spurted out of his mouth, and his hands quickly changed into a censored curse imprint on his chest, and then directly hit the bottom of Shuiyun City. With my blood, I will sacrifice to the Lord Dragon Emperor, and I also ask the Lord Dragon Emperor to help. Following Lan Yuan's words, a loud bang came from below Shuiyun City. The huge Shuiyun City trembled like an earthquake. An aura of fierce aura, like an angry dragon awakening, rose from below Shuiyun City. The wind and thunder surging between the heaven and the earth, a huge black phantom also condensed in the void in an instant. The black shadow is 100 meters in size, covering the sky and the sun and the earth across the sky above Shuiyun City. Its body shape is somewhat similar to that of a dragon, and its body is covered with black scale armor. Its eyes are as huge as a copper bell, with protruding pieces of flesh crossing between its eyes, making it look terrifying. It's a bit interesting. I didn't expect that this water dragon gang still has the remnant soul of the 8th stage flood dragon. Jiang Chen looked at the black shadow in midair, and a surprised look appeared in his eyes. Boy, are you the one who disturbed my sleeping emperor? The ghost of the dragon in the sky looked down at Jiang Chen below, and there was an extremely cold light in his eyes. Haha, a mere 8th rank flood dragon remnant soul, dare to call the dragon emperor in front of me, it's really ridiculous. Jiang Chen smiled contemptuously. Don't say you only have a remnant soul left, even if your body is here, I can still kill it with a single sword. Boy, dare to be wild in front of the emperor, you are looking for death. When Zhaolong Xiang heard Jiang Chen's words, he was furious. Seeing it roared up to the sky, the huge Shuiyun City was like the end of the day, and it was instantly enveloped in darkness. Chapter 1235. Kill the Dragon Soul, kill Lan Yuan. Is this the legendary Dragon King? Unexpectedly, the rumors turned out to be true. Our Water Dragon Gang really has the Lord Dragon Emperor in charge. Haha, now that the Helper has awakened Lord Dragon Sovereign, now our Water Dragon Gang is saved. Many disciples of the Water Dragon Gang looked at the phantom of the Flood Dragon above Shuiyun City, and they all showed ecstasy expressions. Lord Dragon King, this is the partner of their first leader of the Water Dragon Gang. Legend has it that it is powerful, but it is a horrible existence that can easily kill the soul of the king. Now that the Lord Dragon Sovereign wakes up, he will definitely be able to kill Jiang Chen and protect the Water Dragon to be safe. Just when many members of the Water Dragon Gang looked at the ghost of the dragon with excitement. Dark clouds covered the sky, and air waves rolled. The nasal cavity of Zhaolong Xiang opened slightly, and 2 weird black chills sprayed out of its nasal cavity. Humans, taste the smell of the dragon's breath. With a burst of shouts from the dragon void shadow, the black cold air instantly turned into a giant arrow that shot through the void, bursting towards Jiang Chen. Hee. You are just a dragon with a little blood of a real dragon. If you are a true 9-day dragon and breathe out the breath of a true dragon, I might still be jealous of you. Just relying on your half-hearted dragon's breath, what can you do with me? He lifted his palm and shook it lightly, and the 2 violent black arrows solidified in vain and then turned into black ice crystals in the sky, disappearing in midair. Boy, you successfully angered me. Seeing that Jiang Chen dared to despise him so much, Zhaolong Xiang was immediately furious. Its body was tumbling, and a black dragon tail of more than 20 feet long, like a dark Optimus pillar, smashed out of the black cloud. Facing the ghost of the dragon phantom, Jiang Chen couldn't avoid it. He clenched his fist suddenly and blasted out without evading. The fist collided with the cold dragon tail of the Zhaolong, and a loud noise erupted, and the monstrous black air wave instantly filled the void, submerging Jiang Chen's entire body. That kid, dead, haha. Lord Dragon Sovereign deserves to be Lord Dragon Sovereign. That kid is delusional to provoke the majesty of Lord Dragon Sovereign, he really does not live and die. Many members of the Water Dragon Gang couldn't help laughing. Excitedly, Jiang Chen, this is what you forced me. I'm afraid you would never have thought that my Water Dragon Gang still hides such an existence. Lan Yuan's pale face also showed a sorrowful smile. The Water Dragon Gang has 8 levels of the Dragon Soul sleeping, only every leader of the Water Dragon Gang knows, and only the Water Dragon Gang leader can awaken the power of the Dragon Soul. Just awakening the soul of the dragon is too expensive. Even if he awakened the soul of the Flood Dragon once, it would be difficult for him to return to the peak for 3 to 5 years. If Jiang Chen hadn't driven him to a desperate situation this time, how could he awaken the sleeping Flood Dragon Soul? Now that Jiang Chen is killed by the soul of the dragon, it is completely self-inflicted. Just when Lan Yuan thought that Jiang Chen was annihilated by the soul of the flood dragon, just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, there was an abnormal wave in the sky. Lan Yuan suddenly looked up, his expression condensed in vain. As the black waves in the sky dissipated, an unharmed black figure slowly emerged in his sight. And the ghost dragon hovering above Shuiyun City looked miserable. I saw that its huge dragon tail, which was more than 20 feet long, was actually shattered by Jiang Chen's previous punch. The original body of Beizong was directly shortened by Jiang Chen's punch. Human, you dare to hurt this emperor will kill you. The ghost of Jiaolong was hit hard by Jiang Chen, and he couldn't help but let out a painful roar. His huge pair of eyes instantly turned blood red, and his eyes were devastating, as if to swallow Jiang Chen alive. Lan Yuan's face was suddenly filled with shock, and his mouth couldn't help but scream out in shock. As the leader of the Water Dragon Gang, Lan Yuan knew better than anyone how terrifying this sleeping flood dragon soul was. This dragon soul, when following the first leader of the Water Dragon Gang thousands of years ago, could easily kill the four-tiered powerhouse. The soul of this dragon was severely injured by Jiang Chen's punch. Lan Yuan's mind was trembling. What kind of horror has this guy's strength reached? Humph, just relying on you being cruel, wanting to kill me is simply whimsical. Originally, if you fell asleep obediently, you might still be able to linger. Since you have to come out and fight me, then I will destroy your soul and let you disappear from this world. Jiang Chen smiled coldly, and then lightly waved his palm to the void. Thunder. As Jiang Chen's shout fell, lightning flashes from above the 9 heavens, instantly splitting the black clouds in midair. Thousands of lightning directly turned into a silver domain, enshrouding the huge ghost dragon. Lado realm, you are the emperor of the divine embryo realm. Jiaolong Xiang looked at the scene in front of him, his expression instantly becoming horrified. The human in front of him turned out to be a divine fetal emperor comparable to its peak period. Moreover, he is also a divine birth realm emperor who understands the realm of Thunder Dao. At the beginning, it was because of the dragon robbery, it was smashed to pieces by the power of the divine thunder in the robbery, and finally there was a remnant soul that lingered. Now facing the monstrous power of Jiang Chen's Thunder Dao domain again, the ghost of the dragon only feels that the souls are gone. It looked terrified, and its huge body couldn't help but shiver. Big. Sir, I'm willing to surrender to you, and hope that yours will be merciful and go around me. Where did Jiaolong Xiang dare to be half arrogant, and quickly murmured to Jiang Chen for mercy. The thunder realm of the emperor of the divine fetus realm, even at its peak, has to deal with it with all its strength, not to mention that there is only a remnant soul now. Now Jiang Chen only needs a thought, I am afraid it can be completely obliterated. The remnant soul of a dragon, what use do I want? Jiang Chen's expression was indifferent. In the silver thunder field, a 9-day divine thunder descended from the sky, directly hitting the body of the dragon ghost. Before the dragon phantom could even let out a scream, he was completely wiped out by the divine thunder and turned into nothingness. Lan Yuan, it's your turn next. With a move to kill the soul of the dragon, Jiang Chen's icy gaze shot directly at Lan Yuan, and volley pointed at Lan Yuan. The 9-day divine thunder in the silver thunder domain condensed again, and suddenly fell to the blue Yuan below. Chapter 1236, The Long Brothers and Sisters Being Hunted. Lan Yuan looked desperate and horrified. He quickly urged his whole body strength, wanting to tear the space and escape. It's just that his space channel hasn't been halfway open before the 9 heavens divine thunder has already landed. The thunder light slowly dissipated, and Lan Yuan's figure was no longer visible in midair. Under this 9-day divine thunder, Lan Yuan's whole person was completely reduced to ashes, and his soul and soul were destroyed. Lord Dragon Emperor and the gang leader are gone. How is this possible? All around, countless members of the Water Dragon Gang looked at this scene, and their faces became extremely pale. Their gazes looking at Jiang Chen also became unprecedentedly frightened. In an instant, Lord Dragon Emperor and the leader Lan Yuan all fell into Jiang Chen's hands. The most shocking thing is that the method this guy just used turned out to be the legendary royal domain. The Imperial Realm, this is a method that can only be used by the Emperor of the Divine Birth Realm. The boy in front of him was so strong that he was so powerful. Their Water Dragon Gang, this time they are completely finished. Sir, in the matter of Kanglan League, everything is done by Lan Yuan alone, it has nothing to do with me. Tan Yun, are willing to quit the Water Dragon Gang and join the Kanglan League. I beg your lord for mercy. At this moment, an elder of the Ninefold Soul was kneeling in front of Jiang Chen, begging for mercy to Jiang Chen. Now that the leader of the Water Dragon Gang and the 2.5-step Divine Soul Realm Elders are all down, the general trend of the Water Dragon Gang is gone, and he doesn't want to stay in the Water Dragon Gang and wait for death. I am willing to join the Candlin League, and I beg your lord for my life. Following the elder of the 9th Divine Soul, kneeling to beg for mercy, countless members of the Candlin League all around knelt in front of Jiang Chen. The Emperor of the Divine Embryo Realm, this is a peerless powerhouse standing on the top of the Zhongzhou continent. Wang Wei is irreversible. If they are still fighting against Jiang Chen at this time, what is the difference between being sent to the door to die? After today, the Water Dragon Gang is disbanded and merged into the Candlin League, and offenders will be killed. Tan Yun, you are now the head of Shuiyun City. I order you to organize all the resources of the Water Dragon Gang, and then move it to Candlin League. If you dare to play any tricks, don't blame me for being ruthless under the sword. Jiang Chen's faint voice resounded through the world, and the powerful power of the Emperor of the Divine Fetus Realm swept the audience, causing the countless Water Dragon Gang members below to tremble. Follow your orders, Tan Yun quickly said respectfully. When he was talking, a look of joy also appeared in his eyes. Now that the Candlin League has a Divine Birth Realm Emperor like Jiang Chen sitting in town, it is bound to become a 3-star overlord force like Xuanbing Palace. If he can lead the Water Dragon Gang to merge into the Candlin League, his position in Candlin will not be low in the future. It is undoubtedly a good thing to be able to hug Jiang Chen's thigh and become a member of the Samsung Force. I hope you don't let me down, otherwise even if you escape to the end of the world, I will definitely kill you. Jiang Chen's faint voice fell, his body also turned into a stream of light, and disappeared into the sky. The Yunling Mountains in the northern part of the central China mainland. Above the rolling mountains, a black figure stepped on from the northern sky, and quickly flew towards it. The black figure was Jiang Chen, who had left Shuiyun City. Jiang Chen did not return to the Candlin League after solving the Water Dragon Gang, but all the way south, towards Xuanbing Palace. Passing through this Yunling mountain range, it should be Xuanjing City. Let's go to Xuanjing City first. I don't know how long Tianwu from the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce is doing. Jiang Chen raised his head and looked at the other side of the Yunling Mountains, an expression of worry could not help appearing in his eyes. Xuanjing City is one of the central cities established by the Samsung Power Xuanjing Palace. If the people in Xuanbing Palace knew that he had an intersection with the Black Dragon Merchant Guild, I am afraid that Long Tianwu and the others are also in a very bad situation. Long Yun, you two brothers and sisters can't escape. Just as Jiang Chen's thoughts were flying away, a sharp shout suddenly came from the forest in front of him. Long Yun. When Jiang Chen heard this familiar name, his face suddenly changed. As soon as his mind moved, the powerful spirit and will spread directly, and everything within 10 miles of him was instantly collected in his mind. Jiang Chen's attention was focused on a cliff a kilometer away in front of him. There, a black-clothed green stood proudly in the middle of the cliff. He was covered in blood, his hair was loose, and his pale face was extremely cold. In his arms, he was holding a beautiful woman who was unconscious. It really is Long Yun and Long Xinyue. Seeing the young man in black and the woman he was pregnant with, Jiang Chen's face suddenly became not so good. The Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce, really something happened. A cold light flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes, and his eyes fell on the figures around the Long family brothers and sisters. Around them, there was a group of young people wearing sky-blue robes. These young people stared at Long Yun with indifference, and surrounded him with murderous aura. Are you from Xuanbing Palace? Jiang Chen was full of murderous intent. The soles of his feet stepped out in the void, and his figure disappeared in place. Long Yun, I will give you one last chance. If you can provide some Jiang Chen's information obediently, for the sake of having the same door, I might be able to spare you not to die. On the cliff, one of the blue-clothed youths headed by staring at Long Yun closely, said murderously. I said, I don't know. Long Yun said coldly. What's more, even if I know, I will not disclose the information of Brother Jiang Chen to you insidious villains. The 5 holy cities issued an arrest warrant against Jiang Chen, and the entire Zhongzhou was shaken. Some time ago, Xuanbing Palace suddenly learned about the relationship between the Black Dragon Merchant Guild and Jiang Chen for some reason, and directly attacked the Black Dragon Merchant Guild. With the help of their father, the 2 brothers and sisters managed to escape from Xuanbing City and were chased all the way to the Yunling Mountains. And these former fellows in front of them have become the culprits who hunted them down. Long Yun, don't toast or eat fine wine. Hearing Long Yun's words, the blue-clothed young man's expression turned cold. Tisk tusk, senior brother Chu, since this guy is so ignorant of good and evil, he just killed it, why should you talk nonsense with him? But, Long Xinyue in his arms can stay for the juniors to play with. When this woman first entered Xuanbing Palace, I already coveted her. Beside the blue-clothed youth, a thin young man with a lewd smile on his face. As soon as the thin young man's voice fell, a cold voice echoed slowly over the mountain forest. Who dares to hurt one of their hair, die. Chapter 1237, Who dares to move them, kill. The icy voice slowly echoed across the sky, which surprised everyone on the cliff. Even Long Yun, who was ready to fight back to the death, couldn't help showing a look of doubt in his eyes. Xuanbing Palace shot the Black Dragon Merchant Guild, and the Black Dragon Merchant Guild's sphere of influence in Xuanbing Palace almost became a rat crossing the street. Even people who have had a good relationship with the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce avoid them. Now in the Yunling Mountains, how can anyone help him when he is in crisis? When Long Yun's heart was uncertain, in the void, a black shadow fell from the sky, and it landed in front of him in the blink of an eye. Brother Jiang Chen, seeing the very familiar figure in front of him, Long Yun was stunned for a moment, and then a look of surprise flashed across his eyes. Thinking of Jiang Chen being wanted by the 5 holy cities now, Long Yun also suppressed his excitement, and did not rush to say hello to Jiang Chen. If these Xuanbing Palace disciples knew the whereabouts of Jiang Chen, the consequences would be disastrous. I would advise you, our Xuanbing Palace handles affairs, if you don't want to kill yourself, you'd better not interfere. The headed blue-clothed youth stared at the uninvited guest in front of him, his eyes gleaming with a sharp cold light. Jiang Chen looked at the blue-clothed youth indifferently, and said coldly, you only need to know that Long Yun and the others are covered by me. If anyone dares to touch them, kill. The Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce in Xuanjing City is closely related to the Northern Wilderness Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce. Just looking at Long Li's face, Jiang Chen would not sit idly by. Not to mention that when Jiang Chen first entered Zhongzhou, Long Tianwu helped him a lot. More importantly, the reason why the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce was robbed was because of him. He is now going to Xuanjing City, originally for the Black Dragon Merchant Guild. Now that the 2 brothers and sisters of Long Yun are chased by Xuanbing Palace, how can Jiang Chen stand by? Jiang Chen's unceremonious words also made the blue-clothed youth's complexion headed by him, instantly becoming extremely gloomy. Boy, don't be too mad. Are you really going to be against our Xuanbing Palace? Our Xuanbing Palace matters, not everyone can interfere. Give you 3 seconds, and immediately disappear from me. Otherwise, I promise to let you die without a place to be buried. The blue-clothed youth stared at Jiang Chen, and his expression became increasingly cold. Their 3-star power, Xuanbing Palace, is an absolute hegemonic power in the coastal area of northern Zhongzhou. The sphere of influence in Xuanbing Palace. Even if it is a divine soul realm king of many 2-star forces, you have to be polite to see him, the true disciple of Xuanbing Palace. And the little boy in front of him dared to jump out and fight him. How could this make him not angry? Xuanbing Palace, is it amazing? Jiang Chen smiled contemptuously. Don't talk about the mere 3-star power Xuanbing Palace, even if people from the 5 holy cities dared to attack my friends, I can't kill them. Tisk tusk, is this kid afraid that his brain is sick? A mere little boy who dares to speak up in front of us, he really knows his life and death. Senior Chu, since this kid is going to be sent to death, let's kill them together. Many Xuanbing Palace disciples looked at Jiang Chen with a sneer, and said one after another. The blue-clothed youth headed by him no longer talks nonsense with Jiang Chen. With a cold face, he directly waved his hand, do it, kill him for me. The group of Xuanbing Palace disciples heard the orders of the blue-clothed youth, and immediately rushed towards Jiang Chen with a murderous look. The one who rushed to the front was the thin young man who had long been unable to bear it. Boy, remember to wipe your eyes with bright spots in your next life. My Xuanbing Palace's nostalgia can't be managed by any cat or dog. The thin young man smiled grimly at Jiang Chen, and the breath of Shanghai's triple realm swept toward Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen looked calmly at the oncoming thin young man, until the thin young man was less than 3 feet away from him. He reached out and pointed out. The sharp sword fingers flickered, directly passing through the thin young man's eyebrows. The thin young man's figure instantly changed from extremely fast to still, and then fell to the ground with a puff. One finger killed the thin young man. Jiang Chen quickly moved his fingers in the air, and his sharp sword fingers cut through the void and shot at the Xuanbing Palace disciples who had rushed. Although these Xuanbing Palace disciples are not weak, they have all reached the Divine Sea Realm. But in front of Jiang Chen, there was almost no difference from the ants. In just a few breaths, more than a dozen disciples of the Xuanbing Palace had all been lying on the ground in all directions. There was a strange blood hole in each of their eyebrows, and there was no breath of life in their bodies. Seeing this weird scene in front of him, the face of the blue-clothed youth finally showed unconcealed horror. More than a dozen disciples of the Xuanbing Palace in the Divine Sea Realm were killed by this kid in a flash, and they were all killed by one finger. Such strength can be described as unfathomable. Even with the strength of the fifth layer of his xianxia, I am afraid it may not be the opponent of this kid. The blue-clothed youth never thought of it. When he caught Long Yun brother and sister, he would suddenly kill a mysterious young man like Jiang Chen. Moreover, the talent of this mysterious youth is not inferior to the true disciple of Xuanbing Palace. I am the person you Xuanbing Palace is looking for. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth raised a slightly ghostly arc. You Xuanbing Palace first destroyed the Candlin League for me, and then shot the Black Dragon Merchant Guild, isn't it just to know my whereabouts? Hearing this, the blue-clothed youth's complexion changed drastically. He looked at Jiang Chen incredulously. You are Jiang Chen. Congratulations, you are right, you can die and stare. Jiang Chen's voice fell, and when he raised his palm, a sword finger volleyed out. The blue-clothed youth suddenly felt that his entire body was like an ice cellar, as if even the meridians of his whole body were frozen. He could not use any power at all. He could only watch the sword fingers rapidly enlarge in his pupils with a look of horror. The sword finger instantly pierced through the eyebrows of the blue-clothed youth. The blue-clothed youth suddenly fell down and followed in the footsteps of his companions. Seeing that Jiang Chen raised his hands, he killed more than a dozen of the Xuanbing Palace disciples, and it took a long time for Long Yun to recover from the shock. He looked at Jiang Chen with joy and said, "Brother Jiang Chen, why are you here?" Chapter 1238, People Who Come to Collect Debts. Not long after I returned to Zhongzhou, I heard about the wanted warrants issued by the 5 holy cities. I was worried that you would be implicated, so I planned to come to Xuanjing City to have a look. I didn't expect Xuanbing Palace to actually act on you. When Jiang Chen spoke, a cold anger flashed across his eyes. If he didn't happen to meet Long Yun brother and sister in Yunling Mountain today, I am afraid they would be really dangerous. Brother Jiang Chen, Xianxia was severely injured by a disciple of Xuanbing Palace not long ago. Now she is in danger, please save her. Long Yun didn't care much to say anything at this moment, and quickly came to Jiang Chen holding Long Xianxia. Don't worry, she will be fine. As Jiang Chen said, raising his hand was a gentle yuan force crossing into Long Xianxia's body. This is a life force in Jiang Chen's womb. For Long Xianxia in the early days of Shanghai, the natal power of the Emperor of the Divine Embryo Realm surpassed almost all panacea. As long as she refines and absorbs Jiang Chen's life force, she will not only be able to restore her peak, but she will also be able to break through the realm and increase her strength. Okay, I will leave a divine fetal vitality in his body, and it won't take long for her to recover. Jiang Chen retracted his palm and smiled at Long Yun. God's birth force, isn't this only owned by the Emperor of the Divine Embryo Realm? Long Yun's heart was shocked, and immediately looked at Jiang Chen with an incredulous look. Brother Jiang Chen, are you already the Emperor of the Divine Embryo Realm? Jiang Chen smiled slightly. I was lucky to break through not long ago. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Long Yun couldn't help but breathe in a cold breath. I remember when Jiang Chen first appeared in the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce, his cultivation was only in the condensed pill realm. Now it is just over 2 years. Jiang Chen traversed 3 great realms all the way, and became the Emperor of the Divine Birth Realm in one fell swoop. It's because he knew that Jiang Chen's martial arts talent must be evil, but he still didn't expect Jiang Chen to be such a evil. In addition to the shock, Long Yun was more excited than he could hide. The Emperor of the Divine Birth Realm, this is an existence that can have an equal dialogue with the Palace Lord of the 3-star power Xuanbing Palace. With Jiang Chen taking action, maybe his father and the others would be saved. Long Yun, tell me what is going on in the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce now. How is your father Long Tianwu and the others? Jiang Chen didn't talk nonsense with Long Yun either, he asked directly. A month ago, Xuanbing Palace learned that you had stayed with the Black Dragon Merchant Guild and aggressively attacked the Black Dragon Merchant Guild. Xianxia and I got the help of an elder in Xuanbing Palace and returned to Xuanjing City from Xuanbing Palace to inform my father that they had escaped, but it turned out to be a step too late. Father, in order to let his siblings leave, I am afraid that he has fallen into the hands of Xuanbing Palace. Long Yun clenched his fists and said solemnly, Brother Jiang Chen, I hope you can save his father and them. Long Yun is grateful. Don't worry, this happened because of me, and naturally it ends because of me. You brother and sister will stay in this Yunling Mountains for half a month for now. After half a month, you can return to Profound Crystal City, and I will return you a safe and sound Black Dragon Merchant Association at that time. When Jiang Chen spoke, he quickly squeezed out a sword light with both hands and plunged into the long sword in Long Yun's hand. I left a sword aura on your weapon, enough to kill ordinary divine soul kings. If you are in danger, you can urge the weapon to activate it. After briefly confessing to Long Yun, Jiang Chen's figure flashed and rose towards the sky towards Xuanbing Palace. Yunling Mountain is not too far from Xuanbing Palace. At the speed of the Emperor of Jiang Chen's divine birth realm, he arrived at the sect of Xuanbing Palace, Qinzufeng, in just half a day. Looking from a distance, Jiang Chen saw a crystal-clear towering palace appear in his sight. The ice and snow palace is built on the Chenjiang Snow Peak, like a crown on the entire polar ice field, dazzling. Xuanbing Palace, the only 3-star overlord force in the northern coastal area of the central state continent. Legend has it that Xuanbing Palace was created 3,000 years ago by Zanbing Sword Emperor Zan Wuji, a generation of masters of the famous mainland. For 3,000 years, Xuanbing Palace has always been a well-deserved overlord of the coastal region, and it has been powerful in all directions. Jiang Chen stepped on the void and went straight to the Crystal Palace of Chenshui Peak. Before he stepped into the thousands of feet of the Crystal Palace, he vaguely heard a burst of scolding coming from a distance. Lu Lingzhu, you censored from Outland, your mouth is quite hard, I want to see when you can still be hard. A crisp whip sounded, and there was a woman's cry in the middle. Hearing the sound coming from the front, his complexion was suddenly cold. He stepped out, and instantly crossed 1,000 feet of void, directly to a huge square outside Xuanbing Palace. The scene that made Jiang Chen's eyes splitting appeared in his sight. I saw a row of icicles more than 1 meter in diameter standing on the edge of the square. On each icicle, there was a figure familiar to Jiang Chen, tied to it by a huge black iron chain. Lu Lingzhu, Lu Ying, Kang Wuya, Kang Qinghai, Long Tianwu. A series of familiar figures appeared in Jiang Chen's sight. At the moment, they are all wilted, pale, and almost tortured to the point of being human. Especially when he saw a arrogant Xuanbing Palace girl disciple, who was whipping Lu Lingzhu on one of the icicles, Jiang Chen's eyes rose sharply. Senior Sister Yi, don't fight anymore, you will kill her if you fight again. Yes, the elders let us ask Jiang Chen's whereabouts. If we kill these cheap embryos, it won't be fun. Beside the 2 female disciples, a dozen disciples of Xuanbing Palace watched coldly and laughed from time to time. Unexpectedly, the dignified 3-star power Xuanbing Palace has turned out to be a bunch of scumbags. If you have a kind, come at me, Kang Wuya, what is it to bully a weak woman? Kang Wuya stared coldly at these Xuanbing Palace disciples in the square, his pale face was full of endless anger. Kang Wuya, you are just a prisoner of my Xuanbing Palace now, what right do you have to be arrogant? Since you send it to the door to find a fight, I will accompany you, the king of Soul Realm, to have fun. The disciple of the Xuanbing Palace girl named Senior Sister Yi smiled coldly, and then raised the whip to draw it towards Kang Wuya. At this moment, an angry shout of murderous intent came over the square. Everyone only felt a flower in front of them, and a ghostly black shadow emerged directly in front of Kang Wuya, and took the long whip in the air with bare hands. Xuanbing Palace true disciple Yi Fei is here, who are you, dare to be wild in front of my Xuanbing Palace? Yi Fei looked at the black-clothed youth who suddenly appeared in front of him, with an extremely cold expression. The black-clothed youth was full of murderous intent, and his cold voice resounded through the world. I'm the one who came to collect debts. Chapter 1239. Today, I am here to destroy Xuanbing Palace. Kang Wuya looked at the black-clothed young man with murderous intent in front of him, and he was stunned, almost unable to believe his eyes. And on both sides of Kang Wuya, The figures on the many icicles were also shocked. They looked up at Jiang Chen, who suddenly appeared, and their expressions also seemed excited. Jiang Chen actually killed Xuanbing Palace alone. It's just that after they were excited, there was an extremely worried look on their faces. This is a 3-star power with the Emperor of the Divine Embryo Realm. Jiang Chen came to Xuanbing Palace by himself now, and he was almost as small as breaking into Longtan Tiger's lair. Even if Jiang Chen is evil again, how can he use his own power to contend with a 3-star power who has a divine birth realm king? My Xuanbing Palace has been established for 3,000 years, and you dare to openly go to my Xuanbing Palace to collect debts. You are the first in history. The disciple of Xuanbing Palace listened to the order, take this kid who doesn't know the sky for me. Yi Feifei screamed, and directed more than a dozen disciples of Xuanbing Palace to besiege Jiang Chen. Kneel down and lead me to death. Jiang Chen's gaze was cold, and the overwhelming spirits will instantly turned into a substantive murderous intent, as if Mao Tai was pressing on the top, oppressing more than a dozen Xuanbing Palace disciples. Many Xuanbing Palace disciples trembled, and directly under this powerful pressure, they knelt on the ground with a thud. Even Yi Feifei, whose cultivation base reached the 6th level of the Shanhai Sea, was also half kneeling on the ground and shaking, without any resistance at all. King of Soul Realm, Yi Feifei looked up at the black-clothed youth in front of him, with a frightened expression on his face. I don't know who your excellency is, what does it mean to come to Xuanbing Palace? Yi Feifei is a true disciple of Xuanbing Palace. If she was looking at an ordinary divine soul realm, she might not be too afraid. But the young man in black looked only in his 20s, and seemed to be a few years younger than her. Those who have broken through the divine soul realm at such an age, even Zan Chohan, the first genius of their Xuanbing Palace, are far from being able to compare with them. Yi Feifei was shocked in her heart. Is this kid in front of him a super genius from a 4-star holy land? I am Jiang Chen that your Xuanbing Palace has been searching for. Today, I, Jiang Chen, stepped on this Chenshui peak just to destroy the Xuanbing Palace. Jiang Chen's cold voice fell, and when he flipped his hand, he pressed down against Yi Feifei. The crystal-clear crystal square trembled, and a huge handprint and a pool of crystal shards stained red with blood immediately appeared. A fluttering palm directly crushed Yi Feifei into powder. He is Jiang Chen. Quick, go and notify the elders of the sect. The many disciples of Xuanbing Palace were all eclipsed, and they directly fleeing into Xuanbing Palace. Jiang Chen ignored these Xuanbing Palace disciples at all. Kang Wuya and others on his icicle were rescued one by one. Brother Jiang Chen, you shouldn't have come. Xuanbing Palace is a 3-star power with the Emperor of the Divine Embryo Realm. Before the powerhouse of Xuanbing Palace has arrived, you can leave quickly and leave us alone. When Jiang Chen rescued Lu Lingzu's pretty face as thin as white paper couldn't help showing an anxious look. Lingzu, don't worry, there is a Xuanbing Palace, but I can't help it. Seeing that Lu Lingzu was still thinking about him in this way, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel a pain. The killing intent on his body is also becoming more and more condensed, like a volcano about to erupt at any time. Jiang Chen, I didn't expect that you would dare to come to my Xuanbing sect to go wild, so courageous. At this moment, a sky-shattering rainbow suddenly appeared above Xuanbing Palace, and the cold shouts that carried the breath of the weather also rolled in. Jiang Chen raised his head slightly, and saw an imposing blue-clothed old woman already appearing above the square. Jiang Chen, be careful, this old woman is Zan Warong, the law enforcement elder of Xuanbing Palace, the supreme king of the 7th realm of divine soul. Seeing the blue-clothed old woman in midair, Long Tianwu's complexion, who is very familiar with Xuanbing Palace, could not help but change slightly, and quickly appeared beside Jiang Chen. Kang Qinghai, you first lead everyone out of here. As Kang Wuya said, he also appeared on the other side of Jiang Chen, intending to help Jiang Chen. The state of the two of you at the moment is not suitable for use of force, just watch it from the side. Jiang Chen glanced at the two of them and said faintly, there is a Xuanbing Palace in a small area, and I can step on it alone, but it is not your turn to take action. Before Jiang Chen's words fell, he directly stepped up into the air and stood opposite the blue-clothed old woman in the void. Jiang Chen, there is a way to heaven, you don't go, but there is no way to hell, but you break in. If you dare to come to Xuanbing Palace today, you don't want to leave alive. If you are more acquainted, you'd better be obedient and catch it. Zan Warong stared at Jiang Chen coldly, and there was also a hot look on the old face. It seems that the rewards of the 5 holy cities will eventually be included in their Xuanbing Palace. Kill. Jiang Chen was already on the verge of an explosion at this moment. He was not too lazy to talk nonsense. The monstrous murderous aura poured out frantically, making the entire space solidify. Seeing that Jiang Chen didn't say a word, he started directly. Zhan Huarong was furious, and the 7-fold tyrannical aura of the soul swept towards Jiang Chen overwhelmingly. Jiang Chen looked indifferent. His blood dragon sword cut through the void, thousands of flames roared out, and finally turned into a flame giant sword across the sky, slashing straight down at Zhan Huarong. Jiang Chen, who had been completely angered by Xuanbing Palace, barely kept his hands, and as soon as he shot his hands, he fully displayed the emperor-level martial arts slash. Facing Jiang Chen's shocking sword, Zhan Huarong's face finally changed suddenly. She waved her palms quickly, and the endless power of heaven and earth gathered, forming a giant ice dragon on top of her head. The ice dragon dashed across the void, and the air along the way was instantly frozen, leaving a white frost mark visible to the naked eye. Frozen Dragon Palm, one of the peculiarities of the town of Xuanbing Palace. It is said that Zhan Huarong once used this trick to easily kill a king of the 6th realm of divine soul. The ice dragon collided with the flame sword. I saw that ice giant dragon was burned into nothingness by the burning sky flame on the blazing giant sword. Frightened, Zhan Huarong quickly urged his Yuan Li to condense into an ice mask on his body, trying to resist Jiang Chen's terrifying blow. The blazing giant sword came in an instant, and fell on Zhan Huarong's body protection element. Power cover, and the flame brilliance of the sky burst into the void in an instant. Chapter 1240, Kill the Quartet. The flames all over the sky slowly dissipated. Everyone was shocked to discover that Zhan Huarong had already separated his head and fell from midair. Her wrinkled old face had an unbelievable look before she died. Zhan Huarong didn't expect it. Her dignified Xuanbing Palace law enforcement elder, the king of the 7th realm of Shanghai, could not even stop Jiang Chen with a sword. A sword decapitated Zhan Huarong. Jiang Chen's face was cold, and the overwhelming will of the gods and souls hesitated and shot directly at a certain place in the void. A screaming scream suddenly came from the void, and I saw Zhan Ronghua's divine soul who had just escaped into the void, and was instantly crushed into ashes by Jiang Chen's divine will. A king with 7 souls and souls, the soul is destroyed. Long Tianwu and the others opened their mouths in shock, and it has been difficult to recover from the shock for a long time. In a blink of an eye, he killed a powerful man with the 7-fold soul. They couldn't imagine how terrifying Jiang Chen had grown in the past 2 years. King of Soul Peak, or the Emperor of the Divine Birth State. In the other side, the many disciples of Xuanbing Palace who were looted from Xuanbing Palace, preparing to pay homage to Xuanhua's mighty power, were all dumbfounded and could not believe everything in front of them. The law enforcement elder of their Xuanbing Palace in charge of the criminal law was cut by Jiang Chen. This is a king of 7 souls. Even in the entire Xuanbing Palace, the strength that can be compared with the law enforcement elder Zhan Huarong is not more than 1 hand. People from Xuanbing Palace, get out and die quickly. Jiang Chen killed Zhan Huarong with a single move, piercing the depths of Xuanbing Palace with sharp eyes. The indifferent voice, like thunder in 9 days, echoed in the sky above the Qianshui peak. Following Jiang Chen's indifferent words, Bailei's space was shaken. I saw a strong will of the king, awakening in vain from the depths of Xuanbing Palace. A group of figures carrying endless power rose into the sky and appeared in front of Jiang Chen in an instant. It takes less than a few breaths. In Xuanbing Palace, the breath of 10 souls of the soul realm stood out in front of Jiang Chen. Except for the palace lord of Xuanbing Palace, who had been closed all year round, the 10 souls of the divine soul realm kings in the sect of Xuanbing Palace all gathered here. The background of the Xuanbing sect of the 3-star power appeared vividly at this moment. The 10 great kings are all present. We Xuanbing Palace have not seen such scenes in hundreds of years. Many Xuanbing Palace disciples couldn't help but took a breath. Jiang Chen, you are so courageous, you dare to come to the chassis of my Xuanbing Palace presumptuously. The first beautiful woman in the palace costume stared at Jiang Chen with a frosty face, and she exuded an extremely cold chill. The beautiful woman in the palace costume is the deputy palace lord of the Xuanbing Palace and the peak king of the 9th stage soul, Luo Qinbing. Luo Qinbing is not only the deputy master of Xuanbing Palace, but also the wife of Zhan Tianhe, the contemporary master of Xuanbing Palace. The husband and wife have been in charge of Xuanbing Palace for hundreds of years. Even in the entire northern coastal area, few people have never heard of Luo Qinbing's reputation. I came to Xuanbing Palace, isn't that what you want? Jiang Chen said indifferently, your Xuanbing Palace will destroy the Kanglan Alliance first, and then attack the Black Dragon Merchant Guild. Isn't it to force me to show up? The chill in Luo Qinbing's beautiful eyes. You are so brave, you know the purpose of my Xuanbing Palace, but you dare to come. It's just a mere Xuanbing, why don't I dare to come? Jiang Chen smiled contemptuously, that cold voice with endless killing intent also blew up directly above Chenshui Peak. All the people in Xuanbing Palace will listen to me. Today I, Jiang Chen, only came here to level Xuanbing Palace. If you give up your status as a disciple of Xuanbing Palace and leave Xuanbing Palace from now on, I can forgive you not to die. Otherwise, don't blame me for killing me today. Hearing Jiang Chen's arrogant words, many Xuanbing Palace kings were furious. Zuzi is crazy. One of the thin old man with 8 layers of spirits stepped out, and the powerful spirits of spirits instantly shot out a huge frost spear against Jiang Chen's head. Firefly light, dare to compete with Haoyu for glory, die. Jiang Chen snorted coldly, and the overwhelming will of the soul rose into the sky, and instantly turned into a small black sword about 3 feet long, slashing straight at the frost spear. The moment the frost lance touched the small black sword, it almost collapsed. The understatement crushed the frost spear, and the small black sword pierced through the space, directly piercing through the skinny old man's forehead, and disappeared into his mind. The thin old man immediately hugged his head with both hands, and he let out a screaming scream. His expression was extremely painful. I saw the thin old man's hands holding his head hanging weakly. His expression was dull, his face was dead, and his body fell from midair without warning. Seeing this shocking scene in front of me, the world is silent. Everyone is like a ghost, unable to believe their eyes. Incredible horror appeared in the eyes of all the Divine Soul Realm kings including Luo Qinbing. The skinny old man, this is the great elder of their Xuanbing Palace, a strong man who has reached the 8th level of the soul. This is also the strongest existence in Xuanbing Palace besides Luo Qinbing and Palace Master Zhan Tianhe. Such a powerful person with 8 levels of spirits, was unexpectedly condensed by King Jiang Chen's will, and easily obliterated the spirits. Jiang Chen, you are looking for death. Elders, just follow me and kill this son at all costs. Luo Qinbing looked frightened and angry. Since the establishment of Xuanbing Palace, there has been more than 3,000 years in the northern coastal area of Megatron, and no one has dared to challenge the majesty of Xuanbing Palace like Jiang Chen. If you don't punish Jiang Chen today, what face will Xuanbing Palace have in the future to gain a foothold in Zhongzhou? Although Luo Qinbing was full of anger in his heart, he was not dazzled by the anger. This son can easily obliterate the great elder of Divine Soul Eightfold with one move, and the strength is probably no longer under her. If she is alone, even she may not be Jiang Chen's opponent. Luo Qinbing did not hesitate at all, and directly shot at the same time with the remaining 8 Divine Soul Realm kings behind him, condensing a huge ice formation in the void. A gleaming frosty phoenix bird with a length of hundreds of meters also slowly emerged from the heads of Luo Qinbing and the others. Yin. The ice phoenix bird raised to the sky with a long cry. The monstrous cold air swept the void, as if it were about to freeze the space of 10 miles. The 9 great souls of the Xuanbing Palace formed a joint attack, and the momentum was extremely shocking. Chapter 1241. The Lord of Xuanbing Palace is here. This is the 9-day ice phoenix formation founded by our founder of Xuanbing Palace. Some Xuanbing Palace disciples could not help shouting excitedly when they saw the large formation formed by Luo Qinbing and others. 9 days of ice and phoenix formation. The formation created by Zhan Wuji, the founder of Xuanbing Palace, with 9 people working together, can burst out several times the combat power. 3,000 years ago, it is said that not long after Zhan Wuji founded Zhanbing Palace, he was seriously injured in an accident. The Qing Lingzong, the 2-star peak force in the coastal region, tried to provoke the majesty of Zhanbing Palace while Zhan Wuji was seriously injured. The elders of the 9 great souls of the Xuanbing Palace used the 9-day ice phoenix formation to easily kill the enemy. It also includes 2 peak kings of the 9 souls. Now that the 9 gods and souls of the Xuanbing Palace have once again formed a 9-day ice and phoenix formation, under the gods of the womb, who can stop? Jiang Chen, you want to contend against my Xuanbing Palace with the strength of one person, but you are too underestimating the background of my Xuanbing Palace. Luo Qian smiled coldly, and said coldly, I wait for the 9 people to work together, and even the Emperor of the Divine Laid Realm can fight. No matter how evil you are, you can't escape the fate of being suppressed today. The expressions of Long Tianwu, Kang Wuya and others instantly became extremely solemn. The formations used by the 9 Divine Soul Realm Kings are as powerful as the Divine Fetal Realm Kings. Can Jiang Chen really be able to stop it? Even if the real Emperor of the Divine Embryo in your Xuanbing Palace arrives, Jiang Chen, I am not afraid, let alone a mere formation. Today I will behead you first, and then level the Xuanbing Palace. Jiang Chen laughed proudly, and the surging weather of the King of the Divine Fetus Realm instantly swept over the entire Chenshui Peak. A wave of fiery flame sword aura appeared ghostly in the void. These flame sword auras filled the void of a radius of 100 meters with the spark of a prairie fire, and finally turned into a fiery red domain, enveloping Beizong Bingfeng and Luo Qinbing and the others below. Burning Heaven Sword Domain, kill. Following Jiang Chen's cold voice fell. In the fiery red domain, thousands of flame sword auras rushed out, like violent red raindrops, falling on the ice phoenix of hundreds of feet. Chi 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 chi. Beizong Ice Phoenix's crystal clear huge body was penetrated by flames and sword energy. The fiery red sword hole, like a sieve, covered the body of Beizong Bingfeng in the blink of an eye. In the end, Beizong Bingfeng made a bang directly and burst open in midair. Luo Qinbing and the 9 Divine Soul Realm Kings who had condensed formations all trembled and their faces turned pale in vain. Among them, some of the early kings of the spirits couldn't help but spit out blood. Elders. Defeated. Seeing this scene in the void, many of the Xuanbing Palace disciples were shocked. The 9-day Ice Phoenix formation condensed by the 9 souls of the Xuanbing Palace was so easily broken by Jiang Chen. One move is so powerful. Imperial Realm, you have already broken through the Divine Embryo Realm, how is this possible? Luo Qinbing looked up at Jiang Chen, and the unbelievable screams also rang abruptly in the air. This kid turned out to be an emperor of the Divine Birth Realm. Many Xuanbing Palace disciples looked dull and could hardly believe their ears. The young man who was almost the same age as them in front of them was actually a Divine Birth Realm Emperor who was on par with their Xuanbing Palace Lord. How is this Tamar possible? Tisk Tusk. The Emperor of the Divine Embryo Realm. Brother Wuya, it seems that you and I both look down upon this guy. Looking at Jiang Chen, who was crushing the many souls in Xuanbing Palace with a man in the air, it took a long time for Long Tianwu to recover from the shock, and couldn't help but exclaimed. Kang Wuya said sternly, yes, I'm afraid no one would have thought of it. The little guy in the pill condensation realm back then has grown to such a level. And behind them, while Lu Lingzu and the others were shocked, there was also excitement that could not be concealed on their faces. This time falling into the hands of Xuanbing Palace, it is almost certain to die. However, he did not expect that at a critical time, Jiang Chen would return with the power of the Emperor of the Divine Embryo Realm. Lu Lingzu and the others finally believed that Jiang Chen's words about destroying Xuanbing Palace were not lie. Today's Jiang Chen might really have the strength to step down Xuanbing Palace alone. Jiang Chen, today you killed the 2 elders of the Divine Soul Realm in Xuanbing Palace. It should be almost the same. Let's stop here. Luo Qinbing took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, you can take them out of Xuanbing Palace. I assure you that Xuanbing Palace will not run into the river with your well in the future. There is no doubt that Luo Qinbing compromised. A Divine Birth Realm Emperor, Luo Qinbing did not want to be an enemy until he had no alternative. Especially this Emperor of the Divine Embryo Realm, he is also a Tianzhou Emperor in his early 20s. If you are an enemy of such a person, if you can't kill him, I'm afraid it will bring disaster to Xuanbing Palace. You Xuanbing Palace destroyed the Kanglin League and the Black Dragon Merchant Guild successively, and arrested my deceased to force me to show up. Now you can think of this in one sentence. Since I, Jiang Chen, said about stepping down Xuanbing Palace today, I will never break my promise. Jiang Chen's icy laughter resounded throughout the world, and the endless flame sword aura in the burning heaven sword region directly slashed down at the 9 Luo Qinbing below. Thousands of flame sword auras are rampant and domineering in the burning heaven sword realm, and several of the weaker divine soul realms were strangled by the flame sword aura almost instantly. Ah! The screams of screams resounded constantly in midair. In the burning heaven sword region, Luo Qinbing was the only one who was struggling to support, and the rest were all turned into nothingness. Jiang Chen's expression was indifferent. Just as he was about to control the burning sword region and launch the final blow against Luo Qinbing, a cold anger came from the depths of Xuanbing Palace. Boy, stop this emperor. If you dare to attack her, this emperor will punish your 9 clan. With this angry cold voice resounded, a mighty and majestic aura, like the dragon awakened from ancient times, with unmatched ice pressure, filled the sky above Qinzufeng. Facing the surging weather in Xuanbing Palace, Jiang Chen ignored it. He controlled the burning heaven sword domain without expression, strangling Luo Qinbing in the sword domain instantly. Boy, you destroy the foundation of my Xuanbing Palace and kill my beloved. If Xuantian doesn't kill you today, I will swear not to be a man. Senran angry laughter resounded through the world, and a white figure finally rose into the sky from the depths of Xuanbing Palace, and appeared in front of Jiang Chen in no time. The surrounding space seemed to be frozen by a monstrous chill. Chapter 1242, The Battle Between the Emperors of the Godborn Realm. A monstrous chill filled the void, but Jiang Chen was not affected at all. His eyes settled calmly on the white shadow in front of him. What appeared in front of Jiang Chen was a middle-aged man wearing a white robe with a long body. The middle-aged man has white hair, and his face is indifferent, and his body is extremely terrifying, like 1,000 years of profound ice, iced in the sky. He stood there like this, and countless ice crystals were condensed in the space of hundreds of meters, like a field of ice. Palace Master Xuanbing, Xuantian has come. Looking at the white-robed figure in the void, Long Tianwu and Kang Wuya couldn't help but sink slightly. Xuantian, the palace lord of the Xuanbing Palace of the 3-star power, the king of the divine embryo for hundreds of years in the northern coastal region of Megatron. Even though Jiang Chen broke through the divine embryo realm, this battle might not be easy. It's the palace owner. The palace owner finally made a move. Many disciples of Xuanbing Palace saw Zhan Tianhe in the sky, and they were all excited. The master of Xuanbing Palace, Zhan Tianhe, exists in the hearts of many Xuanbing Palace disciples like a myth. Now that Zhan Tianhe makes a move, it will definitely be able to suppress Jiang Chen and resolve the danger in Xuanbing Palace. Jiang Chen, you destroy my sect and kill my 9 soul elders in Xuanbing Palace. Today, I, Xuantian, swear here that I will smash you into thousands of pieces, punish your 9 races, and wash away today's humiliation with blood. Zhan Tianhe stared at Jiang Chen sternly. His murderous intent was overwhelming, and the whole world was stirred, and everyone trembled. Zhan Tianhe, if you are at your peak at this moment, I might still be afraid of you by 3 points. Just based on your current state, I am afraid that you have not killed me, but you killed yourself first. Jiang Chen's eyes swept over Zhan Tianhe's body, and a slight sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. He now finally understands why he has been arguing in front of Xuanbing Palace for a long time, massacring all the Divine Soul Realm experts in Xuanbing Palace, why this guy has been so slow to show up. With Jiang Chen's eyesight, he could see the situation of Zhan Tianhe clearly at a glance. Although the strength of Zhan Tianhe is not weak, it should have reached the level of the 3rd stage of the divine birth. There seemed to be an accident in his body, he had been dead soon, and he could only use a secret method to make himself fall asleep in order to maintain his life as much as possible. If it were not for Luo Qinbing's crisis, which triggered the imprint Zhan Tianhe left on him, I am afraid Zhan Tianhe would still not wake up. Today's Xuantian couldn't use his own strength at all. The more power he uses, it will only make himself die faster. Why is Jiang Chen afraid of Xuantian in this state? Can you kill you? You'll know soon. When you kill you, take your corpse and go to the 5 holy cities to receive a reward. The emperor's physical problems will naturally be solved. Zhan Tianhe's voice fell, and the terrifying cold energy instantly filled the space of 100 meters above Jiang Chen's head, forming a realm. Xuantian explored an ancient relic, and caused an accident in his body because he moved something that shouldn't be moved. Zhan Tianhe has been trying to find a way to recover his body, but he has no clue. Until a year ago, the 5 holy cities offered a reward for the wanted order, which undoubtedly gave Zhan Tianhe hope. The reason why Xuanbing Palace would disdain all costs and look for Jiang Chen's whereabouts was all an order from Zhan Tianhe. Because as long as he catches Jiang Chen, he can get a way to recover his body from the 5 holy cities. In order to find the whereabouts of Jiang Chen, only then would Xuanbing Palace attack the Candlin League and the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce who had a relationship with Jiang Chen. So as to attract Jiang Chen to appear. Zhan Tianhe's goal was achieved, and Xuanbing Palace successfully attracted Jiang Chen to cast himself into the net. Thousands of calculations. Zhan Tianhe didn't count it anyway. Jiang Chen turned out to be an emperor of the divine birth realm. The 10 great soul kings in Xuanbing Palace were easily killed by Jiang Chen. Up to now, he can only take action personally to capture Jiang Chen. Zhan Tianhe also knew that with his current state, it was not appropriate to fight Jiang Chen for a long time, so he directly displayed the emperor's domain as soon as he shot it. Frozen snow. As Zhan Tianhe's cold voice fell, I saw in the cold field a bunch of white and flawless snowflakes ghostly falling down. Snow fell down, and the space in the cold field also began to freeze. The space with a radius of 100 meters is completely frozen, like a piece of black ice floating in the void. And Jiang Chen, who was in this space, was completely frozen by that Beizong Xuanbing. The palace lord is mighty, then Jiang Chen is dead. Many disciples of Xuanbing Palace saw this scene and couldn't help but cried out with excitement. They have not had time to start celebrating. Amidst the Beizong profound ice, a burning sky golden flame soared up into the sky, directly breaking through a large hole in the frozen space. A black shadow has already flew out from the 100 Jiang profound ice. This guy is not dead. Many Xuanbing Palace disciples looked at this scene, all of them pale in awe. Xuantian, your ice-covered snow domain is nothing more than that. Come and not be indecent, let's let you see the power of my domain. Jiang Chen stood proudly in the void, with a faint sound resounding through the world. The dazzling fiery red sword domain, the endless wind and shadow killing domain, and the lightning thunder of God Thunder Purgatory, almost appeared in the void one after another. Burning heaven sword domain, wind shadow killing domain, God Thunder Purgatory, 3 domains superimposed, kill. In the void, Jiang Chen is like a demon, censored, of the world, controlling 3 different domain forces one after another to suppress the Xuantian River. This kid actually comprehend the power of 3 domains. Zhan Tianhe saw this scene before him, and finally his expression couldn't help but change drastically. Originally, Zhan Tianhe thought that this son had just broken through the divine birth realm. Even if he was no longer at the peak, he should be able to easily suppress it. But Jiang Chen's combat power really exceeded Zhan Tianhe's imagination. Not only did this kid easily break his frozen snow domain, but the backhand was the superposition of the 3 domains to kill him. The emperor of the divine birth realm, who understands the power of various fields, will undoubtedly be stronger. According to Zhan Tianhe, some Tianzhou emperors on the Shenwu continent who understand the power of the 2 domains can be respected at the same level. And this guy in front of him would turn out to be the emperor of heaven who had comprehended the power of the 3 domains. Such emperors of Tianzhou, even if they are new to the divine womb, their combat power must reach an extremely terrifying level. Zhan Tianhe's expression was extremely gloomy. He took a deep breath, and the breath of the 3rd stage of the divine fetus burst out with all his strength. He has no time to take care of physical problems, so he can only fight Jiang Chen with all his strength. Chapter 1243. After today, there will be no Xuanbing Palace in Zhongzhou. Zhan Tianhe exerted his full strength in his ice domain, trying to freeze and suppress the superimposed power of Jiang Chen's 3 domains. The superimposed power of Jiang Chen's 3 domains was more than a star and a half stronger than his ice domain. Before his ice domain had completely frozen the surrounding space, it had been shattered by Jiang Chen's domain power. Zhan Tianhe, whose body was already overloaded, immediately spouted out a mouthful of blood under Jiang Chen's blow. The terrifying power directly blasted Zhan Tianhe's body from the void to the ground. Zhan Tianhe's body smashed a deep gully 100 meters long on the crystal square below, and countless crystal shards sputtered around. Impossible. How could the palace master be defeated? How could this kid have such terrifying strength? Many Xuanbing Palace disciples had their eyes dull at the moment, and they could hardly believe their eyes. This is the palace lord of their Xuanbing Palace, invincible in the emperor of the divine birth realm for hundreds of years in the northern coastal area. Such a strong person was so easily defeated by Jiang Chen. Where did this guy come from? It's too cruel. I didn't expect Zhan Tianhe to lose like this. Long Tianwu and Kang Wuya watched this scene, and their faces also showed unconcealed shock. As soon as he entered the divine birth realm, he was the Emperor Tianzhou who had mastered the 3 imperial domains, turning his hand to suppress the old Emperor Zhan Tianhe. Jiang Chen, this guy is really evil. Just when everyone was shocked, a cough suddenly came from the center of Crystal Square. I saw Xuantian climb up from the ravine with difficulty. He was covered in color and looked extremely embarrassed. The snow-white robe on his body had been dyed red with blood. On his head, there was also blood flowing down his face, making his whole person look very hideous. Zhan Tianhe gasped heavily. He raised his head and looked at the figure in the void that stepped down like a god. His pupils couldn't help but shrank in amazement, only feeling a shadow of death spreading in his heart. Damn boy, when my body recovers, I must make this boy pay 10 times the price. Zhan Tianhe was frightened and furious. Zhan Tianhe did not dare to stay at all, his only choice now was to escape. With his current state, if he continues, I am afraid he will really fall here today. When he moved his palm, the space in front of him was twisted. Just at the moment when Zhan Tianhe was about to step into the distorted space, a majestic space force spread out from the twisted space, and instantly shattered the twisted space into nothingness. Jiang Chen's figure also slowly emerged in front of Zhan Tianhe. Xuantian, you can't run away. Looking at Zhan Tianhe, who was languid in front of him, Jiang Chen couldn't hear the slightest emotion in his faint voice. Feeling Jiang Chen's killing intent, Zhan Tianhe's eyes were instantly filled with a blood-red color, and his hideous face also passed a touch of madness. Little bastard, don't deceive people too much. If you want to kill the emperor, even if the emperor is dead, he will drag you to my funeral. Senran's words fell. Xuantian rushed directly to Xuantian, and the dantian that came out of his chest quickly expanded, as if it were a rapidly expanding balloon. Do you want to defuse my god? Seeing Zhan Tianhe's crazy behavior, Jiang Chen's feet were a little bit empty, and he instantly opened 100 feet away from Zhan Tianhe. A cyan sword domain instantly formed in the void, shrouded towards Xuantian River. The cyan sword field had just taken shape, and Xuantianhe's dantian suddenly expanded to a terrifying point. A shocking explosion, resounding through the world. The terrifying air wave of destruction, like a tsunami, surging violently centered on the Xuantian River, suddenly hit the barrier of the cyan sword domain. The cyan sword domain became violently fluctuating under the impact of the destruction air wave. The cyan brilliance on the surface of the barrier was also flickering, and it quickly became a bit weak. The destroying chi wave failed to break through the enchantment in the end, and was abruptly blocked by the cyan sword domain. Time and space sword domain. Jiang Chen has mastered nearly 1/5 of the heaven-defying martial arts. After Jiang Chen broke through the divine birth realm, the power that broke out was beyond imagination. Even if Zhan Tianhe blew his divine fetus, he still failed to break through the barrier of the time and space sword domain. And the soul of Zhan Tianhe, because he could not break through the time and space sword domain, escaped in time, and was annihilated directly under the destructive energy of his own explosion. Xuantian, the palace lord of the 3-star power Xuanbing Palace and the emperor of the divine birth realm, has completely fallen. Palace master. Just killed by Jiang Chen. Many disciples of Xuanbing Palace looked pale, like a concubine. In Xuanbing Palace, a strong man in the divine birth state and 10 kings in the soul state were slaughtered by Jiang Chen alone. Their Xuanbing Palace, this time is completely finished. After today, the Xuanbing Palace is disbanded, and there will be no Xuanbing Palace in Zhongzhou continent. Stay if you are willing to surrender, leave if you don't want to. Whoever claims to be a disciple of Xuanbing Palace will kill without mercy. Killing Xuantian in an understatement, Jiang Chen stood proudly in the void of the square like a king of the world, his faint voice shocked the audience. Finished. Jiang Chen ignored the shivering group of Xuanbing Palace disciples, and fell directly in front of Long Tianwu. You guys, I'm sorry, this time I'm hurting you all. Looking at the people in front of him, Jiang Chen couldn't help showing an apologetic look on his face. This has nothing to do with you, everything is that Xuanbing Palace is too insidious and cruel, and it does nothing to achieve the goal. Long Tianwu shook his head and smiled lightly. I thought I would definitely die this time. Now not only has I survived, but I have also witnessed the destruction of Xuanbing Palace. It is already very good. Ha ha, brother Long is right, Kang undoubtedly laughed heartily. The most gratifying thing in my life, Kang Wuya, is that you have a disciple like you out of the door. Xuanbing Palace is the only 3-star power in the northern coastal area. It has been passed down for thousands of years and has a rich heritage. Now that I step down on Xuanbing Palace, the two of you can take over the power of Xuanbing Palace, which should increase the strength of the Candlin League and the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce. Jiang Chen didn't bother with this issue, and smiled directly to the two. Jiang Chen, in fact, Brother Wuya and I had a common idea when you killed Zhan Tianhe. Long Tianwu and Kang Wuya looked at each other, and then said solemnly, we want to merge the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce and the Kanglan Alliance, and you will bring you all to build a new 3-star power with the background of Xuanbing Palace. Chapter 1244, Ding. You have successfully comprehended the Soul Destruction Seal. Create a new Samsung power. Hearing Long Tianwu's words, Jiang Chen couldn't help but was slightly taken aback. Obviously he didn't expect the two of them to have such thoughts. Jiang Chen, besides Xuanbing Palace, there are more than a dozen 2-star forces in this northern coastal area. The Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce and the Kanglan Alliance are almost the weakest among these 2-star forces. Even if you let us accept the power of Xuanbing Palace, we won't have that ability. Therefore, we intend to merge all forces, and you will lead everyone to control the entire coastal area. Kang Wuya also said slowly. Both the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce and the Kanglan Alliance are 2-star forces with little background. In mainland China, 2-star forces like them are almost the weakest existence and can be bullied. If under the leadership of Jiang Chen, a powerful 3-star overlord force could be established, how could they be so embarrassed by a Xuanbing Palace like they are now? Are you sure you want to do this? Jiang Chen looked at the two with a solemn expression on his face, and said in a deep voice, I am wanted by the 5 holy cities. If you choose to join me, is that an enemy of the 5 holy cities? Ha ha, if you are an enemy, then you are an enemy. We can become the enemy of the 5 holy cities in Zhongzhou, and we are worth living. Long Tianwu looked at each other and smiled. What's more, we can trust your talent. I am afraid it will not be long, even the 5 holy cities will not help you. 3 years ago. Jiang Chen is nothing but a hairy boy who condenses the pill realm, but now he has become a divine birth realm emperor with a manpower overwhelming the 3-star power. If it were given to Jiang Chen for another 3 years, how far would he grow? Even if he stepped on the 5 holy cities of Zhongzhou alone, it was not impossible. Well, since the two have this intention, then we will reform a Samsung force. But this matter is not in a hurry. You can first move the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce and the Kanglan League to integrate the resources of Xuanbing Palace. After I go to Yandi City, I will formally form a force when I come back. After Jiang Chen pondered for a moment, a sharp glow suddenly flashed across his eyes. The 5 holy cities in Zhongzhou have a long heritage and unpredictable heritage. He wants to fight against the 5 holy cities of Zhongzhou and form a powerful force of his own, which is imperative. Now that Long Tianwu and Kang Wuya have this intention, it is a good opportunity. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Long Tianwu's expressions changed involuntarily. Are you going to Yandi City? Jiang Chen nodded and said, now that my master Xiao Duli is missing, I will naturally go to Yandi City. If we can find the master, it will also greatly increase our strength. Regarding Jiang Chen's words, Long Tianwu and Kang Wuya could not deny them. The Burning Heaven Sword Emperor Xiao Duli was a divine fetal emperor in the mainland of Epicenter many years ago. If there were Jiang Chen and Xiao Duli, 2 divine birth emperors, the new forces they formed would really become the first-class forces in the Central State continent in one fell swoop. Jiang Chen, the 5 holy cities want you and the Burning Sword Emperor Xiao Duli. We still don't know what the situation is in Yandi City, so let me send someone to find out the situation first. Long Tianwu thought for a while. As a 4-star sacred place that has been passed down for thousands of years, Yandi City is naturally far from Xuanbing Palace. Even if Jiang Chen is already the emperor of the divine embryo realm, it would be a very dangerous thing to rush to Yandi City. Once Jiang Chen appears in Yandi City, the 5 holy cities will soon receive news from Jiang Chen, and Jiang Chen's situation will be even more dangerous. And if Jiang Chen stays in the northern coastal area, they can block the news as long as they quickly control this area, so that the 5 holy cities will not be able to know the whereabouts of Jiang Chen in a short time. With Jiang Chen's talent, as long as he concentrates on practicing for 3 to 5 years, he will surely become the top peerless emperor in Zhongzhou mainland. Even in the 5 holy cities, I am afraid that Jiang Chen has to be jealous of 3 points. Well, you may send someone to investigate first, and by the way, learn about the situation of Jingyunmen. Although Jiang Chen didn't know what Long Tianwu was thinking, he didn't refuse. He really didn't know anything about the situation of the 5 holy cities, and he didn't know what Yandi City's attitude was in this matter. It would be good to find out about the situation first. Jiang Chen was very clear about the strength of the 5 holy cities. Even if he was going to Yandi City, Jiang Chen needed to prepare some whole cards to strengthen his strength. At least before going to Yandi City, he had to successfully comprehend the first seal of the human emperor's seal. After discussing with Long Tianwu and Kang Wuya for a while, the two of them began to take over Xuanbing Palace and were busy with various things. Including Kang Qinghai, Lu Lingzhu and others, all returned to the Kandlin League, preparing to move the Kandlin League. But Jiang Chen went to a secret room deep in Xuanbing Palace to practice. Jiang Chen's biggest goal this time in retreat is to understand the first seal of the Emperor's seal, Soul Destruction Seal. The seal of Human Emperor is a martial art of martial arts left by his father Jiang Wuya, and its power is definitely not in the time and space sword domain. If he can master it, it will definitely become his big hole card against the 5 holy cities. When crossing the endless seas, Jiang Chen had already enlightened the Soul Destruction Seal by 2/3. Now that he is fully comprehending, within half a month, he should be able to successfully master the Soul Destruction Seal. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate anymore. With a wave of his palm, the Human Emperor seal appeared directly in front of him. Ding! You can comprehend the Imperial Seal of the martial arts scholar, trigger a 100-fold comprehension. Ding! Your comprehension of the first seal of the Human Emperor Seal of the Soul Seal has increased by 100,000th. With the passage of time, Jiang Chen's comprehension of Soul Destruction Seal is getting closer and closer to completion. In Jiang Chen's ear, a long-awaited pleasing tone finally sounded. Ding! You have successfully comprehended the first seal of the Human Emperor's Seal, the Soul Seal. The first seal of the Emperor's Seal was finally successfully mastered. Feeling the soul-killing mark that had been completely imprinted in the depths of his mind, Jiang Chen couldn't help but explode. This man's Emperor's Seal is worthy of a martial arts, just the first seal, the power is already terrifying. The Soul Destruction Seal, just like its name, is a seal that can obliterate the soul. Although Jiang Chen didn't know how powerful he could achieve this seal. But even in the face of Xuantian at its peak, Jiang Chen was confident that Yian easily killed the opponent's spirit. This is still without using the secret method. If there is the blessing of Dian Cloud swallowing technique, even the Emperor of the 4th stage of the Divine Womb, he may not be able to obliterate it. Chapter 1245, People's Palace. After successfully mastering the Soul Destruction Seal, Jiang Chen did not choose to continue practicing in retreat. Since he decided to use Xuanbing Palace as the foundation to establish a power, he had to build this place. The founder of Xuanbing Palace, Zhang Wuji, was a warrior who practiced the Ice Road. Most of the martial arts he inherited are based on this. Zhang Wuji used a 7-rank formation to gather 10,000 years of cold air from the bottom of the ground, and forcibly used this place to form 1,000 snow peaks, creating a paradise for practitioners of the Ice Road. Jiang Chen is here to rebuild his power, so naturally he can't just act as the master of Bingdao. He planned to destroy the original formation of Xuanbing Palace, rearrange a new 7th-rank formation, and change the world. Sitting cross-legged in the sky above Xuanbing Palace, Jiang Chen's eyes quickly passed by the Xuanbing Palace below, and his sharp sword fingers continued to cut through the space, moving towards the Xuanbing Palace. All directions flew out, successive explosions resounded over Qinzufeng. Jiang Chen's actions quickly attracted the attention of everyone below. Even Kang Wuya and others, who were busy setting up the Kandlin League disciples, couldn't help but looked at Jiang Chen in midair. What exactly is Jiang Chen going to do? Lu Lingzhu looked at Jiang Chen in midair, and a curious look appeared in his beautiful eyes. As the king of the Soul Realm, Kang Wuya instantly felt the changes in his surroundings, and couldn't help but said in a deep voice, he should be destroying Xuanbing Palace's Zhen Palace formation and changing the appearance of this ground. With Kang Wuya's voice fell, everyone was shocked to discover that the snow on Chenshui Peak had begun to melt. Even the ice crystals covering the surface of Xuanbing Palace quickly dissipated at a speed visible to the naked eye. It took less than half a day. All the snow on Chenshui Peak melted, exposing the lush forest below. The Xuanbing Palace, which was originally like a crystal palace, has also retreated from its crystal clear and gorgeous coat and turned into a simple palace built of bluestone. Although Jiang Chen destroyed the formation of the formation so that it no longer affected the surrounding environment, he did not destroy the foundation of the underground formation. Now that Xuanbing Palace has surrendered, he has established a new power based on Xuanbing, and there are many warriors who practice ice. Jiang Chen didn't want to completely waste the chill that had accumulated for thousands of years in the ground. He slightly changed the underground formation base, moved the formation eye to a separate hall, and then rearranged the formation method to confine the cold air to create an exclusive holy land for ice cultivation. Solved the cold underground. Jiang Chen began to wonder what kind of mountain protection formation to arrange. After breaking through the 7th stage mage, Jiang Chen already had countless 7th stage ancient formations in his mind. In the end, Jiang Chen decided to deploy the 7th-rank peak ancient formation Hunyuan Heavenly Sword Formation. This formation is the advanced version of the 6th stage ancient formation 9-turn Heavenly Sword Formation that Jiang Chen deployed when he was in the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce. Hunyuan Heavenly Sword Formation is an ancient form that integrates defense and killing. Once the Hunyuan Heavenly Sword Formation is successfully set up, only one Divine Soul Realm King will be in charge of the formation, and the power of the formation will be able to defeat the 9 Divine Soul King. And its power will change with the strength of the formation controller. The stronger the cultivation base, the greater the power to control the Hunyuan Heavenly Sword Array. If he personally controls the Hunyuan Heavenly Sword Formation, even if 2 or 3 emperors from the early stage of the Divine Embrace realm join forces to attack, he can easily kill them. The power of this Hunyuan Heavenly Sword Formation is not inferior to some 8-rank formations. Although the Hunyuan Heavenly Sword Formation is very powerful, it is also very difficult to arrange. Even with Jiang Chen's current formation skills, it is not an easy task. Start the formation. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, and quickly drew sword-shaped formations in midair with both hands, hitting out to the surrounding hall below. This guy is still proficient in formations. He destroyed the original formations of Xuanbing Palace, and now he wants to set up a new formation here. Kang Wuya saw this scene and couldn't help being shocked. Although he is not proficient in formations, he can also see that the formation Jiang Chen wants to arrange is not low level, at least it is a formation above rank 7. Could it be that this guy is still a 7th tier array mage? Before joining the Candlin League, Jiang Chen's eldest brother Beast Trainer and Alchemy Master both reached the 6th rank level, and now it is more proficient in one formation. It is not surprising. Lu Lingzu gave a chuckle, which seemed quite natural. After witnessing one after another miracle created by Jiang Chen, in Lu Lingzu's eyes, Jiang Chen was almost omnipotent. Kang Wuya didn't know what to say at this moment. In the history of Shenwu continent, there has never been a shortage of geniuses, and many of them have appeared to the extreme in a certain way. But like Jiang Chen, almost every aspect of the evil spirits is to the extreme, really unheard of in the ages. When Kang Wuya was amazed, Jiang Chen struck out in all directions one after another. Jiang Chen drew a total of 360 sword-shaped formations, covering the palace below. Finally, it's almost there. Now that the formation is complete, you only need to refine a Hunyuan Heavenly Sword order as the formation I to successfully activate the Hunyuan Heavenly Sword formation. After the formation was completed, Jiang Chen finally showed a rare smile on his slightly tired face. Leader Kang, I have deployed the 7th stage ancient formation Hunyuan Heavenly Sword formation to protect the mountains. But this formation can only be activated by refining a sword order. I will give you a list of materials, please get these materials together as soon as possible. Jiang Chen stood up, slowly stepped down into the air, and landed directly in front of Kang Wuya. But you don't want to call me the leader of Kang League. There are no rules and no squares. Now we are establishing a new 3-star power here, naturally it is you. Now that the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce, Candlin League, and Xuanbing Palace are almost merged, should you give us a name? Kang Wuya nodded and smiled. Jiang Chen pondered slightly, just call it Human Palace. Human Palace. What a good name. A look of surprise flashed across Kang Wuya's eyes. He looked at Jiang Chen and said solemnly, now that the news of the destruction of Xuanbing Palace has spread in the coastal area, we'd better spread the news of the establishment of the Human Emperor Palace as soon as possible to stabilize the situation in the coastal area. Jiang Chen nodded, his proud voice resounded instantly. In that case, let the news go. 3 months later, I, Jiang Chen, will be here to formally establish a 3-star power palace. The entire coastal area should be respected by the Palace of Humans, and offenders should be killed. Chapter 1246, News from the Cloud Gate. A shocking news, like a hurricane, directly swept the entire coastal area. Xuanbing Palace is destroyed. This 3-star overlord force that suppressed the coastal region for thousands of years was destroyed by Jiang Chen, who was wanted by the 5 holy cities. Jiang Chen suppressed Xuanbing Palace with 1 man and sword, and exterminated the 10 great soul kings in Xuanbing Palace. Even Zantianhe, the lord of the Xuanbing Palace and the emperor of the divine fetal realm, fell into Jiang Chen's hands. Jiang Chen will also establish the Palace of the People in 3 months to dominate the coastal areas. As soon as the news came out, the entire coastal area was shaken, and countless people were shocked by it. One person suppresses the Samsung overlord. How cruel and overbearing this is. Many forces in the coastal areas are panicking. Soon, some forces chose to support Jiang Chen, respecting the palace of humans. More people chose to wait and see temporarily. Although Jiang Chen was powerful enough to destroy Xuanbing Palace alone, he was wanted by the 5 holy cities. If the 5 holy cities learn the news, how can Jiang Chen successfully build the palace of human emperor? Zhongzhou has a vast territory, remote location along the northern coast, and hundreds of millions of miles away from the 5 holy cities, and it is not easy to transmit information. Even if it was the wanted order of the 5 holy cities, it took almost half a year before it spread in the coastal areas. The news that Jiang Chen wanted to erect the palace of human beings only spread in the coastal areas. Coupled with Kang Wuyu's deliberate blockade, at least for a short period of time, it is difficult for the 5 holy cities to know the news of the coastal areas. Just when the entire coastal area was shaking for the name of Jiang Chen. As the person involved, Jiang Chen didn't pay any attention to it. Instead, he directly took the materials collected by Kang Wuyu and directly refined the Hunyuan Heavenly Sword Order. Since he decided to release the news of the establishment of the human palace, he is not afraid of the people in the 5 holy cities to know. Although the 5 holy cities have a long heritage and unpredictable strength, it is impossible to send too much power to deal with him alone. The strongest emperor of the divine fetal realm on the face of Yandi City is his master Xiao Duli, the cultivation base of the 4 peaks of the divine fetus. The divine birth realm emperors on the bright side of other holy cities must not be much better than Master Xiao Duli. With his current strength, once he burst out with all his strength, it would be enough to kill the emperor of the 4-fold and even the 5-fold of the divine fetus. If you refine the formation order and activate the Hunyuan Heavenly Sword formation, your combat power can be doubled. As long as the old monsters hidden in the 5 holy cities are not born, even if 3 or 5 emperors of the divine birth state are killed, he will not be afraid. In a quiet secret room, Jiang Chen kept pinching complex seals with both hands, condensing the formation of the Hunyuan Heavenly Sword formation. It took a whole day and night. A golden dagger that came about 1 foot in the field was finally condensed in front of Jiang Chen. Hunyuan Heavenly Sword Order, finally completed. There was a flash of light in Jiang Chen's eyes, and he immediately grabbed the golden short sword in front of him, and appeared above the void. He controlled the golden dagger with both hands and quickly changed a mysterious handprint. Hunyuan Heavenly Sword formation, get up. It fell with a faint soft drink. I saw the golden dagger, which directly turned into golden light in the sky, scattered down like the sun shining on the earth. Under the guidance of the golden light turned by the golden dagger, the 360 golden light beams below rose up into the sky almost at the same time, echoing the scattered golden light. The sky full of golden light merges with 360 golden light beams, turning into a powerful golden formation enchantment, covering all the palaces below it. The ancient 7-rank formation Hunyuan Heavenly Sword formation was finally successfully activated by Jiang Chen. Is this the Hunyuan Heavenly Sword formation arranged by Jiang Chen? It really is not as powerful as usual. Kang Wuyu looked up at the golden formation enchantment in midair, shocked in his heart. The sword power of the Hunyuan Heavenly Sword formation, which merged with the power of heaven and earth, reached an extremely terrifying point. Even the King of Soul 9 layers, facing the sword power of the Hunyuan Heavenly Sword formation, I am afraid they will be easily strangled. Hunyuan Heavenly Sword formation, hidden. Activating the Hunyuan Heavenly Sword formation, Jiang Chen joined his hands in the void, and saw the mighty golden formation enchantment, which instantly dissipated without a trace in the void. After Jiang Chen concealed the Hunyuan Heavenly Sword formation, he was about to return to the closed room to practice, but Kang Wuyu's figure suddenly heard from his ears. "Hall Lord, there is news from Elder Long." When Jiang Chen heard this, his body flashed directly in front of Kang Wuyu. He looked at the complexion Kang Wuyu and asked directly, "Let's talk about it, what exactly did Elder Long find out?" Although the Human Emperor Palace has not yet been officially established, Kang Wuyu and others have begun to call Jiang Chen the Palace Master. And Kang Wuyu and Long Tianwu, 2 Soul Realm Kings, were also appointed by Jiang Chen as the elders of the Human Palace, in charge of many matters. According to the news from Elder Long, Yandi City issued an order to expel you and the Burning Sword Emperor Xiao Duli from Yandi City. As for Yandi City's attitude towards wanting you, it is still unclear. But A major event is about to happen at Jingyan Gate recently. It is said that the Emperor of the Divine Embryo Realm of God Wind City will go to Jingyan Gate to ask for Sin 3 days later. Kang Wuya said slowly. The people of God Wind City want to go to Jingyan Gate and ask for Sin. When Jiang Chen heard Kang Wuya's words, a cold light flashed in his eyes. It seems that the 5 holy cities are planning to do something against Jingyan sect. Yes, because the palace master possesses the secret technique of the town sect of the Shocking Cloud Gate, the Great Yan Swallowing Cloud technique. The 5 holy cities believe that you are closely related to the Shocking Cloud Gate. For a long time, the 5 holy cities have been putting pressure on the Jingyan sect and asking about your whereabouts, but they haven't taken any direct action. Now they seem to be uncomfortable, ready to take action on Jingyan Gate. When Kang Wuya spoke, a solemn expression flashed across his brows. Now that Jingyunmin has been accused by the 5 holy cities, with Jiang Chen's temperament, he will definitely not sit idly by. Once Jiang Chen went to Jingyan Gate this time, he was bound to be exposed to the eyes of the 5 holy cities. Their palace of human emperor, which has not been officially established, might really be facing the 5 holy cities. What a 5 holy cities in Zhongzhou! The cold light flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes, and the whole person instantly became murderous. Because of the wanted warrants in the 5 holy cities, almost all those connected with him were brutally persecuted. Now that the 5 holy cities want to take action against Jingyan sect, how can he just ignore it? He will definitely go to Jingyan Gate in person and meet the emperor of the Kamikaze city for a while. If anyone dares to startle a hair at the Cloud Gate under his nose, kill. Chapter 1247, Guild of the Holy City. To the north of Jingyan City, thousands of miles away, here is an extremely majestic and steep mountain range. Clouds and mist surround the mountains, and countless towering ancient trees are dotted among them. On the sinister peak, there are still many buildings standing faintly. This mountain range is where the sect of the 3-star power shocked the Cloud Gate. The Shocking Cloud Gate was created by the great Shocking God Emperor 5,000 years ago. Jingyunmin has a long heritage and full heritage. At its peak, it was the top 3-star bulk in the epicenter state. In its peak period, Jingyunmin, except for the birth of no emperor of the market, its strength is not inferior to the 4-star holy lands such as the 5 holy cities. Only later, the Jingtian divine emperor brought the 5 great divine feudal emperors of the Jingyan Gate, and somehow disappeared in the Zhongzhou mainland, causing the Jingyan Gate's vitality to be severely injured and a lot of decline since then. In the center of Jingyan Gate, on a high mountain peak, there is a huge square that cuts across. At the forefront of the square, a middle-aged man in a silver robe with a handsome face and extraordinary bearing stood proudly with his hands behind him. It was Yun Jingtian, the master of Jingyunmin. Beside Yun Jingtian, there was a white-haired old man with a fairy style and a beautiful woman wearing a purple dress. If Jiang Chen was here at this moment, he would be able to recognize the identity of the two at a glance. The white-haired old man is the Tianshuan old man who helped him get out of trouble on Xuanyang Mountain. And the purple-clothed woman, shockingly passed on his Dian cloud swallowing technique on the island, Yun Zian. Behind the 3 of them, hundreds of elder disciples from the shocked Cloud Gate stood quietly, and the atmosphere seemed solemn. And around the Jingyan Gate, there are also many powerful figures standing above the void, and occasionally there are 1 or 2 chattering and laughing sounds that slowly spread across the sky. Tisk tusk. Today's 5 holy cities shocked the Cloud Gate, and the shocked Cloud Gate is about to end. Who makes Jingyunmin have a close relationship with Jiang Chen, who is wanted by the 5 holy cities? It is said that they even passed the secret technique to Jiang Chen. This time, Jingyan sect was killed by Jiang Chen. Shocked inside the Cloud Gate, Yun Zian heard the discussion in the sky, and her beautiful eyes couldn't help but chill. These people, really, when we are shocked that the Cloud Gate does not exist anymore. I'm afraid they really think so in their hearts. The 5 holy cities are 4-star holy sites that have been passed down for tens of thousands of years. I'm afraid no one would think that we Jingyunmin can compete with the 5 holy cities. These guys appear here, the purpose is to wait for us to fall, and then take advantage of the fire to rob and divide the forces that have shocked the Cloud Gate. The old man Tianshuan sneered. A bunch of snobs, don't bother. Mo has already calculated my shock to the Cloud Gate today. Although it seems dangerous, it is also an opportunity to shock the Cloud Gate. As long as you survive this catastrophe, Jingyunmin will soar into the sky from now on, and even return to its former peak. It is not impossible. Yun Jingtian smiled lightly, his expression extremely calm. Perhaps everyone now thinks that Jingyunmen and Jiang Chen are destined to be destroyed by the 5 holy cities. But how can these ordinary people know what kind of existence Jiang Chen is? Destiny. This is a person born in accordance with the destiny, an existence that can change his fate against the sky and dominate the destiny of the Shenwu continent. Such a character, no one can stop him at all. Yun Jingtian has no doubt. Even if it is the 5 holy cities in Zhongzhou, choosing Jiang Chen as an enemy will definitely pay a heavy price for it. Boom. As the 3 of them were talking, a rumbling sound suddenly came from the distant sky. I saw 3 human figures piercing the sky like meteors, rolling in the void carrying the might of the overwhelming emperor. Before the people arrived, a cold shout filled with the intent of killing, resounded mightily in this sky. Shenfeng Chengfeng Huaying, on behalf of the 5 holy cities, came to inquire and shock the Cloud Gate. Today, if Jingyunmen can't give the 5 holy cities a satisfactory explanation, Zhongzhou will never be surprised by the clouds. The mighty voice resounded through the world, and the countenance of the Cloud Gate disciples in the square suddenly changed. The people from the 5 holy cities have finally come. Yun Jingtian raised his head and stared at the void, and 3 powerful figures instantly appeared in his sight. The first old man in Xingyi is the famous Huaying god Emperor Feng Huaying in the Shenfeng city. Beside Feng Huaying, a man in a blood-clothed man in a silver robe with purple hair followed closely behind him. As soon as the 3 of them appeared, the monstrous emperor's power made the countless souls of the soul realm all around them tremble. Shenfeng city Huaying, god Emperor Feng Huaying, Tianwu city censored, killed Wu Emperor Wu Tianxia, shocking Thunder city, purple extreme thunder Emperor Lei Tianxiao. I didn't expect that your 5 holy cities actually sent out 3 emperors of the divine embryo realm, but I really can see me Jingyunmen. Yun Jingtian stared at the 3 figures in the void and couldn't help but smile faintly. The 3 emperors of the womb realm. The faces of many Jingyunmen disciples turned pale instantly. It seems that this time, the 5 holy cities really don't intend to leave Jingyunmen alive. Yun Jingtian, don't resist stubbornly. Although your Jingyunmen has a strong foundation, it is not worth mentioning in front of the 5 holy cities. As long as you obediently explain Jiang Chen's whereabouts, the emperor can consider leaving you a way out. Feng Huaying stared at Yun Jingtian coldly, and his indifferent voice resounded through the world again. Yun Jingtian's expression calmly said, Feng Huaying, I have already said very clearly, Jingyunmen does not know the whereabouts of Jiang Chen. Even if you ask the 5 holy cities 100 times, I still have this answer. Yun Jingtian, since you are so ignorant of good and bad, today the emperor will censor you to startle the Cloud Gate. You too, step down with me to start the Cloud Gate. Feng Huaying's complexion sank, and an overwhelming killing intent also spread from his body instantly. Yun Jingtian did not speak. His hands snapped together in front of his chest, and the surrounding clouds surged, instantly transforming into a huge formation enchantment, covering the entire shocking Cloud Gate. Yun Jingtian, relying on you to startle the Cloud Gate, this mountain guardian formation can't stop us today. Feng Huaying smiled contemptuously, and immediately said to the 2 people beside him, let's take action together and destroy this formation. Wu Tianxia and Lei Tianxiao nodded, then raised their palms at the same time and shook their hands against the formation enchantment below. With the 3 hands grasped, the terrifying space power immediately spread out, and the 3 invisible big hands were heavily grasped on the formation barrier of the Cloud Gate. Boom bang bang, the loud rumbling noise resounded like thunder in this sky. The combined blow of the 3 emperors of the divine embryo realm could hardly be resisted even by the shocking Cloud Gate. The formation enchantment became shaky under the attack of the 3. Chapter 1248, I'm here, what can you do? Get ready to fight, the mountain guard can't stop the joint attack of the 3 emperors. Old man Xuantian's expression sank slightly. Jingyunmen used to protect the mountain, because the founder of Jingyunmen opened the mountain, the god Emperor Jingtian suddenly disappeared, no one knew how to open it. Even though the old man Xuantian had broken through the 8th rank array mage, he couldn't penetrate it for a while. Today's guarding the mountain array was arranged by the old man Xuantian. This formation may be able to block the attack of a divine fetal emperor, but the combination of the 3 divine emperors can never stop it. You can hold one for a while, and leave the remaining 2 to me. Yun Jingtian took a deep breath, and there was a solemn look on his handsome face. The 5 holy cities directly sent 3 emperors of the divine birth realm to Jingyunmen, which was indeed a bit unexpected. Just as the 2 Yun Jingtian were talking, 3 more shocking collisions resounded in the air. Under the joint attack of the three emperors of the divine embryo realm, the formation enchantment was finally unable to withstand such a terrifying attack, making a sound like a broken mirror in the air. Yun Jingtian, this emperor will give you one last chance. If you continue to persevere, this emperor will kill the shocking cloud gate. The formation enchantment shattered and dissipated, and Feng Wang's cold drink resounded through the sky again. Yun Jingtian's eyes skyrocketed, and when he was about to fly to fight, he suddenly sensed that a violent spatial fluctuation spread from the void. Yun Jingtian suddenly looked up and saw that a space above the square suddenly became distorted. In that twisted space crack, Yun Jingtian vaguely sensed a familiar breath slowly spreading out. A cold voice also came from the cracks in the void. "Huh, Feng Wang, you have a big tone. I want to see if you have any ability to slaughter the Jingyan gate in my face." With this cold voice spread in the void, an indifferent black-clothed youth walked out directly from the cracks in the twisted space. "It's really this kid." Looking at the black-clothed youth who stepped out of the void, a rare smile finally appeared on Yun Jingtian's face. "Jiang Chen is here, and he is still coming with the power of the Emperor of the Divine Birth Realm." The legendary destiny did not disappoint him. The sudden scene also caused the Feng Wang three in the void to be taken aback. When they saw the face of the incoming person clearly, an unbelievable look appeared in their eyes. Feng Wang couldn't believe his eyes. He never thought that Jiang Chen, who had been wanted for a whole year in the 5 holy cities, would suddenly appear here. The breath radiating from Jiang Chen's body at this moment has reached the divine embryo realm. More than a year ago, when Jiang Chen came out of the remains of Emperor Zun, he had just broken through the divine soul realm, and was almost the same as the first genius of the God Wind City. Now that Feng Qingyi hasn't even broken through the 7th layer of divine soul, Jiang Chen has already become the emperor of divine embryo realm. Jiang Chen, who was once the first genius of the 5 holy cities, was left far behind by Jiang Chen. It was at the remains of Emperor Zun. Although Jiang Chen's performance was already very enchanting, they still did not expect Jiang Chen to be so enchanting. At the age of early 20s, he is already the emperor of the divine birth realm. Even in the nearly 10,000-year history of the Zhongzhou mainland, such enchanting is probably one of the few. Feng Wang and the others couldn't imagine, if Jiang Chen was given a few more years, how terrifying he could grow into. Just when Feng Wang's heart was so shocked, Jiang Chen's faint voice came from midair. "Yes, it's me, Feng Wang. I haven't seen you for a long time. Your prestige is not reduced." Around the shocking cloud gate, some onlookers could not help being dumbfounded when they saw this scene. "I didn't expect that Jiang Chen wanted by the 5 holy cities would have the courage to surprise Cloud Gate. Now that Feng Wang and other 3 emperors of the divine embryo are coming, this guy's appearance here is no different from looking for death." "Haha, Jiang Chen, I didn't expect you to take the initiative to come to Jingyunmen. It's really God's help." Feng Wang was shocked for a while, finally couldn't help laughing out loud. "This shocking cloud gate is not the site of your divine wind city. Why can't I come? Don't you want me in the 5 holy cities? Now that I am here, what can you do?" The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth rose slightly, but his faint voice seemed domineering. "Jiang Chen, don't think you have the right to be arrogant in front of the emperor if you break through the divine birth realm. Today, if you can leave this Jingyan gate safely, my Feng Wang name will be written upside down from now on." Feng Wang sneered coldly, and an imperceptible color of greed passed in his old eyes. As the elder of Shenfeng City, Feng Wang knows an unknown secret. Because in the remains of Emperor Zun, there was a disciple of Shenfeng City who saw Jiang Chen taking the Xuanming Pagoda with his own eyes. The treasure of Zun Emperor Zan Ming Pagoda in the remains of Zun Emperor is basically on Jiang Chen. The reason why Kamikaze City will unite the 5 holy cities to launch a wanted order against Jiang Chen at all costs is for the Xuanming Pagoda. The Xuanming Pagoda is the treasure of the quasi-emperor powerhouse Xuanming Holy Master. It not only contains the secret of breaking through the ruins of the Emperor realm, but also contains the lifelong collection of the Xuanming Holy Master. The lifelong resources left by a quasi-emperor, even Divine Wind City had to be jealous. Feng Wang even had a feeling. Jiang Chen's ability to break through the Divine Birth realm so quickly is probably also closely related to the Xuanming Pagoda. Today, even at all costs, he will definitely capture Jiang Chen back to God Wind City and seize the Zan Ming Pagoda from him. If you want to write the name upside down, you have to have that opportunity. Jiang Chen smiled contemptuously, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but raised a ghostly arc. "But, You can ask you to engrave your name upside down when God Wind City engraves the monument for you." Feng Huaying shouted in anger, and the powerful aura of the third stage of the divine fetus was also surging out instantly. "Feng Huaying, I have long heard of the name of the invisible, censored, Emperor of God Wind City. Today, I Yun Jingtian will come to meet you, a powerful man in the epicenter state mainland." Yun Jingtian let out a big laugh, his figure soaring into the sky facing Feng Huaying. The aura of the triple realm of the divine fetus also burst out with full force. "You too, take down Jiang Chen quickly." Feng Huaying's expression sank, and immediately he directly faced Yun Jingtian. The battle between the two emperors of the divine birth realm was about to start. Chapter 1249, shocked the audience with one enemy too. "Jiang Chen, let's get rid of it." When Feng Huaying and Yun Jingtian started the battle, the terrifying aura of Wu Tianxia and Lei Tianxiao's body also swept out against Jiang Chen in an instant. Two dignified emperors of the womb realm unexpectedly joined forces to attack a back kid. "Are you people in the 5 holy cities so shameless?" At this moment, an old sneer came from behind Jiang Chen in vain. Elder Tianxuan and Yun Zian brought 10 or so divine soul kings from the shocking cloud gate, and appeared directly beside Jiang Chen. "Jiang Chen, you just have to face Wu Tianxia, as for that Lei Tianxiao, leave it to us." Elder Tianxuan and Yun Zian looked at the familiar figure beside them, and their eyes were full of unconcealed exclamation. Even if they knew that Jiang Chen was extraordinary, he was born in compliance with the destiny. Jiang Chen could become the emperor of the divine embryo realm in just 2 or 3 years. Originally, the 5 holy cities sent 3 emperors to come this time, and the situation of shocking cloud gate was in jeopardy. Now that Jiang Chen, the emperor of the divine embryo realm, they have to deal with the situation in front of them, it will undoubtedly become much easier. "No, you can just watch the battle on the sidelines." Jiang Chen shook his head and chuckled. "There are only 2 emperors who have a womb and a high level, but why don't you let me? The realm of martial arts, 1 realm and 1 heaven. Especially after reaching the divine sea realm, every time a warrior breaks through a big realm, his strength will change qualitatively. Although the old man Tianxuan is the veteran king at the peak of the soul. But even if he joins forces with many divine soul realm powerhouses in the Jingyan Gate, it is not easy to block a divine embryo realm emperor. If you are not careful, someone might fall into it." The 2 divine wombs in the first order emperors in front of him could not pose a threat to him at all, and there was no need to let the old man Tianxuan take risks. "You don't want to be arrogant, the emperor wants to see, what is your ability to run wild in front of the emperor." Hearing Jiang Chen's words that didn't put them in his eyes, Wu Tianxia was furious and cut out a censored, long knife in the air. The blood-colored blade light of Beizong fell from the top of Jiang Chen's head like a blood-colored long rainbow piercing through the world. Looking at the censored, sword light coming from the cleavage, Jiang Chen looked very indifferent. I saw the space around him 100 meters round, like a bolt from the blue sky, instantly turning into thunderclouds. The endless power of thunder, like a dragon and a snake, constantly toss in the air. The censored blade light smashed into the thunder space, and was instantly strangled to shatter by the endless thunder power around it. What an overbearing thunder realm! Wu Tianxia's eyes suddenly shrunk, and then he said solemnly to Lei Tianxiao, "This kid is so powerful, he has many dreams, let's take action together." Lei Tianxiao nodded indifferently, and immediately stepped out of his feet. A realm space intertwined with thunder and lightning collided with the thunder space surrounding Jiang Chen. Wu Tianxia also condensed a censored realm of censored sword aura, and killed Jiang Chen. Can Jiang Chen really block the 2 divine fetal emperors? Seeing that the 2 great powerhouses of the divine embryo realm simultaneously used the emperor's domain to kill Jiang Chen, Yun Zian's expression could not help changing slightly. The old man Tianxuan smiled faintly. Believe him, since he said that, he should be sure of it. Like Jiang Chen, such a peerless arrogant, leapfrog battles are commonplace. At the beginning of the Jingyan mountain range, with the cultivation base of the early stage of Shanhai, the warriors in the late stage of Shanhai did not know the geometry. Now, even if Jiang Chen was promoted to the divine embryo realm not long ago, how could he treat it with common sense? Do you want to suppress me with the imperial realm? You 2 are not enough. You like to bully the less with more, right? Then I will let you see what is the real bully with less. Jiang Chen laughed arrogantly. The fiery red burning, heaven sword domain and the cyan wind shadow killing domain also quickly condensed around him. The superimposed power of the three domains directly collided with Wu Tianxia's domain power in the void. The forces of the five realms are intertwined in midair, and waves of violent destruction continued to spread out, and bursts of thunder resounding in the sky. Two slight muffled hums suddenly came from the void. Everyone was shocked to discover that the bodies of Wu Tianxia and Lei Tianxiao all flew upside down from the devastating storm, and stepped back nearly 100 meters into the void. This scene immediately caused everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. Whether it's the onlookers around, or Yun Xian and other people at the shocking cloud gate, there is incredible horror in their eyes. With one enemy and two, forcibly shaking the two divine womb realm emperors, it still has the absolute upper hand. The strength of this guy is really not ordinary horror. The one-man emperor is the emperor of Tianzhou who has mastered the three emperor domains, invincible in the same realm. I knew that this guy would not disappoint. The old man Tianshuan exclaimed, and the heart that had been hanging was completely relaxed. Haha. Good boy, it seems that Yun Mo still looks down on you a bit. On the other side, Yun Jingtian, who was fighting Feng Weiying, couldn't help but burst into laughter. Although he already looked at Jiang Chen very highly, he still didn't expect that Jiang Chen could defeat the two divine birth emperors with one enemy and two. With Jiang Chen here today, they startled the cloud gate, and they have no worries. Wu Tianxia, what are you two doing? You can't even get rid of a brat. Feng Weiying was frightened. Just like him, the master of Jingyan Gate, Yun Jingtian, has the same cultivation base in the third stage of the divine fetus, and his combat power is shocking. Now that he is constrained by Yun Jingtian, he can't free himself. If Wu Tianxia and Lei Tianxiao couldn't take Jiang Chen, wouldn't they return without success today? Hearing Feng Weiying's anger, Wu Tianxia's expressions also became a little unpleasant. This kid in front of him, but the Emperor Tianzhou who controls the three imperial realms, is so easy to deal with. Let's do our best together, you have to grab this for whatever you say today. Wu Tianxia took a deep breath, and a sharp glow of blood flashed across his eyes. Today Jiang Chen took the initiative to show up at the shocking cloud gate, and their three grand emperors came here. If they fail to take it down, what face will they have to stand in the five holy cities in the future? Jiang Chen's talent is so enchanting. At this moment, Wu Tianxia was full of deep fear of Jiang Chen. If this kid continues to grow, I am afraid this kid will really become a nightmare for their five holy cities. Chapter 1250. Two Emperors in One Seal. When Wu Tianxia spoke, the monstrous vitality suddenly surging out of his body. He nodded his hands, and a golden sword exuding domineering aura slowly condensed on the top of his head. The big sword is 100 meters long and looks like a dragon bird. The sharp blades around the blade make the surrounding space show a series of black cracks visible to the naked eye. What martial skill is this? Feeling the terrifying power emanating from the golden broadsword, Yun Xian and other individuals all changed color in amazement. The power of this martial art has completely surpassed the category of imperial martial arts. Could it be that what Wu Tianxia displayed was the legendary imperial grade martial arts failure? This trick of you is a bit interesting, it should be the quasi-emperor martial arts of Tianwu City. Seeing Wu Tianxia's display of martial arts, Jiang Chen couldn't help narrowing his eyes. He stayed in Yandi City for half a year, and he had some knowledge of the five holy cities in Zhongzhou. The five holy cities are descendants of the imperial realm of Guishu, with a long history and unfathomable heritage, and they also master the legendary martial arts of the emperor. The test of the inheritance of imperial martial arts is extremely difficult. Even in the tens of thousands of years of history in the five holy cities, there are only a handful of people who can truly master the emancipation of martial arts. Among the five holy cities, there are also some amazing geniuses. Although they didn't really get the imperial-grade martial arts spread, they created a new martial arts through comprehension of imperial-grade martial arts. These created martial arts have a taste of imperial martial arts, so they are called quasi-imperial martial arts. Jiang Chen, you have good eyesight, this is the quasi-emperor Wushui Lonk Heaven Sword of my Tianwu City. The emperor wants to see how you can stop me from this cut. Wu Tianxia smiled wildly with a smug face. A quasi-imperial martial artist has just learned it, but he is not qualified to be arrogant in front of me. Don't say it's just a quasi-emperor martial arts, even if you have mastered the real imperial martial arts, what fear do I have, Jiang Chen? Jiang Chen snorted disdainfully, and a bright light suddenly burst into his eyes. Jiang Chen's whole body has changed drastically, just like the high god, as if he penetrated everything, despised everything, and overlooked all beings. He indifferently looked at the dragon bird heavenly sword that was splitting and falling, and his right hand was slowly spreading out, his dantian womb was surging, and a black square the size of a palm was condensed in his palm. As the black square mark appeared in Jiang Chen's palm, a terrifying force that made the soul tremble also swept out in an instant. Even the emperor of the divine embryo realm, under this terrifying power, is full of heart palpitations. Some of the weaker Jingyunman disciples shivered under the pressure of this force, and couldn't help feeling like they wanted to worship Jiang Chen. It's such a terrifying power. Is this true imperial grade martial arts failure? Wu Tianxia was suddenly horrified. He already had a bad premonition that his own use of the dragon sparrow sky sword could not stop Jiang Chen's move. Lei Tianxiao, this kid's martial arts is too weird, don't hurry up to shoot together. Wu Tianxia was furious and hurriedly shouted to Lei Tianxiao on the side. Wu Tianxia shouted down, and the long heavenly sword instantly slashed across the sky and cut through the sky, like a bright golden rainbow, with unmatched power, slashing towards Jiang Chen. Lei Tianxiao naturally sensed the horror of Jiang Chen's blow. He took a deep breath, the monstrous silver power surging out, and instantly condensed a thunderous silver giant sword on top of his head. Above the silver giant sword, there was a terrifying aura that commanded the world to thunder. Nine Heavens Thunder Sword, cut. Lei Tianxiao is like the thunder god who controls thunder punishment, controlling the silver giant sword to cut down against Jiang Chen. Facing the strange and unpredictable Jiang Chen, Lei Tianxiao did not hesitate at all, and directly displayed the quasi-emperor martial arts of Jinglei City, the Nine Heavens Imperial Thunder Sword. The two divine birth realm emperors are fully exerting the strongest blow of the quasi-emperor's martial arts cohesion, and the power is terrifying to the extreme. I saw the thunder in the void, and the sword glowed across the sky. As if to smash Jiang Chen and the space around him. Jiang Chen, be careful. Seeing Wu Tianxia and Lei Tianxiao's destruction of the world, the expressions of Yun Zian and others suddenly changed. Even Yun Jingtian, who was stalemate with Feng Weiying, had a solemn expression on his face. Even with the strength of the triple realm of his divine womb, facing the power displayed by Wu Tianxia at the moment, I am afraid he has to avoid the edge for a while. Is this the quasi-emperor martial arts of the four-star Holy Land, really terrifying? That kid Jiang Chen, I'm afraid he is dead now. Around the Jingyan Gate, countless audience members couldn't help shaking their heads and sighing. This Jiang Chen can be regarded as an amazing generation, what a pity such a genius. Although the power of the martial arts in Jiang Chen's hand does not seem to be weak, how can it stop the terrifying blow of Wu Tianxia? The two quasi-emperor martial arts schools just want to suppress me. Jiang Chen, you are too whimsical. You five holy cities want me to persecute my friends for your own selfish desires. Today I will kill both of you first and have the right to charge interest from the five holy cities. On the void, Jiang Chen faced Wu Tianxia's destructive blow, but his expression was not the slightest panic. I saw him laugh arrogantly and dryly, urging the black square seal on his palm, turning his hand down and pressing it down. A proud voice also resounded across the world in an instant. I have a seal. My name is Human Emperor, which can destroy souls, punish gods, and open heaven. The first seal of Human Emperor seal, the seal of extinguishing soul. As Jiang Chen pressed this palm down, the black square seal on the palm of his palm rapidly enlarged, and his body instantly soared to the size of 100 meters. The huge black square seal, with a mysterious power that seems to swallow human souls, fell like a black meteorite. Where the black square seal passes, whether it was Wu Tianxia's dragon sparrow heavenly sword or Lei Tianxiao's Nine Heavens Thunder Sword, they were all collapsed at the touch of a touch, and instantly vanished into nothingness. The black square seal had already annihilated all Wu Tianxia's attacks, and then the speed was not reduced, and they were suppressed. Wu Tianxia too had no time to react, they were already hit by the black square seal. The black storm in the sky swept away in the void in an instant. When all the dust and smoke disappeared, everyone was shocked to discover that the black square seal place was completely empty and there was no longer Wu Tianxia two figures. Even in the void, the breath of Wu Tianxia too could not be sensed at all. The two great divine womb realm emperors died just like this, and they were still annihilated. Everyone stared blankly at Jiang Chen, who was proud of the void, and their eyes were filled with unconcealed horror. Two emperors in one seal. Such methods are really terrifying. Chapter 1251. Either surrender or die. This one. Yun Zian stared at the scene blankly, almost unable to believe his eyes. Originally Yun Xian thought, even if Jiang Chen suddenly descended as an emperor today, facing the 3 divine emperors of the 5 holy cities, they would still be in a bitter battle. Jiang Chen abruptly defeated the 2 divine birth emperors with his own power. Even if these 2 divine birth realm emperors used the quasi-emperor's martial arts to combine a blow, they were still killed by Jiang Chen Yian. The legendary destiny is really not ordinary horror. This Jiang Chen is too fierce. This son deserves to be the disciple of Sword Emperor Burning Heaven Xiaoduli, and he is as enchanting as that guy. Around the shocking cloud gate, it took a while for many onlookers to recover from the shock. Now that the 2 divine birth realms of the 5 great holy cities have fallen by the hands of Jiang Chen, this Zhongzhou continent is afraid that it will change from now on. Feng Huaying, who was battling Yun Jingtian, was also terrified to the extreme. He hurriedly pushed back the clouds and shocked the sky with a palm of his hand, and his figure instantly exploded back 100 feet away, and there was also an unconcealable panic in his eyes looking at Jiang Chen. Both Wu Tianxia are the kings of the first stage of the womb. Just now the 2 of them performed a joint blow from the quasi-emperor's martial arts. Even with his triple strength, they could only temporarily avoid the edge. But Jiang Chen made a light impression, killing the 2 so much that there is no scum left. With such a method, even he couldn't do it at all. Feng Huaying couldn't imagine that a brat boy who had just broken through the divine birth realm would have such a terrifying combat power. Even if the Emperor Tianzhao on the list of Emperor Tianzhao on the Zhongzhou mainland, under the same realm, there may not be such a sky-defying Jiang Chen, right? Jiang Chen, today's affairs, my 5 holy cities are endless with you, you wait for me. Feng Huaying screamed in anger, and immediately raised his hand to tear the space and escape. Where did Feng Huaying dare to stay the slightest? The power shown by Jiang Chen's previous blow was too terrifying. I am afraid that it is at least comparable to the powerhouse of the 4th stage of the divine embryo. Yun Jingtian, the master of the shocking cloud gate, was already very difficult for him. Now coupled with a Jiang Chen with unfathomable strength, if he continues to stay here, I am afraid there is a real danger of falling. Want to leave? Since you are here, leave it to me forever. When Jiang Chen saw this, the cold light flashed in his eyes, and the soles of his feet were a little empty, and his figure appeared ghostly on Feng Huaying's head. Thunder in the void continued, and a purgatory space containing endless thunder condensed in an instant. The power of thunder raged across the space, and Feng Huaying's spatial passages that hadn't had time to fully open up all crashed under the thunder. Feng Huaying's complexion changed drastically, and wind blades appeared out of nowhere, instantly smashing the power of thunder around him. He looked up at Jiang Chen above his head, his expression furious. Jiang Chen, don't deceive people too much. It's your 5 holy cities. Jiang Chen looked indifferent. Feng Huaying, you have only 2 choices today, either surrender or die. This Feng Huaying is the veteran divine breath realm emperor of the God Wind City, not only powerful, but also extremely high in the God Wind City. If you can control him, you should be able to get a lot of useful information from his mouth. Maybe you can know the whereabouts of Master Xiaoduli. He appeared at the shocking cloud gate today, and he might soon be known by the 5 holy cities. 3 months later, when he built the palace of human emperor, he was bound to face the siege of the 5 holy cities. The strength of this Feng Huaying is a relatively high-ranking existence among the divine birth realm emperors of the 5 holy cities, and it can be regarded as a good thug. There is indeed a huge difference in power between him and the 5 holy cities. The reason is that the power of the 5 holy cities is undoubtedly a good choice to contend with the 5 holy cities. What are you? You want this emperor to submit to you? Feng Huaying's complexion was extremely gloomy. Jiang Chen, I am the chief elder of Shenfeng City. If you dare to do something with me today, Shenfeng City will definitely die with you. From the moment your 5 holy cities wanted me, I and you have been immortal. Since you don't want to surrender, go to death for me. Jiang Chen smiled coldly, and then flipped his palm, and a black square seal instantly fell out of Feng Huaying. Looking at Jiang Chen's suppressed black square seal, Feng Huaying's pupils suddenly shrank. The aura of the triple realm of his divine womb burst to its limit in an instant, and a huge cyan hand with 100 feet of feet lifted up into the sky, colliding with the black square seal. With the power to swallow everything, the black square seal swallowed up that cyan giant hand instantly. Together with Feng Huaying's figure, it was quickly enveloped by the energy of the black square seal. Wind God Sword, break it for me. Feng Huaying, shrouded in black energy, immediately let out a roar, and saw a dazzling cyan sword light soaring into the sky, breaking the shackles of black energy in an instant. I saw Feng Wang's figure rushing out of the black energy. Although Feng Wang struggled out of the energy of the black square seal, he looked more embarrassed and embarrassed. I saw that his face was extremely pale, the cyan robe on his body had long been shattered, and his aura was extremely apathetic, and even the spirit in his mind felt a burst of torn pain. How can this guy master such terrifying martial arts? Feng Wang looked terrified to the extreme. The black square seal displayed by Jiang Chen is really terrifying. Had it not been for the Emperor God Sword of God Wind City that he had cut through the energy space formed by the black square seal, he would have been obliterated by Jiang Chen Yin. 9-rank Emperor grade weapons, it's no wonder that they can smash my soul destruction seal. If you become the true master of this sword, maybe I will be afraid of 3 points. It's a pity. You don't have the ability to refine and master it, and you can't exert the power of this sword at all. Jiang Chen glanced at the cyan long sword in Feng Wang's hand, and a black square seal was once again condensed from his palm. Looking at the black square seal on Jiang Chen's palm again, Feng Wang suddenly felt the souls of the dead. The impression of Jiang Chen just now almost killed him half his life. If it were to do it again, he would really end up in a terrible end. No, I surrender, I am willing to surrender to you. Feng Wang looked horrified, where there was still the half demeanor of Wang Divine Emperor. He knelt down in the air and begged Jiang Chen for forgiveness. Chapter 1252. No Shadow of Wind Surrender. Faced with the threat of death, Feng Wang has no time to take care of his face and dignity. He is a man who does not cherish his life, and he is very good at forbearing. Only by surrendering to Jiang Chen can he have the hope of living, and recover from Jiang Chen 10 times the insult today. I'm afraid he will really be completely annihilated under Jiang Chen's mysterious black square seal. Seeing Feng Wang, who was kneeling in front of Jiang Chen, suddenly fell into a dead silence. The head of the 5 great holy cities, the famous Wang Shenwang Wang of Shenfeng City, unexpectedly gave in to Jiang Chen. This guy is too awesome. Master Cloud Gate, please stare at this old guy for me for a while. Jiang Chen ignored the shock of the people around him, and directly removed the black square seal on his palm, and said to Yun Jingtian not far away. Don't worry, he can't escape. Yun Jingtian appeared beside Jiang Chen in a flash, and his powerful aura was directly locked on Feng Wang's body. If Feng Wang is in its heyday, Yun Jingtian may not be able to keep it. But now that Feng Wang is under Jiang Chen's mark, with only half his life left, how can he slip away under his eyelids? After making Yun Jingtian stare at Feng Wang, Jiang Chen directly sat cross-legged in the void and began to refine the pill. A furnace of blood demon soul blast pill was refined by Jiang Chen. If you want to survive, just eat it. With a flick of Jiang Chen's finger, a blood demon explosion soul pill flew directly in front of Feng Wang. Feng Wang hesitated slightly, and finally gritted his teeth and swallowed the pill in front of him. Although he knew that the pill Jiang Chen gave him, it would not be a good thing. However, his divine wind city is a holy land that has been passed down for thousands of years, and there is even an 8-rank alchemist who sits in it. As long as he returns to the Shenfeng city in the future, it will not be easy to resolve Jiang Chen's means. When Feng Wang swallowed the blood demon blast soul pill, a touch of astonishment appeared on his face for an instant. Because he clearly felt that the medicinal power of the blood demon erupting pill turned into a blood mark, which was deeply imprinted in the depths of his soul. It seems that his every move, every thought, will be invisible under this blood. Even he instinctively felt that there was a mysterious power in the blood mark that could control his life. What are you giving me? Feng Wang suddenly raised his head to look at Jiang Chen, his expression extremely frightened. It's just a blood demon soul explosion pill. Jiang Chen smiled and said, blood demon blast soul pill, as the elder of the Shenfeng city, you must have heard of its name. The blood demon soul explosion pill of the blood demon palace. Feng Wang's face finally couldn't help but change drastically. Even if Jiang Chen had the means to control it, he should be able to resolve it with the background of Godwind City, but he did not expect that what Jiang Chen would eat for him was actually the blood demon blast soul pill. The blood demon soul explosion pill, this is the fierce demon pill in the blood demon palace. In the heyday of the blood demon palace, he used this Danu to control countless powerhouses on the mainland. It is said that this pill is extremely domineering, almost no one can solve it. Doesn't this mean that he will be enslaved by Jiang Chen all his life? Ah, Jiang Chen, you actually used the blood demon blast soul pill to enslave me, the emperor is going to kill you. Feng Wangzhuangruo snarled frantically, and threw his teeth and claws directly at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen just let out a cold snort, and Feng Wang screamed again and again, and the whole person fell to the ground with a thud. After eating my blood demon explosive soul pill, I will control your life and death from now on. Jiang Chen sneered and glanced at Feng Wang. If you don't want to suffer from skin and flesh, just be honest with me. Feng Wang saw his master and begged his master to forgive him. The old slave will never dare anymore. Feng Wang was trembling on the ground, not daring to resist anymore. The power of the blood demon soul explosion pill is really too domineering. His soul is already under Jiang Chen's control. Don't talk about rebelling against Jiang Chen. Even if he wants to detonate himself under Jiang Chen's eyelids, it is almost impossible. Jiang Chen said lightly, "Get up, I have something to ask you." Feng Wang heard the words and quickly got up from the ground, and came to Jiang Chen honestly, standing on his side like a servant. After this day, I am afraid that he will be famous in the Central State continent. Seeing this shocking scene before them, many people couldn't help but sigh with emotion. 3 emperors of the divine embryo in the 5 holy cities descended, 2 of them were killed by Jiang Chen Yian. Even Wang Shenwang Feng Wang had to surrender to Jiang Chen's feet. Such a mighty power, even if you look at the entire Zhongzhou continent, few people can do it. Jiang Chen, today you appeared at the shocking Cloud Gate and killed the 5 holy cities of the Emperor of the Divine Embryo Realm. You will surely anger the 5 holy cities. I wonder what your plans are next. At this moment, Yun Jingtian said solemnly. Although Jiang Chen smashed all quarters in today's battle, the audience was shocked, but he was completely exposed to the sight of the 5 holy cities. I'm afraid Jiang Chen will really face the anger of the 5 holy cities. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. I don't have any plans, it's nothing more than a soldiers come to block, water comes to cover up. No matter what, thank you for today's matter. Yun Jingtian also smiled heartily. Although the 5 holy cities are powerful, I am not afraid of things. If you need help, just speak up. Jiang Chen groaned slightly. In addition to solving the Jingyan Gate, I have another purpose, which is to find the whereabouts of Master Xiaoduli. I wonder if you have any news about him. A year ago, the 5 holy cities wanted you, master and apprentice. Soon after, Yandi City expelled your master and apprentice from Yandi City. Your teacher, Xiaoduli, has also disappeared. Even in the 5 holy cities, he has never been found. Yun Jingtian hesitated slightly, and said, but, Xiao Tianan, the patriarch of the Xiao family in Yandi City, seems to have a special attitude toward this matter. I feel that he seems to know the news of your master. When Jiang Chen heard this, he couldn't help but set his eyes on Feng Wang's body. Feng Wang, what do you think? Master, the master of Cloud Gate should guess right. The old fox Xiao Tianan expelled Xiaoduli from Yandi City on the face of it, but secretly I am afraid that Xiaoduli has long been hidden. The 5 holy cities have always been skeptical, but Xiao Tianan has done it without leaking, and we have not found anything. But, Xiao Xing in Yandi City seems to have discovered some clues recently. Feng Wang said quickly. Xiao Xing, hearing Feng Wang's words, Jiang Chen's expression was suddenly cold. It seems that he really needs to go to Yandi City. Chapter 1253, Back to Yandi City. One of the 5 holy cities in Zhongzhou, Yandi City. The whole Yandi City seemed to be filled with a somewhat festive atmosphere. Xiao Yuanli, the veteran, censored, soul-peaked king of Yandi City, finally took the last step, ascended to the highest level, and was promoted to the womb state. A new emperor of the divine birth realm was born. As usual, Yandi City will hold a celebration banquet for the new emperor to demonstrate the prestige of Yandi City. Almost all forces within Yandi City will send people to the banquet. Today is the day of this banquet, so Yandi City will be full of excitement. On the huge square in the center of Yandi City, Xiao Yuanli sits high in the middle of the square. On both sides of him, the high-level elders of Yandi City sat on one side, and the representatives of all the forces of Yandi City came to attend the banquet on the other. Everyone got up and toasted to Xiao Yuanli in the first seat. The voices of praise and congratulation were endless. This Xiao Yuanli is getting more and more energetic. In the last seat of the square, a young man in white could not help but snorted while looking at Xiao Yuanli, who was energetic in the first seat. The white-clothed youth is the emperor-level genius Xiao Bai of Yandi City. Now Xiao Bai has already broken through the divine soul realm king, and has clearly become a high-level core figure in Yandy City. Since Xiao Duli and Jiang Chen were expelled a year ago, the patriarch has been deeply rooted, and the power of Yandy City has fallen into the hands of Xiao Xing and Xiao Yuanli. Now that Xiao Yuanli has been promoted to the divine birth stage, his prestige in Yandy City is even more soaring. Speak carefully, this guy is not a magnanimous master, I am afraid he will have to trouble you when he hears it. Beside Xiao Bai, Xiao Yuanchen couldn't help but whispered. I thought Sword Emperor Fenchen returned with junior brother Jiang Chen, and Yandy City was in great prosperity, but I didn't expect such a thing to happen. I don't know what happened to junior brother Jiang Chen. Xiao Bai couldn't help sighing. The wood is beautiful in the forest, and the wind will destroy it. Jiang Chen was too enchanting at the Zun Emperor ruins. Whether Yandy City or the 5 holy cities, there are many people who don't want to see Jiang Chen grow up. What's more, Jiang Chen may still get the mystery of the Emperor Xuanming left by the Lord Xuanming. How can the 5 holy cities give up? Xiao Yuanchen was silent for a while and said, wait, I believe they will come back one day. Xiao Yuanchen, Xiao Bai, today is a banquet for the Emperor's promotion to the divine lair. As the high-level Yandy City, you two will not entertain guests for the Emperor. What else are you talking about sneakily? At this moment, a faint cold snort suddenly came from the center of the square. The speaker was Xiao Yuanli in the first seat. When everyone heard Xiao Yuanli's words, they all looked at Xiao Yuanchen and Xiao Yuanchen together. In the eyes of many people, there was a look of gloat. Elder Yuan Lai, I'm just sharing my cultivation experience with Bai Yi. You may not be too lenient. Xiao Yuanchen's face sank slightly. This old guy, as expected, would not let go of any opportunity to suppress them. It's really an exchange of cultivation experience. Why do I seem to hear you talk about the names of Xiao Duli and Jiang Chen? Xiao Yuanli sneered and said, you two, are you still in touch with the 2 Yandy City traitors? Elder Yuanli, you don't want to spit people. Xiao Bai said angrily. Sword Emperor Fenchen and junior brother Jiang Chen, they are not traitors to Yandy City. Is it a traitor? You don't have the final say. Now that Xiao Duli and Jiang Chen have been expelled from Yandy City, they are even the most wanted people in the 5 holy cities. That is our enemy of Yandy City. Today, the Emperor will take you two down and interrogate them severely, lest you harm Yandy City. Xiao Yuanli smiled sorrowfully. The breath of the powerhouse of the divine embryo instantly shocked the audience. Just when Xiao Yuanli was about to prepare to do something with Xiao Yuanchen and Xiao Bai. At the entrance of Yandy City, a golden rainbow pierced through heaven and earth. This golden rainbow was so bright and arrogant, it defeated the obstacles of several warriors of the divine sea realm in Yandy City in the blink of an eye, and came straight toward the central square of Yandy City. A cold and arrogant sneer sound, like thunder, rolled over Yandy City. What a domineering Xiao Yuanli. I heard that you were promoted to the Emperor of the Divine Embryo Realm. I, Jiang Chen, came here to congratulate me. I wonder if you are welcome. The rolling sound caused an uproar among countless people in Yandy City. When everyone looked up, they saw an indifferent black-clothed youth standing arrogantly and domineeringly above the square. Beside the black-clothed youth, there was another rickety old man standing respectfully on his side. It's really Jiang Chen. Many people from Emperor Yan looked at the black-clothed youth in midair, with an expression of unbelievable horror. Jiang Chen actually returned to Yandy City. Jiang Chen, why has he returned to Yandy City at this time? Xiao Baiyi's expression suddenly changed when he saw the familiar figure in midair. Jiang Chen is now not only expelled from Yandy City, but also a wanted person in the 5 holy cities. Now that he is blatantly returning to Yandy City, this is no different from self-investing in a net. Be safe and not restless. This kid is not from Lu Mang. Since he dares to return to Yandy City, he will definitely rely on it. Let's take a look first. The old man next to him is at least a divine emperor. Xiao Yuanchen whispered, I hope so. Xiao Bai gave a wry smile in her heart. If Yandy City is determined to take Jiang Chen, a divine birth state emperor, I am afraid it may not be able to protect Jiang Chen's safety. Jiang Chen, I didn't expect that you traitor would dare to return to Yandy City openly. You are really brave. Since you sent it to the door to find death by yourself, the Emperor will fulfill you. Come on, take down this Yandy City traitor for me. Xiao Yuanli looked at Jiang Chen in midair and couldn't help but shouted with a ferocious expression. Jiang Chen, you won't be obedient and quick. As Xiao Yuanli's shout fell, the two Divine Soul Realm Kings rose directly into the sky, and slaughtered Jiang Chen aggressively. I came here today just to find Xiao Tianan, and I don't want to kill in Yandi City. If you don't want to die, let me roll as far as you can. Jiang Chen snorted faintly, and he slapped his hand up. The two Divine Soul Realm Kings hadn't even reacted yet, their bodies had already flown upside down, and finally fell heavily on a corner of the square, failing to get up from the ground for a long time. This scene also caused everyone in the square to take a breath. Suppress two Divine Soul Realm Kings just before turning over. This guy in front of him is really not the usual brutality. Chapter 1254. Divine Embryo Realm, I haven't killed it. Junior brother Jiang Chen. This is too strong. Xiao Bai looked at the scene in front of him and couldn't help being dumbfounded. The two Yandi City elders who shot just now are all kings who have reached the 7th stage of the Divine Soul. Even among the many Divine Soul Realm powerhouses in Yandi City, that is the existence that ranks high. Such a strong man is now suppressed by Jiang Chen with a slap in his hand. Xiao Bai could no longer imagine what Jiang Chen's strength had reached. It's really strong, I'm afraid at least it's no longer under me. Xiao Yuanshan's old eyes flashed with excitement, and he said with excitement, with his understanding of the true meaning of martial arts, the shackles of Divine Soul Realm are not difficult for him, maybe he has already taken that step. You mean, junior brother Jiang Chen is very likely to have broken through the Divine Embryo Realm? Xiao Bai couldn't help taking a breath. However, thinking of Jiang Chen's extremely terrifying cultivation speed, Xiao Bai quickly became relieved. When Jiang Chen entered Yandi City, it took only half a year to step on all the geniuses of the 5 holy cities. Compared with Jiang Chen's cultivation speed, what Xiao Jingyun was only on the first day of Yandi City, and Feng Qingyi was only on the first day of Godwin City, it is almost no different from scum. Jiang Chen, you broke into Yandi City so openly and hurt me the elders of Yandi City, so you really treat me as no one in Yandi City. A figure came up to shoot the case, and it was indeed Xiao Jingyun who was the first genius in Yandi City. Xiao Jingyun was robbed of the limelight by Jiang Chen in the remains of Emperor Zun, and he was very upset with Jiang Chen in his heart. Now that I saw Jiang Chen again, I couldn't help but jump out. For more than a year, Xiao Jingyun also broke through from the 1st level of the soul to the 6th level of the soul. As the first genius of Yandi City, his combat power is far beyond ordinary people, even facing the Supreme King of the Soul Peak, he is fully capable of fighting. Even if he saw Jiang Chen defeating 2 Divine Soul 7th Kings with one palm, he still stood up without fear. Xiao Jingyun, I didn't put you in my eyes when I was in the remains of Emperor Zun, let alone now. An ant-like existence, dare to yell in front of me, get out of me. Jiang Chen's eyes were cold, and his right hand slammed into the void. Hearing a loud noise, Xiao Jingyun had already fallen from midair from his figure. The hard bluestone floor of the square was smashed into a huge hole 2 to 3 feet deep by Xiao Jingyun. The existence of Xiao Jingyun, the first genius of Yandi City, the 6th-layer spirit of the gods, and the king of the 9-layer peak of the battleable spirits, was downplayed and suppressed by Jiang Chen. Coming from the sky, turning his palms to suppress the 3 Divine Soul Realm Kings, and they are still in Yandi City, one of the 5 holy cities in Zhongzhou. Seeing Jiang Chen slaying the quartet under his own eyes, Xiao Yuanli trembled with anger, and a sudden burst of murderous aura burst out of his eyes. As one of the 5 holy cities in Zhongzhou, Yandi City has always been a holy land in the minds of countless warriors. Even the ordinary emperors of the Divine Embryo Realm came to their Yandi City, they had to respect Yandi City for 3 points. Since ancient times, Yandi City has been passed down in Zhongzhou for thousands of years, and no one has ever dared to run wild in Yandi City. Now Jiang Chen was at the banquet of his promotion to the Divine Child Realm, openly slapped him in the face in front of the envoys of the many forces under Yandi City. If you don't get rid of Jiang Chen today, what face will Xiao Yuanli have in the future to stand in Yandi City? With a wave of Xiao Yuanli's long sleeves, the power of the Emperor of the Divine Baby Realm instantly suppressed the audience. Over the entire square, the vitality of heaven and earth within a few miles gathered frantically towards Xiao Yuanli at this moment, and finally turned into an invisible sharp blade. The sharp blade dashed across the sky, the sword vigorously, soaring into the sky, pointing straight at Jiang Chen. Okay. So terrifying. Is this the power of the Emperor of the Divine Embryo Realm? You deserve to be a peerless powerhouse standing on the pinnacle of the Zhongzhou mainland. Now that Xiao Yuanli, the Emperor of the Divine Embryo Realm, is taking action. Jiang Chen is dead this time. In the square, countless people watched the scene, they couldn't help shaking their heads and sighing. Jiang Chen came to Yandi City this time, seemingly domineering and rampant, but it is tantamount to seeking his own death. Even if this kid is talented and evil, how can he contend with the entire Yandi City on his own? Don't talk about anything else, just Xiao Yuanli, the Emperor of the Divine Embryo Realm, might make Jiang Chen hate on the spot. A slender sword light pierced the void violently, then turned into a peerless sword rainbow, slamming on the invisible sharp blade. The void burst, a terrifying energy storm swept across the entire square instantly. Even the countless divine soul realm kings below, under this energy storm, felt a sense of fright. Jiang Chen, I didn't expect you to be able to block the Emperor's blow, but you have some ability. But don't think that you have some ability, you can go wild in Yandi City. Xiao Yuanli glanced at Jiang Chen with some surprise, then smiled coldly. Next, this Emperor will let you see the true power of the Emperor of the Divine Fetal Realm. Any ant who just broke through the divine womb, dare to pretend to be Emperor in front of me. Jiang Chen smiled contemptuously. Is the power of the Divine Embryo Realm amazing? Even if it is a Divine Embryo Realm stronger than you, I haven't killed Jiang Chen. When everyone heard Jiang Chen's arrogant words, they couldn't help being speechless. They have seen a lot of arrogant people in this world, but it is the first time they have met someone as arrogant as Jiang Chen. The Emperor of the Divine Baby Realm hasn't killed it. This kid is really an ant on the side of the road when he is the Emperor of the Divine Embryo Realm. Can he pinch to death if he wants to? The Emperor wants to see, how long can you be arrogant? Xiao Yuanli laughed furiously, and his whole body turned into a blazing gust of wind to rise into the sky. With a move of his hands, a giant palm of fiery flames instantly tore through the void, and shot out against Jiang Chen with great majesty. Xiao Yuanli, originally for master's sake, I didn't want to kill in Yandi City, but you have to force me to do it. If that's the case, please blame me for being polite. The Emperor of the Divine Embryo Realm who can fall on your own banquet, you are the first person in history. Jiang Chen's sneer fell, and the soles of his feet slammed into the void, and a burst of bright golden light burst out all over his body. With a dazzling golden glow across the sky, Jiang Chen's figure suddenly soared, instantly transforming into a golden giant with a height of 100 meters. The golden giant stood in the sky, like a censored of war, with indifferent eyes looking down at Xiao Yuanli rising up into the sky. Raising his fist, he blasted out with a sharp punch. Chapter 1255, 3 punches Xiao Yuanli. In midair, a thunder-like explosion sounded, instantly resounding through the world. Xiao Yuanli's body suddenly flew up to a distance of 100 meters in midair as if being hit by a huge force of 10,000 tons. The imperial-grade martial arts are indestructible, and combined with Jiang Chen's body cultivation in the late 7th heaven, it is enough to hardly shake the divine womb. At least it was more than enough to defeat Xiao Yuanli, who had just entered the womb of God. Everyone saw the shocking scene in front of them, and they all looked shocked. Xiao Yuanli, the Emperor of the Womb Realm, was blown away by Jiang Chen with a punch. How could this guy's strength be so strong? Xiao Yuanli, don't you want me to see the power of the Emperor of the Divine Embryo Realm? Come on, I want to see, you, the so-called Emperor of the Divine Embryo Realm, can block me a few punches. Jiang Chen looked at Xiao Yuanli and smiled contemptuously, raised the fist of Jin Mang, and exploded again at Xiao Yuanli. The golden light is in the sky, the world hangs upside down, and the void shatters. It seems that everything in the world will be crushed by the shocking power of this fist. Green Fire Realm. Feeling Jiang Chen's powerful punch, Xiao Yuanli's expression changed wildly. The realm space condensed by the cyan flame on one side is also condensed in its entire body. The golden fist light fell on Xiao Yuanli's green fire field, and there was a loud noise. I saw that Xiao Yuanli's domain barriers were all twisted and deformed under Jiang Chen's fist. The cyan brilliance on the barriers was also indeterminate, giving people a feeling of crumbling. What about the Emperor's realm of the Divine Embryo Realm? Let me break it with one punch. Jiang Chen smiled wildly, and the Beizong golden body swooped down like Mount Tai, blasting the green fire domain with an unfancy punch. The cyan domain could no longer withstand such a shocking force, and it exploded directly, like a shattered mirror, all shattered. One punch broke Xiao Yuanli's imperial realm. Jiang Chen's huge fist with golden light flashed directly on Xiao Yuanli's horrified gaze, and stamped a fist on his chest. Suddenly, a loud bang like Hong Zhong broke out in the air. The monstrous energy storm instantly swept away in midair, centered on the two Jiang Chen, sweeping the void in a radius of hundreds of meters. On the square below, some of the weaker people shivered under the lingering prestige of the storm. And Xiao Yuanli in midair once again volleyed into the air a distance of hundreds of meters, slamming heavily on a huge stone pillar on the edge of the square. The stone pillar broke suddenly. Xiao Yuanli stabilized his figure in midair embarrassedly, his throat immediately sweetened, and a mouthful of blood spurted out frantically. When everyone looked at Xiao Yuanli's miserable appearance, they were suddenly dumbfounded. I saw that gorgeous red robe on Xiao Yuanli's body was already broken at this moment. His chest was directly punched by Jiang Chen's previous punch, and a blood hole was forcibly punched out, and red blood was sprayed out of the blood hole like a fountain. Fortunately, this blood hole was 2 to 3 inches away from Xiao Yuanli's heart. Xiao Yuanli in the dignified womb state, at this moment, I am afraid that Jiang Chen has punched his heart and killed him on the spot. Strong. It's too strong. Everyone gazed at the scene in front of them with dull faces, and it was difficult to recover from the shock for a long time. Xiao Yuanli, lost. They originally thought that with the strength of Xiao Yuanli's divine birth realm emperor, it would be easy to suppress Jiang Chen. But who would have thought that Xiao Yuanli would be defeated by Jiang Chen in this way? Shake the emperor of the divine birth realm with your fist. With just 3 punches, Xiao Yuanli's imperial domain was blasted abruptly, completely exploding it. What a terrifying force this is. You. What martial arts are you? Xiao Yuanli looked at Jiang Chen with a pale face, and finally an unprecedented look of horror appeared in his eyes. Even the imperial realm of the emperor of the divine fetal realm can burst. Could such a heaven-defying martial arts with 1 punch to break the 10,000 laws, could it be the imperial grade in the teleportation? Naturally is a martial art that can blow you up. Jiang Chen's cold voice fell, and the dazzling golden fist above his fist, like a scorching sun, seemed to crush everything in the world. Everyone has no doubt, Jiang Chen's punch could really completely blow Xiao Yuanli in the divine fetal realm. Jiang Chen, you can't kill me. If you dare to kill me, you won't want to walk out of Yandi City alive today. Seeing Jiang Chen punching again, Xiao Yuanli only felt the souls in his heart, and quickly shouted at Jiang Chen with a look of horror. I, Jiang Chen, are not even afraid of the 5 holy cities, so why should I be afraid of a Yandi city? Today, I only came to see Xiao Tianan. If anyone hinders me, kill me without mercy. Jiang Chen's cold voice fell, and the monstrous fist brewing on his fist was about to blast out. Boy, stop this emperor. My dignified Yandi city, how can you allow a small kid to run wild here? At this moment, an old rage burst in vain over the square. Immediately afterwards, the terrifying aura of the 2 divine birth realm emperors also diffused from the depths of Yandi city. One of the auras is comparable to the Feng Weiying of the divine embryo triple stage. The other aura was even more terrifying, definitely the most terrifying existence among all divine embryo realm emperor Jiang Chen had ever seen. Master, be careful, it should be the old monster of Yandi city who has appeared. Feeling this horrible aura, Feng Weiying's old face couldn't help but show a solemn look. Jiang Chen dissipated the immortal golden body and looked up towards the depths of Yandi city. 2 powerful figures rose into the sky, and directly stepped into the air towards Jiang Chen. One of the middle-aged men, Jiang Chen, was no stranger at all. He was the Lihuo Sword Emperor Xiao Xing from Yandi city. Beside Xiao Xing, there was an old man with a thin black robe. The old man has a rickety figure and white hair. He looks like a dying old man. It's such an old man, but his body exudes an unstoppable powerful breath. Lihuo Sword Emperor Xiao Xing, I didn't expect this one to appear too. And the old man next to him, if I read it right, it should be Xiao Yangwu, the ancestor of the Xiao family. Hey, Xiao Yangwu, the ancestor of the Xiao family, this is the emperor of the divine embryo realm who was famous in the epicenter state 500 years ago. I didn't expect even this one to be alarmed. In the square, everyone looked at the scene in front of them, with incredible horror in their eyes. Regarding today's matter, Jiang Chen was completely upset in Yandi city. From the Fire Sword Emperor Xiao Xing, the ancestor of the Xiao family, Xiao Yangwu, the 2 divine emperors descend at the same time. Jiang Chen, that kid, I'm afraid this is going to be completely finished. Chapter 1256, In addition to shock, old ancestor Yang Wu, I didn't expect even him to be alarmed. Xiao Bai looked at Xiao Yangwu in midair, and his expression suddenly sank. Xiao Yangwu, the ancestor of the Xiao family, was already a well-known emperor of the divine lair in the Zhongzhou mainland 500 years ago. These 500 years, Xiao Yangwu had been cultivating in Yandi City's retreat, and few people knew how terrifying his strength had reached. If this one is going to be against Jiang Chen might be really dangerous today. Xiao Yuanchen also took a deep breath with a solemn expression. Now, he can only pray in his heart that the ancestors of the Xiao family can deal with this rationally. Master, Xiao Yangwu, the ancestor of the Xiao family, is an old monster from the Zhongzhou mainland 500 years ago. His strength is unfathomable. On the list of supreme emperors updated not long ago, this old guy has become the 98th supreme emperor. Feng Huaying said in horror. Jiang Chen asked curiously, the supreme emperor's list, what is that? This is a mysterious force called the Holy Land of Mystery. It is an authoritative list for the emperors of the divine embryo realm on the mainland. The list is also the list of the emperor of Tianzhou and the list of the supreme emperor. The ranking of the emperors of Tianzhou is all the emperors of Tianzhou who are under the age of 100, and there are about dozens of them. The list of the supreme emperors records the most powerful people in the Zhongzhou mainland, a total of 100 people. It can be said that these 100 people are the top supreme emperors in the Zhongzhou mainland. Hearing Feng Huaying's explanation, Jiang Chen couldn't help flashing a look of surprise in his eyes. The ancestor of the Xiao family in Yandi City, a 4-star holy land, was only ranked 98th in the supreme emperor's list. It seems that the central state continent is not as simple as it seems, and the number of powerhouses in the divine embryo stage is much more than Jiang Chen imagined. Jiang Chen's eyes flashed, and he asked directly, this is the 98th place on the supreme emperor's list, what strength is it? At least the 5th stage of the womb. Feng Huaying said solemnly, the 100th place on the supreme emperor's list is Feng Qingye, the patriarch of the Feng family of the God Wind City. 10 years ago, he had broken through the 5th level of the god's womb. The 5th stage of the divine fetus, it's not too strong. With his current ability, if he did his best to shoot, the 5th stage of the divine fetus would still pose little threat to him. When Feng Huaying heard Jiang Chen's words, his mind was suddenly shaken, and his eyes towards Jiang Chen also showed an incredible horror. This guy, is he really sure to contend with the powerhouses of the 5th stage of the womb? Jiang Chen, you traitor to Yandi City, you dare to come to Yandi City to be presumptuous, and you don't have to quickly kneel down to lead the crime. Just when the two of Jiang Chen exchanged their spirits, Xiao Xing stared at Jiang Chen coldly, and the sharp shout containing the murderous intent also sounded in the ears of the two. After only disappearing for more than a year, returning again will be able to shake the emperor of the divine embryo. The talent of this child is terrible. If he continues to let him grow, I am afraid that it will not take long before everyone in Yandi City can suppress him. Didn't you kick me out of Yandi City? Jiang Chen smiled coldly. Since I am no longer a disciple of Yandi City, what are you, and what qualifications do you have to punish me? Jiang Chen, the relic of Emperor Zun is a secret space jointly held by the 5 holy cities. As long as you hand over the inheritance left by Holy Master Xuanming, the ancestor can guarantee that the 5 holy cities will no longer want you and Xiaoduli, and will give you the opportunity to return to Yandi City. Don't be obsessed with enlightenment, the inheritance of the Holy Master Xuanming is not something you can get involved. At this moment, Xiao Yangwu, the ancestor of the Xiao family, looked unquestionably authentic. As the ancestor of the Xiao family, Xiao Yangwu has always put the interests of Yandi City first. Xiaoduli and Jiang Chen, both of them are peerless geniuses in Yandi City that have never been seen in 100 years, and they are both emperors of the divine embryo realm. If it wasn't forcing him, he didn't want to drive the two out of Yandi City. It's just that Jiang Chen touched the inheritance of the Holy Master Xuanming at the Zun Emperor ruins. This is related to the secret of breaking through the Emperor realm. How can the 5 holy cities give up? In order not to touch the anger of the other 4 holy cities and to ensure the status of Yandi City, Xiao Yangwu abandoned Jiang Chen. If Jiang Chen can surrender the inheritance of the Holy Master Xuanming, the remaining 4 holy cities will no longer trouble Jiang Chen, and he can also let Xiaoduli and Jiang Chen return to Yandi City. In the eyes of Xiao Yangwu, such a situation is undoubtedly the most in line with Yandi City's interests. Old man, are you too naive to think I can get the inheritance of Holy Master Xuanming, that is my ability, why should I hand it over? What's more, I just can't believe in your old thing. A year ago, you Yandi City ruthlessly expelled me and Master. Who knows if you will sell us in a blink of an eye? Jiang Chen sneered with a disdainful face. Such a ruthless Yandi City, don't say you give me a chance, even if you ask me to come back, I am not rare. Jiang Chen, I'm giving you a chance to survive, don't seek your own death. When Xiaoyangwu heard Jiang Chen's words, a gloomy look appeared on his old face. Ancestor, since this kid is so ignorant of what is good and bad, you are still talking nonsense to him, I think he should be arrested directly and handed over to the 5 holy cities. A cold light flashed in Xiao Xinghei's eyes, and the overwhelming aura directly pressed against Jiang Chen. Xiao Xing, you are not qualified to let me do it. Let my servant come and play with you. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, and then turned his head and glanced at Feng Wang. This guy is yours. Yes, master. Feng Wang's voice fell, and that rickety figure instantly became extremely tall and straight, and the emperor's breath of the triple realm of the divine fetus also burst from his body instantly. Xiao Xing, your opponent is me. Xiao Xing looked at the old man in Xingyi who suddenly exploded in front of him, and his whole body was like a ghost, and he couldn't help but scream out. The shadowless censored Wangfeng Wang, why? How could it be you? Xiao Xing screamed in shock. Not only was everyone in the square stunned, but even Xiaoyangwu, the ancestor of the Xiao family, stood still on the spot. It took Xiaoyangwu a long time to come back to his senses. He stared at Feng Wang closely, with an unbelievable expression on his face. Feng Wang, it turned out to be you. After hearing the confirmation from the ancestors of the Xiao family, everyone in the square couldn't help taking a breath. The servant next to Jiang Chen turned out to be the most famous emperor of the Divine Breath Realm in Godwind City, the shadowless God Emperor Feng Wang. In addition to shock, everyone in the square was shocked. The prestigious emperor of the Divine Feather Realm in the dignified Divine Wind City unexpectedly became a servant by Jiang Chen's side. Who can tell me, how is this Tamar possible? Chapter 1257, Shake the Xiao family ancestors hard. Feng Wang, Jiang Chen is the most wanted person in the 5 holy cities. As the elder of the Shenfeng city, you are actually with him. Xiao Xing couldn't believe his eyes. The emperor of the threefold realm of the dignified divine birth, the elder of the censored Wind City did not do it, and actually ran to serve as a servant for Jiang Chen. This old guy is afraid that his head was kicked by a donkey, right? Xiao Xing, what the emperor wants to do, but it is not your turn to interfere. Feng Wang faintly said coldly, stop talking nonsense, do it, this emperor is trying to teach you how to leave the fire sword emperor. Do you think I'm afraid you won't make it? Xiao Xing yelled angrily, a blood-red long knife in his hand flashed out of thin air, and the chi of the 100 Jiang sword was like a sky-shaking rainbow, and it struck out directly against Feng Wang. Jiang Chen, you are really surprising. Xiaoyangwu glanced at the 2 Xiao Xing in the battle, and couldn't help but slowly said. The emperors of the divine birth state all have the dignity of the emperor. And the Wind family of Shenfeng City is the descendant of the great emperor, even in the 5 holy cities. Jiang Chen expressionlessly, I can surprise you, but it doesn't stop there. Although I don't know what method you used to make Feng Wang willing to work for you. But, if you think that you can be presumptuous in Yandi City like this, it would be too small to look down on my Yandi City. Xiaoyangwu shook his head, then sighed lightly. To be honest, it would be a shame to kill a genius like you. If you change your mind now, maybe it's too late. Old man, don't take yourself too seriously. If you want to kill me, I'm afraid you are not qualified. Today, Jiang Chen, I will give you a lesson. You, the ancestor of the Xiao family in Yandi City, and the strongest on the Supreme Emperor list, what are you capable of? Jiang Chen laughed domineeringly, the blood dragon sword in his hand flashed out of thin air, and the Emperor Wushui Wanwo burning Tianzhong instantly stirred the Beizong void and slashed out at Xiaoyangwu. Seeing that Jiang Chen dared to take the initiative, Xiaoyangwu let out a cold snort, stretched out his hand to grab the void in front of him, and directly smashed Jiang Chen's burning sky to pieces. As expected to be the ancestor of the Xiao family, he is really strong, come again. Jiang Chen was full of fighting spirit, and the phantom of the golden dragon of Beizong instantly condensed behind him. Fen Tian Jin Yan instantly collided with Xiaoyangwu's monstrous palm strength in midair, and a loud noise erupted. Seeing that this bloodline magical power was once again blocked by Xiaoyangwu, Jiang Chen did not have the slightest breath, and once again launched a new round of offensive. 3 domains superimposed, kill me. The superimposed power of the 3 domains, with the power of destroying the sky and the earth, trembled the entire void. This kid has actually mastered 3 imperial domains. Rao was Xiao Yangwu. At this moment, facing the power bursting out of Jiang Chen's 3 emperor realms, his old eyes could not help but suddenly shrink. He didn't hesitate, and directly displayed his own fire domain, and Jiang Chen's domain power banged together in midair. The domain powers of the 2 divine birth realm emperors are intertwined in midair. Above the sky, there was a moment of flames, moments of clouds and mists, moments of thunder. The terrifying storm of destruction swept across the sky with the center of the confrontation between the 2. Even Xiao Xing and Feng Weiying were the emperors of the divine embryo realm who were forced to retreat again and again by this devastating storm. Xiao Xing was shocked. This hairy boy, who looked like an ant in his eyes a year ago, has grown to this point. Just when Xiao Xing was terribly frightened, he saw that in the devastating storm, the 2 figures both stepped into the void and retreated several tens of meters away. I can't believe it, this kid actually matched Xiao Yangwu, the ancestor of the Xiao family. It's horrible, this kid is really not ordinary horror. On the square, everyone looked at the situation on the void, their expressions were beyond shock. This guy is really a peerless evildoer that has never been seen in a million years. Xiao Yuanchen and Xiao Bai stared at this scene blankly, no longer knowing what language to use to describe Jiang Chen. Xiao Yangwu, this is the ancestor of the Xiao family who was named Epicentral Prefecture 500 years ago. Even though they already looked at Jiang Chen very highly, they still didn't expect Jiang Chen to be able to guard the sky to such an extent. Hardly shake the ancestors of the Xiao family without letting down the wind. Even if you look at the 5 holy cities, apart from the ancestors of other holy cities, I am afraid that few people can do it. The emperor of the 5th stage of the fetus, it seems that it is nothing more than that. Old guy, take me one more time and space sword domain. Before everyone had recovered from the shock, Jiang Chen's arrogant laughter resounded across the sky again. I saw his figure burst out at Xiao Yangwu like lightning. A blue sword field instantly enveloped Xiao Yangwu's figure. In Xiao Yangwu's old eyes, a look of horror finally appeared. Condensed into a sword domain with martial skills, and the sword domain also contains the power of the law of time of an emperor realm. What martial skill is this? How can this child master such a weird power? As the emperor of the 5 peaks of the divine fetus, Xiao Yangwu almost instantly felt the terrifying power contained in Jiang Chen's move. While Xiao Yangwu was shocked, he quickly became extremely hot. This kid can break through the divine womb so quickly, he really has a great opportunity. Just this martial skill, even if compared to Yandi City's imperial martial skill, is even worse. If he could seize the opportunity from Jiang Chen, he would definitely take his strength to the next level. Even if it breaks through the 7th stage of the womb and becomes the supreme emperor in the late stage of the womb, it is not impossible. Xuanyang Huo, burn the sky, break it for me. Xiao Yangwu took a deep breath, and the breath of the 5 peaks of the divine fetus rose to its limit, and a sky-reaching flame with the breath of burning everything directly rose into the sky. Under the impact of the sky-reaching flames, the cyan sword domain was completely burnt clean after only holding on for less than a moment. Even Jiang Chen's figure was impacted by the sky-reaching flames, and he retreated 100 feet away in embarrassment. Seeing that Xiao Yangwu easily broke through the space-time sword domain, Jiang Chen couldn't help taking a deep breath. The emperor of the 5 peaks of the womb is really not so easy to deal with. Xiao Yangwu controlled the sky-reaching flames and shattered Jiang Chen's time and space sword domain. Like a flame king looking down at Jiang Chen, his indifferent voice slowly echoed between the sky and the earth. Jiang Chen, ancestor, I have given you opportunities again and again, but you have to toast and not eat fine wine. Since you insist on looking for death, you can blame the ancestors for your kindness. Chapter 1258, Push the Invincible Horizontally, One Person Crushes the Holy City. Xiao Yangwu's voice fell, and he stepped directly out. The majestic fiery red vitality instantly filled the void. 100 Zhang fire dragon condensed by scarlet flames roared out directly, with the terrifying energy of destroying everything. Zhang Fangwu claws culled towards Jiang Chen. Skyfire Imperial Dragon Technique, one of the most domineering quasi-emperor class supernatural powers of the Xiao family in Yandi City. This supernatural martial arts was created by the Imperial Fire Emperor, the ninefold peak emperor of the Xiao family's divine womb 5,000 years ago, combining the emperor's martial arts and Xiao family bloodline. Xiao Yangwu relied on this magical martial arts to cross the Zhongzhou mainland. Even the emperor of the divine embryo realm, who died under his blow, would not know the geometry. Dian cloud swallowing technique. Faced with the full blow of Xiao Yangwu, the five-fold peak powerhouse of the divine fetus, Jiang Chen did not hesitate at all, and directly used the Dian cloud swallowing technique to raise his cultivation to the second-fold peak of the divine fetus. This Dian cloud swallowing technique, the power that can be improved, has become weaker and weaker. Feeling that Dian swallowing technique had only improved less than 2 small realms, Jiang Chen could only sigh helplessly. Although Dian cloud swallowing technique is very strong, it is only a king-level secret technique after all. As Jiang Chen stepped into the divine womb state, the effect of this king-level secret technique on Jiang Chen was obviously not as against the sky as before. To be able to ascend to the peak of the second stage of the divine fetus, he wants to suppress Xiao Yangwu in front of him, but it is completely enough. He looked up at the roaring fire dragon. Jiang Chen opened his palm, and a black square seal quickly condensed in his palm. Soul seal. The light in Jiang Chen's eyes skyrocketed, and he flipped his hand to shoot. In the void, a black square seal exuding endless power, like an immortal mountain, smashed into the sky. The black square seal was suppressed, unrivaled as if it were torn apart. I saw the 100 Jiang fire dragon rushing towards him, and the huge body began to annihilate the moment it touched the black square seal. Beizong fire dragon turned into nothingness. The black square seal destroyed the fire dragon of Beizong, hitting Xiao Yangwu directly as if Mount Tai was pressing on the top, and shot him into the ground from a height of Beizong, forcibly imprinting a huge square seal with a radius of 100 meters. The dust flew up and the earth shook. In the square, countless people swayed under the impact of the aftermath of Fang Yin energy. Some of the weaker people even couldn't help but spit out a censored madness. All those who saw this scene were stunned, like a ghost. Xiao Yangwu, the ancestor of the dignified Yandi city Xiao family and the divine emperor who had been rampant in the Zhongzhou mainland 500 years ago, was actually defeated by Jiang Chen. Xiao Xinghei's eyes were dull, and an incredible horror appeared on his face. Old ancestor Xiao Yangwu, this is the powerhouse of the 5 peaks of the womb, the supreme emperor on the list of the supreme emperors. Except for the group of supreme emperors on the list of the supreme emperors, Xiao Yangwu is almost an invincible presence across the mainland. Such a character is now defeated by Jiang Chen Yiyan. How could this kid Jiang Chen possess such terrifying combat power? It's really a god-defying evildoer who has never seen it in a million years. Feng Weiying stared at this scene dumbfounded, and a wry smile passed through his heart. Even Xiao Yangwu, the ancestor of the Xiao family, was defeated by Jiang Chen. It seems that he was planted in Jiang Chen's hands, but he was not wronged. Feng Weiying originally thought that the next time the mysterious sacred land updated the list of Emperor Tianzhou, Jiang Chen was bound to become the man on the list of Emperor Tianzhou. It now appears that even on the Supreme Emperor's list, Jiang Chen's name will appear. With the cultivation base of the first stage of the Divine Womb, board the top of the Supreme Emperor. Such an existence, even in the nearly 10,000-year history of the Zhongzhou mainland, is simply unheard of. The 5 holy cities in Zhongzhou. This time I am afraid that Jiang Chen will pay an unimaginable price. Just when everyone was overwhelmed by the situation in front of them, there was a loud noise in the huge square seal on the square. A figure wrapped in red flames burst out of Fang Yin embarrassedly, and it was Xiao Yangwu who was suppressed by Jiang Chen Yiyan. At this time, Xiao Yangwu had lost half of the majesty of the ancestor of the Xiao family. He looked pale, his body was covered with blood, and his red robe made of unknown material was turned into tatters. This kid, how could he have such a power against the sky? Xiao Yangwu's mind was trembling. He looked up at Jiang Chen in the void, and his old eyes were filled with unprecedented panic. The black square seal that Jiang Chen just now disintegrated his magical martial arts, heavenly fire and dragon control technique, and directly caused serious damage to his body and soul. If it weren't for his cultivation base a few times higher than Jiang Chen, I'm afraid he would be obliterated by Jiang Chen Yiyan. Xiao Yangwu originally thought, the space-time sword realm that Jiang Chen had previously used was definitely the top imperial martial arts, and it should have been Jiang Chen's strongest trump card. Who knew that Jiang Chen actually mastered a martial skill that was even more terrifying than the time and space sword realm? The power contained in the black square seal has even completed the power category beyond the imperial grade martial arts. That power, as if censored, came to the world, was not something mortals could stop. Old guy, you are worthy of being the ancestor of the Xiao family, who can actually block my seal, then try another seal. Seeing Xiao Yangwu flying out from the ground, Jiang Chen laughed, and a black square seal condensed from his palm again. Seeing that the black square seal on Jiang Chen's palm was condensed again, Xiao Yangwu's pupils shrank, only to feel that his whole body was covered by a shadow of death. He quickly screamed in horror. Wait a minute. Jiang Chen, I know that the purpose of your trip should be for your master, Xiao Duli. I can tell you the whereabouts of Xiao Duli. How about you leaving Yandi City? Facing Jiang Chen's unstoppable black square seal, Xiao Yangwu was really scared. The previous seal had already caused severe damage to his body and soul. If Jiang Chen gets 2 more stamps, I'm afraid he will really fall into Jiang Chen's hands today. Seeing Xiao Yangwu bowing his head in front of Jiang Chen, in the huge square, all fell into a dead silence at this moment. Everyone can't believe their eyes. Yandi City, this is one of the 5 holy cities in Zhongzhou, a 4-star holy land that has been passed down for thousands of years. Jiang Chen unexpectedly used his own power to slay all quarters in Yandi City and push invincible. Even Xiao Yangwu, the ancestor of the Xiao family, had to bow to him. One person crushes the holy city. Chapter 1259, A Place of Death. Jiang Chen dissipated the black square seal in his hand and stared at Xiao Yangwu scorchingly. Do you know the whereabouts of my master? Since the ancestor of the Xiao family had bowed his head, Jiang Chen didn't plan to continue doing it. After all, Yandi City is a 4-star sacred place that has been passed down for thousands of years, with a rich heritage. He came to Yandi City today to find out the whereabouts of Master Xiao Duli, and there is no need to fight to death. According to our guess, Xiao Duli should be in the land of silence now. Seeing that Jiang Chen didn't plan to continue, Xiao Yangwu couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Yes. Jiang Chen frowned slightly. Where is Xiao Tianan? Let him come out to see me. Jiang Chen was obviously very dissatisfied with Xiao Yangwu's uncertain answer. Jiang Chen, you really didn't disappoint me and your master, you have grown to this point so quickly. I am in the land of the Xiao family ancestor, and I cannot come out to see you for the time being. The ancestors guessed right. When the 5 holy cities wanted to want your master, I let him go to the land of silence. This place of dying is a special area in the Zhongzhou mainland. Outsiders are not allowed to enter it without authorization. But, I am worried that the 5 holy cities will cooperate with the land of Nirvana. Go to the land of Nirvana and find your master. At this moment, a divine message suddenly spread into Jiang Chen's mind from the depths of Yandi City. After getting the information he wanted to know, Jiang Chen didn't plan to stay in Yandi City for a long time. He glanced at Xiao Yangwu lightly, and directly greeted Feng Weiying to leave quickly, leaving only a cold voice slowly resounding over Yandi City. Xiao Yangwu, one word of advice. If you don't want the Yandi City to be destroyed in your hands, you'd better not trouble me. Also, don't let Xiao Yuanshan, Xiao Baiyi and the others suffer a bit of grievance in Yandi City. Otherwise, all consequences are at your own risk. Xiao Yangwu looked at the direction where Jiang Chen and the other 2 disappeared, with an extremely ugly expression. This kid slaughtered all quarters in Yandi City, and his unpredictable martial skills forced him to bow to him. Now when he left, he even dared to threaten him with words. He is the dignified ancestor of the Xiao family, the peak emperor of the 5th stage. Of the divine womb, has he ever been as humiliated as he is today? Old ancestor, today Jiang Chen made a big disturbance in Yandi City, which greatly damaged my face in Yandi City. We really let him leave so easily. Xiao Xing came to the side of Xiao Yangwu and said with a look of unwillingness. Do you think I want? Xiao Yangwu didn't say in a good manner. The power that the kid has now is not even me. What can you do if you don't let him leave? Although with the background of Yandi City, if you really want to keep Jiang Chen, he does have that ability. But this time, Yandi City is bound to pay a huge price. Jiang Chen's mysterious black square seal was too terrifying. He didn't want to risk falling and force Jiang Chen to stay. Old ancestor, after Jiang Chen leaves Yandi City, he will definitely go to the land of annihilation. We can tell the other holy cities about this, and they may be able to reach cooperation with the land of Nirvana as soon as possible. As long as the land of silence takes action, Xiao Duli and Jiang Chen are destined to fly hard. Xiao Xinghei's complexion was gloomy, and a cold light flashed across his eyes. Yes, this matter is left to you. Xiao Yongwu's face also showed a touch of murderous intent. In today's battle, Jiang Chen made a big fight in Yandi City, which made him and Yandi City lose face. If Jiang Chen is not eliminated, how will Yandi City gain a foothold in Zhongzhou in the future, and what face does he have to face the ancestors of Yandi City? From the moment he gave in to Jiang Chen earlier, Xiao Yangwu vowed to live with Jiang Chen endlessly. Even at all means, he will completely destroy Jiang Chen this time. The Land of Annihilation, a relatively special area of the Zhongzhou mainland, is located at the intersection of the 5 holy cities of Zhongzhou. This place is not under the jurisdiction of any of the 5 holy cities. The Land of Nirvana, dominated by the Nirvana Mountain, is a dangerous ancient relic in the Zhongzhou mainland. The Land of Annihilation is a land without a master for the warriors of the Zhongzhou mainland to explore and seek opportunities. After the World Destruction War 10,000 years ago, a peerless powerhouse who called himself the Sword Emperor of Nirvana occupied the Land of Nirvana and became the master here. The Nirvana Sword Emperor built the Nirvana City to dominate the Land of Nirvana, and set the rules that the Emperor of the Divine Birth Realm should not enter. The Land of Annihilation never participates in the disputes of any forces in the Zhongzhou continent, and its only purpose is to kill the blood practitioners on the mainland. Later, the Blood Demon Palace swept across the Zhongzhou continent, and the Land of Annihilation became the backbone of the Blood Demon Palace. Especially the Sword Emperor Nirvana, in the event of destroying the Blood Demon Palace, is even more indispensable. The Nirvana City built by the Nirvana Sword Emperor is very powerful. Even if it is a 4-star holy land, he is not willing to provoke it easily. Many forces in Zhongzhou have acquiesced in the existence of this special region of the Land of Annihilation. The Land of Annihilation has also become a paradise for some people with special status, and some people who have been hunted down or wanted by the sect have gone there. And Silence City never interferes with those who come to the Land of Silence. The situation in the Land of Annihilation is extremely chaotic. The environment here is more cruel than any place in the mainland, where killings are everywhere, and human lives are like ants. Crisis and opportunity coexist. Although the Land of Annihilation is dangerous, it is also an extremely rare treasure in the Zhongzhou continent. Almost every day, many warriors enter it to seek opportunities. Jiang Chen left Yandi City and hurried towards the Land of Silence with Feng Weiying. The two finally came to the periphery of the Land of Silence. I saw that on an empty flat ground outside the Land of Silence, there were already hundreds of warriors gathered here. These people, obviously all want to enter the Land of Silence and seek opportunities. They were in groups of 3 or 5, looking back and forth at other nearby figures. Jiang Chen even found out that some people still put up hiring signs. The Land of Annihilation is very dangerous. Even if some divine soul realm kings enter it alone, they may not be able to walk out alive. Most people choose to form a team of about 4 people. The 4 are in formation, facing some threats. There will be no dead ends. There is still 1 person left. Is there anyone who wants to go in with us? Our team has a divine soul realm king sitting in charge, but the strength requires at least Shanghai 7th level or above. A 3-person team yelled a few words and quickly gathered the last one. Divine soul realm king, here is a very rare existence. Being able to enter in a team with such a strong man can at least guarantee a little more safety. Jiang Chen ignored these people, and took Feng Weiying strode towards the Land of Silence. Chapter 1260, Kangyu Holy Land Yuxian. The Big Brother. Wait. Just when Jiang Chen was about to enter the Land of Silence, a crisp voice suddenly came from his ear. Jiang Chen tilted his head and saw an 18 or 9-year-old girl slowly walking towards Jiang Chen. The girl has clear pupils and long slender eyebrows, just right. Long eyelashes embellishment, coupled with fair and flawless skin, small cherry-like mouth, can be considered a rare little beauty. Jiang Chen cares more about the girl's beauty than the girl's clothes. The girl was wearing a light white long skirt, and the chest of the long skirt was embroidered with a simple picture of the sea and the moon. Beside the map of Kanghai Mingyu, there is still the word Kangyu. Is this girl in front of me a disciple of Kangyu Holy Land? Seeing this pattern, Jiang Chen thought of Kangyu Holy Land almost immediately in his mind. Since he subdued Feng Weiying, Jiang Chen has also gained a deeper understanding of the Zhongzhou mainland during this period. In addition to the 5 holy cities, there are also 8 hidden holy sites in the Zhongzhou mainland. Although these holy places are not as exposed as the 5 holy cities, each hidden holy land is not weaker than the God's Wine City, the head of the 5 holy cities, which can be described as unfathomable. Back in the Endless Sea, the mysterious woman who rescued Meng Qingshe came from one of the 8 sacred places, Kangyu Holy Land. If the girl in front of him was really from Kangyu Holy Land, he might be able to inquire about Meng Qingshe from her body. This eldest brother, my name is Wuxian, I come from Kangyu Holy Land. This is the first time you have come to the land of annihilation. We are still short of people here, do you want to be together? The land of annihilation is very dangerous. If you don't form a team, it's very dangerous. The girl smiled sweetly at Jiang Chen and stretched out her palm generously. Sure enough, it is a person from Kangyu Holy Land. Jiang Chen was overjoyed when he heard the girl's introduction. He smiled and nodded, okay, my name is Jiang Chen, this is my servant, don't mind if I bring one more person in. Jiang Chen is indeed very strange to the land of silence. It's not bad to join the group of girls in front of you and go in with them. Since this girl named Wuxian was from the Kangyu Holy Land, he happened to come in contact with her, and he seemed to be able to find out about Meng Qingshe. Wuxian said with a chuckle, of course, one more person has more strength. Xian, who is this guy? At this moment, a mature and capable, glamorous woman wearing a black tights also came over. Wuxian quickly said, Sister Mei, aren't we still sending people, why not let this big brother and his servant join our team? The cold girl glanced at Jiang Chen and categorically refused. Although the aura of the two Jiang Chen was well hidden, she couldn't see the cultivation of the two Jiang Chen for a while. But the appearance of these two people in front of them is obviously the son of a big power, bringing a bodyguard to meet the world in the land of silence. Such a young man is very difficult to serve. Allowing such people to join the team will only add endless trouble to their team. Sister Mei, this is the eldest brother. My instinct tells me that this eldest brother is good, and it will be safer to be with him. Wuxian pulled the glamorous woman's sleeve and insisted in a low voice. The cold girl heard Wuxian's words, and a strange expression flashed in her beautiful eyes. She and Wuxian have known each other for a long time, and she has a certain understanding of this girl from Kangyu Holy Land. Although this girl only had Shanghai's 4th-tier cultivation base, she had an incredible ability, as if she could foresee some things and seek good fortune and avoid evil. They entered the land of solitude several times because of Wuxian's ability to turn the tide of good fortune, and walked out of the land of solitude without incident. Since you insist, let them, get ready, and we will set off right away. The cold woman finished speaking and turned and walked into the crowd. Not long after, I saw the glamorous woman walking over with a tall young man carrying a long sword. Qin Mei, which elder brother is this, who came to the land of nirvana and brought a servant, don't you want them to join the team? The tall young man looked at Jiang Chen's master and servant, and his expression was unhappy and authentic. Ji Yujian, if you are not satisfied, you can find other teams to join. Qin Mei snorted coldly, without explaining, she directly took Wuxian and walked in the land of silence. Jiang Chen didn't bother to look at Ji Yujian, and followed them lazily with Feng Weiying. Ji Yujian's face changed uncertainly for a while, and finally followed. It didn't take long for a group of people to enter the land of silence. Jiang Chen instantly felt countless murderous intent hidden around him. This murderous intent seemed to be prey. Not only that, but he also smelled a heavy blood in the air. The ground was full of corpses, some monsters, and some humans. Some of the corpses even looked extremely fresh, apparently just recently died. From this scene alone, Jiang Chen has completely felt the cruelty of the land of silence. Just when Jiang Chen was frightened, in the mountains and forests not far away, 2 suffocating auras could be heard. The huge black tiger with 2 huge heads abruptly jumped out, like 2 hills, blocking Jiang Chen and the others. 2 black cloud tigers of the late 6th stage. Ji Yujian, you and I are one person. Jiang Chen, you are responsible for protecting Xian's safety. When Qin Mei spoke, he took the lead and rushed towards one of the black cloud tigers. Ji Yujian also drew his long sword and slew the other black cloud tiger. When Jiang Chen saw this, he was also happy. Qin Mei and Ji Yujian are both Shanghai 8th stage cultivation bases, and there is absolutely no problem in dealing with the 2 black cloud tigers in front of them. He directly chatted with Wuxian beside him. Xian, what are you doing in the land of silence? Come to my sister. After my sister entered the land of silence a year ago, she hasn't come out until now. I want to know what happened to her. Wuxian's worry flickered between Lu's eyebrows, and immediately looked up at Jiang Chen. Big brother Jiang Chen, how about you? I came here to find someone too. Jiang Chen smiled slightly, and then changed the subject. I heard that there is a legendary Taiyan desperate body in your Kangyu Holy Land. I don't know if it is true. It is true. The 6th elder Yuchenian of Kangyu Holy Land is the legendary Taiyan desperate body. However, it is said that Elder Chenian received a disciple of Taiyan breaking body not long ago, and now there are already 2 Taiyan breaking body disciples in Kangyu Holy Land. Yu Xian smiled and said. Hearing Yu Xian's words, Jiang Chen was suddenly excited. It seemed that the girl in front of her really knew the existence of Meng Qingshe. Chapter 1261. If you don't listen to good people, you will suffer. Xian, is your new disciple named Meng Qingshe? How is she now? Regarding the pure-minded girl in front of him, Jiang Chen didn't have much scruples, and asked straightforwardly. Of course it's very good. Sister Meng entered the Kangyu Holy Land in just a few months, and she reached the peak of Shanghai 9th layer from Shanghai 1st layer, and was hailed as the first genius of Kangyu Holy Land in 100 years. Yu Xian couldn't help showing a look of worship on her little face. She thought of something, and she looked at Jiang Chen in surprise. Hey! Brother Jiang Chen, how do you know senior sister Meng's name? She and I have known each other for many years. Jiang Chen explained with a smile, and then slightly pondered. Xian, I can help you find your sister this time in the land of Nirvana. After you return to Kangyu Holy Land, pay more attention to Qingshe for me, how about? Taiyan desperate body, a unique, censored body. This physique, for some special ones, has a fatal temptation. Even if Meng Qingshe was in the Kangyu Holy Land, it was not absolutely safe. If Yu Xian secretly pays attention, once something happens, he can get news as soon as possible. Yu Xian didn't even think about it, and quickly nodded in surprise. With her 4-fold cultivation base of Shanghai, it is almost impossible to walk in this cruel and dangerous place of Nirvana. It is undoubtedly a very difficult thing to find my sister on my own. As for Jiang Chen in front of him, Yu Xian felt his extraordinary when he first saw him. Intuition tells her that Jiang Chen is a very powerful person, and even the entire land of silence will be shaken by him. This is still a trustworthy person. If she could get Jiang Chen's help, she might really hope to find her sister. We are fighting in the front, some people are laid back, and they are talking so happily here. At this moment, a faint humming sound suddenly rang in Jiang Chen's ears. Jiang Chen raised his head slightly, and saw that Ji Yujian had returned from killing the Black Cloud Tiger, and was looking at him with a sarcasm. We chatted happily. What to do with you? This is the captain who arranged for me to protect Xian. If you don't agree, you can go to her. Jiang Chen said lightly. What's more, can't you deal with these 2 monsters? There are only 2 monsters of the late 6th stage, but they are not worth my shot. Boy, there are a lot of people pretending to be forceful in this world, but it's the first time I have met someone who can pretend like you. Ji Yujian seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world, and suddenly couldn't help laughing with disdain. There are only 2 monsters in the late 6th stage, and it is not worth the shot. Do you really think you are the king of Soul Realm? Or is it the emperor of the Divine Birth Realm? Okay, don't make a noise. Ji Yujian, I still said that. If you are not satisfied with my arrangement, you can leave at any time. Qin Mei came over with a sword with a cold face. Although she and Ji Yujian have known each other since childhood, Qin Mei has never caught a cold for Ji Yujian. If it weren't for this guy's strength and knowing the whereabouts of her father and Dao Yongguo, she would not choose to team up with Ji Yujian to enter the land of desolation. Ji Yujian heard Qin Mei's scolding, he could not help but snorted and stopped talking. In his eyes, there was a flash of cold light that was not easy to detect. This woman who thinks she is superior, when he gets to the place this time, he will let this woman kneel in front of him and beg for mercy. The group continued on the road. In the next half-day, Jiang Chen and the others also encountered a lot of fierce beasts along the way, and some people wanted to give them ideas. However, these guys are not strong, and they can be solved by Qin Mei and Ji Yujian's abilities. But Jiang Chen still stayed leisurely with Yu Xian in the center of the team. As for Feng Weiying, he also stayed beside Jiang Chen silently, never making a move. Jiang Chen and the others came to an ancient mountain that looked very huge. Looking from a distance, Jiang Chen could feel that the entire mountain range exudes an aura of violent silence. Ji Yujian, the front is Ji Mie. The place you mentioned should not be far away, right? Qin Mei raised her head to look at Ji Mie mountain ahead, and a look of joy also appeared in her cold eyes. It's really not far. Ji Jian smiled and said, "From here on into Ji Mie Mountain, we only need to go deeper than 3,000 meters to reach there. A quarter of an hour rest, we are ready to enter Silence Mountain." Qin Mei took a deep breath, and immediately made a decision. "Captain Qin, if you don't want to get into trouble, it's best not to enter Juya Mountain from here." At this moment, Jiang Chen's lazy voice suddenly rang in everyone's ears. "Boy, what do you know? Here is the closest to our destination. If we don't enter the Silence Mountain from here, we will spend at least half a day or more." Ji Jian sneered with disdain. "Do you know how dangerous it will be to stay in the land of silence for a long time? Sister Mei, I also feel that it is not appropriate to enter from here, or we should go in another place." At this moment, Yu Si also quickly expressed her thoughts. When Qin Mei heard Yu Xian's words, a hesitant expression appeared on her glamorous face. Qin Mei may not care about Jiang Chen's words, but now that Yu Xian said the same, she couldn't help but not pay attention. "Qin Mei, how about this? I'll go to Ji Mie Mountain to investigate first. If it is really dangerous, let's go in from other places." Ji Jian said suddenly. He can't wait to take Qin Mei to that place now, so naturally he doesn't want to waste any more time. Qin Mei thought for a while, and felt that Ji Jian's method was good, and could not help nodding. "Okay, let's do it like this." Seeing Qin Mei's consent, Ji Jian also quickly swept towards the Silence Mountain by himself. "Brother Jiang Chen, Ji Jian will be fine, right?" Yu Xian couldn't help but whispered as he looked at Ji Jian, who was walking towards Ji Mie Mountain. "If you don't listen to good people, you will suffer." Jiang Chen smiled confidently. At most 10 breaths, he will roll out of the Silent Mountain in embarrassment. Seeing Jiang Chen's self-confident appearance, Qin Mei was about to ask. Suddenly the tigers roared in the Silence Mountain. The ground in a radius of 100 miles shook violently like an earthquake. I saw a figure that was crawling and escaping from the Silent Mountain. Behind him, hundreds of huge black cloud tigers rushed out murderously like 10,000 horses. In particular, the head of the black cloud tiger is several times larger than the ordinary black cloud tiger, and it is full of a powerful king. Looking at the scene before her, Qin Mei's expression finally couldn't help but change drastically. Chapter 1262, 7th Rank Monster Beast, I can conquer it with my finger. Black Cloud Tiger Group, and there is still a group of Black Cloud Tigers led by the 7th Rank Beast King. Qin Mei's cold face turned pale in an instant, and a look of despair appeared in her beautiful eyes. She regretted it at the moment. If they followed Yu Xian's advice, why would they provoke the terrifying Black Cloud Tiger Group? There are hundreds of Black Cloud Tigers, among them there is a 7th rank Black Cloud Tiger King. This is simply not something they can resist. Qin Mei took a deep breath, and immediately shouted to Yu Xian, "I will stop these Black Cloud Tigers, you run away with Jiang Chen and the others." Yu Xian was also frightened and stupefied by the situation right now. Her face was pale, and she looked at Jiang Chen in panic. "Brother Jiang Chen, so many Black Cloud Tigers, what shall we do now?" Jiang Chen smiled faintly. "Don't worry, as long as you remember what you promised me, I guarantee that no one will dare to move you in this place of silence." "Jiang Chen, when is the time? You are still talking here without shame. This is a group of Black Cloud Tigers, among them there is a 7th rank Black Cloud Tiger King. Even if an ordinary Divine Soul Realm King encounters it, he will definitely die. You want to kill yourself, don't take Xian with you." Qin Mei heard Jiang Chen's words, and immediately couldn't help but exclaimed in anxious voice. She originally wanted to desperately block these Black Cloud Tigers and give Jiang Chen and the others a chance to survive. Who knows that this guy doesn't appreciate it at all? It's just a 7-rank monster, I can conquer it with a finger, what's the big deal? Jiang Chen curled his lips, his eyes fell directly on the group of Black Cloud Tigers in front of him. Most of the 6th grade monster beasts have already activated their spiritual wisdom, and some of them can even speak. The 7th rank Beast King can incarnate in a human form, just like a human being. But the monster beast in the Nirvana mountain range seemed to be affected by the violent evil spirit of Nirvana in the mountain range. Even the 7th rank Beast King was reduced to a peerless beast that only knew how to kill. "Xian, this kid has to stay here and wait for death. Just leave him alone and run away alone." Qin Mei had an urge to go crazy at this moment. "Even if you're bragging, can you be a little troublesome? Even the master of the 7th rank beast tamer, it is impossible to subdue the 7th rank monster beast with a finger." Compared to the frantic Qin Mei, Yu Xian seemed much calmer at the moment. She said firmly with a face, "Sister Mei, you don't need to say, I won't run away alone, and I believe in big brother Jiang Chen. Help, help." When the two were talking, Ji Yujian already fled to them with a look of horror. And behind Ji Yujian, the group of black cloud tigers had already rushed to a place less than 100 meters away from them. Qin Mei's face suddenly became extremely pale. "It's over, no one can leave now." Even if it was Yu Xian who had a heart for Jiang Chen, facing hundreds of black cloud tigers at this moment, Warong couldn't help but lose her color. "Don't worry, I'll take care of these little tigers." Jiang Chen gave Yu Xian a relieved smile, and then took a step forward. As Jiang Chen took this step, the group of black cloud tigers who came violently and aggressively, under the leadership of the Black Cloud Tiger King, stopped at a distance of tens of meters away from Jiang Chen and the others. Seeing this scene, Qin Mei and Yu Xian were directly stunned. Even Ji Yujian, who was about to flee alone, stopped in an instant, and an unbelievable look appeared in his eyes. The monster beasts in the land of annihilation are inherently cruel, and the group of black cloud tigers in front of them is led by the 7th rank Black Cloud Tiger King. Even if the Divine Soul Realm King is here, it may not make these black cloud tigers feel a little afraid. But Jiang Chen just took a step forward and stopped hundreds of black cloud tigers. How is this Nima possible? Even if Ji Yujian wants to break his head, I am afraid that Jiang Chen will not be able to imagine that Jiang Chen will be an emperor of the Divine Birth Realm. Although the Black Cloud Tiger King in front of him was affected by the environment of the Silence Mountains and lost his character, he still instinctively felt an extremely dangerous aura from Jiang Chen. "Little tiger, give you a chance to get your little brother out, and then surrender to me, I will spare you not to die." Jiang Chen's eyes calmly the King Black Cloud Tiger King, faintly authentic. The Black Cloud Tiger King seemed to understand Jiang Chen's words, and directly raised up to the sky and issued a terrifying tiger's roar. "Why? No matter how hard you struggle, it's futile." Jiang Chen shook his head, and immediately condensed a mysterious soul mark with his hands on his chest. Jiang Chen controlled the soul seal and lightly pressed the head of the Black Cloud Tiger King. The soul mark flashed in the air, and instantly sank into Black Cloud Tiger King's head. Black Cloud Tiger King's huge body trembled slightly, and stopped in midair. In its huge eyes like copper bells, a dazed look quickly emerged. The huge body of the Black Cloud Tiger King shrank sharply, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a cat-sized fuzzy little tiger. The blurred little tiger ran up to Jiang Chen directly, and kept ingratiating to Jiang Chen. Seeing this incredible scene in front of him, Qin Mei and the three of them were completely petrified, and it was difficult to recover from the shock for a long time. The dignified 7th rank monster Black Cloud Tiger King, was it so subdued by him? He actually subdued the Black Cloud Tiger King with just a few seconds. Qin Mei was so shocked that she couldn't believe her eyes. 7th rank monster beast, I can conquer it with my finger. She finally understood now that when Jiang Chen said this sentence just now, he was not arrogant, but really had this terrifying ability. It's just that Qin Mei couldn't imagine how Jiang Chen did it. That's the 7th rank beast king. Even if the 7th rank or even the 8th rank beast trainer, it may not be so easy to subdue it, right? Qin Mei might never have imagined that Jiang Chen is not only a 7th rank beast trainer, but also an emperor of the Divine Birth Realm. With the powerful spirit power of his Divine Birth Realm, to enslave a monster beast in the early 7th stage, isn't it a matter of grasping it? Okay, let your group of brothers get out. Jiang Chen glanced at the blurred version of the Black Cloud Tiger King in front of him, and waved his hand directly. Roar! The Black Cloud Tiger King received Jiang Chen's order and could not help but roared at the group of Black Cloud Tigers. These Black Cloud Tigers obviously still obeyed the orders of the Black Cloud Tiger King very much. They all turned around and headed towards the Silent Mountain Range, and soon disappeared in front of Jiang Chen and the others. Chapter 1263, Conspiracy. Seeing the Black Cloud Tiger group receding like a tide, Qin Mei could no longer describe her mood at this moment in words. Encountering the Black Cloud Tigers this time, the group of them might be more ill-fortuned. Who knows the critical moment? Jiang Chen subdued the 7th rank Black Cloud Tiger King with his fingers, instantly reversed the situation and resolved the crisis they were facing. Qin Mei had to admire Yu Xian's vision. This girl really pulled a super talent to join their team. How can this kid have such a terrifying animal training technique? Ji Yujian's expression was dull, and his heart was also astonished to the extreme. His gaze towards Jiang Chen also instinctively showed a look of jealousy. Conquer the 7th rank Black Cloud Tiger King with a finger. Just by relying on this heaven-defying beast-taming technique, the degree of danger of this child is probably no less than any divine soul king. Thinking of this, Jiang's expression instantly turned gloomy. The existence of this kid is bound to become the biggest variable in his plan this time. Brother Jiang Chen, you are so amazing, you have tamed the Black Cloud Tiger King so easily. Seeing that Jiang Chen resolved their crisis in an instant, Yu Xian couldn't help showing a look of worship in her beautiful eyes. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. I just know a little bit of animal training. When Qin Mei heard Jiang Chen's words, she didn't know what to say. To subdue a 7th rank monster with a finger, even a master beast taming master at the pinnacle of the 7th rank may not be able to do it easily. If you only know a little bit about this, I'm afraid the 7th rank master beast tamer will have no face to live. Captain, do you still want to enter Silence Mountain? If you want to go, please speed it up. When your problem is solved, please take me to Nirvana City. When Qin Mei was speechless, Jiang Chen's voice suddenly came from her ears. Qin Mei took a deep breath and immediately looked at Jiang, who was aside. Jiang, lead the way. Jiang Chen's existence is equivalent to having a Divine Soul Realm King in the team. If there is a Divine Soul Realm King, she will undoubtedly become a lot easier to help her father get out of trouble. Jiang's eyes flickered slightly, and immediately led the crowd towards the direction of Jimie Mountain. Although there has been such a change in Jiang Chen now, but when things have reached this point, the arrow is already on the line and I have to send it. The strength of those people is extremely powerful, and there is more than one Divine Soul Realm King, and it is more than enough to deal with an animal trainer who can control a 7th grade monster beast. A group of people enters the Nirvana Mountain. Because of the Black Cloud Tiger King Jiang Chen conquered, Jiang Chen and the others went into the mountain very smoothly this time, and they were almost unimpeded along the way. Jiang took them 3,000 feet deep into the Silence Mountain range and came to a huge valley. Jiang, where is my father trapped? Qin Mei glanced at Jiang, who was leading the way, and an impatient expression appeared in her beautiful eyes. Qin Mei was born in a 2-star pinnacle family power near the land of annihilation, and his strength is extremely strong. Only recently, the ancestor of the 9th peak of the Qin family's spiritual soul, the limit is coming. The ancestor of the Qin family, this is the optimizing pillar of the entire Qin family. If the ancestors fall, the Qin family will fall into crisis. During this period of time, the Qin family has been looking for treasures that can enhance the true meaning of martial arts, hoping to make the true meaning of martial arts of the ancestors complete, so as to sublime and step into the womb of God in one fell swoop. After many investigations, the Qin family finally got the news of Dao Yongguo from the land of silence. This fruit is the divine fruit that can condense the true meaning of martial arts. For many old monsters who stopped at the peak of the soul, Dao Yongguo is the supreme treasure that can help them take the last step. After receiving the news of Dao Yongguo, the patriarch of the Qin family, Qin Mei's father, directly entered the land of desolation, fighting for the fruit of Taoism. It's just that after Qin Mei's father entered the land of silence, no news came back. Until a few days ago, Jiang, who had been practicing in the land of silence, suddenly came to Qin's house and told Qin Mei that her father was trapped. Qin Mei came to the land of silence with Jiang. Now that he was about to reach the place where his father was trapped, Qin Mei also became a little eager. All right, it's coming soon, come with me. As Jiang said, he directly accelerated towards the valley ahead. Qin Mei was about to follow, but Jiang Chen suddenly grabbed her. Don't follow him in, this valley is simply a trap. Qin Mei's face suddenly changed. She stared at Jiang with cold eyes. Jiang, you dare to lie to me? Qin Mei, don't believe him. Jiang hurriedly said, I can assure you that your father had an accident in this valley. The captain's father may have had an accident in this valley, but I am afraid that he cannot be separated from the people hidden in the valley. Jiang Chen said lightly, a king of Soul Realm, 5 warriors of the late Shanghai stage, you can get them all out. It was discovered by this kid. Jiang's expression changed suddenly. He didn't hesitate anymore, and sent a signal directly to the valley. I saw a few powerful figures in the valley skyrocketing, and a triumphant laughter resounded in the silent forest in an instant. Jiang, you did a good job, you finally brought Qin Shangming's daughter. After this is done, my black evil will inevitably benefit from you. Qin Mei heard the voice coming from the valley, and was immediately furious. Ji Jian, you despicable villain colluded with the people in the land of silence, what do you think of my father? As far as Qin Mei knows, in the land of silence, in addition to the central city of silence, many people with special identities have established many large and small organizations in order to survive in the land of silence. And this Black Evil Society is a well-known organization in the land of Nirvana, no less inferior to a 2-star force. Qin Mei didn't expect it. Ji Jian not only colluded with Haisha to harm her father, but also led her to the land of Nirvana. Haha. Even if I unite with the Black Shame, what can you do to me? Qin Mei, do you really think that our Gu family will just watch your Qin family get the fruit of Taoism, allowing your ancestors to break through the divine birth state? Didn't you always be arrogant and look down on Lao Su? When your father and Qin family ancestor are dead, Lao Su will have to see what qualifications you have to be arrogant in front of me. Ji Jian directly smiled with a smug face. And just as Ji Jian was laughing wildly, the figures of 6 big men in black in midair also appeared in front of Jiang Chen and the others in an instant. Chapter 1264. No matter who you are, don't touch me. The 6 silhouettes were all wearing black robes. At the head is a middle-aged man with a rough face and full of anger. He is a king who has achieved the triple realm of spirit and soul. The middle-aged man swept his eyes and fell directly on Qin Mei's body. Are you Qin Shangming's daughter? Qin Mei took a deep breath and said coldly, yes, what? About my father, what have you done to him? Don't worry, we won't let your father die like this before we get the fruit of Taoism. The middle-aged man grinned at Qin Mei, and immediately said cruelly, leave this woman, and the others will kill me. Qin Mei's expression changed, and he stared coldly at the middle-aged man in the air. This matter has nothing to do with them. If you let them leave, I'll go with you. Although Jiang Chen is very mysterious, and can control the 7th rank monster, he has the power comparable to the soul of the king. But Qin Mei didn't think that Jiang Chen could contend with the people of the Black Shame Society in this place of silence. This time, it was she who had caused Jiang Chen and the others. Qin Mei didn't want Jiang Chen and the others to lose their lives in vain. I'm sorry, but I have never had the habit of keeping alive. Chu Sanxia smiled grimly, then waved his hand, kill me. Following Chu Sanxia's order fell. A few black-clothed warriors in the late Shanghai stage behind him rushed towards Jiang Chen and the others with murderous aura. But at this moment, there was a loud tiger roar in midair. I saw the pet that looked like a cat in front of Jiang Chen, instantly transformed into a giant black cloud tiger of 10 feet, and claws at the black warrior who rushed first. The black-clothed warrior hadn't reacted yet, he was already scratched by the giant tiger's head with a single claw, and he couldn't die again. 7 rank monster beast. At this scene, the pupils of the remaining 4 warriors in black suddenly shrank, their bodies resembling a bird with a frightened bow, and they retreated more than 10 feet away in panic. Chairman Chu San, the guy in black clothes opposite, is an animal trainer who can control a 7th grade monster. Ji Jian quickly shouted at Chu Sanxia in midair. You didn't say anything earlier, I'm not blind, and now I still use you to remind. Chu Sanxia cursed angrily. He stared at Jiang Chen with stern eyes. Boy, I am the Black Evil and will be the 3rd master. As long as you don't interfere with today's affairs, I can let you go. In this place of silence, everything depends on strength. A 7th rank monster Black Cloud Tiger King, even Chu Sanxia didn't want to provoke it easily. Before being forced, he didn't want to tear his face with Jiang Chen. Hee. What are you? I want to leave here. Jiang Chen, why do you need to agree? Jiang Chen glanced at Chu Sanxia indifferently. They are all covered by me now, I don't care who you are, it's best not to touch me. Chu Sanxia's expression was cold. Boy, are you really going to be against me, Black Shah? What about being an enemy? Don't say that you are just a member of the Black Evil Club, even if someone from Nirvana City is standing in front of me. Jiang Chen, I am not afraid, let alone a small Black Evil Club. Jiang Chen smiled contemptuously, but his faint voice seemed domineering. Boy, since you have to toast and not drink fine wine, don't blame Lao Su for being polite. Leave this Black Cloud Tiger King to me, and you will get rid of that kid quickly. Chu Sanxia coldly snorted with an iron face, and immediately rushed out at the Black Cloud Tiger King with a flash of figure. The 4 warriors in black saw that xianxia stopped the Black Cloud Tiger King, and rushed toward Jiang Chen again aggressively. Jiang Chen didn't even glance at the 4 black-clothed warriors, and said indifferently, "Wang, you can solve it." After hearing Jiang Chen's order, Feng Wang, who had been silently following Jiang Chen, finally moved. I saw him step out from behind Jiang Chen, raising his hand, and 4 cyan winds flew out. Shoo! The 4 blue wind scrolls penetrated the void instantly, and appeared in front of the 4 black-clothed warriors in a flash. The 4 black-clothed warriors, before even screaming, were strangled to pieces by the blue wind. Seeing the incredible situation in front of them, Qin Mei and Yu Xian's 2 daughters were suddenly shocked. With a wave of hands, instantly kill 4 warriors in the late Shanhai. Such a method is definitely not something a warrior of the Divine Sea Realm can display. King of the Soul Realm. The taciturn old man beside Jiang Chen is also a Divine Soul King. God, King of Soul Realm, Ji Yujian looked terrified, and he almost didn't feel scared by the scene before him. A hairy boy in his 20s is an animal trainer who can control a 7th-rank monster. Even the inconspicuous servant beside him is actually a king of Soul Realm. Qin Mei, where did she find such a monster? Damn, there is still a Divine Soul King hidden here. In midair, xianxia, who was stalemate with the Black Cloud Tiger King, was also frightened at this moment. In an instant, it was impossible to wipe out the 4 martial artists of the late Shanhai stage, even with the strength of his Divine Soul Triple Realm. This is a Divine Soul Realm King who is only stronger than him. Boy, wait for me. If you are bad, my black evil will have a big deal, and my black evil will definitely not let you go. Xianxia yelled in anger, and immediately shook the Black Cloud Tiger King back with a palm, and his figure quickly rushed towards the sky. At this moment, xianxia dared to stay the slightest bit, and hurriedly fled in the opposite direction. The Black Cloud Tiger King, a 7th-rank monster beast, was already very difficult for him. Now coupled with a Divine Soul Realm King whose strength is not inferior to him, if he does not run for his life now, I am afraid that he is really in danger of falling. A trivial king who was in the early stage of the soul, also wanted to escape under my nose. Feng Wang snorted faintly, and directly stretched out his hand to gently squeeze in the direction of xianxia's escape. I saw xianxia's whole body 100 meters round the space suddenly collapsed, and a storm of destruction swept out of the void in the space crack, instantly strangling xianxia's whole person into powder. A Divine Soul Realm King just died like this. Qin Mei and Yu Xian's eyes were dull, and the whole people seemed to be petrified, and it was hard to recover after a while. Even if they had guessed that the old man beside Jiang Chen was at least a Soul Realm King, they did not expect that he could be so terrifying. Across the thousands of meters in the void, turn your hands and wipe out a Divine Soul King. Such a method is really terrifying. Chapter 1265. Go straight to the Black Evil Club. Feng Wang wiped out xianxia with one move, and then turned back to the ordinary old man with a rickety figure and retreated to Jiang Chen's side. As for the Ji Yujian who was already limp on the ground and was frightened with a censored of urine, Feng Wang didn't bother to pay attention. On this point, you dare to collude with others to plot against me. Jiang Chen glanced at Ji Yujian contemptuously, then looked at Qin Mei and said, "What should this guy do? Are you going to kill Qin Mei, please, don't kill me. I am also on an impulse to be with the people of the Black Sha Society. For the sake of our childhood acquaintances, please let me go." With a look of despair and horror on his face, Ji Yujian quickly pleaded with Qin Mei. Qin Mei's face was cold and frosty, and she didn't even bother to look at Ji Yujian. Let him live first. He should know about Haisha's affairs with my father. I need him to lead the way to save his father. Yeah, I know the headquarters of the Black Fiend Society and where your father is locked up. I can take you to save people. Ji Yujian nodded and said with a bow. Although he bowed to his knees on the surface, there was an imperceptible cold color flashing in his eyes. Now that the situation is compelling, he wants to survive, so he has to make a mistake. The headquarters of the Black Fiend Society, but there are still several Divine Soul Realm Kings. In particular, the boss of the Black Fiend Society, Chu Hei Sha, is even more of an existence at the pinnacle of the 9th Divine Soul. As long as Qin Mei and the others go to the Black Sha conference, he will be able to recover the humiliation tenfold. Qin Mei ignored Ji Yujian, she bent down and bowed to Jiang Chen Yingying, and a look of pleading flashed across her cold face. Jiang Chen, Thank you for your help today, Qin Mei is grateful. But Qin Mei still has a ruthless request. You can help my father. As long as we can save my father, no matter what conditions you have, the Qin family and I can promise you. Qin Mei knew very well that with her Shanghai eightfold strength, it was almost impossible to rescue her father from Haishahui. But Jiang Chen was mysterious and unpredictable. Next to him, there is a peerless strong man who can kill the Soul Kings by flipping his hands. Now in this place of utter solitude, she is weak, and if she wants to rescue her father, asking Jiang Chen to help is the only chance. Yu Xian looked at Qin Mei who was begging hard, obviously a little unbearable, and couldn't help pulling Jiang Chen's sleeves. Brother Jiang Chen, or you can help Sister Mei. Well, I'm also going to the Haisha Club to inquire about something, so let's go to the Haisha Club headquarters. His main purpose in coming to the Land of Silence was to find the master, Xiaoduli. Since the Black Fiend Society is a force in this Land of Annihilation, I must have a better understanding of things in the Land of Annihilation. Now he has no clue, it would be a good idea to go to Haisha to inquire about the news by the way. Thank you. Seeing Jiang Chen's promise, Qin Mei couldn't help but a grateful look appeared in her beautiful eyes. You don't have to be polite, it's just a small effort. Jiang Chen waved his hand, glanced at Ji Yujian immediately, and said lightly, if you don't want to die, just get up and lead the way. Okay, I'll take you there. Ji Yujian shivered, and quickly turned over and got up from the ground, leading Jiang Chen and the others to the outside of Ji Mie Mountain. Ji Yujian took Jiang Chen and the others to a huge valley. The valley is surrounded by mountain peaks on all sides, like a huge gourd, with only a valley mouth about 100 meters long. The terrain looks extremely steep, easy to defend and difficult to attack. This valley is the headquarters of the Black Fiend Association, the Black Fiend Valley. Jiang Chen, Haisha will be a famous two-star organization in the Land of Silence, and its strength is not inferior to our Qin family. It is said that their boss hates Haisha, and is also a peak king of the 9th divine soul. Is it really okay for us to go in like this? Qin Mei looked at the valley in front of her, and a worried look appeared in her beautiful eyes. The valley is so steep that even if you want to sneak in, it's almost impossible. Jiang Chen said indifferently, don't worry, it's just the headquarters of a two-star organization, it's not a big deal. The 3-star Power Ice Palace, he can be destroyed with one man and one sword. Even the 4-star sacred site Yandi City, he still broke into it alone, and the ancestor of the Shao family of Yandi City had to bow his head. Now facing the headquarters of a 2-star force, how could Jiang Chen look at it? This is the headquarters of the Black Fiend Society. Those who enter are dead. And when Jiang Chen and the others just walked to the entrance of the valley, they saw a row of black-clothed warriors flying out of the valley suddenly. One of them glanced sharply at Jiang Chen and the others, and said murderously, it's okay if you don't go in. Just you broken valley, I don't bother to go in. Jiang Chen raised his head and glanced at the black-clothed warrior, and said lightly, then let your president of the Black Shame Society get out and see me. Boy, dare to run wild in our Black Evil Club, you are looking for death. Numerous Black Fiend warriors suddenly became furious. I saw the black-clothed warrior headed, directly like a cheetah, with a flick of his stature, leaping up into the air, his 5 fingers forming eagle claws, and he grabbed Jiang Chen in the air. Whizzing, 5 fierce black lights shot out from his fingertips instantly, and instantly turned into a huge black eagle claw in midair, and grabbed Jiang Chen severely. I didn't want to kill, so why bother to come and die? Jiang Chen shook his head, tapped his finger lightly, and a sword finger drew across the void, easily slicing through the black giant claws, and then cut the black-clothed warrior with a surprised face in half. The expressions of the rest of the warriors of the Black Fiend Society suddenly changed drastically. Those who shot earlier, but the leaders of these Black Fiend guards, their cultivation bases have already reached the peak of Shanghai. In the entire Black Fiend Society, with the exception of the 3 leaders and a few elders, the Spirit Realm Kings, their commander is almost the strongest existence. But such a strong man at the pinnacle of Shanghai was killed by this kid with a light finger. Could it be that this kid in front of him is a divine soul realm king but not? Quick, go and notify the guild leader, there will be trouble in the black evil spirits who are strong in the spirit realm. The group of black evil martial artists was terrified, and they crawled and fled toward the valley. Jiang Chen also ignored the group of warriors who were panicking. He stood proudly at the mouth of the valley with his hands, his stern eyes shot to the depths of the valley, and his faint voice instantly resounded in this place. Hey Sha, the president of the Black Sha will, Chu He Sha, give you 10 breaths, roll out and see me. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.